What is the most devious secret you share with a sibling? I had returned from finishing my freshman year in college, and my younger sister Jane had just turned 18. Since we were little kids, our family would often visit nudist resorts, and this weekend was no exception. This one particular resort we frequently visited had great facilities, a good group of friends and families who we got to know over time, and a great lake. The cabins on the resort were a little run down, so the last few years we decided to rent a cabin a 30-minute drive from the lake. On this particular weekend, Jane and I were smitten by the fitness bug. I was trying to get in better shape for the girls at college, and she was about to go to college hoping to make the track team. The first morning we decided we would bike to the lake from our cabin, which took a little more than an hour. When we finally got to the lake, we immediately stripped down but decided to keep our fitness kick going and went for a long run and swim. We felt like triathletes. It was great. After our hours of working out, we met our parents on the beach. They drove down and brought an enormous cooler full of picnic snacks, and some drinks. It was the perfect way to follow up an entire morning of working out. We ate, drank, and relaxed completely nude. As the late afternoon rolled by, however, our dinner plans back at the cabin drew us home before sundown. That's when it hit Jane and I. We were looking at a long uphill bike ride home. After a full active day, the hot sun, and a large picnic, that was the last thing either of us wanted to do. We also hated putting our clothes back on after the lake and were used to driving home and spending the rest of the night nude at home. Ha! No chance. I remember Jane laughing when we all thought about getting home. I suggested we put the bikes in the trunk and drive home, but my dad insisted that it would be impossible to fit into our modest Toyota Camry. Jane and I exchanged looks and we both knew how awful that bike ride home would be, so we set out to solve the issue. Completely bare, we spent at least 20 minutes to finally squeeze the bike frames and tires into the trunk and back seat. However, my dad was quick to point out the massive cooler they had just packed up, which also had to fit into the car. It was getting late, and I was frustrated, so I picked up the cooler and crunched into the back seat, and said, "There, we're going now." My sister smirked at me, proud of the success and avoiding the painful ride home. The final issue was the back seat barely had room for me to sit, let alone my sister. At this point, however, there was no turning back, so the only solution was for me to take the back seat and Jane to sit on my lap. My parents expressed some safety concerns, but Jane had no problem and insisted we do it. At this point, we were dead tired and just dying to get home. It was also at this time we realized our sweaty clothes were packed in the trunk, but since we would often drive home completely new, we didn't bother unpacking the car again. We were off, driving down the country roads with my parents fully clothed and fastened in the front, while my completely nude sister sat on my lap in the back. The awkward arrangement of the bike tires and cooler in the back, and the seatbelt strap over her waist forced my arm to rest in a way that my hand fell on the middle of Jane's upper thigh. Still, the whole scenario seemed completely normal to Jane and me, and we just chatted away as normal. About 15 minutes into the drive, the sun had almost set and we all became drowsy from the busy day. But suddenly, as we began to drive on the bumpy country roads, I felt something unusual. A rush of sticky moisture saturated my lap. It took me a few seconds to realize what happened, but it was obvious very quickly, and I think Jane realized too. We were dead silent. I could tell that she realized what happened because she shifted her weight on her lap awkwardly to attempt to make her spill less obvious. A minute later I felt even more moisture, now on a different part of my lap, so it was even more obvious. I kept my composure on the outside, but in my head, I couldn't believe what was happening. My sister was spilling more, and it was all over my lap. She shifted her weight again, and that again made it even worse. I was trying to imagine it was just her body sweating, but I had goosebumps from the cold air conditioning in the car. There was no question Jane was leaking all over my lap. She moved one more time, and I tried as well, but we were so snug back there it accomplished nothing. It made it much worse. I knew she was accidentally leaking, but now I was doing everything I could to stop myself from getting excited. I shifted to sit more upright, but my hands were trapped on her lap and to her side, so the position. The more I thought about the scenario, the more difficult it became. She shifted one more time, and sure enough, I could feel the blood rushing down there. I tried to slump back in the seat, but there was no stopping it. As I began to push against her, I looked to see my dad driving right in front of us. Luckily he was listening to the radio and focused on the road. He never noticed the awkwardness in the back seat. It was hard to tell from the angle, but my mom looked sound asleep to the right of us. Jane and I remained dead silent. Then it happened. Jane uncomfortably shifted her weight on my lap once again, and I jointly tried to sit upright again. As soon as Jane felt it, she perked up and did her best to lift her weight off my lap until there was no way either of us could ignore it. I could tell she was doing her best to lift herself higher off me, but we were so crammed there was nowhere to go. She continued leaking on me, looking straight ahead. It felt like an eternity. I had my eye on the car clock and figured we were probably only about 5 minutes from our cabin, so thankfully the end was in sight. But the more I thought about the situation, the more my mind wandered. And I know Jane felt the same because her private part was only getting more and more moist. But then, to my utter surprise, she did something shocking. She moved one hand off her knee and placed it on top of mine, placed her other hand under my leg, and twisted her head sideways to catch me in the corner of her eye. She smirked, and then she pushed down on me firmly. My jaw dropped, and I could not believe what was happening. But at the same time, I'd never felt anything so amazing. She looked straight ahead again, lifted herself slightly off me, then pushed down firmly again. I could not believe it. In my freshman year at college, I had my share of love and knew how everything worked and felt. But I'd never felt anything as surreal as that moment. Jane pushed down again. And again. Slowly, discreetly, but very methodically. Even more crazy was that our parents were in the car right in front of us, completely clueless. After about 5 or 6 thrusts down, I knew I was going to finish at any moment. She knew that as well, and was getting excited by it. She lifted herself up a little higher and prepared for one big push down. But in doing so, she pulled herself a little too far up, and my guy slipped out of her. After about 20 seconds of awkward confusion, Jane clenched my hand tight and used her other hand to tuck me back up into her. I could not believe it. This was no longer just an accident. Jane wanted my companionship. And that was all it took. 2 quick pumps and I finished. Jane could feel it too, and she peeped out a little high-pitched "oh." To my horror, both my parents noticed. Thankfully, Jane played it off as if some thought popped into her mind. Less than a minute later, we pulled up to our cabin. I could tell she was still enjoying it. My dad nudged my mom awake and started to get out of the car. That's when Jane piped up, "Don't worry, Dad, we made this mess back here, we'll figure out how to bring it to the cabin." Jane and I just sat there, pretending to organize some things in the car. Thankfully, my parents were perfectly content to leave the car and start making dinner in the cabin. When they were inside, I took off the seatbelt, but Jane still just sat there. We sat there for a few minutes until she finally started to lift off of me. I thought she was about to get out of the car, until she pushed back down onto my guy even more aggressively than ever before. We finally got out of the car, and I had to use an entire beach towel to clean up the mess made on the car seat. After we finally unpacked the car, fixed the bikes up, Jane looked at me and said with a clever smirk, "We should bike to the beach again tomorrow." And I could not have agreed more. Update 2. How can I manage the resentment my girlfriend and I have for each other? Good news, my girlfriend and I have broken up. She has gone back to her home country, Russia, and left my son with me. Refused to sign any formal custody agreement, so I'm hoping she stays there and doesn't bother us again. I'm pretty sure if she comes back and demands time with him, I have a good case for maintaining custody. She's not even interested in FaceTiming with him, so he remembers her. I feel bad that my son will deal with an absent mother, but I hope I can get him into therapy as he grows. Bad news, I've tried my best to insist on visitation with my daughters and that has fallen through. They absolutely refuse to see me. They wrote me a letter together that says how much they hate me, how betrayed they feel, how they'll never forgive me, and how my son will never be their brother. To not even bother telling him about them because they'll never be interested in knowing him. Just to forget about them altogether and move on with my new family. I have no legal recourse. The youngest is 13 now, old enough to have a say in custody arrangements, and I don't think forcing them to see me would do me any favors long term anyways. They also included pictures of their mother's wedding. My ex has no obligation to tell me about her personal life, but I'm pretty mad that there is a man living with my daughters that I didn't know about. It is a family friend that has been in their lives for 10 years, so not a total stranger, but still hurt to see pictures of their recent wedding and family pictures with my daughters. They mentioned that they have a father figure and don't need me anyways. The whole thing really hurt. I know I have no right to feel hurt that my ex has moved on when I cheated on her, but their whole relationship has moved very fast, so I'm now wondering if they started it before we got divorced. No way to know now. Doesn't matter anyways. My ex agreed to keep me up to date and send pictures of my daughters once in a while. After dealing with my son's mom, I'm grateful she is so good to our girls and I don't have to worry about their well-being. I'm trying to focus on being a good dad to my son and patiently waiting for my girls to grow up and reach out. It may never happen, but I'm hopeful that they will understand me more as they become adults and gain context for life and realize their mistake. What's your I hated that person, but they didn't deserve that story? When I was in my first year of high school, I was placed into an intermediate class due to my special needs, autism, Asperger's, and a few behavioral tics that I have since grown out of. I would have an older boy sit with me on the bus ride to and from, and a special teacher sit with me during class to keep me from going off. There were about 5 boys who took turns sitting with me, and while most of them were nice blokes, there was also Jay. Oh, boy, Jay was not good. He was significantly older, he was attending senior year at 23, and I have since learned that he also had his challenges. He would physically hold me in my bus seat, arms clenched at the side, if I even got up to stretch, and would yell and swear at me, to the point that I would walk an hour to school and back on the days that he was rostered. The other guys would tell him off, and he eventually was given 1 detention. Not much else, in comparison to what happened. Flash forward about 5 years, I had since graduated high school, attending culinary school in the same town, and was attending a worship service at my local church. We were singing the final hymn, when suddenly the back glass door to the church slams open, scaring everyone out of their wits. I turn around to see what happened. It was Jay, and he looked horrible. He was wearing shorts and a t-shirt in the dead of winter, he reeked of pee and vomit, and he was swaying back and forth heavily. He shuffled into the bathroom, and audibly threw up heavily, standing 100 meters away. I could hear it. He then stumbled out afterwards when we were having supper, and pulled my minister aside for a chat. First he tried to kiss the minister, but my minister, recognizing that Jay was out of his mind, decided not to throw him out for it. At this point Jay got on his knees attempting to do you know what. The minister pulled Jay up and dragged him by the ear into the back room. 10 minutes later they came out. Apparently they talked and Jay mentioned me a lot, so my minister told me later what he had said. He had been completely unemployed since high school, was drinking heavily every day, and was about to be kicked out of home. He was also battling his conditions, which is what he wanted to talk to me about. He had heard that I was adjusted and getting along well, and wanted guidance. I felt so conflicted, part of me thinking, oh, you poor thing, and another part of me feeling like telling him to go rot. Eventually, through the advice of others, I reached out to him, and we started talking. 3 years later, he has a steady job as a grocery cashier, and has been clean for a little while. I don't consider him a friend yet, as I still hurt from what happened, but it's getting better. I never really realized what mercy was until I saw Jay for the second time. Has a dirty secret of yours ever been exposed? 3 years ago, I had a girlfriend who had a very high drive for bedroom activity. I had a low drive for it. She would offer me morning noggin, but I would refuse. To make her feel good, I bought a large variety of adult toys using my Christmas money so that I could make her feel good without shoving my pee in anything when I wasn't feeling up for intimacy. I stored that box under my bed, which my mom never checked because she has back problems. Upon graduating, I went on a 4-day graduation trip with my friends, and I stored the box in a hidden region of our garage, just in case my mom decided to surprise me with a room rearrangement while I was gone. When I got back, I had to move the box back to my room, but as I was doing so, my mom started walking towards the garage, so I had to store the box in the pantry in a panic. I waited in my room for her to go back to bed and fall asleep. She didn't. Instead, as I got to my room, she walked into the pantry and discovered my massive box of worse than entry-level adult gear. There was even kitten muffins and panda-themed ropes in there. She got so mad, she basically had steam coming out of her ears. She sent pictures of my adult toy box to my entire extended family and called my sister and her husband to ask them to shame me. I heard my sister concerningly say there's some pretty hardcore stuff in there while my mom put her on speaker. Unluckily for me, I realize now at age 20 that I was always, in fact, not into sleeping with people. But now, the men in my extended family often ask me about whether or not I'm getting it on at college, and I'm a bit too pressured by the consequences of my mess up to ever come out to them. Would I be the a-hole if I break up with my fiancé because of his past as a cheater? I met my fiancé, Jamie, a year ago through a friend. We instantly clicked and started dating. After 1 year he proposed to me and I said yes. But here is the thing. Before proposing he told me the truth about his past relationship. He was married to a woman, Cynthia, 3 years ago, and they divorced because he started cheating on her with a coworker. He regrets ever doing that. He has been on a healing journey from that. He has told me that the affair was a mistake and that he would never do it again. He just wants to be honest with me before we take this relationship to the next level. I understand what he meant. He is obviously remorseful and I have seen his ex-wife. She seems happier with someone else. And everyone makes mistakes or take decisions that they regret. I trust him and love him a lot, but I can't shake off this feeling that he would not do this to me. This started when he was being secretive about his phone. He would smile at the screen often. I asked him what it is. He just showed me his phone and he was looking at a meme. He probably sensed that I was doubting him, so he let me check his phone. There was nothing in there, but still I couldn't trust him. Few days after our engagement he had a work party. He took me to that party as well. I saw that he was being a bit friendly to some woman. I went there and introduced myself. Later I got to know she was the same girl he cheated with. I confronted him about it. He said that he doesn't talk to her. They broke up shortly after their divorce, and he cannot avoid her because he worked with her. I told him I am not comfortable with him hanging out with someone who was his mistress. He respected my decision, and as far as I know he has not contacted her outside of work. I know I have no reason to doubt him. He doesn't give off any signs of infidelity, yet I have a hard time trusting him. He is loving and caring. He supports me in my dreams. He is patient and kind. I know it is unfair of me to judge him based on just that. Few weeks ago, a friend of mine asked me to meet her and she told me the whole truth about Jamie. She knows Cynthia because she and her brother were college friends. She told me to be careful of Jamie because he cheated on his ex-wife. I told her I already know that. She further told me he started cheating on Cynthia right after she had a miscarriage. He was upset that Cynthia was depressed and he started to feel neglected. After talking to my friend I confronted Jamie. He told me this was the truth. He was still in grief because he lost his child. He didn't know what he was thinking. He started to feel resentful towards her, but he never meant to hurt her. I asked him that I need a break from all of this. It is just too much for me. He said he understands and I still haven't talked to him. I don't know if I should break up with him just because of this. Update: would I be the a-hole if I break up with my fiancé because of his past as a cheater? I talked to him. I explained that his past bothers me. I mean, he cheated on his wife when she was going through something so traumatic. I brought up the fact that I am also in high risk when it comes to pregnancy. I told him I cannot fully trust him, that he will not cheat on me as well. He told me he has learned his lesson from the previous time. When his infidelity got exposed, he had people around him calling him a monster. His parents still don't talk to him directly. He feels guilty because of it and regrets it. Then I told him that maybe we should date more rather than rushing into marriage, and maybe to go couples counseling. That's when he got slightly mad. He said that if I don't trust him then there is no point in being together. I tried to fight and say it is not like that. We just need some time. He has to understand that. He told me again that it was not fair for me to judge him when he never judged me because of my past. I asked what he means by that. He pointed out that he knows how in the past I used to sleep around a lot. Okay, let me be clear to you. Yes, when I was in college I did have few ons and few serious relationships. I told him he was being illogical because even though I have a sexual history, I never cheated on any of my boyfriends. I always called it quits when I realized it was not meant to be. He kept pressing the matter and says I should let it go because he let go of my past. I said my past is in the past, and now I am thinking about my future, and he is so pathetic to even compare his immoral cheating with my past. He argued that I was immoral too. It felt like a dead-end road. We both shouted and fought, and eventually I took the ring off and said goodbye. The last thing he said that his past and baggage aren't as big as mine and that I am a hypocrite for judging him. That I will have a hard time finding a partner who is willing to be with a loose girl like me. It hurts. I never thought he would act like that. I am trying my best to move on but still stuck in a limbo, and his words are repeating inside my head. I am hours away from engaging in group bedroom activities and losing my V card. My roommate, who I've been sharing an apartment with for the past 6 months, approached me a few weeks ago to discuss the possibility of hosting a group bedroom party. I can imagine most people in my situation being surprised or disturbed or whatever if their roommate asked for permission to allow random people to sleep together in their personal space. I was not too surprised or disturbed because 6 months has been more than enough time for me to realize that my roommate is an extremely intimate person and she's not shy about showing it. I have my V card. My roommate is aware of that, and even though from time to time she teases me about it, she's never made me feel bad and always seemed proud of me for being so chilled about it. My roommate asked if it was okay if the event could happen at our apartment. She said 7 people were expected to participate, all friends, and she would be the 8th. She answered all of my questions regarding the logistics and promised to leave the place spotless when it was over. To be honest, I didn't really care as long as no one did anything in my room or touched my gaming console. My roommate was over the moon when I said yes. I arranged to sleep at my mom's house on the night of the event to avoid any awkwardness, which made my roommate feel somewhat guilty for kicking me out, but I encouraged her to focus on the deed because I'll be focusing on my mom's good cooking. A few days after that conversation, my roommate asked if I was interested in taking part. I said if this was about me staying at my mom's house for one night, she really shouldn't feel bad. My roommate said it's not only about that, but also about hospitality. She said the group agreed that I was more than welcome to join if I wanted. I laughed and said, thanks but no thanks. My roommate advised me to think about it and said I should keep in mind that a V-card guy would be very cool for the group and I would most likely receive special treatment. She also added that before I made a final decision, I should forget what I've seen in movies and therefore should not be expecting everyone to have perfect bodies. I said I would think about it. The event is happening tonight. I eventually agreed to participate. It wasn't a quick decision. I did have time. It's been weeks of talking. Update: I am hours away from engaging in group bedroom activities and losing my V card. By the time I've added this update, the event would have been over for less than 2 hours. I helped my roommate set up the space in the apartment we were all going to use for the intimacy. My roommate was running me through the process one-on-one for the final time and once again made sure I understood that I should never feel pressured to perform anything or to make anyone feel good regardless of prior agreements. The group arrived sometime afterwards. All of us socialized at first. I learned a lot about the group. Everyone was friendly and interested to know how I was feeling. I realized very quickly that I was attracted to one of the girls in the group more than the others, but none of them were bad looking. Once the socializing was out of the way, my roommate explained what the rules and the safe words were before formally introducing me to the group and reminding everyone that I skipped my mom's cooking to be there, so I needed to be treated with extra care and appreciation. So much was discussed before anything intimate happened. Most of it was information everyone already knew based on previous discussions, but some of it was new to me, like the conversational intimacy option, which basically meant you could have an intimate conversation with one or more people who had no desire to partake yet, but don't mind saying filthy things to one another to get them in the mood. Boundaries were discussed. Questions were answered. Challenges in the past were addressed. It was a proper meeting. My legs were shaking when that meeting eventually came to an end. My roommate gave everyone the green light to proceed and she wasted no time taking me under wing. My roommate and I were sitting on the couch while the others were beginning to touch and kiss one another. She was holding my hand and telling me how nice I smelled. I said, thank you, and returned the compliment. We continued complimenting each other until we were both comfortable enough to kiss. I can't tell you how long we kissed, but when my roommate and I were no longer locking lips, I noticed some of the other people were wearing a lot less. This might sound weird, but seeing unclothed bodies on full display like that became uncomfortable and overwhelming. I told my roommate how I was feeling and she asked me to follow her to the balcony to get some fresh air and for a change of scenery. During my time on the balcony, the girl who I was most attracted to in the group, before I kissed my roommate at least, decided to join my roommate and I on the balcony and find out how I was doing. Her hair was shorter than mine, but it was hot. The 3 of us talked for a few minutes before I said I was willing to continue. Short-haired girl gave noggin to me when I finally managed to get a stiffy. I never reached the finish line. My nerves got the best of me. I apologized to the group and said I would feel much better if I could go to my room because I'm struggling to relax. I made it clear to all of them that they did nothing wrong, but it just wasn't for me, at least not for now. Everyone was really understanding and wished me good night. I've been in my room ever since. The apartment is quiet now. I have no idea how many people have gone home and how many are sleeping over, but I'm sure I'll find out in the morning. Update 2. I am hours away from engaging in group bedroom activities and losing my V card. I got a girlfriend. A couple of nights ago my girlfriend was supposed to meet my friends. I've been delaying the process for months because I knew I had to have an uncomfortable conversation first. I met my friends at the group bedroom event. My roommate at the time asked for my permission to host it at our flat. I said yes, as long as my room and my belongings were off limits and the flat was cleaned properly afterwards. My plan was to spend the night at my mom's house and be out of everyone's way during the event, but my roommate encouraged me to stay and participate. I had a V card back then. The thought of sleeping with one person was overwhelming enough, let alone a group of people. However, my roommate eventually convinced me to take part. I was added to a group chat with all the people who were going to be involved in the event. All of them made me feel really comfortable. That being said, when the event finally happened, I was unable to sleep with anyone. My anxiety won. Everyone was understanding though. Life went on. My roommate became my ex-roommate after a few months, but we never stopped being friends. The connections I made with the people at the event also developed into friendships. We're still friends now. My girlfriend didn't know my history with them until earlier this week when I finally had the courage to explain the story. She was shocked and disturbed and asked if I lied to her about being a V-card when we met. I said no. She struggled to believe that a V-card guy would walk away from that with his V-card still intact. She made it clear that she was no longer interested in meeting my friends. She said she didn't know how she could be in a relationship with someone who was friends with people who shared him. I asked my girlfriend if she was breaking up with me and she said she was going to need some time to decide what to do. Last night she decided. Our relationship is over. Update 3. I am hours away from engaging in group bedroom activities and losing my V-card. My mom and dad invited me to have dinner at their house a few nights ago. I was planning to inform them about my breakup during dinner, but I realized it was too late when I showed up at the house. My parents were already informed. The dinner invitation was a smokescreen to confront me about the details. My ex apparently broke the news to my mom and dad soon after our relationship came to an end. My parents knew about the group bedroom event, the friends I made at the event, and why my girlfriend no longer wanted anything to do with me. It was an ambush, or an intervention. I don't know, but it was awkward. My mom wanted me to make her believe that my ex lied and that I never participated in group bedroom fun. I confirmed what my ex-girlfriend said was true. My mom looked disturbed and asked if I got tested. I assured her that I was clean and that it's almost been a year since the event. My dad looked equally disturbed and asked if I was really friends with people who openly share their bodies like that. I said yes and described them as good friends. I even told my dad that one of my friends who openly shared her body also openly shared her homemade lasagna that my dad enjoyed eating when he was sick. I asked my mom if she remembered the DJ with the tattoos that stepped in at the last minute at my sister's wedding because the original DJ dropped out. My mom said yes. I asked my mom if she remembered the DJ playing some of her favorite golden oldies like Flashdance, What a Feeling and Stand By Me. My mom said yes. I asked my mom if she could guess how it came to be that I knew that DJ. My mom said oh. I told my parents not to worry about me and advised them to avoid communicating with my ex because whatever was happening between us, was between us. Towards the end of the dinner, my mom and dad knew a lot more about my event friends and seemed less uncomfortable. I think once the shock of me being involved in an event fades away, my parents might be keen to meet my friends one day. Hopefully the day never comes though lol. I hate working with my intellectually disabled coworker. I am a baker at a busy place and one of my coworkers is intellectually disabled. This girl cannot keep up with anything. I have had to start batches over because she doesn't do things when they are supposed to get done. I ask her to do something that should take a maximum and 30 minutes later it's not done and too late to do it now because the pastries are too cold. She seems to just meander from task to task doing jack all when there are a million things to get done that are part of her job. I am constantly picking up slack when she is working with me, essentially doing the job of 1.5 people. Because of this, there have been numerous instances where a batch has had to get thrown out because it was in the proof for too long because I was busy doing her job. She is just so slow. Yesterday someone ordered donut holes but I hadn't done them yet, so I quickly threw them in the fryer, glazed them, and asked her to bag them up while I finished the rest of the customer's order. When I looked at her she was still bagging the donut holes, putting them in the bag one at a time. I'm at my wit's end. Just now I had to throw out a bunch of donuts because she didn't toss them in a cinnamon and sugar mix while they were warm. A very quick and easy task. And when I asked her to toss the new batch I watched her struggle to put on the plastic gloves, take a few seconds to stare at the plastic glove she dropped on the floor, watched her slowly walk the glove over to the trash can, miss the trash can, stare at the glove for a couple seconds again, finally pick it up and put it in the trash, slowly walk over to the donuts, pick two up and rub them together, and then drop them in the cinnamon and sugar mix one at a time. It's gotten to the point where as soon as I'm open the door to let her into the shop I get mad as soon as I see her face. Update, I hate working with my intellectually disabled coworker. At the time of complaining, I had very little knowledge about disability services and what that entails. A plethora of individuals with disability knowledge came out of the woodwork and informed me of a few things. 1. My boss is likely getting a tax break for having her work here and is getting a portion of her income federally subsidized. 2. She should have access to vocational programs to help her develop job skills. 3. Based on my description of her working, my boss has totally mismanaged her. I was under the impression that if I spoke up about how poorly she was doing at work, this sweet disabled girl would lose her source of income and end up homeless. Hence why I've been spending the last 5 months or so burning myself out and getting frustrated to pick up her slack instead of telling my boss about her performance. For some reason, a lot of people couldn't seem to grasp this, and were incredibly condescending and unhelpful by saying things like just let her fail or communicate like an adult. Aside from those comments, there were a lot of helpful ones that assured me that I will be able to talk to my boss about this and probably get her into a better position in the bakery. So I did. Today was her first shift back since I talked to my boss about the matter. She came in later than usual, did the dishes, swept and mopped the floors, chatted with us a bit until the afternoon rush happened, grabbed a donut, and left. That was it. No food had to get thrown out, there was nothing put out late, everything went smoothly, and she is still making money and socializing with us. Thank you all for your support and info. People who are now married because you didn't know how to break up with your significant other, how is that going for you? My pattern with relationships for most of my adult life has been obsessed for the first 3 months, enthusiastic for the next 3, then quietly trying to figure out how to get out for the rest of it. I was able to stretch a few relationships out for a couple years by doing the breakup and makeup thing to make things new again, but it had diminishing returns, so eventually I'd just be over it forever. At one point, I remember feeling absolutely desperate and miserable about my future prospects of being able to find someone to settle down with that I didn't actually have to settle for. So I thought maybe it would help me cope if I went to therapy. I spent the next 2 years going through the process of first discovering that I had about 1,000,000 relationship issues I had never addressed, and then breaking the relationship part of myself down so I could rebuild it. I eventually got to the point where I felt like maybe I could be okay, maybe I could be happy, even if I had to settle to some extent. A while after this, I met this guy purely by random chance. When we met, I was really excited to meet a cool new friend, but as time went on, I started to realize that I was really into him. He felt the same, we started dating, we had a lot of fun together, it was great. Fast forward 6 months, same bullcrap as before, lizard brain took over. I was secretly planning my escape. I felt oddly relieved about it, because my brain was like that friend who always wants you to be alone because then you hang out with them a lot more. I was struggling to figure out how to break ties with him, though. He's a really nice guy, and in spite of my ridiculous bent toward breaking up, I feel horrible when I hurt other people. I agonized over this for weeks. One day, he told me about a small monetary settlement he received, and told me that he used a small portion of it to buy himself something nice and just put the rest in savings. It was like a switch flipped. It wasn't about the money. I don't remember exactly how much it was, but we're talking only a couple thousand at most, certainly not enough to secure a person's future with or appeal to a traditional gold digger. Conversely, I am absolute crap with money. My bills all get paid on time, but saving is a really hard thing for me. What I realized for the first time that day was that we complemented each other nearly flawlessly, and not just with this. There are tons of ways where the deficiency of one of us is balanced out by the proficiency of the other, and even in areas where we're both lacking. We have an uncanny ability to correct each other. We both go through periods of extremely low motivation, but we're very good at motivating each other, both actively and passively. That day was when it got real. I thought I loved him before that, and who knows, maybe what I felt was some version of love, but I hope I never forget for the rest of my life what it felt like to suddenly discover a brand new type of love, or possibly real love for the first time. It was like the emotional equivalent of having massive pressure in your ears until you swallow that one time and your ears pop and you can hear everything so much better. It's been a number of years since that day, and I can still remember it like it happened yesterday. We got married, and marriage feels like exactly what I always wanted it to be. I don't like to think about how it might have gone differently without that one moment, because I cannot imagine how alone I would be if I had left this guy who was my perfect match in every way. I take every opportunity I can to sabotage my coworker's abuser. 3 years ago it was Halloween, and my coworker Jane was abused by one of our other coworkers. He kept trying to get in her pants, and she kept trying to be polite about rejecting him, as she had gotten married to her basic training beau. He kept groping her and she kept telling him no, so I got between them until he left. On the next night, he kept pouring her drinks until she was so intoxicated she knocked over beer pong, and he tried to get inside her. I ended up shoving him and hitting him with a solo cup, and the only other women there backed me up. He said it wasn't his fault that she acted single, and some of the other intoxicated dudes agreed with him. I told him he was a piece of crap, and took her back to my barracks room begging her to report in the morning. She did not, because she was afraid of being in trouble. Cut to 1 year later, but it happened again, and she reported it. I drove her to the airport to get to her new command. The piece of crap who assaulted her got by with a slap on the wrist. Don't want to ruin a career and all that. I was so angry. But we have friend circles. Sometimes we go out in groups, and nobody tells me he's there until I'm already there. Anytime I hear him talking to a girl, and it looks like she's liking him, I tell her what he did. I tell her that I saw him, and that he's a repeat offender. That bro doesn't care about consent, and that he's garbage that only cares about a hole to get in. They don't talk to him after, leave him high and dry, and I take immense joy in letting people know the piece of crap he is. How did you ruin your bully's life? In school I was relentlessly bullied by 2 girls in particular who had it out for me. I was shy, loved to read, didn't do the popular stuff, so I was the perfect victim. They'd make me suffer horrifically by holding me down in the staircase when we were alone and sticking pinboard pins into my arms, legs and feet. When I tried to tell teachers, they said I fell onto them as they were lying on the floor, or I did it myself. It didn't help that one of them was the daughter of one of the teachers at the school. Well, I finally got my revenge. I went to try out a new ice cream shop, and lo and behold, one of the girls was serving the ice cream. I have multiple allergies including milk and gluten, of which the ice cream shop claimed to be cautious. So I ordered gluten and dairy-free ice cream and set my phone camera up to film the area where the ice cream was prepared, because I saw that the girl had recognized me and was certain she'd try something. And she did. I caught her on camera putting a spoonful of milk in the bottom of the bowl and crumbling the gluten-consisting wafers over everything, then camouflaging it with the last scoop of ice cream. She put it down in front of me and said, "I hope you enjoy it." I sweetly smiled at her and asked if she could get the owner of the shop, because I wanted to thank her for being so welcoming to guests with allergies. You can guess what happened next. I showed the owner the video and told her that I'd like to press charges, because in my country it is considered a criminal offense called inflicting bodily harm to serve someone an allergen when you know the person is allergic. The bully will never work anywhere where she'll come in contact with food again, and she'll have this on her criminal record for years. I called a Down syndrome kid a slur after yelling at him, and I feel awful. I was on holiday with my husband and our 2 young boys, and we had sat down outside at our favorite cafe ready to order lunch. A man sat down at our table next to the boys and casually started a conversation with them, largely ignoring the adults, his focus entirely on our children. At first I was confused, especially since he inserted himself into our table with such easy familiarity that I spent several moments trying to remember who he was and where we knew him from. Then, realizing that the man was actually a complete random stranger, I sat dumbfounded a while longer at the serious breach of social etiquette. Finally, I grew alarmed at his obvious keen interest towards my children. I could think of no innocent reason why a strange adult would do this. My protective maternal instincts started kicking into overdrive. I was expecting my husband to step in and handle the situation, but he didn't. So the man sat uninvited at our table and carried on his conversation with my kids while I got silently angrier. The possibility of Down syndrome never crossed my mind. Any characteristic features on his face were too subtle to notice. Even my husband, who had grown up knowing a distant relation with Downs, didn't spot it in this man. Finally my patience snapped and I shouted at the man to please leave us alone to enjoy our lunch in peace, followed by a slur for disabled people, which was very unfortunate as I didn't think he was actually disabled. The man immediately apologized very politely and left. An irate older woman came storming up to me at our table and started making a scene. She accused me of upsetting her son, who had Down syndrome. She was loud and angry and drew attention from all the other tables. She, like us, was on holiday with family and felt their holiday had been spoiled. I had no interest in engaging with her or discussing my encounter with her son and only wanted her to go away. She thrust a card in front of my face, demanding that I should read the information about Down syndrome so that I might educate myself and be more understanding next time. I was in no mood for this and threw the card away, then very firmly told her to leave me and my family alone. She stared a moment, probably realizing that I was as angry as she was, then left. That was the end of it. I used myself as bait to get my sister adopted. I'm an 18-year-old girl who grew up without a father figure for a decade. My biological father, JD, was and is a raging and abusive addict who left me and my family when I was 4 and my sister when she was 2. She is now 16 and was adopted by her stepdad, Joe, a week ago. Growing up, I remember vivid details as to JD beating our mother and us to the brink for a couple years, not to mention the days we were locked in our room for hours on end. For the past year, we needed a signature from JD to approve a transfer of rights to Joe, but he was off the map. I spent a month looking for his information, and when I did, I immediately contacted him. I told him I wanted to talk and have my questions answered with no shady stuff. Eventually we continually talked until he trusted me with information and lies about what happened in the past. After knowing I gained enough trust, I asked him to sign Justice, my sister, to Joe so she could be happy. It took about a month of convincing him, but what he got in return was stable contact with me and he could consider me his daughter again. I know this is evil, but where my morals lie, my sister's happiness oversees everything I stand for. I would go to great lengths to make sure my siblings grew up the way I never did. My sister has no recollection of that man, and I will do anything to make sure she doesn't know what we went through. After 4 months of communication, he signed the forms, emailed me the proof, and my sister's adoption court date was set in stone. After I got confirmation of the signature, I blocked all forms of contact with that man in any way, shape, or form. My mother found out about why he signed the forms and still says that she regrets the fact I had to use alternate methods to get what I wanted. But I did what I thought was necessary. I still have nightmares on what he did to us. I remember the screaming, broken glass, the crying, everything. I have no regrets in using him for my benefit. My sister lives happily as Joe's daughter, and I am content living life as is. I will live knowing that my sister is completely free of him and I did what I needed to. To answer any future questions, once we did find his contact information, he refused to sign any paperwork because it deflated his ego as a father. He also wanted to be in our lives again after a decade of no relationship. I think my mom is getting intimate with my stepsister. 4 years ago, my ex-stepsister reached out to me and asked to hang out and catch up. We hadn't spoke or seen each other in 10 years, but we were super close as kids, so I thought why not? The whole time we hung out she would not stop talking about my mom, saying how traumatized she is by my mom and how she's endured years of therapy due to my mom, how my mom has ruined her entire childhood, how she wants to protect my little and save her from my mom. I was extremely taken aback and confused. This came as a total shock for me. I genuinely thought maybe she just had anger against my mom because my mom and her father had a nasty divorce. When I told my mom I had hung out with her, my mom absolutely lost it. She went on a rampage about how she didn't trust her at all and that she feels like she is trying to start something and plot against my mom and that if I want my mom in my life I need to cut her off for good. One weird thing about all of this is, when my mom and stepdad were together, my stepsister and my mom were super close. Honestly, weirdly close in my opinion. I'm not even kidding. My stepsister would passively flirt and hit on my mom. Weird comments like "you're looking fine today mama," my mom would just laugh and brush it off. I remember this vividly and it always weirded me out. Even a few months after my mom and my stepdad's divorce, my mom would still pick my stepsister up from school and take her out to lunch. That is until her mom found out and forbid her from seeing or talking to my mom. 6 months after hanging out with my ex-stepsister, my younger sister gets called into her guidance counselor's office. They asked my younger sister if any intimate abuse has taken place in the house, namely by my mom. Furthermore, that someone made an allegation about my mom. 3 days later they confirmed that my stepsister went to the police and made a very disturbing in-depth allegation about my mom. A very in-depth allegation. A detective called me and told me that I was named as a potential witness. I called the detective back and never ended up hearing anything back. The investigation ended up being dropped very quick. For a year after this my mom spiraled out and binge drank constantly. She began obsessing about my stepsister, I mean obsessing big time. Everything was about her. A car would drive by our house, and I mean any car, and she would think it's my stepsister spying on our house and spying on my mom. She thought maybe the phone was tapped and the police could hear her conversations. My mom's husband had to hide all the knives because my mom wanted to hurt herself at the time. She was extremely depressed. At a point she even turned to a very wealthy, well-known lawyer asking for him to represent her. He ended up turning her away and told her point blank, "Why are you here? There are no cases against you at all. Just an allegation that didn't turn into anything. Just let it go." She couldn't let it go at all. Anytime an allegation would be said in the media, my mom would blurt out, "Most allegations are fake. They all just want attention." Even when I had an intimate assault encounter in 2020, my mom referenced it back to my stepsister and didn't believe me. For 2 years this was a constant. Now this whole situation has been put on the back burner. I've looked at stepsister's Facebook and she continues to this day to make #MeToo posts and posts talking about being a survivor of assault from an adult she trusted as a kid. All of it just feels off. I really wouldn't put it past my mom. She's unpredictable and uncomfortable when intoxicated. Very touchy and just weird. Not only that, but my whole life, even as a kid, she's always made dirty comments and jokes. Her humor is literally based around intimacy. My mom makes everyone uncomfortable. Always has. Yet no one thinks that she did this. Everyone else can just dismiss this, but I can't. She works with elementary school children. It just disgusts me. I found out my daughter is in a relationship with my ex-girlfriend. So I have a daughter who started dating her partner about a month ago. She called me to tell me about this new encounter when they went on her first date. Her mother has not been in the picture since she was an infant, so me and my daughter are very close, and now that she is an adult, I can proudly say we have a great bond. She has always been hardworking, and after graduating high school, she decided to start working before choosing a college. About 6 months ago she moved out on her own. About a year ago I met this woman in a bar. We had a few drinks and we ended up at her place. Things went well, and after a few dates I decided to lay down what I wanted in a relationship. We discussed it and she wanted to have a kid, but I already had the pleasure of raising my daughter, and was unwilling to do it again. So we decided to break it off. I never told my daughter because it wasn't anything serious. Well, a month ago I got a call from my daughter telling me she went on an amazing date with a woman who she instantly connected with. I was happy for her, and wished her the best with future encounters. Well, after a few weeks and several dates, they decided to make it official. So my daughter changed her relationship status on Facebook and posted a picture of her and my ex. The wave of shock that rushed over me was, to say the least, paralyzing. I didn't know what to do, so I called my daughter and invited her over alone to talk. We sat down on the couch and I explained everything. As you would expect, she did not take it well at all, especially because she and my ex planned on inviting me to a meal later in the week, which would have been horribly awkward. My daughter left shortly after and apparently talked to her girlfriend. Once my daughter showed my ex a picture of me, apparently she knew right away, and expectedly, they ended the relationship. Now my daughter is a lot more distant from me, and I assume it's because she needs the space. But how are we supposed to go back to normal after this? I doubt my daughter will look at me the same, considering we could barely maintain eye contact after I broke the news to her. I told my girlfriend she smells like sweat and she is now threatening to break up with me. My girlfriend was just about to go to the gym and asked me how she looked in her gym clothes. I responded saying she looked good, and she was talking about her gains and changes in muscle growth. All this while I couldn't keep my mind off of the very sweaty BO that she was giving off, and I politely said that she smells sweaty. She responded saying that she wears a set of gym clothes twice before giving them a wash. I was a bit taken aback and asked her why she does that, and she says that it's very common amongst gym goers and some fitness influencers she follows on Instagram. Now, I've been noticing this about her over the last few months, that she doesn't shower every day, which is totally fine, but she also sometimes doesn't shower after very intense workouts, and I have been able to smell that. So it's not just about sweaty gym clothes. Very recently I also noticed that she doesn't change her underwear over a couple of days, including after working out. Now all of this is concerning me because what she's doing is not very hygienic. So back to the original conversation, I mentioned that I noticed she doesn't shower after working out sometimes, and I asked her if that could be the reason for her smelling like sweat. Now she broke into a rant about how I was rude to her about this, and that I'm being like a parent talking about smelly gym clothes and hygiene. She says that I ruined her excitement about her gains and was very excited about going to the gym today, and that now I've totally ruined it for her. She also said that it's really rude for a boyfriend to talk to his girlfriend about her hygiene, and that it's extremely uncomfortable. I ended up apologizing to her, to which she replied she needs time to think but may very well break up with me over this. I now feel like I may have unrealistic standards of hygiene and that I'm in the wrong here, but I don't know. My boyfriend screamed at me for not wearing a bra under my shirt. We've been together for 8 months and this is a really insane situation. I was staying the night at my boyfriend's apartment and I really wanted to walk with him to this nearby shop so that I could buy a horchata, and for whatever reason he didn't want to go. He started trying to make excuses like we're both white so it will look weird, but I just told him that I was just going to run in really quick and all I wanted was for him to walk with me since it was like 11 p.m. He finally agreed, but he said he needed to shower and get dressed even though we were just going to a small little shop, but I know he really cares about his appearance so I didn't mind. Anyways, I typically wear bras, but recently this brand of bras that I have is causing rashes and discomfort, so I just figured since we were going on like a 5-minute walk that I would just put on a baggy shirt and be fine. We started walking to the place and right at about the time we got there he somehow noticed and said, "Are you not wearing a bra?" When I explained that my bra was leaving me with a rash and it's not a big deal, he started screaming at me and saying that I'm trying to be a 304 and he knew that I was going to pull some BS. He was screaming to the point where some guys outside of the shop were staring. He then turned around and started walking back to his apartment. So I just stood there shocked and I could feel my throat quivering. Eventually I started following him since I didn't want to be left in the middle of the night, and never got my horchata. He went to bed and I slept on his couch, and then when he woke up today he acted like nothing happened. I'm not sure if I should brush his freak out off, or confront him about it. He was probably tired and that's mainly why he acted that way, but he has always been weird about me wearing skinny jeans too, so I just hope he won't continue this or get worse. My girlfriend is cheating on me with her ex while I'm helping raise her kids. She was still dating her ex when we first met and became friends. We really hit it off, and after a while she ended up breaking up with him because he treated her crappy, and she said because she had feelings for me. We started dating and I thought everything was good. I've pretty much been helping raise her kids and helping to support her and her kids along with my parents and sisters who live in a house me and my parents bought together a couple years ago. We work together and both our checks go to my bank account. I've been working my butt off working 12-hour shifts to keep everyone supported. She started going into work early on her weekend to work. I didn't really think anything about it because we needed the money and she only does it on her Sundays to work. Well, today I was helping her youngest son order something online off her phone. When I went to clear the apps, I found she had left her messages up and there was messages on there with her talking about how she's had fun fucking him everywhere at work, how she's missed his big daddy pee-pee and how she'd do anything he said. I felt like I was going to be sick. I still do. I'm absolutely heartbroken. We've been living together for months now and I thought we'd be together forever. But I guess I was just the stupid V card who she could play with and get money off of. What an idiot I've been. I should have known she didn't love me. What a fool to fall for her scam. I'm not even gonna say anything to her about it. I'm gonna pick my stuff while she's sleeping and leave before she wakes up. I don't know how she'll react if I tell her, so I'm just gonna sneak out in the morning. I'll give her half of the money we got and text her that I know about it and she needs to get her own bank account. I found a Twitter troll's real identity and made him apologize. This kid's account was full of him spreading hate, and every media post was a screenshot of accounts that had blocked him with the caption "another one owned." I would usually block someone like this, but I'll be honest, I did not want to give him the satisfaction. It got to the point where he was replying to every comment I made, and messaging me multiple times a day. I obviously ignored it hoping it would go away, but it went on for 19 days straight. I eventually replied and asked him if he had a problem with me, send me his phone number. He did not. After a week of me ignoring him, he sent me a phone number. I asked him to screenshot his phone ID to prove it was his real number. He did, and it was. I searched it on Google to find the area code. This wasn't enough, but luckily for me he had sent his PayPal QR code to a celebrity to ask to be blessed. I used this QR code and tried to pay him some so I could find the name associated with his PayPal. Using this, I searched his name on Facebook and filtered the search for his area code. I found him. I knew this was him as his cover photo was a picture of his dog, one he'd posted prior on Twitter. I told him I'd give him one last chance to apologize. He was still being horrible and racist. I sent the screenshot of his and his mother's Facebook account. His demeanor completely changed. He got scared and started profusely apologizing. I feel kind of bad for this, but I told him I was going to be monitoring his account in the future and let anyone else know who he decides to troll his real identity. He begged me for forgiveness. I don't think it helps I threatened to find his address also. Lol. This is kind of for my own satisfaction. But after he blocked me, I screenshot that and put it on my account, with the same captions he did. As assumed, this guy was like 15 years old, so I guess you can say this is extra petty. I feel like he got what he deserved. I ran from my abusive ex and I think he found me. I ran from my abusive ex when I was 4 months pregnant. I got into a different state. I legally changed my name and I didn't name my child the name we had agreed on. He didn't know my social or my ID number. The only way he had of tracking me down was my name, but that was gone. Long gone. I had signed into domestic violence safe haven shelters to get into my own place and find a job. I had built a great life for me and my child. I had planned running from him for a little over a year BC. It felt like my only way out. He would always find me and drag me back. He made it out to if I don't take my depression meds I act out and tried to harm myself. The police ended up believing him and became of no help. They brushed off all 4 of my DV calls as simple disagreements. I had saved up just a little over 10K and in bank account my mom had set up to help me get away and come to her so he wouldn't find out about how much money I really had. My dad helped mostly by putting in a lot more than what I could. He would get suspicious and ask where all my money was going and I would pass it off as bills. In my new town I've made very few people aware of my situation. It's people that could help if something was to happen. These past 2 months I've been being watched by someone unknown. He's always wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses, but I could swear on my life it's my ex. I ended up leaving work a few times due to having panic attacks from seeing the guy. He never interacts with me, only my coworkers. He waits until I'm out of earshot to speak to order and he gives different names for his orders. My coworkers have thought it was strange because he comes in almost every other week for a week straight for the past 2 months using different names. After this I went to the police station to speak to one of the people I made friends with and is aware of my situation. He said he would have patrol officers drive by my house and keep a lookout. I never seen him around my house or drive by it. I started getting letters in the mail that is from I believe is from him. No one signs them with their name. The envelope only ever has my old name and new address on it. The letters consist of him saying I love you and miss you. It never goes into detail about who is writing them. I took them to the police station, to the one I'm friends with. He told me I need to find another place to stay for a while and file for a restraining order. I made a fake account and messaged one of my old friends. They said they was glad to hear from me, they are glad I'm okay, and that he's been trying to report us as missing, which I had already knew. That he's still there working his old job, but he does go on week-long trips and nobody knows where he's going on them. What's keeping us from becoming a missing persons case is my mom. Police had contacted her and she told them everything. She showed them proof that I was in fact alive and doing well. She explained why I ran, but she said she wouldn't disclose my location. They ended up contacting me to confirm the story my mom gave them. The police finally, after all this time, believed me. They asked me if I wanted to come back to file charges or a restraining order. I told them no, I want to stay where I'm at and to stay as far as I can from him. Yesterday I had missed my mailman and he left a slip that I need to sign for a letter. I haven't order or request anything to have to sign for. I'm not on any government benefits or having any court case going on. I reactivated the fake Facebook and messaged my old friend again. She said she hasn't heard anything but she'll ask. I keep it active and she messaged me early this morning. She said that there is some talk that he knows where I'm at and he's thinking about going to court and take me for custody. I asked her if I would get it via mail and would have to sign for it. She said she isn't sure that I would have to ask the post office. I left the letter there all day yesterday at the post office instead of calling them and going to get it. I don't think I want to go pick it up. I don't want to face the possible truth that he has found me. I don't want to go back to that town. I don't want to go back to my old life. I don't want to relive the nightmare I had finally escaped. I don't know what to do at this point. What's the biggest hint you've seen somebody totally miss? I had plans to meet up with my close friend this weekend and I had caught feelings for her a long time ago, but she said she didn't think of me in that way. But she was super flirty during previous interactions, so that's why I thought she liked me too in the past. So to not ruin our friendship, I told myself I wouldn't try anything. Flash forward to this weekend, she lives like 3 hours away, so when she got here, she said outright, "Hey, I'm crashing at your place tonight." I say cool, no problem. We do our normal thing, get food, walk around a bit, then just chill in my apartment for hours. We ended up getting drinks that night and were both sloshed when we got back to my apartment. As we're getting ready for bed, she changes into her sleepwear in my room. Me trying to be respectful, I didn't look or anything, but she left the door wide open for me to see if I wanted. After I get my stuff on for bed, we were gonna watch a little TV in the living room. As we were heading to the living room, she stopped and said, "Wait, don't you have a TV in your room?" So we both got in my bed to watch TV, and me being intoxicated, I fell asleep not 5 minutes later. The next morning she decides to take a shower as I'm straightening up. To my surprise, instead of getting dressed like she said she was, she decided to throw on one of my shirts. Just my shirt. She told me that she didn't want to put on clothes yet and even said it was just my shirt and nothing else. No panties, just my t-shirt. It's long enough on her to where it looks like a dress on her, so I didn't think much of it. We're spending all day in the apartment anyways, so why get fully dressed? We end up spending the whole day just talking, playing games, and enjoying each other's company. Admittedly, she cuddled up to me a little bit, and in hindsight there were a few times when she looked at me with the doomy eyes, but I thought she was just being friendly. As we're playing games, she was making a lot of innuendos, but again, I didn't think much of it. As it's time for her to leave, she gave me a longer than usual hug and just looked at me in my eyes with a smile. It looked like she tried to lean into me, but I stupidly didn't try to kiss her. Anyways, later that day she asked me why I didn't do anything with her or make a move. And that's when everything clicked. She was basically throwing herself at me and I didn't pick up on it at all. She's home now and we won't even be able to see each other for weeks because we're both so busy. My boyfriend and best friend are in love with each other. Delaney is my best friend since high school, and my boyfriend Adam and I have been together for 2 years. All three of us would hang out together. I saw the relationship between Delaney and Adam as a friendly banter, that of a brother and a sister. Delaney never spoke down on Adam, nor Adam of Delaney. Of course, they'd have disagreements, but I always saw it as something funny, like children fighting. I noticed the signs when Delaney started saying that she didn't want Adam to hang out with us. She said she just wanted it to be her and I every time Adam got mentioned or anything. She looked super upset. I asked her what was wrong and she insisted it was nothing. Fast forward to the next day, I'm staying the night at Adam's, and he's asking about Delaney. He said she's acting weird. I asked if he talked to her, and he said not much, but that she seemed off and he asked me to check on her. Adam went to take a shower, and he got a message from Delaney. He's always left his phone around me, and I really didn't think anything of it, so I checked it because I had messaged Delaney but she never responded. The first message she sent was, "I feel horrible and I love her, but I can't help how I feel about you. You need to choose because you can't have both." Apparently Adam and Delaney had hooked up a few months ago after Valentine's Day, and almost all the time since. I remember when Adam brought Delaney and I flowers and on Valentine's Day, but I only thought of it as a friendly gesture. Delaney was so happy, it was all she talked about. She kept telling me how lucky I was. But as my best friend, I didn't think it would mean she'd do this. I read more messages, times when Delaney and Adam said they were hanging out with friends, or doing overtime at work. They were with each other. They had sent each other nude photos, and Adam had even compared me and Delaney's bodies. She had been trying to convince Adam to tell me about them and leave me, hoping I would understand that they were in love, but apparently Adam was still in love with me, and didn't want to let me go. Delaney was always there for me, supportive and kind, the most beautiful person I'd ever known. And Adam, the love of my life, who would have given his last dollar if it meant I'd be okay, was an old soul, someone you could always depend on. So I don't understand why they do this to me. I used my phone to take pictures of everything, and when Adam came back out, I told him my mom had an emergency and I had to leave. I needed some time to process what I was feeling and think about my next steps. I spent the whole night crying and reading over all the messages I'd collected. After losing myself and crying myself to sleep, I woke up the next morning and took a long shower. I pondered for a bit but ultimately decided that no friend or boyfriend should treat me this way, and I needed to do something about it. I haven't confronted Delaney or Adam, though they've both texted me asking if I'm alright. I'll probably sit them both down together and handle this like adults. I'm almost 30, I thought maybe we'd get married one day, and Delaney would be my maid of honor. I thought wrong. I took advantage of my best friend's naivety so I could see her undressed and deeply regret it. We don't live in the same country anymore, so the only way for us to see each other are video calls. She bought a bunch of new clothes and wanted my opinion on how they fit her. In order for me to see all of her, she had to put her phone very carefully on the top of a shelf. So she did that and we talked about her new outfit. Now she mentions that she wants to show me her other outfits too, but it is such a pain to set up the phone in the same exact position and that just by merely touching the phone it would need to be arranged again. She lives in a shared space so doesn't have access to a private restroom. I suggested to her that we don't have to end the call and I can just put my phone down so I can't see her while she is changing. When she is done, just say so and I'll pick my phone again. At this point I didn't have any evil intentions, but immediately after she agreed I realized how stupid my own suggestion is. It was here though that something evil kicked in me. Something came over me and took control of my brain. The thought of seeing her undressed excited me so much that it stopped me from telling her that my suggestion is flawed. So I put my phone down with the camera facing the ceiling and she started undressing into another outfit. This process was repeated several times. I will not lie and just say I really enjoyed this whole thing. But afterwards I felt absolutely awful and still do. But my God, it was so worth it. Hopefully I can do it again. What's the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to you? My wife and I are visiting my childhood home. We are living with our parents. Last night they went out to a party and left us in charge. My wife and I were drinking a lot. We were having some relationship issues too. It led us to argue for days. Even before coming to our hometown we argued. Yesterday the same happened. Except we were intoxicated and were a little too honest. She told me how she never feels attractive because I ignore her. I ignore her because the last time I tried to do something about our intimacy issues she ignored me. We both messed up in the communication part in our life. So, we were ranting and confessed to each other that we still love the other and wish there was something to spice up our marriage because lately it has been stale. One thing led to another. We started kissing on the couch. We were vigorous. We haven't had intimacy in 6 months, so all pent-up emotions and frustration was coming out. Mixing alcohol creates a recipe for disaster. We made this into a challenge. We decided that we would have intimacy in every room in the house. My parents went to a party with their old friend. I was sure they will not come home before 1 a.m. And it was still early. We were going at it. First it was my childhood bedroom. Then we moved to the guest room, the kitchen and so on. Lastly we went to our parents' bedroom. I was a little intoxicated but still cautious that we were doing it in our parents' bed. Somehow this made both of us even more into it and we were going at it roughly. The bed frame was hitting the wall but we did not care. Suddenly, I hear a crack noise. The bed frame was cracked. I got up and panicked. My wife was telling me to calm down because they wouldn't notice. I was still unsure. My parents came home late at night. We cleaned their room just the way it was to avoid suspicion. Later in the morning my dad complained the bed has broken. He was sleeping and suddenly the bed broke when he was turning. My dad has a huge body, so I can see the bed must have broken due to his body pressure. I haven't told my parents yet. They are still wondering how this bed can break so easily. I lied to my dad and told him the bed frame was very old. It must have become weak over time. He bought it. I do feel guilty because he probably doesn't have enough money now to get a new bed because he fixed his car and AC just recently. When did your ego ruin everything for you? A group of coworkers and I had a barbecue for the 4th. My female friend had invited me to come along and I decided it would be best to go. When I got into her car, alone, she had told me that she had lost her uncle 5 years ago today and started to cry. I did what I know best and put my arm around her and asked what her favorite memories of him are, trying my best to console her. The other friends came shortly after and got into the car. We get to the event. Everything's great, talking to people, playing catch, eating, playing with the dog, etc. She starts crying again. Not a big scene, but quietly. I stand up to sit next to her and ask if she wants a hug, and I got no response, and I didn't want to push about it either, so I stood up, looked at her for a second, and left. Now, there were a few other friends there at the time trying to console her, too, and they did, but I feel like garbage for not consoling her, because I think and feel I should have, but didn't because I thought she wanted to be alone. I don't understand myself, or this situation, or her, and I am sort of afraid to ask her. Was I wrong in backing off? Would I have been wrong to hug her without her saying yes? I feel lacking in empathy, and I felt her distance from me after that situation. Or maybe I distanced from her, I have no idea. We drove back after a bit and she was still upset obviously, so I left her alone in her car. I feel wrong for it. It's not uncommon, either, considering we hug and physically communicate often. But this time felt wrong. It reminds me of when my mother would cry when I was a child and I didn't know what to do, so I just sat there with her. Mess with my kids? Lose your house. I've got 2 stepsons and my wife and I made it a point to have a great relationship with their dad, Jason, and made sure he had a chance to be around as much as possible. Even staying at our place frequently to be around his boys as he lived over an hour away and couldn't afford to live closer. Jason had a crazy ex-girlfriend who had tried to claim they were married, variously saying common law or that they were married in secret, or married on an Indian reservation. but he had a restraining order out against her because she was nuts and had tried various ways to screw up his life. The ex is a horrible person. She had been arrested several times for forgery and fraud. She and Jason had a fiery relationship, but he had it in his head that he should make it work as he did like her daughters and grandson. But the ex got him sent to prison for violating his probation when he left the county to go to his mom's funeral and hadn't filed an appropriate form. I'm a little unclear on this part, but she played a major role in it. After he got out several months later, she wanted him back and he wasn't having it. He made a clean break, moved to a new town, but she continued to harass him, thus leading to the restraining order. She would send texts to people pretending to be police investigating, saying he was drinking and driving or taking substances, or pretending to be friends and family to spread rumors and hurt him. She even sent texts to my kids from burner phones, pretending to be other family or friends, saying awful things about their dad. Jason died unexpectedly of a heart attack and it was a shock to all of us. He was finally living in peace, had great relationships with friends and his sons, and was the happiest he had ever been. He didn't have much. He lived in a single wide trailer a friend had let him stay in for free, some boxes of tools, old comics, video games, D&D books and modules, mementos from his times in the Marines, and an old, 2009, pickup, which, on several occasions, he had promised my oldest son, let's call him Paul. Jason didn't have a will, and my wife became the executor of the estate because at the time of death, both the sons were minors and sole heirs. We packed up the things out of Jason's trailer and took the truck, which had Jason's name on the title but had to wait for the death certificate to retitle it in Paul's name. But the ex called Jason's sister demanding the truck saying it was hers and posting on FB she was reporting it as stolen, etc., which really pissed me off. After we got the death certificate, we went to the DMV and found out that she had stolen the title to the truck by forgery saying she was the only heir and we couldn't transfer the title. My son was driving around with a packet documenting everything in case he was pulled over for driving a stolen vehicle. We had to get a lawyer and start a special process that took several months before a director at the DMV fixed it and we were able to title the truck with the ex continuing to threaten and cause problems and made everyone miserable and cost us several thousand in legal fees. Early last year, we got through probate court. The ex never showed, in spite of saying that she was the wife and sole heir. The court declared the boys as the sole heirs and my wife as executor of the estate in their names. Instead of showing up, the ex sent an email to the court saying she couldn't make it because of work, she doesn't have a job, and that Jason was never around his kids, he didn't miss a single high school football game home or away and never missed a home track meet, and that they were just leeching off his SSI for the back child support. She went on with a bunch of other non-relevant shit just to trash my wife and sons and pretty much said it didn't matter what the judge said that she should get everything. During this time we found out that Jason's name was on the deed of the ex's house. In order to get a reduction in property taxes because of Jason's disabled veteran status, she had filed papers to put him on the deed, but not the mortgage. If she had just left my kids alone, we would have let it go, but she had pushed principal beyond the point of denial, so we filed suit for half the house. Property is worth about $380,000. We went to court-ordered mediation, and she rejected a mediated settlement of a fraction of the value, which we would have taken. In April, her lawyer dropped her and so she got a continuance on the first hearing. She then claimed that she had found a will from Jason designating her as sole heir, in addition to another signed paper that she found as a quitclaim deed from Jason for the house. I did wonder if it was this or her not paying him which caused him to drop her. She was going to go back to probate court to reopen probate and needed time for that, which the judge granted. On Tuesday, finally went to court on the deed to the house. She no-showed. The judge had inquiries to the probate court, and she never filed any papers. The trial lasted less than 10 minutes as the judge recorded the facts and awarded the estate half the property. They will impanel 3 lawyers to determine how the property will be sold and she's going to lose her house and for the first time in her miserable life, face the consequences of her actions. I read my dad's cheating texts and I'll never look at him the same. 3 years ago I found suspicious texts on my dad's phone with another woman while I was ordering Uber Eats. I didn't see any photos or go that deep into it, but I saw her saying something like we need to get away on an island together and that was enough for me to tell my mom and confront him about it, who was kicked out of the house for a few days and eventually came back. I didn't know in full detail what it was about but my mom vaguely said he was complaining about her and receiving nudes. He claims he never met her in person, which I kind of believe because I don't really think he'd have the time to sneak out. He was always home when he should have been. Fast forward to now, I'm 21, and my younger brother is 13. He was getting the Wi-Fi password from my dad's phone, and saw suspicious DMs. He came to me about it, and while my dad was asleep, my brother took his phone and we went through it to make sure before telling my mom. I know this is an invasion of privacy but my mom had already given him a second chance and I get very easily fed up with this type of stuff, whether it's a family member or not. And wow, I wish I could bleach my eyes. I'm well aware my parents have had intimacy and that is of course a part of any adult relationship. But my dad was complaining about how my mom won't experiment with him, and my god it was disgusting. The woman sent him several pics. He was saying how he wanted to pee on her. We also found out that he is bisexual. What's funny is he makes jokes about the LGBT community, but secretly is bisexual this whole time. Mind you, my parents have a huge age gap. My dad is 72 years old. He talks about my 2 brothers and I, our day, our jobs, how we're doing in school, and mentions us all by name. My dad says he is living a double life in the texts. Not to mention, When I looked up her username from my account it said follow back, meaning this whole time she was watching me. I posted my mom for Mother's Day and her birthday and the whole time she was watching. She also follows my 13-year-old brother, as if it couldn't get worse. Her PFP is literally her daughter, and it's one of those child's account run by parents that has captions pretending like the child wrote them. My brother and I told my dad, and he immediately started begging and pleading. I've always been aggressive regardless of the person, so I was screaming to leave my mom alone, but he's still staying in the house, and my mom is sleeping in my brother's room. I feel like a dad should be an example of what a man should be. I find it absolutely disgusting, especially reading how he is pressuring my mom to do shit that is very out of the box. This month was their 25th wedding anniversary and they were supposed to return to their honeymoon spot. I'm in so much shock. I read my dad's cheating texts and I'll never look at him the same. 3 years ago I found suspicious texts on my dad's phone with another woman while I was ordering Uber Eats. I didn't see any photos or go that deep into it, but I saw her saying something like we need to get away on an island together, and that was enough for me to tell my mom and confront him about it, who was kicked out of the house for a few days and eventually came back. I didn't know in full detail what it was about, but my mom vaguely said he was complaining about her and receiving nudes. He claims he never met her in person, which I kind of believe because I don't really think he'd have the time to sneak out. He was always home when he should have been. Fast forward to now, I'm 21, and my younger brother is 13. He was getting the Wi-Fi password from my dad's phone, and saw suspicious DMs. He came to me about it, and while my dad was asleep, my brother took his phone and we went through it to make sure before telling my mom. I know this is an invasion of privacy, but my mom had already given him a second chance, and I get very easily fed up with this type of stuff, whether it's a family member or not. And wow, I wish I could bleach my eyes. I'm well aware my parents have had intimacy, and that is of course a part of any adult relationship. But my dad was complaining about how my mom won't experiment with him, and my god, it was disgusting. The woman sent him several pics. He was saying how he wanted to pee on her. We also found out that he is bisexual. What's funny is he makes jokes about the LGBT community, but secretly is bisexual this whole time. Mind you, my parents have a huge age gap. My dad is 72 years old. He talks about my two brothers and I, our day, our jobs, how we're doing in school, and mentions us all by name. My dad says he is living a double life in the texts. Not to mention, when I looked up her username from my account it said follow back, meaning this whole time she was watching me. I posted my mom for Mother's Day and her birthday and the whole time she was watching. She also follows my 13-year-old brother, as if it couldn't get worse. Her PFP is literally her daughter, and it's one of those child's account run by parents that has captions pretending like the child wrote them. My brother and I told my dad, and he immediately started begging and pleading. I've always been aggressive regardless of the person, so I was screaming to leave my mom alone, but he's still staying in the house, and my mom is sleeping in my brother's room. I feel like a dad should be an example of what a man should be. I find it absolutely disgusting, especially reading how he is pressuring my mom to do shit that is very out of the box. This month was their 25th wedding anniversary and they were supposed to return to their honeymoon spot. I'm in so much shock. What's the pettiest revenge you have ever gotten? I was talking with my siblings during the holiday stuff and remembered an old story. It was 28 or so years ago. I don't remember the exact date as I have tried to forget most of everything about this jerk, but I think it fits here. When I was a little guy, I sometimes had to go out of town and spend time with my paternal grandfather. This dude was a pure jerk, as in my dad had to help raise all his siblings because this dude was never around. Premium jerk, and probably the patient zero of this alpha male phenomenon. Every time I visited, he tormented me. I wasn't as tough or strong as my brother and all that crap. I was 8 years old, my brother was 10. Not much difference. I just didn't like him and he retaliated. And he retaliated a lot. Stuffing sardines in my food, serving me food that was moldy and obviously spoiled. And he lived in the middle of the desert, so he thought it was funny to find tarantulas and place them on me and watch me freak out. He was a jerk. That's just the lead up. When I was in high school, the dumbass wrecked his truck, driving intoxicated from a bar, went off the road and basically split the little truck into 2 pieces, and his spine as well. My cousin's wedding was coming up and someone needed to babysit and care for the jerk. My uncle took him in, but wouldn't do it, and wouldn't ask any of his kids to do it either. Nobody else would step up, because we all hated him. So I did. He always told me I was the worst, and weakest grandkid he had. Jerk lived in the middle of the desert and would find tarantulas and put them on me just to laugh when I freaked out. I was 8 years old at the time. This was an opportunity to retaliate, so I agreed to help. I was in my late teens, and in the beginning of the ordeal he was super thankful for me helping because he knew nobody else wanted to. That lasted about an hour. He started getting demanding and talking his usual crap again. So when he finally said he needed to crap, I set a bowl and a roll of toilet paper next to him and said, "You've always said I'm just a worthless idiot. So, good luck." What's the dumbest mistake you made as a child? When I was 8 years old, I came across Omegle, an intriguing online platform. Exploring Omegle made me feel cool and popular among my peers. However, I had no idea that I would be exposed to adult content and learn about topics like relationships and intimacy at such a young age. This experience changed how I saw the world. Ignorant of the potential consequences, I naively sought to impress others and started making unwise choices. When I was 8 years old, my friend stayed over at my house one night. We were curious about Omegle, and we decided to explore it without realizing the potential consequences. While using Omegle, we encountered a much older man who had sinister intentions. He pressured us to expose ourselves, and feeling confused and vulnerable, We reluctantly gave in to his disturbing request. It was a violation of our innocence and left us feeling coerced and disturbed. However, as the demands of the man became more intrusive, my friend and I found the strength to firmly reject his request to engage in intimate acts like making out. My friend remained resolute in upholding her boundaries, protecting her dignity. Sadly, I made a misguided decision to comply, driven by a mix of uncertainty and a desire to please. This lapse in judgment haunted me. It led me down a dangerous path of seeking validation by exposing my body online, driven by a distorted fascination. When I went back to Omegle alone, I was unaware of the serious consequences that awaited me. Despite my innocent appearance, older men became disturbingly attracted to me. They crossed all boundaries, coercing me into explicit acts and subjecting me to their twisted fantasies. It was a disconcerting and unsettling experience. The men's manipulative words, filled with vulgar suggestions and disturbing proposals, left me feeling violated, exploited, and profoundly disturbed. After those traumatic experiences, conflicting emotions surfaced within me. Instead of feeling repulsed or disgusted, I became numb, intensifying my despair and pushing me towards a dark place. The weight of this internal struggle became unbearable, and I found myself contemplating desperate thoughts, fueled by overwhelming despair and a sense of hopelessness. Lost in my despair, a haunting question echoed: why did people skip so quickly on Omegle? In my distorted perception, it seemed like everyone on the platform was driven by an insatiable desperation, willing to engage in anything and everything. This notion of inherent human desperation pervaded my thoughts, deepening my disillusionment with the world and intensifying my feelings of loneliness and vulnerability. Blaming myself, I mercilessly chastised my own foolishness and lack of judgment. The weight of my actions burdened me greatly, as I criticized my own intelligence and regretted my failure to heed the warning signs. Sharing myself on the vast internet felt irreversible, and I carried a deep sense of regret, fully aware that I couldn't undo the consequences of my choices. This realization became a heavy burden, intensifying my feelings of shame, guilt, and a strong longing to go back in time. I accidentally slept with my cousin multiple times. It has been more than a year since my ex-husband and I decided to separate. Despite our separation, my ex-husband and I continue to live in the same house and co-parent our 3 small children. According to our separation agreement, the first person to enter a new relationship will be responsible for moving out or buying out the other party. Our marriage ultimately ended because of my ex-husband's drinking problem and lack of intimacy. Despite his reluctance to accept the end of the marriage, we went through a tumultuous period with extensive mediation. Eventually, we managed to redefine our relationship as best friends and roommates, which surprisingly worked well for us. To our surprise, we have developed a stronger bond as friends than we ever did as husband and wife. For the past 6 months, I have been in a casual relationship with a guy who happens to be from the same town where I grew up. Interestingly, despite living just 10 minutes apart, we discovered that we had no mutual friends and had never heard of each other prior to meeting online. While I vaguely recall meeting 2 of his sisters at various events or non-family gatherings in the past, I had never personally known this man before our relationship began. In addition, he was going through a separation and had temporarily moved back in with his parents while he worked on his finances to build a new house. His ex-wife was residing in the family home with their children. During those 6 months, we experienced a deep and fulfilling connection on multiple levels, physically, emotionally, and even spiritually. Our compatibility was evident, and we fell deeply in love with each other. We cherished our time together, engaging in passionate and intimate moments. We would often meet at least once a week for enjoyable experiences in the bedroom, and occasionally, we would also meet for lunch if our schedules allowed. Our communication was constant, as we exchanged text messages and engaged in FaceTime conversations every day. The affection and adoration between us were undeniable. Our relationship had progressed to the point where we started making plans for our future. We discussed renting a house together and even contemplated building a new home on his land, solidifying our commitment to each other and our shared dreams. Despite our failed marriages being known to both our friends and families, we chose to keep our relationship discreet for the time being. We weren't ready to explicitly announce that we had moved on, but behind the scenes, we were taking steps towards making our relationship official in public. The desire to share our love openly was growing, and we were making strategic moves to reach that point in our journey together. Last week, while I was visiting my parents, a casual conversation with my mom took an unexpected turn. She mentioned the name of a woman, let's call her Britney Spears for the sake of this story, in some idle gossip. Just as I was about to mention that I was seeing Britney's brother, my mom added an astonishing piece of information. She'd be a cousin of mine on her mother's side. In that moment, a wave of unease washed over me. I tried to remain composed and asked for more details. My mom revealed that Britney's mother had some distance from the wider family, and it was Britney's father who primarily raised the kids. She also mentioned that my grandmother and the Spears kids' grandmother were sisters, making us distant relatives. After leaving my parents' place, I called Mr. Spears to discuss the shocking revelation. Initially, he thought I was playing a prank on him, but when he heard the sadness in my voice, he realized I was serious. I made the difficult decision to end the relationship on the spot. He was upset and pleaded with me to reconsider, but he ultimately respected my choice. The next morning, when he reached out to check in, I reaffirmed my decision and requested that he refrain from contacting me in the future and keep our relationship confidential. Have you ever ruined somebody's life? I come from a small town in a rural area where conservative attitudes prevail. Growing up, I always knew I was gay, but unfortunately, the community around me is largely homophobic. In order to protect myself and maintain a sense of safety, I made the decision to remain in the closet until I have the opportunity to leave my hometown and find a more accepting environment. It can be a difficult and isolating experience, but I hold on to the hope of finding a place where I can embrace my true self without fear of judgment or discrimination. 7 years ago, a senator from Vermont made a significant announcement. He was running for president of the United States. As an outspoken and opinionated high school senior, I couldn't resist diving headfirst into online activism. While not everyone appreciated my political views, most people saw me as just a passionate 17-year-old who spent too much time online. The reactions were mostly limited to a few comments my parents received at church, and overall, it didn't create a significant stir. Even at school, I found myself lacking self-awareness as I couldn't help but constantly discuss the Democratic primaries. While I wasn't antisocial, the majority of my friends were equally geeky and just as oblivious to our own tendencies. One aspect I didn't consider was the consequences of harassing my entire rural town to follow my Twitter account, only to later discover that I had liked explicit gay content on that account. These likes were from several months prior, so they required some scrolling to find. However, a classmate named Alex went to the trouble of finding those likes and sent screenshots to practically everyone at school, including my parents. Although this was a difficult situation to navigate, the aftermath was somewhat less severe than I anticipated. It took my parents about a week to adjust, but they eventually became more accepting. Other adults in town avoided me, but that wasn't much of a change as they had always kept their distance. People at school initially picked on me, but their teasing quickly diminished. Still, I couldn't let what Alex did slide. It wasn't a completely harmless situation, especially since my parents were still homophobic and openly expressed it. Moreover, nobody wants their personal history exposed to their parents in such a manner. Alex was a top of the class straight A student with an Ivy League aspirations, and definitely Ivy League qualifications. His future was also fully dependent on his parents' money. I needed to hit these two aspects of Alex's life and turn them into smoke. Alex's parents embodied the classic movie archetype of small-town wealthy individuals. They belonged to the privileged class, with deep-rooted family wealth, his father working as a respected lawyer. Their reputation was impeccable, actively engaged in the community and church, holding conservative values, and even dabbling in local and state politics. Alex, being a privileged rich kid, was no stranger to the trappings that came with his upbringing. While there was nothing inherently negative about his wealth, it did come with a set of challenges and occasional instances of misguided rebellion that were characteristic of many spoiled rich kids. Little did Alex know that his own past would become the catalyst for the destruction of his promising future. Alex, despite his polished and accomplished persona as a valedictorian, had a hidden side to him. At the age of 15, he dabbled in the illicit world of illegal substance dealing, a stark contrast to his image of excellence. It was through a mutual friend that I discovered his involvement. As we procured grass from him once, armed with screenshots of our conversations, I confronted his parents with the evidence. Initially, they dismissed it as a revenge-driven fabrication on my part. To dispel their doubts, I arranged for my friend to show them the conversations firsthand the following Sunday after the sermon, which he willingly did. Adding to the revelations, it came to light that a year prior to exposing my secret, Alex had impregnated a girl who opted for a termination, which he financially supported in exchange for her silence about the identity of the father. Unfortunately, her parents had already discovered her pregnancy, and she willingly took the blame upon herself. I had some familiarity with this girl, as we shared political interests and engaged in occasional discussions. Fueled by her anger towards Alex for exposing me, and with a little nudge from me, she decided to make a bold move by posting a call-out on the town's Facebook group, sharing screenshots of their conversations. It turned out that Alex had been operating an alt-right trolling account, using it to harass black individuals with derogatory language, racist jokes, and even sharing IQ graphs. Several people, particularly a black student at our school, had reported these incidents. However, it was challenging to prove that Alex was the one behind the account, until I discovered that he occasionally logged into it using the school's computers. I provided this crucial information to the principal, and with the assistance of the IT team, they caught him in the act, red-handed. As a result, Alex faced a 1-week suspension and had to publicly apologize in front of the entire school for his actions. Alex's transformation from a model son to a disgrace was swift and devastating. Upon learning about his actions, his parents made the difficult decision to disown him completely, cutting off all financial support after his graduation. Despite still managing to secure a place at an Ivy League school, the absence of his parents' backing forced him to navigate the challenges of juggling academics and a part-time job. The immense pressure proved too much, and Alex ultimately made the difficult choice to drop out after just 1 year of college. Alex took his life shortly after. I stalked my husband for 2.5 years before we truly met. I married my husband about 1.5 years ago. The first time I saw my husband I was a freshman in high school, he was a freshman in college. He was walking his dog at the park, when he stopped to talk to my brother because they happened to go to high school together. That was the moment I became hooked. That same day I found his Instagram, his family's social media, and also where he lived since my brother offered to walk him home while I tagged along. When I got home that day I knew I wanted him, but of course I was only 14 while he was 18, so I came up with a plan. I found out his younger brother was only 1 year younger than me and would be attending my current high school. I figured that I had to befriend his younger brother by any means possible next year when he moves up as a freshman while I become a sophomore, and I did. It took around halfway of my junior year where we became best friends and he invited me over regularly to his house to hang out. This is where I was able to befriend my current husband's mom, and God did she love to talk about him. From her, I found out what college he goes to, his past girlfriends, what his elementary and middle school was, his favorite/least favorite foods, his pet peeves, what he likes, etc. etc. Eventually, when my visits started getting more and more frequent, I formally met current husband again. Current husband, I'll call him E, would come over every other week and stay for either Friday to Sunday, or Saturday to Sunday. On those days specifically I would wear my cutest outfits to impress him, and also joke around with him a lot. Eventually I befriended him as well. A little background on E. He is the school record holder for a certain sport at my school, which I just so happened to do. And around halfway through my senior year he came back during the season to help coach the current high school athletes, which included me, in order to get some more volunteer work hours in, and I got to spend a lot more time with him. I loved every second of it. We were friends before, but then we became much closer since I got to spend lots of extra time with him after school, where sometimes he would even drive me home since we lived relatively close. Fast forward to when I had to move away to NYC for college. He moved with me since he coincidentally got a job near my college. Being each other's only friends in a new state, we became incredibly close. We started dating when I was almost a sophomore year of college. He proposed to me after I graduated, and we just got married almost a year ago. He knows absolutely nothing about how I truly know him, and believes it is fate that brought us together through his younger brother. Lately I've been debating on whether or not I should tell him, or at least his younger brother, the truth, since the only reason I befriended him was to get closer to E. I feel guilty every time he tells others our love story, because the truth is, I've known him for 10 years, while he's only known me for about 7. Update, I stalked my husband for 2 years before I formally met him. I told him this 4th of July, after the fireworks mostly ended and we were heading back. I asked him in the car, wouldn't it have been weird if we met each other before the first time we actually met? But we just didn't think of each other as significant at the time? He smiled and turned to me saying, PFFT, that's impossible. There's no universe where we would have met and I would not think of you as significant. That statement struck me in the heart, because I knew I would soon prove that sentence very wrong, but I continued on with my plan anyway. What if I told you we have met each other before that time I was introduced as E's little brother's friend? He looked at me like I was crazy, so that's when I pulled over on the side of the road and pulled out my phone to show him the post I put up here before, that explained everything. He took about 8 minutes to read the whole thing, and when he finished he put the phone down and stared straight ahead, almost like he was dumbfounded, scared, and confused all at the same time. I started throwing out every excuse and apology I could muster at the moment for about 15 minutes straight when he decided to tell me to stop, and I did. Then he just sat there and sobbed uncontrollably for about 10 minutes before he finally asked me how much of our relationship, and how much of my identity, was fabricated according to his liking. I told him the honest truth. None of my personality or identity was fabricated for him, except for the fact of how we met. The only thing I ever changed about myself to make him like me more was lying about liking Chinese food. I hate Chinese food, but other than that everything else was real. Although my friendship with his younger brother was built upon ill intentions, my friendship between his brother and I are now one of the most genuine friendships I have now. He just cried and told me that he does not want a divorce at all, but he does want us to have some time apart so that he could absorb the truth that I gave him. He also said that he expects me to tell his brother and mom this Friday because they deserve to know the truth just as much as he did. I told him okay, and we drove the rest of the ride home in silence. When we got home he hugged me and cried for about 5 minutes before he got out the car, packed his stuff, and said that he will be staying at a nearby hotel for now. He said that he knows that he still loves me, but does not yet know how to react to the fact that the beginning of our relationship was very, very orchestrated. Dear Mom, I doubt you'll ever see this, but it wouldn't change anything if you did. I love you so much and I miss you every day, but I hate who we have become. I had a great childhood. We had our ups and downs like any family, but I felt loved by you. I remember us singing in the car every time we went somewhere. I remember you giving me hugs and singing You Are My Sunshine. I remember sitting next to you every night at dinner time because you were my favorite person to be around. I remember you teaching me how to cook and reading books to us. I remember being excited to go home and hang out with you / tell you about my day. It was a pretty good childhood and you guys did a damn good job of making sure we were happy, fed and loved. But, when I met my partner 5 years ago and everything changed for the worst. They were one of the best things that have ever happened to me, but I guess it was one of the worst things to happen to you. I know I did things that hurt you and I regret those moments, but you haven't stopped hurting me these past 5 years. I have tried to talk to you about this for several years, but you have refused to listen to me. When I told you that Dad was bullying me every day, you dismissed me and my feelings. When Dad told me in front of everyone that he hoped I got SA'd because then I could see people for the true evil they are because I wanted to see the good in people first, you said nothing to stop his remark. In fact, you only encouraged it and agreed with him. When all our close family and friends were messaging me berating and bullying me to treat you better or be the bigger man because you were my mom, you said nothing to stop them. You only added fuel to the fire. When I told you I was moving out, you cried and begged me to stay. But when everyone else was screaming at me to hurry up and leave because I was only hurting the family, you said nothing to stop them and refused to listen to me when I told you it was happening. You like to pretend that you're the innocent one in this messed up situation. You got everyone mad at me for wanting to grow up and start my own family. For years, you treated me like a child and belittled my feelings whenever I tried to talk to you. You refused to allow me in the house so many times, but in the same breath would berate me for not coming over more. You wouldn't accept 3 hours of my time on a holiday because it wasn't good enough for you. Even though my partner's families were fine with whatever we could give, even if it wasn't on that specific holiday but the next day or two. You told me that I was just playing house and hanging out with my fake family my entire relationship. You refused to accept me for who I was and tried to convince me that I am not what I say I am. Even through all the verbal and mental abuse, I still tried for years to compromise and be the person you thought I was. Even when my mental health was so low that I thought about ending it all, I tried to be there for you guys because you guys convinced me I was just sad. When I was battling with severe depression, I did everything to be how you wanted, but it wasn't enough and you said you didn't recognize me anymore because of how much I changed and you hated the person I have become, and you never missed an opportunity to voice your opinion. But that will no longer be the case. I am done putting your needs ahead of mine. My child is growing up and I know that I will never treat her the way you have been treating me. I will never belittle her the way you have with me, especially when she gets a partner the way you expect me to because I'm not toxic like you. I will treat her and everyone I meet with kindness and compassion because the only evil I have seen is the evil you have shown me, a parent to their child. You hate who I have become and think I'm using you? Good. You won't have to worry about me because I'll never ask you for a goddamn thing anymore. I love my child more than anything and she deserves a parent who can hold their head high and not compromise on their mental health. I love my partner with every fiber of my being and has been / is the best thing that has ever happened to me and I'll forever be grateful to have them in my life. I deserve to be happy and loved and free of guilt for every little mistake or favor or plan I have made. I love you, Mom, but I have come to despise everything you have become. I will forever cherish the memories of my childhood, but I will not have anything to do with you anymore. I hope you have the life you deserve. This is goodbye and I hope to whatever God is out there that our paths never cross again. My kids hate each other because of social media. My husband and I have 2 amazing children who happen to be twins. Towards the end of the school year, my son asked at the dinner table, "Dad, can I go to the gym?" When he asked what for, he said, "I want to be an alpha." My daughter laughed out loud and said, "You're into that masculinity nonsense." At first I said it's fine if he wants to be in shape. We all have our differences. The next day she approaches me on something my son posted to his social media profile and it was something along the lines of "women belong in the kitchen," and I immediately went to my son's room and asked why he posted that and he replied with "It's true." I took his phone and told him not to be posting things like that. After a while my daughter and him get into an argument. She says that men are nasty pigs who use women all the time, while he replied with "Women are only good for one thing." I immediately got angry and grabbed both of them by the arm and brought them each to their rooms without any electronics. I asked my husband what's gotten into them and all he could say was social media. My son and daughter both got into their last heated argument about gender. She said he'd grow up to be a misogynist and he replied better than a lonely feminist. Eventually it got to the point where she threw the remote at him and all he was saying was "Real men don't fight with women. They call the police." He did in fact call the police and they did say my daughter might be held accountable for the next time this happens. My 12-year-old brother threatened me with a blade and my parents are acting like it's not a big deal. Every single day, multiple times a day, my brother will have a complete meltdown over video games. He would scream obscenities at the screen, throw his chair and stomp on the floor as hard as he can. I finally came upstairs and yelled at him to stop because it was driving me insane and I finally had enough. He walks into the kitchen, pulls a blade out of the drawer and says, "Go back downstairs." By the look in his eyes, I can tell he really wanted to do it. I was shocked. I called for Mom and he just puts the blade back and goes back to his game so he can pretend that he didn't do anything. My mom came inside the house from the backyard and I said he needs help. He just pointed a blade at me. Please get him therapy because he isn't normal. She calmly tells my brother to go upstairs and completely ignores the fact that I'm shaking and crying. No reaction, no fear, no concern, nothing. Just another day. I grabbed my cat and some things so I can spend the night at a friend's house. On my way out the door my mom said, "Where are you going?" I said, "I'm not staying here. He is going to cut my throat in my sleep." Then she told me that he wasn't actually going to do anything. Again, just acting like what he did wasn't completely messed up. She didn't care how upset I was and she didn't care that my brother was making a violent threat towards me. Even my stepdad responded with, "You guys need to quit bickering like this was just another innocent sibling fight." They didn't give a single damn. I should mention that my brother has violent outbursts all the time. He hits our sister, threatens to kill us all, physically fought our mom, kicked one of our dogs, has hundreds of holes punched into his bedroom walls as well as blade marks. He punched a dent into our mom's car and told his friends he was going to sneak into our parents' room in the middle of the night and cut my mom's throat. What's a story that nobody believes you about? I got electrocuted by a cheeseburger. I was sitting on my bed with my friends, home slices you may say, for the 4th of July. We had a cookout so we were all eating food, baked beans, pasta salad, deviled eggs, burgers, the usuals. Traditional, generally not electric, cookout foods. My friends and I were casually chatting, unbeknownst to us the danger lurking nearby. Then the moment happened. Deciding to take a bite, I reached down for the innocent-looking burg and felt intense shockwaves running down my arms all the way to my chest, down to my toes. I felt my heart stop. It was intense as hell, dude. I can just imagine how confused my friends must have been, looking at me barely grasping this cheeseburger, just screaming for seemingly no reason. After I removed my fingertips from the cheeseburger aka spawn of Satan, I stared wide-eyed at all my friends. What in the frick frack applejack just happened? After exclaiming that cheeseburger just electrocuted me in a very offended manner, quickly explaining my bellow of agony, we began our investigation. How did this food cause such an effect? How did a simple, cheesy meaty bready combination of joy bring about such pain and misery? We quickly had the answer. So I also have this back massager that was on the bed as well. I didn't notice, but part of the cord was touching my burger. Apparently that part of the cord also had an exposed wire. I'm sure you see where I'm going here. So, I'm not an electrician, but I remember that electricity can move through water. I'm assuming the current went through the naughty, juicy burg, straight through my flesh, and traveled through my body. So after our discovery and the required allotted 10 or so minutes of choking and guffawing, you just got electrocuted by a cheeseburger. I stood up to make sure I was still alive. So here I am, 4th of July, electrocuted by a cheeseburger, full of confusion, not knowing how to proceed with my life. I did go to the ER due to some chest pain and just to make sure I was cool, and that was a hoot to explain. Well, there was this cheeseburger. The doctor stared at me with an expression I cannot name, somewhere in the range of entertainment and disbelief, and quietly stated, well, that's a first. What is hell on earth? My friend's stepfather taped him ever since he was 6 until around his 8th year. His biological father died of a work-related accident and his mother married this stepfather that she knew from her hometown a few years after. That fatherly figure soon turned out to be a monster that was eager to put his hands on anything that moves. My friend's mother was unaware of what the stepfather was doing, as the stepfather threatened to take my friend's life as well as his mother's life if my friend told anyone what was going on. He was in an ever worse situation after getting bullied. He wanted to take his life, but his mother was the only reason he didn't want to do it, and kept pushing on through it all. He started slowly making a few friends that helped him cope a little. On his 10th birthday he was left limping after his stepfather went all out on him in the worst possible way. He was forced to go to school the day after and was unable to sit at all, unable to move, but he endured it and shrugged it off as an accident so that no one finds out what happens. He saw what the man can do. He doesn't want his mother hurt or worse because he told on this monster. Even the bullies stopped making fun of him after seeing that he didn't care anymore about what they did to him. More uninterested in bullying an inanimate object than pity. A few older senior students who were a mix of 16 and 18-year-old caught up to what happened and pulled him aside one day to ask what happened. They all sat down and talked. Although they knew what was happening, they merely asked to confirm what's going on. My friend who told them to not spread it as it means life and death to him and especially his mother let out all the information out of pure fear from about 5 or 6 behemoths towering around him. The seniors were not amused. Not one bit. They were all hellbent on making this man regret his life choices, and make him regret it they did. They stalked him, cornered him and afterwards went completely berserk on him, putting stuff into his back door and laying into his manhood until a sac exploded. He was rushed to the hospital. Both his sacs were ruptured and are damaged beyond salvation. His back door was ripped to the size of a 22-centimeter ball, and he lost about 70% of his teeth. They caught him at the brink of death and managed to keep him alive somehow. The next day they told his mom of what happened, and what he did to him. She wasn't just filing for divorce. She took everything he ever owned, all the money he made, and afterwards had him put behind bars. With a little birdie that told every inmate inside of what he did. Last he heard of him was that he was being used quite literally as the prison's soap dispenser while in the pen. He came out roaming the streets, shunned by everyone, and they still regularly tell people of who he is and what he did to publicly shame him for what he did, losing him any job possible and barred from many establishments, and was regularly hissed at and yelled at to go away like a stray dog. There was no mercy for him. My partner has a huge problem with my PP. I began dating Riley about 6 months ago. Date was good, we enjoy spending time together. He has never communicated any indication that he was unhappy with our bedroom lives until recently. He has been apprehensive about giving noggin. I give more than he does, however it became real apparent recently as he gave really mixed signals and then stopped. I stopped outplay and was genuinely worried. He admitted that he does not like to give. It's not that he doesn't like to do it, but that he doesn't like to give me specifically because I don't have the snip. I was taken by surprise by his comment. He further explained that he doesn't think this relationship will last unless I get a snip like him. I asked him what it was about it that made him not like it. Like, I could understand if it was because I don't wash or smell, but I keep it fresh, clean and sanitary. He didn't mention any of that. He said he just didn't like the way it looked and didn't like that he had to pull it back. I've never had a problem with someone not into it. I laughed a bit because it seemed like a ridiculous ask and he got upset for not taking his feelings into account and he stormed off. He called me and said he had talked it over with his friends and either I get a snip or it's over. Edit. I called him over late last night under the guise of help me find someone who could get the snip done. He rushed over. I sat down with him and he immediately began talking about a local guy who could get it done through health insurance. Apparently he has been in this situation before where he demanded his exes get snips and they went through it. I had to shut him up by yelling at him because he wouldn't stop ranting about it. I told him quick and simple that we are over, grab your trash bags of stuff and get out. I let him know what he was asking of me was childish and he could go find someone to cosmetically mutilate. He then began to gaslight about how mean I was being to an honest request. He was being honest with me about how horrible it looks. He kept going. I got up, grabbed his trash bag and threw it out the door, picked up the phone and started calling 911 because by that point he just didn't want to understand any simple requests I was making, so let's see if a cop could make him understand any better. He said I was taking things too far. The operator on the phone heard the yelling and my god, within minutes I had the complex lit with blues and reds. The whole PD department had to find out about the PP breakup. He didn't do anything physical to me, so he was not arrested. What is the craziest thing you have seen your mother do? My mother is an army veteran, martial artist, domestic abuse survivor, outdoorswoman, longtime single mother, an artist with a college degree and, according to local legend, a bloodthirsty monster. My hometown is tiny and I was attending school there. I was nerdy, unathletic, hopelessly geeky, a teacher's pet, had my V card, got rejected by my crush 6 times and built like Susan Boyle. I was doomed. I had learned fighting back at bullies wasn't a good option much of the time. I'd still catch hell, and they'd just come back for more because they were stupid. One big dude named Robert was a piece of work. An 8th grader, he was 6'2", well north of 200 pounds, and had been held back twice. He ran with a trio of dweebs that had been giving me grief for a couple of years. I remember once he got in my face and tried to goad me into a fight. Told me stuff like, "You're a mama's boy and your mom's a woman I'd love to get down and dirty with in the hopes I'd swing." I didn't know how to, really. He got ratted out by a passing teacher, and we sat in the principal's office where he was told to cool his jets. Most days, I rode the bus home. On our fateful day, my mother came to pick me up from school. For whatever reason, my younger brother wasn't with us, so it was just me and my mother. We were walking past the big yellow school buses, all lined up side to side, ready to roll out, and then Robert's ugly mug emerges from a window, and sees me. I heard the exchange in the window. Robert had labeled me as "Sir Smells a Lot" because I forgot to wear deodorant once. Robert belts out with, "Hey, Sir Smells a Lot." I told him to shut up. My mother's head swiveled, and she got that voice that commands instant obedience if you value your hide intact. "Who said that?" I pointed in the direction of that smirking mug, and he was, God bless his poor heart, too stupid to realize the danger he was in. He said it again, head hanging out the window where anyone could get to it. My mother is 5'4", but never bothered to let that stop her from anything. In a flash, she was at the side of the bus, and in one motion, had vaulted up on the bus's tire and grabbed the open windowsill to brace herself. With her free hand, she was snatching at Robert's pumpkin head. That 6'2" stack of poop, acne, and hormones flattened Ricky in his quest to escape certain death. He barreled over his compatriot, all thoughts of chivalry lost, scrambling to the other side of the bus, squealing for the bus driver to save him. My mother kept reaching in the window, trying to snatch his full head off, screaming, "Let me at him. You're so tough, huh, you tubby bag of jelly." In the aftermath, my mother turned herself into the school principal and begged for mercy, which she received. I hate my stepfather and I wish that he would die. Stepdad raised me from when I was 3. The primary thing I remember about him is fear. He was okay a lot of the time, but when something set him off he was really quick to anger, a snarl flashing across his face and his cheeks turning red, and he'd come at me. He would grab the belt, but when he was feeling nice he would only corner me and rant at me for hours. I don't remember a lot of specific incidents because I got good at disassociating, but the one that sticks out vividly is when I wet the bed and he held me by my dome and stuck my face into it and told me he was going to train me like a dog. Even when he was in a good mood he was a deeply unpleasant person to be around. He'd sit me down and lecture me for hours with talking points from AM radio, highlights like women are going to steal your money and suck you dry, there's blacks and then there's N-words, etc., while I looked out the window and wished I was anywhere else. When I turned 18 my mom left him and he told me he didn't want to see me again because I reminded him of my mom. I still thought of him as my father and tried to reconnect during college, but he said my Christmas card was a weak effort, and at that point I decided to just continue my life without him. A decade later we met at my sister's wedding, and within the first 5 minutes he said, "Wow, I thought you were trying to get in better shape. Well, I guess you finally got a decent job. Took you long enough," and then started ranting about transgender people using women's bathrooms. I was cordial enough to avoid a scene at my sister's wedding, but it reaffirmed that I have no desire to have a relationship with him. Since then he bled his mother dry of money when she had honker cancer and then sued his siblings for a bigger share of her inheritance. They don't speak to him anymore. My siblings, his biological children, still have a relationship with him, but he's working on alienating them too. He told my sister she was not cut out to do anything besides secretarial work. She ignored him and is now very successful. He scammed $20K off my brother in a loan he's unlikely to repay. The last time he went to visit them he saw a car double parked outside a pizza shop and made a detour to run inside and start yelling about it. Says he's not going to hold back anymore, going to give everyone a piece of his mind. Talking about getting a firearm. I guess he's contemplating dying alone, so he's texted me for the first time in a decade to tell me that I'm a crappy person and I owe him for Boy Scouts. Base stepdad W. My sister tried to kill our dad for inheritance. My father is a military veteran who has aged and now relies on a wheelchair for mobility. I find solace in tranquil evenings spent reading to him or listening to our cherished music. Despite that, he has named both my younger sister, who recently discontinued her college education, and me. She is burdened with significant debts owed to her friends and struggles to secure stable employment. My father assured us that he intends to divide the inheritance equally, allocating 50% to each of us, believing that it would provide us with the means to support ourselves. When my sister inquired about the timing of our inheritance, I couldn't help but give her a disbelieving look. My dad casually responded, "When I pass away," which led to an uncomfortable silence hanging in the air. A few days later, I received a call from the police informing me that my dad had slipped on his porch. He managed to use his emergency phone, and as a result, he was rushed to the hospital for immediate medical attention. Overwhelmed with worry, I started to question myself and place blame, feeling irresponsible for the incident. However, hours later, I received the relieving news that my dad was thankfully okay. Curious about how the situation unfolded, I started questioning my dad about what had happened. He simply replied that he had lost his balance while slipping, assuring me that it was nothing serious. Upon returning home, I noticed the presence of a large, old, gray camera mounted on one of the pillars of my dad's porch. Recalling that I had installed an app for it, I quickly opened the app to review the footage. I experienced the most shocking moment of my life when I witnessed my sister intentionally pouring water on my dad's porch and knocking on the door to get him out in hopes he would fall over and die. I had asked with my dead twin brother's girlfriend to help cope with his loss. My twin taking his own life was one of the most impactful parts of my life. Being only 14 at the time, it was confusing, heartbreaking, and completely changed my perspective on life. I had never experienced a death of a loved one, so my first death being my brother was extremely tough for me. My parents became increasingly concerned about me and my mental health, so she always filled our flat with people close to my brother to make me feel supported. One of these people was my brother's girlfriend. She lived nearby and had been dating my brother for about a year, so I saw her a decent amount, but in the months after his death she came over almost every day for supper. Like me, she took his death pretty hard. We would comfort each other by talking about our favorite things to do with him, listen to his favorite songs, and would do anything to make it feel like he's still here with us. One night, while doing this exact routine we had for months, we started talking about their relationship. Being young and innocent, I barely understood the concept of a relationship, so when she told me they were sexually active, I was stunned. I started bombarding her with questions, all of which she answered with little detail. After finding this out though, it was hard for me to live knowing there was a side of my brother I never got to see and only she got to see. Over the next year or so, she became more willing to talk about the details that I was dying to know. The more time went on, the more details I got, and the closer me and her became. It being a few years after his death now, she was an open book with me. We discussed her struggles with dating after bro's death and how it's hard for her to even imagine herself being with someone else after what she had been through. One night in late winter we had come home from an outdoor concert. It was the type of cold where you could feel it in your bones. I ran to my room to grab blankets and proceeded to cover ourselves on the couch. She cuddled up towards me as we watched some TV and attempted to warm ourselves up by my tiny electric fireplace. It felt so natural that I had barely even noticed that what we were doing was probably abnormal. As usual, we start discussing her relationship issues and she mentions how cuddling on me felt like she was with him again. She started crying, which made me start to tear up. I embrace her more as she talks about how much she misses his touch. I would also like to note that throughout all this, I did not have romantic feelings towards her whatsoever other than a fleeting thought here and there. At this point though, things started to get somewhat heated, despite me not realizing it at first. She slides her hands under my sweater to embrace me tighter and simply asks, "Can I?" At this point I realize what she's starting to imply and we started kissing. The more we did it, the more passionate it became. We slept together that night and it was the most natural good feeling thing I've ever experienced. This evolved into a full-on relationship that was cut short by me having to leave for uni. However, it seemed that whatever she got from our short-lived relationship helped her get over my brother, as she was in a relationship shortly after I left. She also seemed to be much happier from the few conversations we've had since. Our relationship also helped me cope with his death in a weird way since she was there for me throughout my entire grieving process. It felt like closing a chapter on a tough time in my life. Not sure how immoral it was, but in the end it was largely beneficial to both of us. What is the fastest way you have seen someone ruin their life? My father-in-law is 65 years old and was married to his wife for 37 years. Together, they have 3 daughters. From an external perspective, they appeared to be a picture-perfect family. My father-in-law held a high level of respect in his career field and was also actively involved as an interim pastor or deacon at our local church. Following his retirement, his health began to deteriorate rapidly, and he started engaging in heavy drinking. In November, we received a devastating revelation. He had fallen victim to a love scam on Facebook. He had depleted his entire life savings, taken out a second mortgage on his home, and opened numerous credit cards to send money to this fictitious individual. In total, he had sent approximately $300,000, firmly convinced that she would relocate from overseas, and they would embark on a blissful life together, leaving everything behind. Currently, he finds himself divorced, residing in a rundown apartment approximately 45 minutes away from his family, and enduring profound unhappiness. His mobility has significantly declined, and he struggles with frequent loss of bowel control. Adding to the distress, he exhibits strong narcissistic tendencies, refusing to accept any responsibility for his situation. Instead, he places the blame on his ex-wife, alleging that she lacked love and affection towards him. Undoubtedly, this has had a profound impact on my wife, her sisters, and their mother, causing immense problems and stress over the past 8 months. In summary, he has lost everything: his assets, his family, his health, and his happiness. Given the circumstances, it would not come as a surprise if his condition continues to deteriorate, and it is uncertain whether he will even be alive a year from now. What's the worst thing you've done to a family member? At 14, I tried to burn down my father's bar. He was an abusive alcoholic who subjected my mom and me to verbal, physical, and psychological torment. My father would constantly make me work at his bar, performing tasks like serving drinks, cleaning, and dealing with customers. During those shifts, he would subject me to relentless humiliation, calling me names like stupid and dumb. He would even go as far as questioning if I was truly his son because of my perceived lack of intelligence. My schedule left me with no free time, as I had school in the mornings and then had to work at the bar from 2 p.m. to 9 p.m. Despite the demanding workload, I cherished my time at school as it provided me with solace and became my sanctuary. I excelled academically, becoming a top student and receiving recognition through national rankings and prizes. However, my father disregarded these achievements completely, showing no regard or appreciation for my academic accomplishments. One fateful day, my father crossed all boundaries. In his intoxicated state, he unleashed a barrage of unimaginable insults towards my mother, hurling the most vile names at her. This horrifying incident unfolded in the midst of the evening, with a crowd of patrons present at the bar, some even finding amusement in the situation. I couldn't contain my emotions and tears streamed down my face in front of those onlookers. In the depths of my teenage mind, I was overwhelmed with anger and thoughts of seeking retribution by ending him in his sleep. Yet, I felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness and weakness in the face of this distressing reality. On a subsequent day, while working alone during a slow shift, something inside me snapped. Overwhelmed by pent-up emotions, I began pouring high alcohol-level drinks all around the bar, on the counter, in the fridge, on decorations, even in the freezer. With a trembling hand, I struck a match, igniting a destructive fire. In that moment, I felt an eerie sense of paralysis, devoid of any emotions, not even fear. Mesmerized by the mesmerizing transformation of the blue flames turning yellow, I remained fixated for several minutes. However, the fire grew in intensity and soon became visible from outside the bar. A passerby noticed the blaze and chased after me, managing to grab hold of me and promptly alert the firefighters. The subsequent investigation attributed the fire to a malfunction in the fridge. As a result, my father suffered significant losses, estimated at around $15,000, including expensive drinks, a freezer, wooden furnishings, and various other items. Tragically, my father succumbed to his despair and took his own life not long after the incident. I think my stepdad is attracted to me. My stepdad entered my life when I was 7 years old, but I have always struggled with our relationship. However, as I reached the age of 16, there were numerous instances that intensified my discomfort and made me feel extremely uneasy in his presence. When I had just turned 16 and was in the process of bleaching my hair, my stepdad made inappropriate jokes about it, specifically mentioning it looking like nut on my face. Around that time, I also noticed a few instances where I thought I caught him looking at my chest, but I chose to dismiss it at the time. Now that I'm nearly 18, I've been confronted with a series of troubling situations, and I feel lost, unsure of what actions to take. As I showed my mom my new pants recently, I couldn't help but notice how uncomfortably my stepdad stared at my butt. A week ago, I gave my stepdad batteries for my baby brother's toy as a replacement for the ones I had originally intended to use. To my surprise and discomfort, he proceeded to make several unsolicited comments insinuating that I was rough and aggressive with adult toys. Adding to the discomfort, he has also made comments regarding my birth control when I jokingly referred to it as my anti-baby pill during a conversation with my mother, even though he was not even part of that conversation. I feel like I'm losing my grip on reality as these incidents keep piling up. There's so much happening, and it's difficult to process it all. I desperately want to share my concerns with my mom, but deep down, I fear she won't believe me. It's an agonizing feeling of being trapped and not knowing the best course of action to take. Everyone met my wife's boyfriend and fears for her safety. Me and my wife are poly. This weekend, my wife had invited her boyfriend over for breakfast and didn't prep for it at all. She was in bed minutes before he arrived and sent me to the store to buy everything we needed. I said we should go out at that point, but she said she wanted to cook. When I got home, he was already in my house with my wife in the master bathroom while she was getting ready. This made me tense because we had never had other people in our bedroom before, and my wife had previously marked it as her hard boundary. I was nervous about meeting this guy because we had a three-way phone call a month ago, and I wasn't digging his personality. Now I was on edge because of the groceries, because she wasn't ready, and because he was in my space. The guy comes out of my bedroom and he's wearing a full suit and tie while I'm in t-shirt and jeans. I perceived this as an odd choice and a power imbalance. My wife later told me he always wears suits, but that literally is not true because after breakfast he changed clothes to go on a date with her and ended up in a t-shirt and jeans. We sit down at the table and my wife starts cooking. Already this is uncomfy to me because the hinge is missing from our conversation. Previously we sat down at a table together, but my wife was effectively uninvolved in me meeting him for the first time, just occasionally chiming in while cooking. And we didn't really vibe. We'd ask each other a question or two and then it would peter out until a new topic came up. When the conversation died down, the boyfriend just spews intimate comments. When we previously spoke on the phone, this is part of what made me uncomfy because the conversation was going well until he hyperfixated on intimacy and any other conversation broke down. I had previously conveyed this to my wife after the call, but I am ashamed to say I didn't stand up for myself. I have difficulties saying what I want to in the moment. I was also trying to give him the benefit of the doubt and I didn't want to be too aggressive when meeting him the first time. My wife sits down with plates of food and the guy asks if he can sit next to her. We have a square table with a chair on each side. He picked up his chair and sat on the same side of the table as her, which was super weird to me and made me uncomfortable. My wife later insisted he always does this. My beef is that it felt like he didn't view this as an opportunity to meet me. He viewed it as a date with my wife and also I was there. After the plates were put away, I went to the bathroom and came back to them making out in the kitchen. This was my first time visually seeing my wife with another person and I was fine with it. But then, As I started doing the dishes, he pushed her down on the couch and fully got on top of her making out. My wife said no and pushed him off, so he went to the bathroom. At this point, I talked to my wife and said that her boyfriend was making me extremely uncomfortable in my own home and that I wanted him to tone it down. He walked up behind me, having gone in the hall but not actually gone to the bathroom, and said, "Don't mind me, I'm just eavesdropping." I asked my wife to meet me in private to express my frustration. She said that this is just how he is. I said we didn't talk about boundaries for this meeting and that many of the things he's done had crossed lines for me and made me feel uncomfortable in my house. She says to give her a minute and she'll take care of it. I returned to the kitchen and he's changing clothes. He brought all his clean laundry in a suitcase and was cycling through outfits, asking my wife what she thought of each. I later told my wife that was extremely weird to me, especially since she went out there with the intent to tell him to tone it down. She said the alternative was that she and he go into the bathroom while he changes. Fast forward, they leave to go on their date. I stay busy the rest of the day and can't get a hold of my wife from noon to midnight. I go to bed, having asked her to check in 3 times, called her, and no response. At 4 a.m. she woke me up to ask if he could spend the night because they had been out until 3:30 a.m. and it was an hour drive back to his house. I said no because we had planned a full day just us for the next day. My wife went out to talk to him, then came back and said he was too tired to drive and asked me to reconsider. I'm barely awake, so I begrudgingly say fine. My wife promises not to stay out so late again. We go to bed. Boyfriend sleeps in the guest room. My wife and I had planned to go to breakfast but had to put a pause on it because the boyfriend hadn't woken up by 10 a.m. I say we can get drive-through breakfast and my wife sends me out alone because she doesn't want him to wake up in the house by himself. She tells me he'll be gone by the time I get back. At 10:45 I get home and he's still there. My wife comes down and makes him coffee because we didn't get him anything. Because he was supposed to be gone already. I told my wife point blank I wanted him to leave because this was our day together and we had already had to change plans because of him. She said that would be rude and that we still had the whole rest of the day just us. He ended up staying until noon. He didn't say a word to me as he sat at the table drinking coffee and then fist bumped me goodbye. When he finally left, my wife asked how I thought it went. I expressed everything I described here, told her his personality made me uncomfortable. He ignored me, made me feel like a guest in my house. I didn't appreciate him spending the night. My wife said, "Thank you for being honest. I don't know how to respond to your concerns. It's important to me that you like him. I need to think about this," and shut the conversation down for now so we could focus on our planned day. Update: everyone met my wife's boyfriend and fears for her safety. I set a clear boundary with my wife that I did not want to interact with her boyfriend again and that he was not welcome in the house while I was there. I expressly stated how uncomfortable he made me with specific examples. True to form, I have not seen boyfriend since then. Then things got worse. I was out of town for the weekend and my wife had the boyfriend over for 2 whole days. In that time, he met our 2 housemates and made them both extremely uncomfortable. He met my wife's parents and made them extremely uncomfortable and even tried to do things to my wife's mother, something the wife overlooked it. And he and my wife had loud intimacy in the guest room at 2 a.m. and kept our roommate awake when she had work the next day. The roommate interrupted them because it was keeping her awake and this was after they had set a house rule that they would not do this because it already happened once before. On Sunday morning, while I was away, I woke up to angry text messages from both our roommates describing what they called killer behavior. Both said they were furious and extremely uncomfortable. Interesting to me as they both described the same pretend to go to the bathroom to cover eavesdropping in the hallway. On my way home on Sunday, my mother-in-law called to say she had Father's Day brunch with my wife and her new boyfriend and he made the whole extended family extremely uncomfortable, such that they don't want to interact with him again. This was extremely irritating because my wife did not tell me that she intended to introduce the boyfriend to her family at all, which is also my family because of estrangement to my bio family. At this point, I say enough is enough. I had been texting my housemates and called a house meeting as soon as I got home. My roommate who was kept awake started by saying I hate this man. I never want to see him again. I am politely asking that you do not let him back in the house at all. Then my next roommate said something very similar, as did I. My wife asked if we all feel this way. I said everyone you have introduced him to feels this way. Everyone, realizing how badly the weekend had gone for everyone else and that brunch hadn't gone as well as she thought. My wife was taken aback. We went around stating what he had done to make us uncomfortable and my wife started to shut down. She didn't try to defend him. She didn't say anything. She stopped responding until finally one of our roommates asked if she had anything to say. She said she wished we had told her this sooner because she had just said I love you to him earlier that day, which was news to me. She asked why nobody had told her sooner and the answer was that he was attached to her hip for 2 days and he looks over her shoulder to read all her phone messages. After a lot of discussion, my wife agreed that she would not bring her boyfriend around if anyone was at the house. She said that probably means he won't come back to the house at all. She also said she wouldn't ask anyone to leave so he could come over, and that he wasn't invited to parties. Except that she had already invited him to an upcoming party at our house next weekend and she wasn't strong enough to uninvite him, but also that she is afraid everyone at the party will hate him and be made uncomfortable. Moreover, she told me that she's going to continue seeing him. I'm engaged but my fiancé bullies me for my disability. My fiancé and I have been together for 3 years. He proposed in May and we moved in together in August. The past 3 months have been hell. I've lived alone for a long time, and I'm used to my own tips and tricks for coping with life. They've worked for so long, I didn't realize they'd be the root cause of why my fiancé is starting to resent me. We've talked extensively about things I need to work on, putting caps on bottles, minimizing clutter, sitting still during movies, but he still doesn't understand that these habits take time, especially because I'm still clinging to my old habits. He yells at me if I take too long to complete a task or do not understand what he is saying. F has serious sleeping problems and snores painfully loudly. I usually go to the couch. Last night, I asked if he'd made a doctor's appointment. He'd been having booze and ended up just laying into me like never before. He told me my job was 50% gossip. He accidentally elbowed me in the face and didn't even ask if I was okay. He actually laughed. He was gesticulating. When I sat up covering my face, he mocked me and then proceeded to dig into every insecurity I've revealed to him just to get a reaction. I was silent until the elbow, but I started sobbing at what we've turned into, or maybe at what I actually am. His expression is I don't always have to be right, I just happen to always be right. Ironically, he claims he also has AD and takes meds of his own, so I don't understand why my explanations aren't making sense. He called me a slob and said I have a choice in whether I want to be stupid. In short, I've spent years learning to love my brain and my life hacks. I was so proud of my old apartment, the people skills I've developed as an adult, and who I was becoming. And suddenly I'm back to being the disruptive annoying child. I've never seen him explode so easily or try so hard to hurt me. Update, I'm engaged but my fiancé bullies me for my disability. A few nights later, I went downstairs and told him I was leaving. When I got back, we needed to set aside some time to talk about how this marriage was going to work if only one of us was going to be doing the changing. He immediately got defensive, but I stayed calm. I didn't need to say anything. I'd heard it all at least twice a week since we started living together, but I stayed quiet while he talked. I listened to all the classics. I'll be better when. If you can just remember to. Life would be so much easier if. I then said I couldn't live with someone whose kindness towards me was contingent upon so many factors. And, this is the one that hurt the most for me, and for him, I think. I told him he needed to grow the F up, and that I was really disappointed in who he turned out to be. Because I was. I promised to marry a gentle, funny, thoughtful man who proposed to me with half a papaya, and he was not that guy right now. I decided to stay up and continue fighting and talking until we arrived at some kind of resolution, whether it be calling off the wedding or just being better friends with benefits. We both cried a lot, mainly out of relief, I think. I'm really happy that my boundaries have been established, and that I will always have a backup plan if those boundaries are crossed. I don't tolerate violence of any kind. I guess what I wanted to say is, last week was the best week we'd had in months. I've been in enough rotten relationships to know the difference between this and the calm before the storm, and I'm happy that this doesn't feel like it's leading up to anything except more conversations. The first time we admit anything is the hardest, but once it's out in the world, it can be really liberating. I'm also grateful that we could both admit what we were doing to antagonize the other and why I told him I knew my ADHD often showed up as inconsiderate, but that he remember my intentions are always good. He told me he knew his anger was misdirected, and he's meeting with someone later this week to schedule regular sessions. I love my best friend and I will do whatever it takes. Have you ever been in love with your best friend? I met this girl more than 10 years ago and we developed a great friendship over the years. We would tease each other all the time about each other quirks, such as my obsession with stuffed animals and her interest in having her toes played with. I dated other people and she dated other people. After all, we were simply friends. This all changed in 2018 when we started dating. We broke up after I cheated on her at a party with a girl who turned out to be her cousin. Anyways, my ex recontacted me during 2020 about how she missed me and how she wasn't good. She had some issues and wanted me back in her life. I obliged in friendship terms. The truth is, I never forgot this girl. She was always inviting me to go out with her or to meet up at her house. It never actually happened. Though we were back to our old ways, kept flirting playfully with one another like we used to before we dated. Eventually, I visited her one night 1 year ago. Nothing happened, but I held her in my arms and I won't lie, I felt magnificent at that moment. That's when I truly realized, yeah, I haven't forgotten this girl at all. Safe to say I tried to kiss her but she rejected me that night. Things got awkward for a bit and I left. I was kind of devastated but I felt it might have been for the best. Next day she messages me and we get to talking. She asks if I tried to kiss her. I lied and said no. I felt embarrassed. Things went on as nothing happened. She kept being sweet with me for a while but things went colder than usual. Fast forward to late last year and she had actually found someone. They dated for a while and broke it off. We didn't talk much during this time but after she was single we started talking a bit more. She invited me to meet up with her when she was having a camp by the beachside with some girlfriends but I didn't go. I thought to myself that maybe I should tell her how I felt all these years but she had just gotten out of a relationship. Was it the correct time? She was healing and was fragile so I decided to wait. So I did until last month. I decided one day to stop by unannounced and bought her a pack of sweets as a gift. I had no courage at all to go knock on her door and tell her how I felt so I bought some wine and drank in the car. I picked her up after drinking a bit and we got to talking. I was fine until I wasn't and I told her everything. Even private information about how I would look up adult movie stars that looked like her and go to town on myself to them. Well, I told her some more personal things and she cried and I kept repeating myself, telling her just how much she meant to me after all these years and how I find her to be magnificent in every way. I left and had a horrible night where, looking back, it's super foggy to me. I can't even remember some specific things. Well, things went cold for a while. She actually dated someone the same week I told her all this and that hurt me deeply. I was not expecting that at all though they ended it after just a few days. When I found out I unfollowed her socials. There are certain things I didn't want to see. Well, she blocked me, then unblocked me, blocked me again and unblocked me and followed me again. I haven't seen her since that day, but we've spoken since. I sent her a long, truly deep message she didn't know how to react to. Right now she's not mentally fine and well. To be honest, neither am I. I believe she appreciated it but said she felt disposable and was no good company to anybody and wanted to be alone, which I understand and respect. Well, a few days go by and I thought I'd be kind and buy her a gift similar to one I bought when we dated all those years ago. I played it perfectly in my mind, how I'd knock on her door, gift in hand, flower in the other, and we'd get to hug and be together. I showed up, knocked and nobody answered. I stayed for a bit, knocked again and left. I spent the day at the beach with a friend and when I get home she sends me a voice asking if I knocked on her door today. I said I did, that I had something I wanted to give her and that if a lot of days go by without giving it to her it would spoil. Well, she goes ballistic on me, sends me multiple audio messages saying how I'm being abusive, how her house isn't some meetup place and that I have no right, how I left her absolutely anxious by doing that and that her whole body hurt as a result. She said a few more things, not kind things. Well, by then I realized, yeah, this is over. I apologized, told her she could have peace of mind, it would not happen again and that she would not hear from me again. And I thought that was that. That was until a girlfriend of mine posts a story with a pack of sweets in my car. Well, I shared it, she saw it and replied to it, saying something like, well, mine is probably still under the passenger seat, referring to the pack I bought her the day I met with her. I didn't reply, had no idea what to say or what she was expecting me to say to that. 2 days go by and she texts me at 7 a.m, saying that now I'm ignoring her and how she hopes I never ever stop by her place again. Oh, and that I'm a stupid idiot. Been blocked ever since and don't think we'll ever speak again. Update, I love my best friend and I will do whatever it takes. She called me tonight. I had her phone number deleted but I recognized it mostly because of the last 3 digits. As I pick up I notice it seems she's sobbing slightly. Well, she goes on to tell me that she doesn't want things to end with me and that I was one of the best things that happened to her, but that she's angry with me for showing up and letting that bombshell on her. I apologized for it, especially for having drank before meeting up with her. I am not someone who drinks, so I'm especially vulnerable when doing so, though I did want so slightly just to get that emotional push. Anyways, she told me that she's confused by everything that's happened even though she says I'm very important to her. She told me some more private things that made me actually feel for her. I cut things off completely. I told her I'll probably love her for many more years. Being with other people hasn't worked so far, but like I told her, eyes that don't see, heart that doesn't feel. I said I'll miss her. I told her just how much everything she did hurt me, including our first relationship, and that I believed that I didn't deserve to be treated the way she did because it hurt me and made me question my worth. After all, one thing that assures me is that I did everything to always treat her the best I could. I always did what I could for her. I told her to be strong but that this would probably be the last time we'd interact. I asked her to delete my number, which is the last thing we still have to be in contact with one another. Of course, while I was telling her these things she started crying, which made me question everything I was saying over the phone, but I pulled through, mostly because like everyone said, this was doomed to fail and I was doomed to get hurt again. Time to think on my well-being for once and not someone else's. She calmed down a bit and took it fairly well, said she'll respect my decision. I wished her the best, hung up the phone and blocked her number. The lost girl. Every time to see a car rest spot on the highway my heart drops and my mind races. I remember that day, the day I found that girl. I was 9 when my family went on a road trip and we stopped at a car rest. My mom parked in front of the rest area to let my brother and I use the bathroom. My brother finished and went to the car before me, but me being a kid I decided to wander around the building and check it out. Once I stepped outside I saw a girl who came from the direction of the woods. She had on dirty ripped clothes, her skin was dirty, and she smelled awful, but she approached me. I asked if she was lost, but she wouldn't respond. I couldn't tell what was wrong, so we stood there for a few minutes while my mind raced on what to do. Then an old lady came and approached her and asked her again if she was lost and where her parents were. She replied that she didn't know and that her only family was a lizard. When this happened I had just recently finished watching a movie about a lost girl and her befriending a dragon, so this seemed so unreal to me as if it was a joke, but she was serious. The old lady eventually called the cops and sat the girl down inside the building. When the cops arrived I went back to my car and told my mom everything that happened. She didn't seem interested or amused, but I knew there was something odd about the entire situation. I watched the girl being questioned by the police through the window of the building from my car, then my family left. I thought to myself the whole night, what's gonna happen to that girl? Where did she come from? What happened to her before she found me? What if she didn't find me? Till this day I still think about the girl and wonder if she's doing okay. I hope she is. Have you ever accidentally slept with someone? I went through a really rough breakup in February after several years of being completely devoted to a woman who had commitment issues, but she was the closest thing to a soulmate I've ever had. It ended because she cheated on me with my brother. I loved her extremely deeply and I saw myself getting married and having a future with her. I've been pretty lonely as I recently moved and I started a new job after the breakup, and I reconnected with a good friend and we went out for drinks and vented to each other and just had fun. We are super close and have a lot of similar experiences and years worth of friendship to fall back on. He helped me a lot during the breakup, but she's one of my ex's closest friends and refused to choose between us. Flash forward a couple of weeks and she had a really rough week and needed to vent, so she just came over to my place and we talked and watched a movie while drinking and hanging out and talking. We ended up getting really intoxicated and did a lot more than I have ever done with a guy before. I woke up the next morning with him in my bed unclothed. He woke up and we messed around with me some more before breakfast, then I showered and made breakfast for us and we talked for a few hours about it because we both didn't regret it. I had completely changed his standards and his life in just one night, and we agreed that neither one of us was in a good place to pursue anything else, and we left it at that. Fast forward a few weeks and he's calling me nightly and texting me nonstop. We had another night last weekend and it was amazing, but I can't tell what he wants and it scares me a lot. I'm able to notice that he wants something more even though he knows I'm not ready for many reasons. But he also is making it feel like friends with benefits, which I don't want, and he knows I don't want it. It wouldn't be complicated, but my ex is still in the picture and we had talked about working some things out, which makes this situation 10 times more complicated because the friend knows that on both sides and still wants me. My best friend asked if I would be her nut donor. My best friend and I met in college and have been best friends since then. We hooked up once years ago, but it was an intoxicated exchange. She got ovarian cancer that was stage 3 a few years back and survived and has been in remission, however she had to have a complete removal. She had mentioned a year ago she was considering getting a donor for her child. She had told me she planned to use a donor as she has been single for a while. Thing is, I am in love with her and I have been for years, but she has no idea. I know at one point she had feelings for me, but I was seeing someone then, and out of respect for my girlfriend at the time she never acted on it. I feel like before I give her an answer, which will be yes, I should tell her how I feel. I want to make her dream of motherhood come true, and I am honestly touched she thinks so highly of me she wants me to be the father. Edit. I needed to tell her, so we met up for brunch this morning. I could barely eat and she could tell something was up. She got worried thinking I was going to say no or something worse, so by the time we took a walk both of us were nervous wrecks. I sat her down and told her everything, how I realized I was in love with her several years back but was too much of a chicken to come clean. I told her that I never said anything because I did not want to jeopardize our friendship. Her face turned white, then a myriad of expressions came over her face, then she started laughing till tears came down her face. I honestly was stunned. My stomach was in my throat and I honestly thought that almost 12 years of friendship were down the toilet. Then she started crying, sobbing really, and she lightly hit my chest. She half laughed and sobbed that she was in love with me too, but she thought that it would also impede the friendship we had and she wanted nothing to screw up what we have. We hugged and I told her that there is no one on this earth I would want to have a child with but her. We have decided that we want to focus on us for now. I want us to be at that point that we can do it together. Edit 2. Well, she lost her job and started having medical issues. Meanwhile, we as usual spent all our free time together and she just ended up moving in my place. I broached the subject of us getting married so she could get my health benefits, as she has at least 2 surgeries coming up. So we drove to Vegas and got married. I gave her a donor. We're expecting a kid very soon. I think I discovered a worldwide secret. You may or may not have heard of the Osiris Shaft. If you haven't, it's a place beneath the Egyptian pyramid where the public can visit. However, what less people know is what's beyond the walls of the shaft. I was with a tour group in the Osiris Shaft. It was amazing. A once-in-a-lifetime experience for most people. But for me, my experience was probably once in a blue moon. Maybe the first experience for anyone. I broke off from the tour group to take some pictures. I wasn't sure if it was allowed or not, but I didn't want to leave empty-handed. The wall that supposedly shielded off more to the public. I headed down that wall, snapping pictures along my way. I came across a section of wall which was different to the rest. It was a different shade of yellow. I looked around and noticed a tiny gap in the bottom corner of the discolored wall. I looked back at the tour group, then into the gap. I carefully placed my camera through the gap and squeezed through after it. I stood up. It was pitch black. I couldn't even tell what was ahead. I slowly went forward down what I assumed was a tunnel. I reached a small shaft, surrounded by wooden beams. I could see dim light. I climbed down the ladder, shaking at what I might find. When I reached the bottom, I turned around. I tried filming with my camera, but after about 1 minute, my SD card ran out, and I didn't have the spare on me. There were lamps along the wall, all connected to the same wire. What was this? I thought it must be something that maybe some geologists or historians set up for their work down here. I couldn't be more wrong. I went on down the lit up tunnel, half hoping I'd come across a person. I reached the end of the corridor. I saw the most out of place door imaginable. It was iron, like the service doors you see on the tube. It was very rusty. I heaved it open and walked through it. The other side was pitch black. Slowly and cautiously, I walked forward. Every step felt risky. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. As I went for the 5th step, my foot met with something hard and I went over. As I was getting back up, I had the idea to use my camera flash as my torch. As I did, I directed it down to see what I'd tripped. A rail. I looked directly at my feet. Another rail just in front of my feet. I was on a train line. What the F, I said out loud. I went back into the door, thinking it was a modern subway. Then I realized, it could either be a modern subway or possibly a mineshaft railway with mine carts at the ends. I decided to walk left. I walked slowly, keeping to the left side of the railway. After a while of walking, I suddenly came across something. This is what changed my entire life. A train. It wasn't moving. It looked abandoned. It was silver and looked like the Chicago subway trains. The door and small windows on the front were boarded up with wood. I walked up to the front of the train. I climbed onto the small front step, and with my forearm and elbow, I broke down the wooden board. It fell apart like polystyrene. I walked into the cab. The technology was so advanced. It had a massive GPS system to the right-hand side. I couldn't be sure if it was modern or not, some sort of advanced technology from Egyptian times. I went over to the massive GPS system. It was a map that looked like it glowed. What I assume were stations marked on the GPS, were all in hieroglyphics. What the hell had I discovered? I busted the next wooden board that led from the cab into the rest of the train. The carriages were so different on the inside. The decoration down the walls above and below the windows was amazing. There were pictures of pharaohs on all the seats and they appeared every meter or two along the top wall. In my mind, I still couldn't escape what I was seeing. This is history that was widely covered up, but why? I carried on down the train. The doors were even decorated too. I eventually found a missing door and jumped through that. I walked the way I was walking before, on the left of the train. Suddenly, I reached a station. It was so different to the kind of things we had. The layout was somewhat similar to tube stations. There was one railway, then a walkway between the other platform where there was the railway going the other way. The station seemed abandoned, for sure. But was it an old part of a still-in-use station? I went up a set of stairs, which were decorated with the same designs again. I reached the top, and it was walled off. They'd completely sealed it. However, it didn't stop me hearing the faint voices on the other side. Wherever I was, a certain life form lived here. Humans? Possibly. Alien forms? Equally possible. I backed up down the stairs and jumped onto the same railway as the one before. I had to keep exploring. On my way to the next station, I came across another train, but passed by it. Suddenly, I came out of the confined tunnel. The track stopped dead as I did. I can never forget what I saw. There was an active transit system going in and out of this huge structure. It was insanely tall and wide. It had stairs leading up it. It had Egyptian patterns carved into it. It was taller than any pyramid. Suddenly, I was hit with the crippling feeling of being watched by lots of other life forms. This definitely wasn't human. The feeling grew, so I turned and legged it back down the tunnel. I could hear something behind me. I passed the second train, then the station. Eventually, I reached the first train. Not far to go. I reached the open metal door and ran in. As I was closing it, I saw white glowing eyes running at me at an inhuman speed. I slammed the door shut before it could get in and sprinted back into the Osiris shaft. Am I the a-hole for telling my roommate that I don't give a crap about her boyfriend's allergies? I have been living with my roommate Layla for about 10 months. Layla started dating Kyle about 6 months ago. Kyle has severe food allergies to shellfish, nuts and soy. He can only eat gluten-free stuff and is also a really annoying vegan, shoving veganism down your throat like the vegan teacher if you remember her. He also has a lot of more moderate allergies. I use nuts and soy a lot in my cooking and some occasional shrimp. At first, Layla would tell me that Kyle was coming over and I would just adjust whatever I was planning on making if it was something that would be aerosolized, mostly nuts, and this was fine. He really only eats chips with ketchup, but sometimes he finds stuff he can eat. He's never had any reactions at our apartment for my food. But it slowly escalated and now they want me to not keep any ingredient in the apartment that could cause him anaphylaxis, even if I'm not actively eating or cooking it while he's over. I've refused and they've both pushed back a lot on it and I snapped a little and told them I don't give a crap about his allergies. I can accommodate him to an extent, but I don't care if the contents of my cabinet make him uncomfortable. He doesn't need to be near my things at all, especially if he continues telling me I'm going to hell when I eat chicken. They're being very dramatic and insisting I'm gonna kill him with my selfishness by having closed jars of nuts in the kitchen I pay to use. But I'm not going to have my diet restricted by someone who doesn't even live here. Layla isn't speaking to me at all right now and I feel a little bad now because I do understand how serious allergies are, but I also think they're overextending boundaries by telling me what I can or can't eat when he's not even here. Update: am I the a-hole for telling my roommate that I don't give a crap about her boyfriend's allergies? I sat down with Layla a few days after and really talked with her about why I felt her and Kyle's request was unacceptable and I laid out my biggest concerns. I eat mostly plants, so nuts and soy are like 50% of my protein. I'm not vegan, but I don't really want to eat like that and I definitely don't want to pay for it, so would they make up that increase? I honestly didn't trust them to stop there. I already did what I felt was a reasonable accommodation and it wasn't enough, so how long till they take coconut, eggs and tomatoes from me too? It was weird to ask me in the first place and I felt really disrespected because this is my home and I don't take second place to a guest. I can to her, personally, of course, but that doesn't extend to the apartment. I said I would agree to continue not using his serious allergens when he was present or soon to be, and that was the line. It didn't go over well at all and Layla told me I was overreacting and I could just do it and kept talking over me when I tried to say that I wouldn't. Eventually she slipped up with the "well, what if he moved in?" and I said absolutely not and ended the conversation with her for the night. We argued in circles about it for nearly 2 weeks and once it was out, she didn't drop it. I realized it wasn't going to get better, so I did what I didn't want to do and told her that I was going to the landlord about breaking my part of the lease and she freaked out. I do not know where Kyle's money goes, but apparently he doesn't have any because she was yelling about not being able to afford it on her own and he couldn't help even if he moved in. I told her that this had gone way too far and I didn't think I could be happy living here with her anymore. If it were easier for her to leave instead, that would be fine too. She was really upset and I said I wouldn't force her out or leave her suddenly on the lease alone, but it was one or the other. Eventually she accepted it and decided she would move back in with her dad. That was the end of April and she's fully moved out as of this week. My wife was sued and I'm starting to resent her. My wife used LinkedIn to find her former ex-best friend. She ended up creating a realistic-looking fake LinkedIn profile with a vague occupation of recruiter. My wife ended up sending this ex-best friend, Laura, a few messages pretending to be a recruiter in her line of work. Laura finally responded thinking that this recruiter was real. My wife wanted her phone number, but Laura gave her a personal email address instead. My wife created a second fake LinkedIn profile and started to send messages to people with similar titles as Laura at her company. These messages said derogatory things about Laura, a mixture of truthful things but embarrassing and just fabricated crap to make Laura look bad. Her manager got one of these messages that claimed that Laura was a heavy substance user and neglects her children. Laura's manager talked to her about these messages and he felt like the messages were bizarre and seemed like someone was trying to troll or harass Laura. Well, Laura's team had her back and helped her save these messages. Not only that, but Laura requested that she be substance tested anyway and have CPS called, to provide further evidence that she was clean. Several of her coworkers, including her manager, testified on Laura's behalf. Using the personal email address she got from the fake recruiter profile, she was able to find a few social media platforms Laura was on and was able to figure out her husband's name. She did some more internet sleuthing and found Laura's husband on Facebook. Laura's husband didn't have much on his Facebook profile, but you could see his business email address on it. My wife sent him an email claiming that Laura was cheating on him. The husband confronted Laura about this email and Laura encouraged him to keep responding to this person, and save the messages, as well as to start asking specific questions about this supposed affair. My wife thought she was being clever and ended up telling the husband that Laura was cheating on him during the work week. She even gave him specific dates. What she didn't realize was Laura had something turned on in Google Maps where it keeps years worth of historical GPS data. Some of the dates my wife gave him also happened to be days where they both worked from home together. She also ended up giving him dates during a time they were on vacation together. Laura had her husband keep responding as much as possible to my wife and to back up all correspondence. My wife was able to find out when and where the baby shower was going to be. One of Laura's friends had created a public registry for her and had the invitation online. My wife decided to show up unannounced. She did not make herself known immediately. Instead, she looked for patrons that were entering and exiting the rented-out room. She was able to get the attention of a few guests that had never met her and tried to gossip about Laura. My wife was telling people that Laura didn't actually know who the father was, among other things. This was at an event where her husband was at as well. The word got back around to Laura and she spotted my wife and apparently immediately put together all the pieces of what happened. My wife was able to find phone numbers, social media accounts and email for other people in Laura's circle and sent them messages about Laura on multiple occasions. All the messages were trying to paint Laura in an extremely derogatory light. My wife didn't think to mask her IP address, so it was pretty easy to find out that all of these made-up messages came from the same IP address, ours. Many of Laura's friends and family testified on her behalf. Laura had everyone saved as much digital evidence as possible, and it was a lot. Laura and her husband hired a lawyer and decided to sue to my wife. They had ample evidence against her. All the saved messages, close friends and even her manager spoke on her behalf. She showed that she went to see a therapist once all the harassment started because she was depressed and anxious. She showed that she and her husband went to counseling after the accusations of her cheating. She even went above and beyond and had more substance tests done to show she was clean and my wife's accusations were 100% false, and even had a paternity test done to show that my wife was again wrong and chose to lie. I honestly felt awful for Laura. There were lots of tears on her end. You could tell how much emotional stress she had gone through. She said that being pregnant during the majority of this was absolutely horrific and was worried the stress and anxiety would somehow hurt her baby. She was pained that her one and only baby shower was ruined by my wife and that was something that could never be truly repaid or made up for. And that my wife's harassment continued even after Laura gave birth to her newest child and was trying to manage a newborn child. Update: my wife was sued and I'm starting to resent her. I asked her why she did this to Laura multiple times over the past several months to try to understand what this woman did to my wife. She would tell me that Laura deserved everything horrible thing that my wife did to her, that Laura was a crappy person, a narcissist, a liar, and just overall a scumbag. But she never really gave specific examples. I've been pressing her for more info, and when she told me some specifics it made me feel sick to my stomach, not because of what Laura did but because how far my wife decided to go due to some petty things that happened in their friendship. Their friendship ended about 9 years ago and it was over a man they had both briefly dated. My wife dated Matt for a few months. She broke up with him because she thought that Matt had feelings for Laura. Laura said she didn't want to date Matt because he had dated my wife. My wife decided to test her friend Laura's loyalty, and told Laura she had her blessing to date Matt. Laura and Matt ended up dating for a few months. My wife stuck around while they were dating and once they broke up my wife told Laura that she had failed a loyalty test. They fought, and ultimately it was Laura who decided to end the friendship. Secondly, I was able to get some information from her about what inspired her to do this since their friendship had ended so long ago. My wife said she stalked Laura at a restaurant about 2 years ago, and it looked like Laura had lost a lot of weight and was fit. My wife and I are both fairly overweight, and apparently Laura used to be overweight too. My wife admitted that she felt angry that Laura had lost a lot of weight while she had never been able to. My wife was also insulting Laura and said that she doesn't make a pretty thin person and that her new muscular body was too masculine. She also insulted Laura's husband's looks and physique as well. I saw both Laura and her husband in person on multiple occasions. They both look like normal, attractive people who obviously work out. My wife admitted that she just wanted to do some snooping to try to find that Laura wasn't doing well in life. She found the opposite and was jealous of Laura's success. She first found out both of their job titles and their estimated salaries. She also saw a photo on Facebook of Laura and her husband standing in front of what appeared to be their very beautiful and large home. She said she was angry because she knew that Laura wasn't deserving of any of this. She proceeded to insult Laura about how she's not that smart, not pretty, not responsible. The thought of divorce has crossed my mind, but we've been together for so long and I still love her despite this disgusting thing she has done. I can't see my life without her. But, I know that if she doesn't improve or learn a lesson from this mess then I can't be with her anymore. A lot of people mention that if she can do this type of thing to an ex-friend, then she can do the same to an ex-husband. This has me worried some. I'd like to believe she wouldn't go nuclear on me if we did file for divorce. I'll be taking precautions in case I have to defend myself in the future. Edit, she cheated on me and she's pregnant and it's not mine. Update, my mom wants to have a talk after kicking me out 2 years ago in favor of her new dirtbag boyfriend. I decided to agree to meet up with my mom. When I arrived at the restaurant, I heard some woman scream my name. It was my mom who I haven't seen for 2 years. She asked how was I and said she would hug me but said she knew I would reject it. Her voice was shaking when she asked me to follow her to her table. Unsurprisingly, Brad was sitting there. He didn't even look me in the eye as we sat down. He just nodded his head as if to simply acknowledge my arrival. As my mom sat down she started shooting out multiple questions. What you've been up to? Are you in school? How's it going? I got annoyed and told her stop wasting my time with these questions. What do you want from me? She responded, well before we tell you, can we explain how all of this happened? I said sure. They never interacted with each other when Brad was in school. Brad only knew about her because his friends would take pictures of her before gym class started and share them with everyone. It was Brad who approached her at a bar. She didn't recognize him, so he told her he went to the high school she works at and graduated recently. My mom was lonely and jokingly told him she wouldn't tell anyone that he was 21 as long as he hung out with her. They exchanged numbers and made a promise to hang out with each other. She said she knew that I wouldn't be comfortable with her seeing a peer of mine, so she kept it a secret and convinced herself it was going to be a short and casual relationship. Eventually, the relationship got serious. When she was hanging out at his house she asked him about introducing him to me. He told her it wasn't a good idea. She responded by saying I'll get over the age gap relationship. He was forced to come clean about the relationship I had with him in high school. That's when my mom started tearing up and her voice was shaking. She said she was in shock about what she had done. She couldn't sleep at night because of the guilt. She couldn't even look at me without feeling immense guilt. She had him blocked on her phone. After a week he sent him a message on Facebook to at least meet him once. She obliged. He showed up with roses and begged for forgiveness. He even said he'll apologize to me in person and that he's a changed person. She took him back. The next was the day she invited him to dinner. My mom burst into tears and begged me to forgive her for hurting me. She then said these 2 years have been painful for her. Finally, Brad spoke and admitted she misses you like crazy dude. She still needs you in her life. My mom said I am sorry for being an awful mother. We want to make it up to you. We're moving to California and we want you to come with us. We will foot the bill for your education and everything else. You won't have to work at all. You'll have a permanent place in our home. I don't know what the hell came to me but I started laughing like crazy. Like a madman. It was the most ridiculous proposition. Now, this is what makes me the monster. This is what I really came there for. After I calmed down, this is what I said to her. Mom, you must be the most delusional woman if you think I'll ever forgive you. You are dead to me for good. The only acknowledgement you'll get from me is me peeing on your grave when you pass away. Then she was hysterically crying. I got up from the table and left the restaurant. Only a minute after walking to the parking lot, I hear my mom screaming at Brad to stop following me. My mom comes to physically restrain him from hurting me until he calms down. It's been 4 hours now after the incident. I know deep down I should be ashamed of myself but I feel amazing inside. I don't know if adrenaline can last that long. It feels like I took my power back. Have you ever hurt your high school bully? One thing in particular that made high school extra sucky though was gym class. Specifically, this one guy in gym class. He was overly loud, unreasonably aggressive during games, bossy, tossing the collective brain cell back and forth between his two equally ape-like buddies. He developed a sort of eye for me. After the first couple of weeks or so, he started asking me bizarre questions that I now believe may have been some sort of innuendo, sitting uncomfortably close to me, resting his hand on my thigh. He once blocked a doorway with his body, forcing me to literally crawl between his legs. He then tried to grab me and pin me to him once I was almost through, but I'm very good at dodging physical contact whenever possible, and dipped on him before his giant gorilla arm could catch me. I cannot emphasize enough how terrible this dude smelled, but the true breaking point came during the peak cruelty of this school-mandated sadism. Gym swim. I told my gym teacher first semester, really early on, that Jack was making me incredibly uncomfortable. The gym teacher waved it off, saying he was just playing around and that it's probably because he likes you. Second semester rolls around, and the 4-week period of gym swim descends upon us. 40 adolescents forced into a cold, overly chlorinated pool for 50 minutes, adorned in swimsuits determined to crawl up into our back doors like Ant-Man himself. I am autistic, so the echoing sounds, reflected fluorescent lights, pungent odors, slimy floors, and assorted BS made the situation even worse for me. On top of the sensory overload, there was Jack. I think something about being allowed to go shirtless and stare at the nearly bare butts of girls for an entire period emboldened him, because Jack promptly lost whatever semblance of restraint he'd had until then. He made frequent attempts to grab me, trying to hold me against him, which was disgusting, and I spent most of the class trying to evade him. The swimsuit I was forced to wear fit a little awkwardly around my honkers, which he delighted in pointing out to his buddies, staring unabashedly at me. He managed to sneak up behind me and snap the strap of my swimsuit, even trying to pull it down off my shoulder, but I jerked away fast enough to prevent that. I was furious at this point, but I'm like 5'2", maybe, whereas he was easily over 6'5", probably 300 pounds, and I'm not stupid. While all of this was happening, my new gym teacher was busy trying to keep a couple of the other guys from drowning each other. The final straw came one Wednesday afternoon, the event that finally pushed me off the edge of the rationality I'd been clinging to and sent me plummeting into full-on bloodthirst. There I was, paddling around, minding my own business, when Jack and his two goons managed to corner me. I'm immediately suspicious, hackles raised, as they ask me fairly banal questions about how the pool is today and the like, sniggering the whole time. I give short, terse answers, trying to see if I could maybe slip past them. I spot an opening and bolt for it, but Jack was apparently expecting this. As I swim through the narrow gap between him and one of his friends, he stretches his arm out, and actually manages to slip his hand under my suit to grab my chest. I froze for a moment, the delighted giggling of him and his friends echoing in my ears as if from 1,000 miles away. The next thing I knew, I was out of the pool, being held back by the gym teacher, and Jack had a bloody nose. He was shouting angrily at me, calling me crazy as his nose gushed into the water. There was mass confusion among the class. I was told to change quickly and sit in the hallway. Apparently, the gym teacher had heard me screech like a banshee, followed by a number of shouts, and had looked over to see me wrestle out of Jack's grip, jump on his back, and throw him off balance enough to push his face into the edge of the pool wall. I remembered none of this, but I did find a few chunks of greasy brown hair clenched in my fist that I'd evidently pulled from his scalp when the teacher pulled me off. I washed my hands right after. It was decided that I'd go to school early tomorrow to have a little talk with the dean. They would have just sent me there straight away, but gym was my last class of the day, and the dean had already left by then for whatever reason, so it had to be postponed a little while. It was pretty heavily implied that I was going to be suspended, quite possibly even expelled, for what had happened. The next morning, I did two things. I put on mascara, and I made a superficial, but rather painful incision on my right thigh, high enough so as to be covered by my shorts. I sat down in front of the dean. I didn't need to fake the fear in my expression, but I made sure to throw in something that could be interpreted as guilt, too, bowing my head and twisting my face in dismay. "Do you know why you're here, young lady?" He said yes, I said softly. "And you know that what you did is very serious?" "Yes," I said again, making my voice tremble. "Care to explain yourself, then?" I began, my voice shaking. "I just wanted him to stop." "Stop what?" the dean prompted, his eyebrows furrowed. "I just wanted him to stop harassing me," I blurted. As I said this, I reached my hand under the table where he couldn't see it and dug my finger into the cut on my leg, causing me to lurch forward as if in a sob, my other hand covering my face as my eyes watered from the pain. "Harassing you?" the dean asked, his brows now on a collision course for Mars. I spent the next several minutes divulging all that had happened to me that year, digging into my injury for some tears whenever necessary, and by the end of it the dean looked horrified. He reaffirmed that no, I shouldn't have attacked Jack like that, but that they'd have to investigate the matter further. Jack got suspended for 2 weeks. I wasn't satisfied. He returned to school 2 weeks later. One of his friends had a little brother in my bio class named Owen, who I had worked out a deal with. See, Jack had been very vocal about his displeasure with me to his friends, which made its way to Owen, who, for the low price of bailing his dumb self out in biology, was more than willing to share that information with me. Anything Jack shared with his friends made its way directly to me via Owen, and, as it turns out, this dude didn't keep a whole lot to himself. I found out he was selling hardcore stuff and had been cheating his way through most of his classes. However, I knew how suspicious it would look for me to report something like that so soon. He hadn't been subtle about his displeasure with my retaliation, and spent most of gym class sending really ugly looks my way. The gym teacher kept us as far away from each other as possible, but he managed to track me down in a passing period one day and rant at me about how I had screwed him over and that I was a lying little girl. I found out from Owen later that Jack had been bragging to his friends last night about the switchblade he'd stolen from one of those hunting stores downtown, and promised he'd show it off to them later that day. I seized the opportunity. I took a few seconds in the bathroom mirror, scratching at the scab on my leg until my eyes were teary enough to really sell the terrified victim look, then bolted down to the dean's office, stuttering and shaking, crying out for help. The front desk lady was understandably startled by the sight of a seemingly panicked freshman girl bolting into the office, and called the dean out right away. His face grew serious when he saw me. "Mr. Dean, please help. He's gonna kill me," I cried. "Now, slow down," he said. "What happened?" "Jack," I said, resisting the urge to grin maniacally at the hardness that appeared in the dean's eyes. He cornered me in the hall. He called me names and said he was gonna make me regret telling on him. He's got a knife. He what? The dean barked. Everything moved very quickly after that. The security guards were told to search the kid's locker, while a couple other security officers were called down to get Jack out of his classroom and take him to the office. They found the knife in his backpack, and the substances in his locker. That, combined with his previous charges, was enough to get him not only expelled, but arrested. You are legally allowed to kill someone once, but you must fill out the proper paperwork and your proposed victim will be notified of your intentions. I thought I'd get there early, beat the lines. The Department of Legal Killings opened at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. was a foreign concept to me. Sometimes, in my insomniac stupor, as dusk turned to deep, purple night and then back to rosy dawn, I'd imagine people waking up, making coffee, reading the paper, sitting down to toast. A life like that might as well have been on another planet. But still, I found myself getting into my car at 8:30, groggy, yes, but thrilled, invigorated with the light of the morning sun and the thought of death. I pulled into the DLK parking lot at 8:50. The line was already halfway down the block. I knew that the program, since being put to a vote and passed late last year, was popular, but I still wasn't expecting this. I also wasn't expecting the sort of people I saw standing there, on a bright morning, hungry for blood. I'd expected dark souls, vagabonds, transients with tattooed knuckles and stringy black hair, but there were put-together young men, in button-down shirts and khakis. There were old men, gray hair, stooped, in dingy corduroys, who looked like their years of bloodlust should have been well behind them. And then there were the women. Young, beautiful women with golden hair and perfect skin, buzzing with life. And old, matronly women with deep creases on their faces, the kind you'd expect to make amazing soup from an ancient, secret recipe. The kind that has taught half the world's daughters how to love, and hate. And there I was, at the DLK, like a child getting his first driver's permit, scared, ecstatic, and relieved. I was so close. Once inside, the line shortened. At the front of the queue was a single desk, with a single uniformed employee sitting behind it. They asked for my ID, and handed me a form on a clipboard. She also gave me a number. They'll call you shortly. Please have the paperwork filled out by the time you're called, or you will forfeit your place in line. With that, I took a seat on a hard, plastic chair. The form was straightforward. My name and address, my intended victim's name and address, and a place to sign on the bottom. That was all. No reason for killing, no place to list my grievances, nothing. After what seemed like an eternity, my number was called. The agent in charge of my case looked over my paperwork, signed their name next to mine and stamped the form with a huge, heavy stamp that exuded importance. You're all set, they said. That's it? That's it. And, they'll know it's happening? Yes, we will notify them for you. How do you do it? I asked. They'll get a certified letter. Do they know to expect it? They do, yes. Good, the agent replied. That makes things easier. Have you seen a case like this before? I asked. I didn't know why I was prolonging the conversation, but there was something comforting about the agent's stark, bureaucratic formality. Yes, it's quite common. Actually, we have a whole file set aside for killing a father. With that, a wave of relief swept over me. There were others, many others, waking up early, making toast, reading the newspaper. Others, living their entire, normal lives, waiting for the moment, the exact perfect moment, to kill. I took my paperwork and left. I was full of life, leaving the DLK with an exuberance I hadn't felt in years. I don't remember a single thing about the drive to my father's house. I could have run every red light without knowing it. It wasn't until I pulled into his driveway that the gravity of the situation hit me, that this was finally happening. I've never lost the key to his house, and pulling it out on his front porch, I was overcome with a sense of nostalgia. This key, this tool of entry from one world to another, a secret you share with only those you love and trust. This was one of the last times I'd be using it. Just one more tie to sever. It fit easily in the lock. I walked through the living room. None of the lights were on. I could already smell death in this house. He'd been dragging his robes across the tattered carpets for months already. Waiting, like I'd waited, impatiently, hungrily. I turned into his bedroom. There he was, in his gray room, on his gray bed, the mattress bowed in the middle like a hammock. It was quiet, except for the repeated, mechanical hiss and whir of the ventilator. I sat next to him, looked into his cloudy blue eyes. I thought, for a second, he recognized me, but I could never be sure anymore. I kissed him lightly on the forehead. I said I love you. Then I unplugged the machine. My grandma was a little weird. My paternal grandma got pregnant with my dad when she was 13 in a small town. She claimed my grandpa was abusive, so she and her sisters took off for New Mexico when she was 16 and my dad was a little less than 3. On the way she surprise delivered my uncle, who bears little resemblance to my dad. She then very openly carried on an affair with her 60-year-old boss until she met my step-grandpa. He was a great guy, raised my dad and uncle as if they were his own. As the story goes, step-grandpa is overjoyed when grandma gets pregnant with his baby, but my aunt comes out bearing a remarkable resemblance to grandma's boss. Boss's wife shows up to the happy house with a firearm and a checkbook, says she's using one of the other to get my grandma to go away. So in 1961 my grandma gets a check for $10,000 and she and step-grandpa buy a brand new house. Then grandma had innumerable more affairs, was married 4 times more, and my step-grandpa felt so betrayed after he raised all 3 kids he took his life. Grandma tried to swoop in and take over his Social Security survivor benefits somehow. Right before grandma died a few years ago she kicked her last husband out, cleaned out their joint savings, and she and my aunt and cousins took off for Arkansas. Right after I was born my real grandpa shows up on our doorstep with literal boxes full of letters, birthday cards, newspaper clippings of my dad's activities like sports and getting his PhD. Grandma had gone through all of them and taken the cash and checks and kept them for herself, and just to be cruel returned the remnants. Turns out grandpa was a great guy who was never abusive, missed his son like crazy, and was always working blue-collar jobs, so could never really get away. Grandma actually bolted when she was 16 because she'd had an affair with a local Buick salesman and his wife came only with a gun, but no checkbook. Have you ever been publicly embarrassed? Last night I offered one of my coworkers a ride home after work. She is drop dead gorgeous and always wears open-toed shoes, which I love. I try not think of her in that way however, as she is 17 and I am 25. That being said, I still managed to end up in a temporary love triangle. She accepted my offer to drop her off at her apartment when we were done working. On our way, she answered a phone call from her boyfriend. I had no idea what the boyfriend was saying, but based on my coworker's unexpectedly candid responses, it became obvious that her boyfriend was upset at her for posting a photo on social media of her drinking somewhere with random guys. My coworker explained that the random guys actually worked with her and the photos were taken during our monthly office party. The conversation between my coworker and him became more and more heated, especially when she started using words like insecure, immature and jealous to respond to him. I was doing my best to not look like I was eavesdropping, even though it was impossible not to. The boyfriend must have realized his girlfriend was in the car with a person of interest because my coworker's next response to him was nope, not in an Uber. One of the guys at work offered to drive me home. She listened and listened and listened while shaking her head and rolling eyes before opening her mouth and suddenly saying yes, he is one of the guys in the photo. In fact, he's the tall guy on the far left with the cute dimples. It was literally the first compliment I've gotten from the opposite gender about my looks since my girlfriend broke up with me for chasing her with a blade due to anger problems I had because of my steroid use. I was so caught off guard with the cute dimples line that I momentarily stopped focusing on the road and stared at my coworker with deer in headlights eyes. My coworker hung up on her boyfriend and said I just missed the turn off. What was supposed to be a 10-minute drive to my coworker's apartment turned into a 25-minute journey because of my lack of concentration. The boyfriend called again a few minutes later and my coworker had to explain to him why she was still on the road and not at home yet. I didn't have to hear what my coworker's boyfriend was saying to know that he did not like the fact that she was still with the cute dimples guy. My coworker eventually became so frustrated, she switched to Danish mid-argument, her native language. I think she assumed I wouldn't understand what she was saying, but I did. My best friend is Scandinavian. When we got intoxicated together, he never spoke English, which kind of forced me to learn what he was talking about. My coworker, now speaking Danish to her boyfriend, apologized for upsetting him and said that he had no reason to feel threatened because she would never cheat on him with anyone, especially not with the guys at work, and singled me out, saying she noticed me always staring at her feet and that my dimples are the only cute things about me and the fact my teeth look like badger's teeth. So, there I was, still buzzed on the cute dimples compliment, when I heard my coworker roast me. I guess she was doing it to convince her boyfriend that he was better than us and kind of boost his ego in the process because she really made us sound bad. She also said I walk like I'm riding an invisible bicycle, and she went even further. She said my voice was so husky it made her feel like she needed to clear her throat every time she heard me talk. The tension between my coworker and him died down because she was laughing and talking dirty in Danish. When I finally made it to her apartment, I didn't even bother saying goodnight. As she was getting out she gave me a peck on my cheek. Women. My pregnant wife is scarred and therefore less valuable because she defended me from a fatal attack. My wife and I have a kid on the way and she's 7 months along. My wife was always on the fence about kids, but I was adamant about wanting them, so she finally gave in when I pestered her enough about it. However, now that it's becoming so real I'm not sure anymore. A few months ago my wife and I were at the park when someone yelled at us for speaking in my native language. My wife is trying to learn my native language too to make sure our family is fully bilingual and I don't lose my culture. We were practicing out loud and sharing a snack when this guy just walked up to us with wild, prejudiced BS. He kicked our food and there was some arguing, and while I was calling the police with my back turned he tried to hit me with a pretty large rock. My wife jumped in between and ended up taking the full force of it. This wounded her forehead badly and knocked her out cold for almost a minute. I rushed my wife to the hospital and the guy ran off and was eventually caught by police a few weeks later. My wife needed 14 stitches in her face. Her face was puffed up beyond recognition for a few days too, and when she fell, she messed up an old knee injury, so when she got out of the hospital the next day half her face was covered in bandages and she was limping. But she was still cracking jokes in the ER making me laugh. After the bandages and stitches came out, she was told she would need to wait at least a year before having her scar surgically fixed. But now that the year has almost passed, I've started hinting at her scheduling appointments and such. This entire time I've been struggling with remaining attracted to her despite it, but didn't tell her, since I didn't want to be cruel. She's now saying she doesn't think she wants to get anything done because she wants to save the money for the baby. I've offered to pay for half of it, and she still hasn't really looked into having it done. I've also pushed back her meeting my parents again because of this and bringing her around my friends since it happened. Another part of me is also just sort of mad she even did it. I feel like half of a man now. I have got myself on dating apps, but I've had to delete myself off them before making a mistake and been channeling it all at the gym, but every time I look at her I'm reminded of all of those feelings. She hasn't changed a bit besides the scar. She's obviously handled it way better than I did, and somehow it's making me love her less. This, plus the pregnancy. I don't even know what to do. My boyfriend of 4 years has been collecting and freezing disgusting things. My boyfriend and I have been together for 4 years, and a few months ago we adopted a dog who is about 1 year old. He's very healthy and loving, well trained, a truly perfect dog. My boyfriend has a so-called man cave in our house. It's untidy, so I don't really go in there. He has a fridge with old cheese that is probably 6 months out of date and vertical bar. I even found his nut sock in there once. Hence I have not returned to it. He also has a freezer there which I assumed was for drinks and snacks. Today I had some friends over and we ran out of beer, so I mustered up the courage to go to his man cave to see if he had any in his freezer. Turns out he didn't. But he did have a whole load of my dog's poop in there. It was all frozen. It looks like he's been collecting it for a month. There's easily over 200 bags of poop. So when my boyfriend came home I asked him what the heck he was doing with frozen poo. After an initial non-reaction he put his head in his hands and started to laugh. He explained that his friend from university is moving to town. His friend and him had an ongoing tradition of gross pranks. They've been in touch recently just catching up before the move and his friend sent a box of bird crap to my boyfriend disguised as a box of chocolates. I didn't know about this. My boyfriend wanted to get him back by sending him a welcome to town gift from my friend's new boss of steaks, which he would drop off at his house prior to him arriving. By the time his friend arrived, the steak box would have defrosted. The friend would open the box from his boss and he would open it to just find our dog's poop. Like, I'm glad he's not eating it I guess. The prank is weird, and he didn't tell me because he knew I'd think it was gross and didn't think I'd want to be involved. Which I don't, really, but I'm so relieved I just told him to send 120 bags instead of his confirmed 210. Now I can get rid of the rest. My son found a very explicit tape of my wife and I and won't talk to us. My wife and I have an unconventional intimate life. I like to get other men in bed with my wife and watch it all unfold. On top of that we both love to use animal costumes when getting down. We usually record these for our own enjoyment. Well, our teenage son found one of our explicit tapes which shows my wife and I using hot wax while she is wearing bare paws. He found this video while using my laptop without permission. He has his own computer so I don't know why he was on mine. My wife and I were sitting at the table going through some bill payments on her laptop and my daughter was on her laptop in the living room which is attached to the kitchen. My son stormed down the stairs and into the kitchen where he proceeded to start yelling at us over how sick we are. We had no idea what was happening and our daughter got mad and asked what was going on and he started yelling about what he found. This set my daughter off and my wife became hysterical and everyone began screaming at each other. I was so shocked and embarrassed by what was happening that I just remained quiet at first but I put an end to the fighting and told everyone to split up and cool off which they did. I told my wife we should talk about this with them but she said she cannot possibly face them over how mortified she is. I went to try and say something anyway but my kids were having none of it and wouldn't even look at me. Since then our kids have barely communicated with us and are not coming out of their rooms except for school and extracurriculars. We are making dinners which are being eaten in silence and in different rooms. It has been almost a week and I feel like I need to do something but my wife keeps begging me not to bring it up and my children won't even look at me. Update. My son found a very explicit tape of my wife and I and won't talk to us. After some back and forth with the wife I put my foot down and decided we were going to have a sit down as a family and talk this out. I texted everyone in the morning to let them know to come home on time today because we need to clear the air and have a proper adult discussion. My daughter agreed and so did my son. It started off quite awkward and I began by reminding them the importance of respecting people's privacy. I told them that no one is in trouble but I was very disappointed at my son's actions and said how he could have handled what happened with more discretion. My kids did not like this initially and they said some disrespectful things but I reprimanded them for it and overall it was tense but calm as it could be under the circumstances. I went on and essentially explained to them that consenting adults, especially those who are married and happy together, shouldn't be shamed for whatever they have decided they enjoy, no matter how weird in their eyes it may be. This is when it started to go south. My son started to get angry but not just at us but also his sister. She apparently told her best friend who then told people at school. Apparently my son has been getting made fun of at school because of it and he is obviously very upset. My wife became enraged at our daughter and quite hysterical and I actually removed her from the situation. I was upset too but shouting wouldn't solve anything. I told my daughter that she was in deep trouble for doing that and asked my son if he had told anyone and he said no, which I believe. I took my daughter's phone and laptop as punishment and grounded her until the end of the school year, but that is really just plugging a hole in the hull while the ship is on fire. She stormed off up to her room which is where she will stay. I asked my son why he didn't mention anything to me about the bullying and he told me it was my fault and he didn't want to talk to me at all. I asked what they were saying but he wouldn't go into detail, just that they would call him names and throw bananas at him. His friends were sticking up for him though, which I was happy to hear. He then said some very disrespectful things about me and his mother, which I understood because he was angry but I couldn't excuse, so I also took his electronics off him and grounded him. He still blamed me for the tape but I told him he wasn't in trouble for finding it, he was in trouble for being a disrespectful little a-hole. He stormed off to his room which is where he too will stay for a while. I went upstairs to my wife and she was obviously extremely upset. I held her and she cried for a while and blamed herself before she eventually calmed down enough to talk. She realized that if the cousin knew, then my sister and her husband probably knew too. She was sobbing at the thought of them spreading this to our family and we decided to try and get ahead of this. I texted my sister asking her if she was free this weekend to stop by for coffee or something. She didn't reply immediately though I know she saw the text and eventually she responded saying that she rather wouldn't right now. So now my wife is depressed saying that my family are going to hate her and shun us and we would lose our community presence. I feel like I need to talk to my sister just to make sure what she knows and ask her to keep it to herself, even if I invite myself over. Update 2. My son found a very explicit tape of my wife and I and won't talk to us. I went to see my sister on Saturday morning and when I arrived she seemed surprised to see me but invited me in anyway. She explained that her shortness over text was because she was dealing with her own problems with the children. She told me that her child, my daughter's cousin and best friend, was being bullied by my daughter at school apparently for no reason. I realized it must be about her blabbing about the tape, so I explained the situation in the tape. She decided to punish her daughter for being disrespectful of someone indulging sensitive information, and we agreed that I would talk to my daughter about how wrong her behavior had been. I decided to let my kids stew without their electronics until the Sunday while I helped my wife pull herself out of her shame spiral. On the Sunday we decided as a team to sit down with our kids and talk to them again. We started with our daughter as she seemed easier to deal with. We sat her down and I explained to her that what she did was similar to me reading her diary and then telling other people what was written in it. There's nothing wrong with having a diary and there's certainly nothing wrong with what was written in it, but it is embarrassing to have others know. She understood the example and apologized. We then got onto the topic of the cousin and explained that, while what cousin did was very wrong, she shouldn't be so hard on her and to stop with the bullying. Our daughter agreed, although she said their friendship was done, and I said that was fair enough. We gave her back her electronics and reduced the grounding to a week. We next called down our son and talked to him about why he was punished. His mother is his mother and no child, regardless of the reason, has any right to talk to their mother the way he did. Same goes for me. He apologized for what he said and then we talked about schools and if he wanted to change school. He was genuinely scared that we were going to switch schools and he explained that the bullying wasn't that bad, just some loser kids who were throwing stuff at him and harassing him in the halls. My son is very well liked at his school and has many friends and loves his sports, so we decided not to move school. I did the same with him that I did with my daughter and gave him back his electronics. During the week I got a call from his school that he had been in a fight and was facing suspension, so I went to the school and it turns out he got fed up with the harassment and hurt one of the bullies. The principal was talking serious punishment, but I told him to F himself and explained that my son was standing up for himself against people who were using sensitive information to bully him. At the end of the day it was decided that a series of detentions was more appropriate for both people involved, which we accepted as a compromise. I told my son I was proud of him for standing up for himself and that he wouldn't get any punishment at home. I, 17F, think my stepdad, 46M, might have a thing for me. So my mom got remarried about 5 years ago to my new stepdad Steve. I never had an issue with this as he was a really cool and nice guy. He never tried to replace my dad, but he was always very supportive. The other day I was looking for some headphones because mine were broken, and knowing my mom always puts the ones you get with new phones in her nightstand, I went looking in there. I didn't find any in hers, so I thought why not check Steve's nightstand too. I didn't find any headphones, but what I did find was disturbing. It was a pair of what were definitely my undies. There were also pictures of me. Now if it was just pictures of me I wouldn't think anything of it. He's always treated me like his daughter, so that wouldn't be too weird. But this coupled with the undies really freaked me out, so I put everything back how I found it and left their room. I ended up asking my mother to go for a walk with me, which is something we do semi-often anyways, so it wasn't that weird and wouldn't have alerted Steve. I almost didn't tell her in the end, but she could tell something was wrong and got me to tell her. She was pretty quiet for a while, but then she started crying. She said she hoped there was a reasonable answer to this, but until she spoke to him and we figured it all out, I should stay at my aunt's just in case. So I went and stayed at my aunt's last night. We told Steve I was staying at a friend's. At school today my mom texted me saying I should come home after school so we could talk about it. She didn't tell me much about what happened, but Steve is gone now. She kicked him out I think, and it doesn't sound like he'll be coming back. I don't know if they're going to get a divorce. It sounds like they weren't doing as great as I had thought, and when she confronted him he just didn't say anything but obviously looked panicked. She ended up forcing a confession out of him as she threatened to call the police, and he admitted he was attracted to me. They were getting better though apparently, and my mom had even said to him the other day that she thought it was great how he was affectionate with me, hugging me and treating me like his own, which she now feels sick about. Update, I, 17F, think my stepdad, 46M, might have a thing for me. After my mom kicked Steve out everything was actually going okay to start with. We hung out a lot and she took time off work, partly to spend time with me and I think partly to deal with what happened. We never really talked about it specifically as I could sense that she wasn't ready to talk about it more yet, and honestly neither was I, so I was fine with that. As the week went on though I noticed she seemed to be getting worse. She was talking less and wasn't eating as much, and I even heard her crying one night. I really didn't know what to do, so I just didn't mention it to her. Then, maybe a week after she kicked him out, I came home from school and found Steve back in the house. I freaked out about this and went to talk to my mom, but she just stayed silent and avoided eye contact with me. I kind of figured out on my own that she missed him a lot and decided to ask him to come back. This was 5 days ago. Since then my mom's been noticeably happier and more of her usual self, but she refuses to talk about what happened, or punish Steve for it in any way. Now that he's been welcomed back it's as if he's bolder since he knows he can get away with it. He keeps lingering by the bathroom whenever I have a shower, hugging me from behind, and has started just walking into my room unannounced. I'm really worried he might try and take things further and have cried myself to sleep most nights. I feel completely unsafe in my own home. I tried staying at my aunt's or a friend's a few times, but they were busy, and since I haven't told them what's going on I couldn't make them have me over. I think maybe I should tell my friends, as then they might let me stay with them for a bit, but from how my mom's reacted I'm terrified to tell anyone else as they might just brush it off. Update 2, I, 17F, think my stepdad, 46M, might have a thing for me. I moved in with my aunt. She took me to collect my stuff from my house one day while Steve was at work. I eventually told my mom, and by extension Steve, where I was staying, more for her peace of mind than anything else, as I didn't want her thinking I was homeless or something. That kind of stopped her demanding to know where I was and to come home, as my aunt made it clear how disgusting she found my mom's behavior and that she was ready to protect me since she clearly wasn't. My aunt goes away for work a lot, so most of the time I have the place to myself, which is pretty sweet, but unfortunately Steve is aware of this too. He tried coming over to talk to me a few times when I was home alone, but I locked the door and threatened to call the police if he didn't leave. He hasn't bothered me since. I told my friends about what happened. I had to at some point, as they were eventually going to realize I was living with my aunt and I wanted them to be able to come over too. Sadly, this is where things got even more messed up. Once my friends knew what had happened, some of them came forward to me, and it turns out a few of them had run-ins with Steve. For some of them, he had just made creepy comments and remarks that they'd brushed off at the time. Another had actually gotten messages from him on Facebook, telling her how good she'd looked the last time she'd come over, complimenting her new pictures and making it clear that she gave him a stiffy, even offering to show proof. The worst was with my best friend, Lucy. She didn't go into too much detail about it, but I could tell it was hard for her to talk about. Nearly a year ago, probably the last time she had stayed over at my house, she had run into him when getting some water at night. He'd said how good she looked, that she must be wanting for him to notice. She was pretty uncomfortable about it and tried getting past him, and he took the opportunity to lunge at her. Fortunately, he didn't take it any further than squeezing her cheeks. I feel completely disgusted, both at Steve and also myself. I can't help but think that if I'd noticed something sooner, that I could have spared my friends from this. I think part of me was trying to rationalize his behavior, which is why I didn't make a report at first. I've spent a lot of time with Lucy since, trying to make sure she's okay. I'm not sure it really sunk in for her what happened until she told us about it. We all agreed to make reports with the police after that, which we have done now. Right now I'm kind of just waiting to see what happens, and praying that he gets arrested. Update 3, I, 17F, think my stepdad, 46M, might have a thing for me. About 5 months ago my aunt went on one of her work trips. In a brief conversation with my mom I was stupid and let it slip she wasn't around. She must have mentioned this to Steve because at like 10 p.m. the same night he showed up to my aunt's house. Once I realized it was him on the other side of the door, I wouldn't open it, but he refused to leave. He was speaking to me through the front door, begging that we sit down, have a drink and just talk about all this. There was no way in hell I was about to let him into my house when I was by myself, so after almost 2 hours of telling him to F off I ended up phoning the police. I told them my stepfather was at my house and refusing to leave, insisting he be let inside, that I was concerned for my safety. I also reminded them of the reports my friends and I had made previously. They came and escorted him away, but he was quite agitated and I'd mentioned I was worried he'd hurt me, so they searched him. He had substances on him. At this point it was pretty easy to assume he had planned to give them to me. I also asked them to look at the messages he'd sent to my friends on his phone. They also found an album of pictures of me. These were pictures I had taken for my boyfriend. He had somehow stolen them off my phone. He was arrested for possession of these. At this point I went fully no contact with my mom other than her sending me updates on what was happening. He had his trial like a month ago and plead guilty to possession of corn with minors. He's been sentenced to 8 years in prison. My aunt has been amazing this whole time though. I've turned 18 now, so don't need a legal guardian, but I'd like it if she became mine. I've not spoken to my mom since she told me he'd been sent to jail. I get regular texts from her and it's obvious she wants to repair our relationship and knows she's in the wrong, but I don't think I can ever trust her again. What happened to your best friend after high school? We were pretty inseparable in high school. My mom called him my other half and always told me how good we were together. Then I moved. It's funny how 5 hours away makes such a huge difference. My family was doing okay, but he and his mom were not. He was in a toxic situation and he needed to leave home. We tried to stay in contact and did as best as we could. Email each other, use my mom's cell phone to talk nights and weekends. We had bonded over games and the same things, and we joked that we'd move him up to Minnesota with me. My long-distance girlfriend tried to house him for a bit because of his family getting evicted. That fell through and he moved around the Midwest with other family of his. It was never stable. His toxic mother always tried to follow and it made his life pretty terrible. But he made it work. I don't think he graduated, but I'm fairly sure he got his GED. Eventually after high school, I started going to college in Minnesota, but he was in a rough situation still. The idea of him moving up with me with other friends fell through because he might be unable to work due to stress and holding a job. I was worried renting an apartment with buds might not work either. I decided to cancel the plans. He was devastated. He said he felt like I betrayed him. I felt so ashamed as well. I always believed you never gave up on your best friend, through thick and thin, right? We sort of stopped talking for a while. It wasn't until years later I messaged him on Steam. I was probably intoxicated. I just unloaded that I felt like a terrible friend. I caused the distance between us. I was so scared of an unstable situation that I wasn't confident it would work out. He admitted he felt like he lost some trust in me as well. He had started talking to this girl in California and wanted to connect, and I vowed to help him out. We made plans. He was in North Dakota now. I drove up to grab him. I housed him for a week. It was amazing. It felt like old times, video games and good friend talk. I drove him up to the airport in Minneapolis and it felt like a lifetime. It was kinda silent. But we got there. I walked him to the gate and we just barely made it there. The boarding agent was freaking out because they just announced last call, and we had hugged for just a brief moment and off he flew to Cali. Damn, the feelings of being a terrible friend flew back to me. I felt awful for like a month. It sounded like things were going well though. Him and the girl were doing good. He had found some work I believe, and we tried to keep talking and we tried to make video games over the internet. My life just started getting infinitely busy, multiple jobs, School still needed to be finished, other social obligations. I could keep up, and sure enough I dropped the ball on communication again. The next time I checked in, he had moved to New York with the girl. He was still trying to find solid work, but they had a house from her parents and they seemed okay. I told him I'd come up there and see him sometime when my life fixed itself around, but finances are just never there. We fell out of communication a lot, and he pointed out that a lot of the times I talked to him, I would say the same stuff, that I felt like a bad friend and wanted to keep in contact, and it would last a bit. It didn't bug him, but it was just something he expected because my life was so chaotic. He recently gifted me Caves of Cut on Steam and I installed it, but I haven't had time to play with battling certain aspects of my life. Michael, if you're reading this, man, I miss you a lot. What was the worst decision you have ever made out of anger? My younger brother was troubled in his teens and had serious anger issues. One night I got a call from my mom. My younger brother and his friend were at her house tormenting her. They were both really intoxicated. I made my way there. In the time it took me to get there, she'd called the police after my brother had hurt her and thrown her down the stairs. She'd managed to get him out the house, but he and his friend were trying to break the door down to get back in. My brother had quite the reputation with the local police, and so they sent as many resources as they could, 5 police cars and a police dog unit. My mom's street was lit up in blue and red flashing lights by the time I got there. My brother and his friend had ran into the large park behind my mom's house when they heard the sirens of the police, so the dog unit was out trying to find them while I comforted my mom. They eventually were found hiding in a bush and dragged back to a police car in cuffs. I spoke to the policeman in charge and convinced him that I could control my brother when he was intoxicated and pleaded with them to let him come stay at my house rather than lock him up. My mom tearfully agreed and they let me walk away with him. The policeman gave me his mobile number and told me to phone him directly if there was any more trouble with my brother. My brother and I walk away, and to begin with, no problems. Then as we get closer to mine, the intoxicated ramblings start and he tells me he hates me, this is all my fault, he's ashamed to be my brother because I'm gay and so on. So, I decide I don't want him to come to mine and reach into my pocket to get my phone so that I could phone that policeman and just have him taken away. At that precise moment, I look up and my brother has swung a punch in my direction. I dodged it and clocked him in the side of the head with my phone, smashing it. He almost lost balance, but then definitely did when I struck him again. I then completely lost it. All the rage for what he had done to my mom, for what he'd said to me, for the way he acted, it all came out. I went angry Iron Mike on him. It wasn't until I had sat on him, pinning him to the ground and hurt him one final time, that I realized what I'd done. I had took it so far I was certain he was dead. I can't phone for help, I've smashed my phone. I can't shout for help, it's 2 a.m. and there's nobody around. Right then I make the single scariest decision I've ever made. I put my coat under his head and left him there in the pouring rain. I ran back to my house faster than any human has probably ever moved. I get to mine, burst in the door, shout at my friends to call an ambulance, tell them where my brother is, and then take off running back to him. Luckily he's still lying there, out cold, but breathing. One of my friends arrives a minute or so later. We keep him warm until the ambulance arrives. That policeman also arrived at the same time. He said it was likely my brother wouldn't remember what happened and that he wouldn't put this in his final report. I got in the ambulance with him to the hospital and then sat there for the next 8 hours waiting for him to regain consciousness. When he was able to have a visitor in the room, I walked through, ready to apologize. What happened next blew me away. He broke down in tears immediately, apologizing for always being such an insufferable a-hole, begging me to forgive him. He ended up with a broken nose, half an ear missing, a fractured cheekbone, and a hairline fracture in his dome. He couldn't go to work for a month, which was made even more tormenting for him because my mom refused to talk to him or do anything for him. They didn't speak for about 18 months until he gave her first grandchild. That brought the whole family together and completely changed him. Now our family is stronger than ever. What single decision in your life do you regret the most? Here is the story of my abusive wife and how I deserve what happened to me. I had a girlfriend of 6 months who loved me dearly and was willing to do anything for me. She landed a $60K per year job right out of college. I got bored and started to talk to a slightly older girl that I had been acquainted with for the past decade. It was at this same moment in time that I was about to be deployed overseas. I broke up with my girlfriend at the beginning of deployment, and me and the other girl were officially dating by the end of deployment. It wasn't until I got home that I realized the mistake I had made. My new girlfriend had never moved out of her parents' house. She had a minimum wage job, was $40K in debt from student loans, and had no plans to do anything with herself. It also didn't help that she was very overweight and 6'1". Still, for some god-awful reason, we moved in together about 3 months after I got home and got married within another month or two. It turned out that she was very abusive and had BPD as well as schizophrenia, and I couldn't get myself to get out of it. I lied to my family one time and told them that the huge wound below my eye was from her cat. Nobody could see any of the other wounds. She dragged me out of bed one morning because I didn't stand up to give her a hug before she left, and then she hurt me silly. I looked to the internet for courage and the determination I didn't have. For all I knew at the time, I was getting hurt because it was my fault and I basically deserved it. I felt like I needed to try harder to make the marriage work. People told me that it most definitely was not my fault, and I would end up in a worse position if, sometime down the road, I couldn't take it anymore and hurt her for it. The law would not be on my side. I decided to leave that morning, gathered my stuff, and found safety. I came back a few days later and we had a civil conversation about divorce. I told her that she could have all the furniture, the car I paid for, and anything else she wanted as long as she moved out. She refused to move out, and for 3 weeks I slept on the couch. Finally, one evening I asked her when she would be leaving. She cornered me in our kitchen for an hour and told me that I was possessed by the devil and I could overcome the evil inside of me and be with her again. I had to call the police in order to get away from her that evening, and the next day I went and got a restraining order. The irony is that when I went to get my stuff from my first girlfriend after I came home from deployment, she had already packed everything up nicely for me. Although she was hurt from the breakup, she was very civil, encouraging me even, and she hoped I found someone better. On the other end of that, I offered my wife everything so that she would leave me alone and stop hitting me, and she wanted more. What is one decision you made that completely altered the course of your life? I had just come home from deployment, and my wife insisted on picking me up from the airport after I suggested taking a cab home. I didn't want her driving on those slick roads due to a storm that had occurred a few days prior. Either way, she was headstrong and told me she would be fine. She got into her small truck. On her way to the airport, she was on the phone with me assuring me she is okay, and while on the phone she lost control of the truck and went down a 40-foot embankment, losing her life in the process. I could hear it all happen. I remember calling her name in the airport, screaming it so loud I thought I would shatter my vocal cords. We had a 1-year-old daughter and a 3-year-old son at home that grew up without a mother, and I've spent the last 22 years kicking myself for not simply annoying her to the point that she wouldn't drive, and I could just make up with her when I got home. I should have argued harder with her or had one of her brothers come and pick me up. I met my new daughter for the first time, with her mother gone. I was basically meeting both my children for the first time, as I had deployed when my son was my daughter's age. Neither knew me, and both were absolutely terrified and confused. I was still obligated to the Corps for another year, but they did right by me. I stayed home on hardship, drew base pay until my discharge, dealing with being a single parent, PTSD and transitioning to civilian life. However, both children had a great childhood, grew up smart, well-adjusted, and successful. Daughter is finishing her master's degree, and my son is a successful electrician raising a young son on his own. People who have gone no contact with their parents, why did you do that? My mum is literally evil. She used to lay hands on me very regularly. When I was a young child, she also emotionally abused me and even allowed my stepdad to SA me and refused to do anything about it. I remember literally being locked in a cupboard for 40 hours with a bowl of water once because I forgot to do homework. She told the police that my dad, who is genuinely the best person in the world, that he at her and laid his hands on her all the time, and she got a restraining order so that I couldn't see him. I believed her lies and I believed that my dad was evil. My dad asked my grandma to call the school and pretend to be my mom, and pick me up for a dentist appointment, and they picked me up. I was terrified, but he explained, he took me for ice cream, and asked that when I went out to play in the streets that I secretly came to see him. I agreed. Over the next couple of years my dad sold his house, and prepared for a court case to win full custody of my sister and I. It was an uphill battle, with everything against him, but in the end he won and I was away from my horrible and cruel mother. I was 11 when my dad got custody. It's been well over a decade since it happened. I still have scars, physical and emotional, from my mother, but I'm mostly happy overall. I have literally the greatest dad on the planet who gave up his dream career and his home just to guarantee my happiness. I've seen my mom once since I moved out in January. 2 months before my 12th birthday we passed each other walking down the street. We didn't say a word to each other or look at each other. Finding out that I didn't have to see my mother again if I didn't want to was the greatest day of my life. Have you ever secretly read another person's private diary? My wife and I have been polyamorous for about 3 years. We decided to become poly because I cheated on her with a younger female colleague of mine, and she said she would forgive me only if we became poly. The thought of another man with her made me sick, but I love this woman more than anything, so I agreed. In the 3 years we have been poly, my wife has had 2 true relationships and has racked over 20 bodies. During said time, I have had 1 partner, which ended poorly for me because I was accused of cheating. I read my wife's journal one night when curiosity got the best of me. Usually she shares what is going on in her life with me regarding her poly partners, but recently I feel something has been up. I have asked several times for her to share and try to clear things up for me, but she never does. So today I chose the wrong answer and invaded her privacy, and boy do I wish that never happened. Within the contents of this diary I found out that her current other partner wants to have a baby with her. She wants this too, and she has thought of marriage with him. She also wants to stay completely loyal to him and stop being poly once she is with him. Worst of all, she wants a divorce with me and wants me to pay child support and rinse me dry in court. In her diary I found out she plans to make fake allegations and plant evidence against me which would deny me any chance at custody. Honestly, I love this woman and have had issues with our relationship before, but I moved on and continued loving her. Despite my past mistakes, I feel like I definitely do not deserve this. I plan to confront her about this and see if maybe we can talk our relationship out. My 63-year-old boss wants me to adopt him. My manager Dave is emotionally juvenile. He is totally self-focused and extremely needy. He has never had any kind of a romantic relationship in his life, and his completely perfect parents gave him a completely perfect childhood that left him unable to trust any woman outside his own family except me for some reason. A 26-year-old worker. At the time I was hired, Dave was going through some rough times. He had spent his entire adult life living at home caring for his elderly parents, who were both in fragile health and nearing the ends of their lives, so he was under tremendous stress. I had lost my parents some years previously, and I tend to be the empathetic and nurturing sort. I also did not realize at that point just how messed up Dave was emotionally. I made the huge mistake of trying to be supportive as he dealt with caring for his parents during their final illnesses. I encouraged him to chat about books and theater, Invited him to join my husband and I for a couple of concerts, and even invited him to a family Christmas meal the year his second parent died. However, he does have family nearby. He has one brother who he barely tolerates and a sister who he adores. The sister was out of town that year for Christmas and he didn't want to go to his brother's celebration, so he hinted and hinted until I finally broke down. It made for a fairly awkward gathering, as our family is quite ribald and rowdy while he is considerably more circumspect, and he made no secret of the fact that our typical holiday was not what he was accustomed to, but he continued to hint for more invitations afterward anyway. I have worked very hard since then to ignore the hints which several years later, are still being dropped on a near constant basis. I have extended no more invitations to family celebrations and have worked with other family members to shift hosting duties elsewise. I have limited outside the office contact to a once-a-year concert and a couple of dinners. My spouse thinks even that is too much, and I don't disagree. However, given that Dave is my boss, I also don't quite know how to completely exclude him without repercussions. A few weeks ago, he came to my cubicle in a flood of tears with the news that his adored sister is selfishly moving across the country to live closer to her children. He sobbed that he is being abandoned and that I need to adopt him because he won't have any family that he likes in the area anymore. He expects to be included in family gatherings, all concert and theater plans, and also made it clear that he'd like to go with us on vacations. This is the last thing I want to do. Update: my 63-year-old boss wants me to adopt him. I realize that Dave is a manipulator who gaslights his way into getting what he wants instead of just asking. Because I had a parent who did the same thing, I am more susceptible to that approach than I'd like to be. I told Dave about my issues with my parents once and about their manipulation tactics, and for him to do the same to me upsets me a lot. The first thing I did was to sit down with my husband and explain the whole thing to him. I wanted him to know that I was going to start setting limits with Dave, and that part of the limit setting would involve casting him in the role of a hopeless romantic who is into girls 25 years younger than him and insists on lots of couples-only time. So when I put in my vacation request for this summer and Dave asked archly, "And where are we going this year?" I chuckled ruefully and said, "My husband Bob is such a romantic that he insists on us taking a mini-moon together every year and he doesn't want anyone to know where we're going." Dave pushed a little, even to the point of saying he could easily take that same week off, but I basically took the approach of treating it as a joke, which worked quite well. Then 2020 came along and we had to cancel our plans, but if it worked once, it'll work again. When I started planning a ticket purchase for an autumn concert series that Bob and I always attend with friends, one that Dave also likes and used to attend with his sister who moved out of state, I offered to include him for the one performance that we take a large group to. He immediately replied, "Yes, I'll go with you for that one, and then you can go with me to all the rest," to which I responded, "Oh, the rest of the series are dates for Bob and me." Such a romantic guy he is, still wanting to go out on dates with his wife. Dave pushed a little again, but blaming it all on someone else, and especially on someone who is a man, was quite effective. He pretty much already assumes that all men except him are scoundrels whose only goal is to get laid. A couple of months ago, Dave stopped by my desk one afternoon and complained, "My stupid brother wants me to give my mother's ring to his obnoxious stepdaughter at their Easter dinner. He's so greedy that he'll probably go pawn it. I really don't want to go to their place for Easter. I really wish I had someplace else to go for the holiday. It would be so nice if only someone else would invite me to their Easter dinner." I just replied, "Hey, did you hear that Ferguson Legal sent back his edits on that policy document we drafted on llama herding? He completely changed the meaning of the middle section, and will be in violation of the llama management ordinance if the guidance is released that way." That produced a very predictable response, one that successfully kept the topic of Easter dinner out of the conversation for the rest of the day. It takes a bit of planning to keep a distraction like that ready in my back pocket, so to speak, but there's always some new crisis or controversy looming in our organization, so it's not all that huge of a stretch. 2020 has honestly helped the situation too. The social distancing requirement has been a godsend in helping me establish and maintain a healthier degree of emotional distance. It is essentially impossible at our workplace to get away from Dave. We are now working from home, and to say that is a blessing is an understatement. Dave still tries inviting himself for dinner over the phone or during meetings, but it is easiest to shut down over phone. Update 2. My 63-year-old boss wants me to adopt him. Our work unit remained fully remote for over a year, which was glorious. Productivity soared, and even though my unit's workload skyrocketed during 2020, we managed to meet our objectives accurately and timely. And remote work, plus my husband Bob and my dog Daisy, continued to be integral in helping me dodge Dave and his demands for friendship. In mid-2021, our unit was required to go to a hybrid schedule of 2 days in office and 3 days remote each week. I wasn't enthused about that, but the good thing was that our in-office days were staggered so that our team was not all there at the same time, and miraculously, my assigned in-office days were different from Dave's. So even though I'd far rather still be 100% remote, the fact that I didn't need to deal with Dave in person made things more tolerable. The needy and demanding calls continued, of course. Dave is a desperately lonely person, and that desperation pushes him to great lengths in his attempts to find, or force, friendships with others, including his own staff. But that oblivious meter just stayed stuck on maximum clueless, no matter how hard he hinted, and I was able to keep healthy boundaries in place. About a year after we returned to hybrid work, Dave's sister was diagnosed with a serious illness. The sister's husband and adult children were struggling with caregiving, plus Dave was in a tizzy because he was so far away. So he took early retirement last fall and sold his house, then moved to the city where his sister lives. I still occasionally hear from him. I mostly let the calls go to voicemail nowadays, and then reply by email a day or two later. Update, just found out Bob has been arrested for attempting to SA a friend of his sister. Bullet officially dodged. I took my boyfriend to a restaurant for his birthday and he got mad at me and cried. My boyfriend and I are gay. He had his 20th birthday last Saturday. I asked him if he had any plans or if he wanted to do anything special for it, but he told me that he didn't really want to. I asked him if maybe his parents were going to do anything with him, and he got really quiet. I felt sort of confused by this as he's a very outgoing person, and loves talking and hanging out with people, but when it comes to personal details about himself, he tends to clam up. Ever since finals last semester he's been really down. He keeps telling me that everything is fine, but his actions speak louder than his words. I wanted to do something nice for him, especially since he seemed a little upset after the holidays, so I subtly hinted to him that I wanted to go somewhere special. I told him that it could just be us and he seemed to be okay with this, so we set up a plan for his big day. We ended up planning to go to this really nice sushi place and then we would go out and get cheesecake for dessert. Afterwards, we planned to spend the night at my apartment and binge watch some movies that he likes. He really seemed to like this plan, and he told me that he was looking forward to it. The week before his birthday I could tell that he was feeling at least a little bit better, and he told me that he was very excited for Saturday. Eventually Saturday came around, and we met up at my place around 3:30. Immediately I could tell that something was off about him. He didn't really want to make eye contact with me, and his face and cheeks were red. It looked like he had been crying earlier, but I didn't want to say anything or point anything out. After hanging out in my apartment for about an hour we took my car to the sushi place and sat down for dinner. The restaurant was great, and he told me that it was some of the best food that he had ever had. After we had both finished eating, we talked for a while about how he was doing. He told me that he always gets pretty upset during the holidays and his birthday, but he was glad that we were out doing this. I told him that I was just happy that he was happy, and that he could tell me anytime if something was wrong. I could see tears welling up in his eyes, but he quickly wiped them away, and everything seemed to be back to normal. After dessert, we both got into my car, and I told him that I wanted to talk to him about something serious. I told him that I loved him, and that I want to be a part of his future. He agreed and told me that he loved me too. After he said that, I heard him laugh under his breath. I asked him what was so funny, and he told me that we had dated longer than his parents did before they got married. When he said this, I noticed his voice getting shaky, and he looked away from me, looking out the window. I asked him how his parents were doing and he didn't respond. After sitting in silence for a few minutes, I started my car and began the drive back home to my apartment. After what felt like an eternity, I asked him why he never talked about his family to me. After all, we have been together for almost 7 months now, but I know nothing about his life before he became an adult. He dryly responded, "When did you start caring so much about my family? Last time I checked, you're sleeping with me, not them." I felt my face get hot, but I didn't want to say anything I would regret, so I just held my tongue. I just sat there feeling dumb and embarrassed, his hand limply held in mine. We just sat in the car for what felt like hours, not talking to each other. Once I parked my car in the parking lot at my place, I asked him why he never wanted me to meet them. When we started dating, I told my parents about him a few months in, and after meeting they got along great together. I want to have that connection with his family too, but any time in the past that I brought it up he would change the subject. He still didn't answer me, so I kept prying about it until I heard him sort of choking up. Eventually I just flat out asked him if he was too ashamed of being with me to tell his parents, and he started sobbing quietly, embarrassed. Once I realized he was upset, I immediately shut up, and apologized a million times, and I told him that I didn't mean it, and that I was only asking because I felt like he was hiding me from people. He looked me in the eyes with his face bright red and told me, "My parents don't consider me their son anymore. They kicked me out. I haven't talked to them in 2 years." After he told me this, he got out of my car and slammed the passenger side door shut. I just sat there inside shocked. I knew that he wasn't close with his parents, but I didn't know that they disowned him. He told me once that he grew up in a very conservative Christian environment, and that he was out at his senior year when he was 17. I got out of my car, and I confronted him outside of my building. He didn't look me in the eyes, instead he was focusing on his phone. I told him that I was so sorry and I had no idea, and that he means so much to me. I started tearing up, and my voice started breaking while I said all of this. He told me he was getting an Uber home, and that we could talk later. The driver pulled into the parking lot after 10 minutes of us just standing outside in the cold both crying. He got in, and the driver sped the car away. The next morning, I asked him if he was okay, and if he wanted to talk to me about anything, but he told me that he wanted to have some time to himself to think about things. It's been a week now, and I am extremely worried for his physical and mental health. I'm scared that he would hurt himself. My sister's life is falling apart and I am happy. My sister Ursula has always made my life a living hell. She is extremely manipulative and a narcissist. Ursula will be nice to me when she needs anything but then will ignore me. Growing up I always thought that we were really good sisters. We did not have the typical sister fights of one being jealous of the other. Now as an adult when I think about it I think she has hated me. She would always give me backhanded compliments like "Your face looks better with your glasses," or "You have a boy crush? I thought you were a lesbian." Growing up I always shriveled to be like her. She was everyone's favorite. She was helpful and kind. Or at least that's how she made us believe. She would always make me feel insecure about my looks and people I date. The first boyfriend I had when I was 17 she made me believe that he was not good for me. I broke up with him and she proceeded to sleep with him not even a week later. I moved out of state for college and my sister went to business school while I studied engineering. I would come home from holidays and would still have to hear all her backhanded compliments. When I was 21 I started dating my ex-husband Jordan. My sister was wasting someone else at that time, so I guess her focus didn't fall on Jordan. Also, Jordan was not her type. We dated for 3 years and tied the knot. For 4 years I have been happy with my life. During that time my sister announces she is pregnant. We all thought she got pregnant by her then boyfriend, Remy. One day I went to visit her and bring some food for pregnancy. She gave me a key to her place and I went inside without knocking. The surprising thing I saw was Jordan's shoes outside. I went inside her bedroom because I was feeling a bit suspicious, and there they were, doing the deed unclothed. Long story short, I divorced Jordan. I was still in pain and very devastated. My parents supported me, but their focus shifted way more towards my sister and Jordan. Yes, she was pregnant with his child. It was painful to see them together. I never got a sorry from either of them. They were like, it happens. I moved away from home. 8 years ago I got a contract to work in England and I moved there. It was a fresh start of my life. I met Peter, who was a single dad. We fell in love and got married and have a son together. I don't have contact with my sister. I have very low contact with my dad, who gives me all the insight. Jordan and Ursula got married and had 2 more kids. That's all I knew about them until recently. Jordan cheated on Ursula and they are having a nasty fight. The cherry on top is that 2 of their kids are not Jordan's. So Ursula hasn't been faithful at all. My dad told me it is a mess and Jordan and Ursula will get a divorce, but she is pressing for alimony. I hung up the phone and made myself a drink. Update: my sister's life is falling apart and I am happy. So I have landed on the soil of my home country with my husband and son. My mom and dad received me from the airport. Their faces look pale as if they haven't eaten or slept for a long time. My mom said my sister Ursula is living with her along with her kids. I got some details on my sister. She was having an affair with her former boss, who is married, is 62, and those 2 kids are actually his. My sister got physically hurt by the boss's wife. From what I am hearing, the company her boss works in actually belongs to the boss's father-in-law, so her boss is going to be jobless. And my sister has switched jobs way before this happened, but the affair continued. But because of all this drama, she is literally on the edge to lose her new job too, because the company's owner is good friends with the boss's wife. So you can imagine the kind of quicksand she put her foot to. Jordan has quit his job too, because he is adamant on not paying my sister alimony and not wanting to pay child support for the kids that belong to the boss. He will be suing the boss for child support as well. They constantly fight a lot. Jordan was also having an affair with his coworker. My mom wants to kick my sister out, but because of her kids she cannot. She hates her, but she doesn't want to punish her kids because they are innocent. Honestly, I feel bad for those kids too. They do not deserve such a mess of parents. The only reason my parents still talk to my sister Ursula is because of her kids. I feel bad for mom because she only has a few days, and along with her cancer she probably will be too sick to deal with this. I know my sister will somehow know I am here, but I am prepared for that as well. My wedding was ruined by my husband's intoxicated female friend. Me and my now husband Josh at our wedding last week. While I was taking photos with my bridesmaids, I saw Josh's cousin Nicole, with a girl named Sarah who I'm unfamiliar with. She seems non-talkative but is friendly to me at first. A long while later, after the vows were exchanged, I bumped into Sarah while on my way to the food table. She's clearly really intoxicated, but through her slurred speaking I could hear her ranting about how crowded the venue was, but then it escalated. I was getting food for my mom when she said to me that she's surprised Josh married someone like me because Josh could do better than me. I tried to laugh it off and I told her I was very lucky to have him. The interaction left me feeling upset, but I brushed it off as her just being intoxicated, and I started drinking too and soon forgot about it. Time goes past and I'm feeling good. Me and my husband along with all the guests were dancing. Suddenly, I hear a crashing sound near the food table and all of us rush over to see what was happening. I see Sarah on the ground sobbing hysterically, and Nicole was trying to calm her down. She had completely smashed my wedding cake and ripped the decorations. My heart was broken to see my wedding cake completely destroyed, but I tried to ask what was wrong, and Sarah started screaming and cursing me. I was confused and intoxicated, so I started shouting back and ordered my husband to kick her out. He didn't want to and told me she should be allowed to stay since she was a friend of his. I argued with him and told him that she ruined my wedding. It eventually took my husband and Nicole to get her under control and convince her to go home. Nicole left with Sarah, and when my husband came back he looked angry with me. He completely blew me off for the rest of the night, and I could tell the atmosphere was now awkward for all my guests. The next day my husband lectured me about how I hurt Sarah's feelings and demanded I apologize to her. We argued and he slept on the couch. Update: my wedding was ruined by my husband's intoxicated female friend. I called Nicole and I demanded she tell me the truth, and she eventually did. Sarah and Josh were a thing and he was cheating on me. Nicole introduced Sarah and Josh to each other, and they dated. All the while Josh was dating me all throughout high school. When we graduated he ended things with Sarah. He wasn't currently cheating on me, but he cheated on me with Saf for 5 whole years. Sarah was still angry that Josh ghosted her, so she took it out on me. Nicole brought her to the wedding knowing Sarah wanted some type of revenge. Josh got off work and I stayed up to talk to him. He came through the door and I told him I knew everything. At first, I was shouting and ranting to him, but then it turned into me begging him to prove to me that it wasn't true. Of course it was true, and after a while he confessed to everything. Hearing it from him made it all too real. He tried to argue that since it was in high school, it shouldn't affect me that much and that it was a stupid mistake. Yeah, a stupid mistake he let go on for over 5 years. I know we were young, but he knew better. He begged me to stay and told me how sorry he was for everything he's put me through. I told him how much I love him, but I can't stay with him. I asked him why he defended her over me and he said he didn't want to upset her because he knew how psycho she can be. I know he still loves her, or at least cares about her, because why would he still defend her years later? I can't just cut him out of my life yet. The house we live in, and my car are all in his name. Not only have I lost my husband, but I've lost my whole life. After I made it clear to him I was leaving him, he got angry and we started arguing. He tried to say at least he wasn't still cheating, but I don't care, it still hurts the same. I called my mom and told her everything, so she's letting me stay with her for now. Josh keeps trying to call me but I'm not answering it. He showed me what love is, but now he's ruined love for me. I can't see myself ever dating and trusting someone like this again. Not only was my wedding destroyed, but my whole life is now destroyed. I have no car, no house. He has full access to my bank account and I'm sure he'll fight to keep the dogs. My best friend has crossed the point of no return as I watch helplessly. I've never struggled with substance abuse at any point in my entire life. Throughout my life most of my friends have been similar to me in this way. I've done more stuff than most of them, but only 2 of my friends have tried as many different substances as I have. One of them got clean in 2017 after taking too high of a dose and is still clean to this day. The other is my best friend Rodney. We were roommates for a few years until I moved in with my girlfriend in April of last year. My mom took the both of us in until we were able to get back on our feet when our townhouse burned down. Before we lost our townhouse in mid-2019, Rodney was in a pretty experimental phase of his substance use. He was having mushrooms a lot, and because it was in front of me so much I would indulge too. I was personally doing blow at the time, which he wasn't really engaging in with me, saying the hangovers were too much for him at the time and he found the days after too depressing. The X got pretty out of hand for him. He told me they helped him feel human, as he suffered from pretty severe anxiety. Once our supplier's stock started getting inconsistent, he eventually drew back out of necessity because he couldn't handle the withdrawals. Shortly after this is where we moved in with my mom. My mom and her husband are extremely anti-substance. They rarely drink and have both never so much as been in the same room as grass. Our being welcome pivoted pretty directly on the understanding that we wouldn't be bringing any substances into the house. Rodney, who hasn't spent a day sober since we were 13 years old, actually acclimated shockingly quickly. He respected my parents' rules and kept any grass he had in his toolbox at work, but rarely smoked it simply due to the inconvenience of it. Come December of that year though, that all changed. Rodney went to Christmas dinner at his family home and was surprised that his dad wasn't there. Rodney's twin brother arrived late to the dinner and was a bit upset, informing everybody that their dad had called him that day with some news. Turns out their dad is gay, but being an older dude stayed in the closet due to fear of discrimination for his whole life. He had made the decision to move back to Ontario because he had been in a secret relationship with his boyfriend for an undeclared period of time and couldn't really handle facing the family he raised. The dude literally told one of his 3 kids, "Hey, I'm gay, I have a boyfriend and I'm running away with him. If you could let your mom and siblings know for me, that'd be great," and walked out of their lives completely. On Christmas, Rodney took it really hard. Overnight he shut me out emotionally. He wouldn't go into details about what was on his mind like he usually did, and I didn't want to push him. He became severely depressed and he found a new dealer and started buying X by the hundreds. For months this dude just popped bar after bar until they barely did anything to him anymore. He ended up getting very close to an older man who runs a popular sandwich shop and deli in our town, as one of our mutual friends would go there to smoke grass with him in the back room sometimes. They liked his stories. He led a very interesting life. Well, after a bit, Rodney had been going there long enough for this deli owner to open up to him about the fact that he frequently did dope. Rodney, being no stranger to trying new substances and in a particularly vulnerable state, asked if he could try it. Deli guy wouldn't let him for a long while, but eventually cracked after a few weeks of pestering. He took dope every other day for 2 weeks after that, didn't sleep for most of it and still went to work every single day through it all. He got reckless about substances in my parents' place. He'd be so messed up he'd pass out in random spots in the house and would be so wired other times he'd start cleaning the kitchen at 2 a.m. and wake everyone up. My parents knew something was up and it all came to a head when he started getting so messed up that he'd start sparking up right there in his bedroom without being lucid enough to remember he wasn't allowed. My parents gave him the ultimatum that if it didn't stop immediately he wasn't going to be allowed to live there anymore. I ended up coming clean to all of our other friends that Rodney was going off the rails during a mushroom trip I was on when he wasn't there. My entire life had become mitigating the tension between him and my parents, and the stress of it all was too much for me. He wasn't himself, he wasn't opening up to me anymore, and I was losing my best friend. He refused to talk about the substance use with anyone and kept telling people we were all freaking out over nothing and turning him into some kind of spectacle that we could judge for entertainment. He permanently cut several of our close friends out of his life because they weren't supporting him. He just convinced himself that nobody actually cared and they just wanted something to gossip about. He got kicked out of my parents last April, and moved into a crappy motel in our town on a weekly rate. He was messed up on X one day and came clean to me that he started sleeping with the deli guy during their dope sessions. It seemed to me like he was really questioning his identity after everything with his dad, and was going off the rails trying to get his head in order and was doing a dangerously poor job at it. I started to withdraw from him after he got kicked out of my mom's. By this point 2020 was in full swing. I'd see him outside my house from time to time and he told me he was cleaning up, not doing the X anymore. He had a fair number of other substance stories, mostly blow binges despite the fact that he used to hate blow but was suddenly all for it. He would talk about hanging out with other people who I'd never met, doing substances with them. He'd always keep it vague though. Aside from the mysteriousness, he seemed like he was pretty much back to his old self for a while. When we hung out it finally felt normal. Sure, he had his stories, but they were much more in tune with the occasional fun type stories they used to be for us than the constant it became for him at one point. I thought he was getting better. I was wrong. Hydros were on the market now. Rodney picked a few up and took them to a test site. They were clean. He flaunted that receipt like he'd just found the damn Ark of the Covenant. Suddenly, he was doing hydros almost daily. He justified it in his head that, because they were clean, they were safe. Kept trying to do them with me, but I refused. At first, he was fine not bringing them around me. But as time went on and the 2020 restrictions relaxed to allow in-home gatherings again, he started disappearing to the bathroom for a while when he'd come over and come out nodding. I didn't say much. Felt like the words would be wasted on him. During 2020 he started doing way more and his tolerance shot through the roof. Within less than a month, him and I had planned a blow night with another buddy of ours. We picked up the blow, and he asked me to give him a ride to this random address in town. I pulled up outside and it was junkies as far as the eye could see, a couple cops posted up, and what looked to be some kind of social service building. He ran inside for a minute and came back out with a paper bag. I asked him what it was and he confessed to me that his tolerance has gotten too high to do the hydros nasally. So he's been going to the safe injection sites to get supplies he can IV with. He also confessed to me that he had bought some dope from one of the junkies outside, just for the come down after we did blow. He told me that he is just having fun and that I have nothing to worry about, that he's not some lazy junkie, he still has his life together, etc. Then he admitted he's been banging it for a few weeks now, and last time he was at my place the reason he was nodding out so harshly is because he was still nailing down the right dope amount to inject. I pretended in the moment that I believed him, that it was no big deal, but that night I watched him inject himself all night. It made me sick. Update: my best friend has crossed the point of no return as I watch helplessly. Things got a lot worse. Rodney's 24th birthday is at the end of this month. I got him a vintage deck turntable as he used to love them. I invited him over to give to him early and didn't say anything about the gift as I wanted it to be a surprise, but unfortunately he never showed up. I spam called and texted but got nothing. He eventually called me hours after he was supposed to come by sounding absolutely off his dome, said he fell asleep and just woke up. I told him he had to come through the following day to make it up to me. He agreed. The next day he got sent home from work as his boss said he was visibly inebriated and was a safety concern for the shop. He lost it on his boss and threw everything away by quitting on the spot. This was a new boss at his shop, his old boss who he worked under for over a half-decade, completed his entire apprenticeship with, got his certification with, recently moved up in the company and isn't really there to advocate for him now. They tried to talk him out of it but he walked out. Eventually, several hours later, he did make it to my house. He looked haggard, and his voice sounded all creaky and barely coherent. Before he would even talk to me he said he needed to use the bathroom. Stayed in there for a half hour. Came out barely able to stand straight and called his regional manager while completely blasted to yell about how offended he was by what his direct superior had done. I tried to get him off the phone but he essentially just did everything he could to burn that bridge right to the ground. They won't take his calls now. He opened his turntable. He cried when he saw it, thanked me up and down and told me how much it meant to him. Then nodded off halfway through expressing his gratitude. When he eventually came to, he didn't even remember the turntable interaction. Just kept yelling incoherently about how his boss only sent him home cause he feels threatened and he is jealous that Rodney has the highest numbers in the shop. He cycled through that for a few hours. It was excruciating. I mean, I guess I'm the idiot for thinking that buying him the one thing he needed to reconnect with his hobby would fix everything. It hurt my feelings a little bit though, admittedly, that he seemed to lose interest so fast. He was so far removed from logical thought, he didn't even seem like the same person. I felt in that moment the way I assume people do when dealing with belligerent booze-drinking family members. From that moment I knew that I was going to have to confront him and tell him that if he wasn't willing to get clean, I was going to have to take a step back until he was. I dropped him off at home that night and helped him bring his stuff up. I needed time to think before going ahead with this. Said goodbyes and just cried into my girlfriend's arms for hours. I was just so angry. I was furious that he had taken it this far and now I was going to lose one of the most important people in the world to me because of substances. I felt so numb by the time I settled down. It was an awful night. I ended up telling our clean friend Jackson everything, as he worked for a rehab center in our city during his recovery for years and still had connections there. He basically agreed that I had to stop enabling Rodney and agreed with my plan to take a step back. This morning Jackson messaged me. Rodney had reached out to him and come clean about everything. That he's been doing tons of dope just to fight off withdrawals. And he admitted that he was in way too deep and was utterly terrified for his life. I messaged him immediately and just said good morning to him and that I hoped his weekend went well. Reminded him I loved him. He told me right away about the conversation he was having with Jackson and he told me he needed to go to rehab. How he needed help. How he just wanted to be happy with his life again and doesn't want to lose everything. We talked all morning this morning. Rodney told me he made it all through yesterday without doing any dope but he cracked this morning. Scraped all his tins for anything he could get. He told me he felt so out of control of himself and he just needs support to get better. He's ready to get clean. He doesn't want to be just another junkie. We're still messaging back and forth a little. I'm talking to Jackson in the back end. Jackson just told me he's pulled some strings to get Rodney into the rehab that saved his life 4 years ago. He's getting admitted tomorrow morning. Rodney can't afford it but somehow Jackson has negotiated a reduced rate for Rodney to go and has taken care of his first month's cost. They're gonna help him get some income assistance and they're gonna accept whatever the government is willing to provide even if it doesn't pay the cost in full. I cried at my desk. I'm so damn proud of him for taking this step and, in a way, I'm also relieved that I didn't need to force it. Update 2. My best friend has crossed the point of no return as I watch helplessly. Jackson was able to make good on his promise and Rodney went to rehab as planned that next morning. He had picked up his prescriptions he was getting at the time and took all 6 of them right before going into the building. According to Rodney, they barely affected him. Jackson said it is some kind of a rite of passage when people head into rehab. It gives them closure. Evidently it didn't do any more damage than it already had. The rehab Rodney went to was inpatient, and was able to give him a lot of resources that he previously hadn't had access to. Counseling helped him sort out some issues he had and a psychiatrist was able to prescribe him some medications to help level out his previously undiagnosed bipolar disorder. He spent 3 months in first stage recovery where he wasn't allowed out without a chaperone, but moved into a second stage house after the fact. Second stage functioned a lot like a halfway house, a sober living facility that they just had to be back at every night. He got a sponsor and took on his own sponsee after he got his 6-month chip. He continued living in the second stage for over a year after that and became employed by the rehab facility he went to within a few months of being in the second stage as a house manager. He kept that job until he began pursuing a college education in social work at the beginning of this year. He even made the dean's list in his first semester. Although almost everybody at his center said there's no such thing as a one and done, Rodney was. I spoke at his 1-year cake back in April, the week of his 25th. Tears were shed, laughs were had. It was a huge meeting with tons of people and it was really heartwarming to see so many people all there to support each other. It was also good for me as, because of Rodney's rehab being a decent distance from our old neighborhood, we don't get to spend nearly as much time together as we used to. That's fine by me. I'm just glad he's still here with a life to live, but I miss him. He moved out of his second stage house just under 2 weeks ago. He's staying with his mom while he finds his footing for his first stint outside the recovery world since he got clean. He's working hard on his studies. He never relapsed. He's insanely committed to his sobriety as he should be. And, most importantly, my boy is alive and honestly, better off than he was to begin with. My husband sent an apology to his ex-girlfriend from 8 years ago without my knowledge. Back my junior year of college I was struggling with a breakup and failing a semester's worth of classes. My mom and stepdad were in the midst of a divorce so I didn't have much support from them. When I came home that summer I ran into my old high school sweetheart Sam. Sam used to call me the love of his life, his future, his everything, but I was stupid and ended things because I had a dream that he cheated on me. When he started dating I realized I wasn't ready to move on. Nothing I did could convince him to try again so he found a new girlfriend and I went to college. Meeting up that summer, things weren't bitter or anything. He had ghosted me before so I was a little confused, but our talk went well and I asked if we could be friends since I needed someone. He said sure. He told me right away he was still dating the same girl and I said okay. Later that week, I was distraught as hell, called him up because I needed some comfort, and he stayed the night. Some wine later we slept together and did the deed. We did it again in the morning too. None of that was my intent when inviting him over but it happened. He left telling me this was over. I got pregnant and while I didn't want to let him or anyone else know, my mom ended up telling him and his girlfriend, which led them to break up. Sam and I ended up together and now have a son. We're in couples counseling as I deep down know Sam doesn't see me much like a wife, but more a roommate or co-parent. I do love him and I know he likely won't ever leave because of our son and guilt. I did however see on his phone he messaged his old ex-girlfriend. I've occasionally looked her up just to see how she is doing, but she doesn't have a lot of social media. In the message he wrote a very long paragraph apologizing for all he had done. What a selfish boyfriend he was. He has carried the weight of his choice every day and he was so happy to see how much she has done since their breakup. Her brother took his own life around the same time as he cheated and Sam was no longer welcomed at the funeral. I was frustrated at the message Sam sent, and confronted him, asking him where was my long apology for how much he's put me through by not being a respectful partner. Sam told me he was guilty for what we did to her, not anything our dumb choices did to him or me. He thinks I'm being overdramatic and getting upset. My cat was the same age as me and celebrated my college graduation. My cat and I are both 23. Every time I left for college I would say goodbye not knowing if he would still be around when I got back. I graduated a month ago and he made it. My sweet cat, Yellow, passed away a few weeks after my graduation. He made it to graduation weekend and was around for the celebrations and got some treats at the party, including lots of milk. He hadn't been doing all that well in the months leading up to it, so unfortunately as much as it broke our hearts, we made the decision to let him go. I was given the day off of work to spend time with my family and him. He got plenty of love and treats. Yellow lived a very long wonderful life. My parents bought a plot of land in 2002. When they did, they had no idea it came with an added bonus, a cat. Yellow was a stray who had been living off the land for quite some time. Oddly he was fixed. I'm aware of catch and release programs for feral cats, but Yellow didn't have anything that signified he was a part of a program like that. In the area we lived in it was unfortunately common for people to abandon pets there. My family cared for several cats over the years, so while we will never know for sure, we assumed he had been abandoned. I was 4, and was of course obsessed with the giant yellow kitty that was hanging around all the time. I kept pointing at him and calling him a yellowy cat, so that is where his full name came from. Yellowy. Yellow was taken to the vet in 2005, and was said to be 5 years old. He was officially part of the family. Yellow loved food. He was obsessed with food. His oddest obsession was cheese. If I ever left any food with cheese unattended he would immediately steal it. Mac and cheese was his absolute favorite thing to steal, but it was hard to ever be angry with him. Yellow was a pretty boy and he knew it. He loved attention and loved being brushed and petted and would meow his little heart out. When we brushed him he would spin in circles to make sure he was even. If you were not giving him enough attention, he would hook his paw around your hand and pull you to him to pet him. Yellow's biggest challenge happened a few years after we adopted him. He was struck by a car. He would have passed away, had the lady driving not acted quickly. She scooped him up and carried him to our door, asking if he belonged to us and apologizing profusely. I'm grateful for her every day. She struck him, but that could have happened to anyone. A lot of people would have just left him there, but she saved his life. He woke up while we were on the phone with the vet and wandered over to his food bowl to start eating, despite having multiple serious injuries. He made a full recovery, only losing a few teeth and having a permanent white tuft of fur on his head where the vet had to put a staple. After that incident, he became strictly an indoor cat, though he did protest. Yellow was with us through it all. He was my entire childhood. I have very few memories of times before he was in my life. Yellow survived being abandoned, getting struck by a car, and he lived through 2020. The night after he passed, I had a dream where my grandma told me that she would take care of him. It was very comforting. A few months after his passing I finally got an apartment that allowed pets, and I decided to go adopt a cat. When I got there this massive cat escaped the cat room and came up to me. He was a stray that had been picked up off the street, and unfortunately had an injured paw and lost a toe as a result. He had been there the longest. Maybe it's silly, but I felt like Yellow had led him to me in a way. I knew this sweet boy needed my help. I named him Thunderstorm, because his gray fur with black markings reminded me of a storm cloud. I named yet another cat after their fur color. I guess some things never change. Thunder will know nothing but love for the rest of his life, just like Yellow. What is the dumbest way you have ruined a relationship? I have survived 5 abusive relationships. They were all verbally abusive as well as emotionally and sometimes physically too. I stopped dating at 26 and started dating my newest boyfriend 10 months ago. He got home from work and I made us dinner, and while we were getting ready for bed he was trying to find a movie for us both to watch. I really wanted to do the deed with him, so I tried to initiate it. But he said that he was really tired and wasn't in the mood. I did not understand, as he is a man. He should always want to sleep with a woman. I really wanted to do it, so I tried to keep starting it and he kept telling me no. I tried one last time and he pushed me off him and I fell off the bed and hit my head on the bedside table. He immediately started to see if I was okay and apologized, but I broke down and started screaming at him. Screaming that he was the same as my exes and that he doesn't give a crap about me, and I screamed for him to get out of my apartment. He tried to calm me down and say that he wanted to talk and that he would not be screamed at for nothing. I was so angry I slapped him and I saw the red hand mark appearing on his cheek. He just looked shocked and left the apartment without his things. That was yesterday and I tried calling, but I just got an angry voice message from his sister saying that I really messed up and that she and my now ex will be there to get his things soon. I tried calling again and he did answer and said that he was able to get past the screaming, but that becoming physical without a good reason is something he can never get over with anyone. I have been crying non-stop and haven't eaten for the last day. Why would he leave me? Was what I did really that bad? My wedding was ruined by my husband's intoxicated female friend. Me and my now husband Josh had our wedding last week. While I was taking photos with my bridesmaids, I saw Josh's cousin Nicole, with a girl named Sarah who I'm unfamiliar with. She seems non-talkative but is friendly to me at first. A long while later, after the vows were exchanged, I bumped into Sarah while on my way to the food table. She's clearly really intoxicated, but through her slurred speaking I could hear her ranting about how crowded the venue was, but then it escalated. I was getting food for my mom when she said to me that she's surprised Josh married someone like me because Josh could do better than me. I tried to laugh it off and I told her I was very lucky to have him. The interaction left me feeling upset, but I brushed it off as her just being intoxicated, and I started drinking too and soon forgot about it. Time goes past and I'm feeling good. Me and my husband along with all the guests were dancing. Suddenly, I hear a crashing sound near the food table and all of us rush over to see what was happening. I see Sarah on the ground sobbing hysterically, and Nicole was trying to calm her down. She had completely smashed my wedding cake and ripped the decorations. My heart was broken to see my wedding cake completely destroyed, but I tried to ask what was wrong, and Sarah started screaming and cursing me. I was confused and intoxicated, so I started shouting back and ordered my husband to kick her out. He didn't want to and told me she should be allowed to stay since she was a friend of his. I argued with him and told him that she ruined my wedding. It eventually took my husband and Nicole to get her under control and convince her to go home. Nicole left with Sarah, and when my husband came back he looked angry with me. He completely blew me off for the rest of the night, and I could tell the atmosphere was now awkward for all my guests. The next day my husband lectured me about how I hurt Sarah's feelings and demanded I apologize to her. We argued and he slept on the couch. My girlfriend dumped me because I had a heart attack. My girlfriend would always tell me that she would be afraid to commit to something long term, because of unwanted judgment from her sisters who always thought she should see other guys or keep her options open. Due to this she hooked up with other guys purely for fun while we were together, but despite this, she would always assure me that I was the one that made her happy and everyone else was just a side screw. This past week on the 4th of July, I woke up in the middle of the night with some heavy chest pains and just could not go back to sleep. I assumed it was some bad acid reflux. I had already agreed to take my aunt to the airport that day, so despite the pain I drove to have lunch with my aunt and cousin and drop them off at the airport. On the way back home, my chest started to hurt even more, so I called her to let her know what was going on with me and asked if she could take me to the urgent care or ER. Upon hearing this, she got irritated and told me she was about to get her nails done and wasn't about to cancel her appointment. I pleaded with her to take me, telling her I was starting to get scared that it was something serious. She told me that I better be home within 15 minutes or she would not take me. Once she picked me up, She started to rant about how I knew she had a nail appointment and now this whole fiasco was eating into her gym time she had planned later. I told her how much I needed her in this moment and she kind of shrugged it off. I ended up being prescribed ibuprofen as they couldn't diagnose my pain correctly that day. Thinking that something was still wrong, I asked her to stay at my house with me to make sure I was okay. She got upset again and told me, "Don't you know it's the 4th? I have family coming over, I have to go." I went home to rest and try the ibuprofen but to no avail. So I started calling her over and over needing a ride to the ER. After multiple failed attempts to reach her, I took matters into my own hands and drove myself to the ER. It wasn't until I got admitted to the ER that I got a call from her asking why I called so many times. I explained to her that I had to drive myself and that I was being checked out at the hospital, and I asked her if she could come be there with me. Not only did she tell me that she wasn't going to come see me because her dog was scared of the fireworks, she also told me that she was completely done with me and over it. She explained that my actions were out of hand and that I was crazy for blowing up her phone earlier in the day. She told me that I ruined everything she had planned that day and she couldn't be with someone who was so needy. The whole time I was in the hospital she barely reached out and only started to ask me how I was feeling after I was released, which I haven't responded to. My brother is getting married to my ex and invited me to the wedding. I have been a caretaker for my brother Justin since he was 10. I was only 16 when our parents died. I did everything for him and he was the apple of my eye. I never dated that much because I was the breadwinner for my brother. That is until I met Melissa. That was almost 10 years ago. We dated for 2 years and it was great. My brother loved her. One day, I eavesdropped on a conversation she was having with her friend. The gist of that conversation was her friend was asking about me. Melissa said that she loves me a lot. She loves that I take care of her in every way, but I am pretty average when it comes to doing the deed. Her friend asked her if she was going to talk to me about it. She told her that her fixture is my brother. She went on to explain how she and Justin have been having an affair for 8 months. She thinks it is justified because she thinks Justin is better in bed than I am. You can imagine how painful it was for me. I went inside the house pretending I didn't hear a thing. I confronted Justin about it. I pressed this matter after he was denying it. He eventually broke down and said it was the truth. He didn't say anything because he didn't want to hurt me. He and Melissa are in love and wanted to get married, but Melissa won't leave me. I was furious. I wanted to go Iron Mike on him, but I just told him he is dead to me and left. I also kicked out Melissa and she stayed with my brother and his roommates. My brother was banging on my door nonstop. I had to move in with a friend and told everyone to not disclose my location to my brothers. His calls and emails were all the same. He was sorry and he never wanted to hurt me and he will break up. I stopped the bank account that I made for him that he can access when he is 25. He was not my brother anymore. I went into deep depression. I didn't eat or sleep properly. I would have nightmares of my brother and ex laughing at me that I suck in bed. That if I was good enough she would have never left me. It got so bad that once I stood in front of a train track because it was too unbearable for me. Luckily my friend saved me. I do not have many friends but they were my rock. I stayed with them for a year. I went to therapy and I did group sessions. I had a lot of anxiety regarding intimacy, so I didn't date for a long time. My friend encouraged me to try. I did try once with a one-night stand, but it was bad for both of us. I still go to therapy to this day, but other aspects of my life have improved. I focused more on building new relationships with new people. I have been in a relationship with someone for 3 years now. We are engaged and we are having a kid together. Wendy is a really nice person. She knows all about my insecurities and problems that I faced because of my brother. She was mature and patient with me. I was able to trust someone enough to be in a relationship. 2 days ago, I got an invitation in my mail about a wedding. It was from my brother. He has kept tabs on me from afar and invited me to his wedding with none other than Melissa. Looking at their names doesn't hurt that much now. I feel numb. If it was 8 years ago, I would have a meltdown. I still feel this pain that I cannot be happy for my brother's big day. My fiancé suggests that we shouldn't go and delete the invite. Update: my brother is getting married to my ex and invited me to the wedding. A few days ago I got another email from my brother. My brother made a huge email. He basically told me he knows I will not come to his wedding but still wanted me there for his big day. He apologized for what he has done and that he would never forgive himself for doing wrong. He knew he shouldn't have slept with Melissa but he did it anyway. Growing up he had been jealous of me. He was jealous that I am the more capable brother who was just babysitting him. When Melissa approached him, he felt like he had more importance. He knew he was wrong. He wanted to stop. The day I said he was dead to me he had a panic attack. He tried his best to contact me but my friends refused to give up my location. He was begging them. He and Melissa split up for a while and he was desperate to find me. He hit rock bottom when he heard from a friend of his that I tried to take my own life. Apparently he tried to do the same but failed too and afterwards slumped into depression and booze. Even his friends judged him harshly after what he had done. His friends saw me as a big brother too, so they all refused to be at his wedding with Melissa. Melissa and he reconciled 2 years ago. By that time Melissa was a single mom. She feels guilty about what she has done because the father of her child has cheated on her and left her. She also wanted to meet me and say sorry. From there they rekindled their romance. Lastly he said he cannot go through with the wedding. He called it off and he fought with Melissa and they broke up again. He wants me to be with him on his most important day. He knows I have disowned him but he is willing to do anything to reconcile, even if it takes him his whole life. My therapist said forgiveness isn't something that is forced. It comes from the subconscious level when we know we can forgive that person. And it should be an option only when someone shows that they are sorry by their actions and not by their words. Honestly, I don't want to forgive him. My mother-in-law despises me but loves my son. My mother-in-law has bipolar disorder but won't seek treatment. Everyone in the family knows something is wrong but they tiptoe around the issue because she's a ticking time bomb 90% of the time. She disapproved of me from the start for reasons unknown. My husband says she's never liked any of his girlfriends. It's some complex she has about her precious little boy. No one is ever good enough for him. She surprised us by showing up to our elopement. We both invited our parents and my sister last minute, and everyone except my mother-in-law was thrilled. She was quiet and scowled the whole time. She's a NICU nurse and travels for work as we live in a rural area, so she wasn't around a lot. Whenever she would visit, I would try and extend the olive branch and see if she'd like to hang out and maybe try and connect. I grew up with my grandmother living with us, and her and my mom had such a wonderful relationship. I thought that if I got to know my mother-in-law, maybe we could have that. Nope. Half the time it was an excuse about being tired, and the other half the time she wouldn't even respond. She actually got in the habit of not telling us when she was in town. I brushed it off. I can't force her to be my friend. I know it makes my husband sad that we aren't close, but I can't help that the woman doesn't want me around. In the 2 years my husband and I have been together, I've seen my mother-in-law 5 times. The big issues started when I got pregnant. My husband and I had been trying, and we were over the moon at the news. We were both so excited and ready to be parents. My parents were overjoyed at the news and have been so supportive and loving the whole way. When we told my mother-in-law, she was awful. We had prefaced seeing them with the fact that we had news we wanted to share with them. She postponed us coming over twice, and when we actually arrived, she was still in her pajamas with unbrushed hair and bad breath. When we shared the news, she said, "I was dreading that this is what you'd say," and then proceeded to go on a rant about how we're too young and we won't enjoy it and won't make it as parents. I was mortified. She looked at me and flat out told me she wished I wasn't pregnant. My husband and I quickly made an excuse to leave. We were both crushed, but we were determined to not let it get to us and focus on our new, growing family. After about a month, she sent me a long-winded text that was less of an apology and more of an excuse. She brushed over her cruel words and said she was simply blindsided by the news and now is so excited to be a grandmother. I didn't respond. The next interaction came on the 4th of July. I was several months along and was so hungry all of the time, but the smell of cooking meat would make me so sick. I have celiac disease, so I'm used to bringing my own alternatives to people's houses to accommodate my food restriction. My in-laws were in town for the 4th. My parents invited us to their house for the 4th and we happily accepted. In-laws never reached out to us about plans. My husband texted them the day before to see what their plans were, and father-in-law said they would have a barbecue and they wanted us to come. My husband asked what food would be served. With my dietary restriction, the only thing I could eat would be a plain hamburger patty, but I was worried it would make me sick with the pregnancy. My husband asked if there was anything I could eat. Mother-in-law responds by saying she didn't really think about me and was more concerned with catering to my sister-in-law's friends. My husband asked if we should bring some food for me and they said no, that the barbecue was supposed to be a special thing and they had some chips I could snack on. Keep in mind, I'm 4 months pregnant at this point and my choice was a whole meal that my parents made that I could eat, or chips. I texted my mother-in-law and politely declined the invitation and told her that in the future if she wanted me to attend events centered around food, to please either provide something I could eat or give me some notice so I could get some food together for myself. She lost it. She didn't respond to my message but texted my husband non-stop about how I was so cruel and cold to her and how I ruined her holiday. I texted her saying that if she's upset with me, she can talk to me about it, not my husband. Furthermore, I told her that she has established the precedent that we aren't friends and I don't want to be her friend, but I want her to be nice to me. I went so far as to say that if she wants to have a relationship with my kid, she needs to behave. She never responded to my message and I don't recall her texting me to this day. She ended up making a group chat with me and my husband months later, but she'd never talked to me, just my husband. I didn't speak to her for many months. She never checked on me during my pregnancy, didn't even ask how I was doing. My baby was born big and healthy in December. By this time, my mother and father-in-law had moved down to Arizona. They did come to visit after my son was born and I endured an awful visit. My mother-in-law wanted to cuddle and love on my baby and give me endless unsolicited advice, but I had promised my husband I would play nice. I was polite, nothing more. I can't get the image of her telling me she didn't want me pregnant out of my head. It was the worst thing to hear as a new mother. And now she wants to cuddle on my baby. Speaking of unsolicited, she now sends packages of stuff to my door that I don't want. She sent a bassinet that was too big for our small bedroom. She sent a noise machine that didn't work out of the box. She sent a huge wipe warmer that didn't fit on my changing table. She sent clothes that were too small for my son. And she sends all the packages anonymously to my door with no return slip. I've either donated everything or gifted it to a pregnant friend of mine. Lately, my mother-in-law has taken to FaceTiming my husband to see my son. If I'm in the room, she won't talk to me. She won't say hi. She won't ask how I'm doing, even though I'm only 4 months postpartum after an insanely traumatic birth where we could have lost both my son and I. She acts like I don't exist and it drives me nuts. And she knows I'm in the room when she FaceTimes because she can see I'm the one holding my son. She says she wants to visit soon, but I don't want her to see my son. I told her that if she didn't want to be amicable with me, she wouldn't get to see my son. I don't want to be close with her, but some common decency would be nice. If I'm around when she's calling, just be polite and say hi, and stop sending all this stuff to my door. I've got enough on my plate working full-time with a special needs 4-month-old. Having to deal with giant shipments showing up to my door with no notice is an extra task I don't need. You want to know what the cherry on top is? I had told her at one point when my husband and I were dating about my grandmother who had recently passed. She was the one that lived with us. She practically raised me. She passed right before I met my husband and I feel like I'm still grieving her loss. I called her my Gram and Grammy. And what name did my mother-in-law choose? Gram. I feel my heart break a little bit every time I hear her say it because even though it's been 2 years, I'm still grappling with the loss of my grandmother. She had dementia before she passed and it was hard on all of us. I'm still trying to cope with watching my beloved Gram literally lose her mind slowly over the course of several years. And my mother-in-law knows this and chose that name. Update: my mother-in-law despises me but loves my son. I talked to my husband about potentially not allowing my mother-in-law to see our son. We got into a bit of a back and forth about it and I finally told him I was fed up with him not defending me in the face of obvious disrespect. I got through to him and he agreed to speak to his parents. The FaceTime calls have ceased and my husband is no longer sending pictures and updates of our son to her. He does send them to his sister, and I don't mind that. She's a total sweetheart and I really adore her. I don't know if she shows anything to mother-in-law. I don't even know how much she sees mother-in-law honestly. They had a terrible relationship growing up with sister-in-law being the scapegoat for mother-in-law's abuse and my husband being the golden child. She's also said that mother and father-in-law fight so often now that they're almost impossible to be around for any length of time, which also doesn't fly with me. I grew up with a younger sibling that suffered from some severe emotional delays, leading to hours of screaming, crying, and violence every day. I'm sure their fighting isn't so extreme, but it's important to me that my son not be exposed to loud and aggressive behavior when possible. In slightly worse news again, my husband is a bit upset again about our son not being allowed to see mother-in-law unless she changes her ways. He started throwing things around about grandparents' rights, which he doesn't understand. Mother-in-law has a history of abuse, alcoholism, and mistreating me, aside from the fact that my son is an infant who doesn't know this woman and wouldn't care either way if he didn't see her. We got into a bit of an argument last night where my husband said he had decided that he wouldn't be keeping his son from his parents. I stood firm on what I was comfortable with. Mother-in-law is not allowed to see my son until he talks to her and she's only allowed to have supervised visits after the fact. I spoke with my husband over text this morning and let him know that I hope he will stick with our original plan of talking to his mom. I also reminded him that we need to be a team on this like in all things. I also reminded him that we're in this situation because of her and her behavior, not because of anything I did. Another issue is that my husband wants his parents to babysit since mother-in-law is coming to visit sometime in July, and I'm just not comfortable with it. My mother-in-law has a sordid history of not listening to me. I just don't trust leaving my son with her because I have no way of knowing if she will respect what I ask of her to do for him. Furthermore, my son has special needs and is teething. I've only ever seen mother-in-law a few times in person. I wouldn't leave my son with an unstable booze drinker that I'd only ever met a handful of times that disrespects me. Update 2. My mother-in-law despises me but loves my son. My husband refused to truly back me up on this issue and was on the fence about it once again. I sent him another long text this morning while he was in work. I've been thinking a lot about the situation with your mom. I keep thinking about how I don't want to cause problems, but I realize that I haven't done anything wrong. I haven't done anything to her. I've never been anything but nice to her. The bottom line is that we had an agreement. Your mother is not allowed to act however she wants to me. She disrespected me and treated me like an incubator for her grandchild, whom she has no relationship with, and she will not have a relationship with him until she begins to behave differently. She is a former alcoholic, and has severe problems whether you want to admit it or no, and the fact you still aren't sure who to side with really hurts me. Your parents will not be babysitting the baby yet. When he was born, you didn't feel comfortable with my parents babysitting until we had seen them around the baby for a while. The same will stand true for your parents. We can consider letting them keep the baby after they have a while to get to know him and we see how they interact with him. He's more aware than ever now and, especially with his teething, it's not a good idea to leave him in a strange environment with strange people that he doesn't know. The baby isn't allowed to be with anyone we're not both on board with. If I came to you and said, hey, I'm going to leave the baby with an unstable alcoholic you've only met a few times and there's nothing you can say or do about it, you would flip ooh, and understandably so. You can't do that to me. We are supposed to be a united front on our decisions with baby. It's completely unfair for you to flip-flop on me like this. 1 minute you're the supportive husband who has sympathy for my position and wants to put our family first, and the next minute I'm a witch who is incapable of forgiveness and the whole situation is my fault. You need to pick a side. It's either me and the baby or your mother. I'm tired of waiting for you to defend me. I'm your wife and he is your son. At the end of the day, your mother is the problem, not me. She caused all this. Her behavior, her actions. She's an adult and she made her choices. Now she has to live with the consequences. I've been patient, I've been polite, I've been flexible. I allowed her to see him when he was born and that didn't change anything. She needs to figure herself out before she's allowed to see our son. I wanted for a few hours and he responded by saying he thinks the relationship between me and her can be repaired. He says he didn't say anything about her responsibility in repairing the relationship. Apparently, he never agreed to keeping our son from her, which isn't true. We had a long discussion about it and both agreed it would be best to have some distance between her and our son until we have a chance to speak with her. My solution of keeping our son from her forever, which isn't true, I told him that if she turns her behavior around, she can see him if we're around, is no solution to the problem. Again, glossing over everything, he agrees that his dad, never mentioned his mom, won't babysit until we have some time to see him with our son and let our son get to know him. The skinwalker has come back. Help me please. We don't go outside at night anymore because it's out there. The weird event started when I was 10. I was outside on the balcony one night on the phone with my friend. The moon was lit enough so I could make out a silhouette of a person running around the yard, ducking behind bushes, crawling across the grass. It was changing size. One time it ducked behind a tall tree and had come out as a kangaroo, then gone behind another tree and came out as a person. I walked slowly inside just in case it noticed me. I locked the doors and went straight to my bedroom. That night I looked up what it could have been. I think it was a skinwalker. For months after that I would hear noises outside my room, screaming and tapping on my walls, footsteps outside my window echoing with a deadly undertone. I told my dad about these events, and when I did it all stopped for about a year. The noises then came back. I was looking out my window one night at the moon when I heard a scream. Someone was calling for help. I see it in the yard, walking on all fours, but it was a human. It went behind the cubby house and shapeshifted into a bloodhound. The rest of the night I heard whimpers, as well as tapping and screaming. It stopped once I told my dad. Once again it is back. Now it's come back. It walks past my room. It taps the windows and walls. It screams for help. It cries like a baby and whimpers like a hurt dog. My sister and I have seen it. We lock the doors again, but this time it bangs louder and louder. It wants in. It wants to feast so badly. Last night I let fate take over. My sister decided to go outside and accept the fact it would never leave. Perhaps it is all a bad dream, I thought as I looked at my sister outside from the balcony. It's not real. My sister is fine. As I watched it appear in front of her and drag her to the woods, her screams silenced, the fear in her eyes visible from 1,000 yards. It made eye contact with me. It's coming back for me. What is the most confusing and awkward moment of your life? I gathered up some dirty laundry to wash and I headed down to the basement. I loaded up the washing machine and started it. After an hour or so I go down to take care of the laundry and the machine is still running. I notice that the shower is also running. That is pretty weird. Naturally, I think there must be something wrong with the plumbing, so I went to check it out. I was just about to remove the curtain as I realized there's actually someone there, taking a shower. It's only me and Dad at home, so it must be him. I see a silhouette and notice that it is not my father. It is a woman. Oh, Mom must be home from work early. I start to talk to her and say that I was just checking on the laundry. That is when this unknown stranger woman gasps and pokes out her head. We're both shocked and I go into overly polite mode as a defense mechanism. I smile awkwardly and pretend that this is totally normal and try to shake her hand while she is standing there unclothed in front of me. She had a wild bush, by the way. Hedges were not trimmed at all. She politely declines my handshake and she tells me that she is our neighbor's new wife and their shower broke. So my dad had, without informing me, promised our neighbor to use our shower in our basement while the washing machine was running. At no point did neither my dad, our neighbor, nor his wife even consider to inform me about this, and that I would probably walk into my own basement since the washing machine was in fact running during this shower session. The next day I caught that same neighbor and my dad in bed doing the deed. Who could have guessed? My husband's best friend made very explicit comments about my daughter at her sweet 16. My husband and I have a pool and we had a large amount of people here this weekend to celebrate my daughter's sweet 16. One of these friends was my husband's best friend. We will call him Dave. I've never been too extremely fond of him or the age gap between him and his girlfriend, as he is 45 and she is 24. The pool of the sweet 16 was all decorated and so was the inside and outside. Per her request, she was the only one at the party in a red bathing suit so she would stand out. The party was going great until I was in the laundry room grabbing stuff when I overheard Dave talking in the room over, most likely on his phone. He was saying how she was way more attractive than the girls he'd known as a teen. He kind of wished she was turning 18, not 16. That any boy who slept with her would be doing a service to God. I stopped. I wasn't immediately jumping to action and I was confused. This is a man my children grew up with, who babysitted them, stayed many nights over at our house, talking about my daughter in a way no one should talk about her. I marched outside and dragged my husband into the house to the room Dave was in. I yelled and told Dave he wasn't allowed in my house or around any of our family again, especially our daughter, and to leave immediately before telling my husband anything. Dave got red in the face and cussed at me and my husband for eavesdropping. I screamed at Dave to tell my husband what he was saying in my house about my daughter. Dave got even more mad before storming out and leaving in his girlfriend's car, without his girlfriend. My husband was getting irritated and demanded to know what happened, so I took a second to calm down before telling him. He told me we would deal with Dave later and just let our daughter have a great rest of the party. I agreed and we rejoined that party, even though Dave got a few looks. Dave's girlfriend came up to me towards the end asking why Dave was spamming her phone telling her that I was an a-hole. I was extremely appalled and dragged her over to my husband, who gave me an exasperated look. He told me to let it die for just a bit and he will talk to Dave after the party. That was yesterday afternoon and my husband just recently came home after meeting up with Dave and staying the night. He said I was overreacting, that Dave wasn't even talking about our daughter, that I shouldn't have acted the way I did all day and I was connecting dots that weren't supposed to be connected. I was upset and told him even if it wasn't our daughter he was talking about, he's still talking about a girl in an inappropriate way. We argued for a long time before eventually he left again, saying he was going to drive to blow off steam. Now I'm in the bathroom shaking and crying. How am I supposed to just sit back and allow this creep near any of my children? I love my husband and I think he's just been blinded by his loyalty to his friend. Update: my husband's best friend made very explicit comments about my daughter at her sweet 16. I'm not getting a divorce with my husband at this time. If anything sketchy or something I see that crosses a line, that notion may change though. I did not immediately assume my husband was into minor porn. It's something I assumed Dave was into. Today I had a very long talk with my second eldest son and my daughter. I told them what happened, and I told them that whatever happens going forward, it's not their fault, nor is it my daughter's in any way. It's the messed up mind of someone we trusted. I asked them if he had done anything to any of them, and if they had, that I wouldn't be angry at them, and would be proud they spoke up. My daughter said he would sometimes get too close, put his arm around her shoulders, but nothing that ever made her alarm bells go off in her head. I reiterated to her that she was not to blame for what happened and it's all on Dave. We hugged and I held her as she cried for a bit. My second eldest son was quiet, which he often is, but he told me that he never really liked Dave and thought he was weird. I asked him again if anything happened and he said no. We talked about more things to do with this type of stuff and I think it ended well. My two youngest children simply know that Dave did bad stuff and we won't be seeing him for a long time. Then around lunchtime my husband came home and he was basically sobbing at my feet outside our front door. He told me he was so confused and angry about what happened, that he was convinced his best friend wasn't like that he had been drinking last night after he left and fell into a bit of self-hatred. He wasn't with Dave though, but he had been texting with him that night. I asked him why he never stood up for me and my daughter, why he stayed the night with Dave. He said I was making a scene at our daughter's birthday party and didn't want to ruin the day for her, and he stayed the night because it was too late anyways by the time he stopped talking with Dave. He went silent when he saw Dave's girlfriend at the house though. I told him that she was staying a few nights. I didn't give him much of an explanation. Later when I started to make dinner he came up behind me and hugged me. I pushed him back, told him that I didn't want any physical touch with him anytime soon. He got angry, telling me that it was over now, that he apologized and promised to stand up for us in the future. I told him that he has to make up for what he did in the past first, that he needs to talk with our daughter. He went to go sulk somewhere and I haven't really seen much of him since. What is the cringiest thing you have done to get a crush's attention? My crush was a kid who lived down the block from my house. I stole his dog from his yard and then went to his front door to return it and get to talk to him. He said he saw me take him out of the yard. I avoided him after that. Back when I was in middle school I had a crush on this girl. I was into writing at the time so I put her in a fantasy story I wrote, where she was a warrior. She hated it and told everybody, and showed them the copy I gave her. This did not help my bullying. I still die from thinking about the cringe. When I was about 17 years old, I went on a family holiday to Italy. We were staying in a hotel with a shared swimming pool. I used to see this girl, roughly my age, every day by the pool. Blonde hair, nice body, just basically gorgeous. I think because she smiled at me a couple of times I convinced myself that she must be the one, and due to boredom, I spent basically the whole week gearing myself up to go and talk to her. I spent days just thinking of ways I could approach her, what to say, building up courage. It was the most important thing in my life at that moment, but was difficult because she was always around her family or I was around mine. There never seemed to be an opening. Then right at the end of the holiday, the perfect moment presented itself. I was by the pool, alone. She was by the pool, alone. This was my time. This was everything. It all comes down to this moment. So what's it going to be? Am I going to be a man, and approach her, or spend the rest of my life in turmoil wondering what might have been? So I walked up to her. I smile. She smiles. I say hello. She looks confused. I say hello again. She still looks confused. Nope, that didn't work either. This is going horribly. Why did I do this? Please let me be hit by a sniper right now. Why is there never a sniper? I asked her if she wanted a drink, and she looked even more confused. I think during this whole exchange she had only said the word "eh?" with a mixture of bewilderment and pity. So I walked to the bar, bought 2 lemonades and walked back over to her. I'm invested at this point, right? No point in backing out now, otherwise I would have just made a total fool out of myself for absolutely no reason. I place her lemonade down next to her. She says, "Thanks." And I swagger away feeling like James Bond, until I dropped my glass, which smashed into tiny pieces, most of which went into the pool and one bounced off and cut her toe, which then had to be evacuated while the staff cleaned glass out of it. And I got told off by the lifeguard, right in front of her and her family who had since returned and were all staring at me. My wife insisted we try an open marriage. Now she hates it because I sleep with females more attractive than her. My wife of 10 years has been raising the topic of wanting to have an open marriage for years. 2 months ago I agreed to give it a try for 6 months. A few days later she had her first casual encounter with a man in his late 20s from her gym, and with my full knowledge, I was expecting to have a tough time with it, but as she clearly enjoyed it and enthusiastically kept me in the loop it was easier to take than I expected. I began looking around on dating apps. We live in a college town and somewhat to my surprise, after swiping liberally, I found myself matching with a number of women in the 16 to 20 age range. These include a few who I found extremely attractive. Now, I'm considered fairly good looking and I do keep in shape, but I was still not expecting these matches to go anywhere. Again to my surprise, several of these women expressed interest via chat in meeting up for intimate encounters. I am not going to lie, as a man who married during my prime, the idea of sleeping with beautiful younger women has a strong draw. And so I did, keeping my wife in the loop as she was with me. From the start though, she seemed put off. "Isn't she a bit young for you? She could be your daughter," and so on. Still she accepted it, and over the past few months I've ended up sleeping with 7 different females, most of them more than once, and 2 of them regularly. I'm having a blast, but my wife is seeming more and more bothered by the situation, sometimes acting disgusted and not speaking to me for hours after I come home from a hookup. To be fair, I get it, but this was something she wanted and I'm playing well within the rules. And while I value our marriage, I don't want to stop until our agreed 6 months is up. My parents hired people to kidnap me and ended up sending me to a troubled teen camp. My mother has been diagnosed with bipolar disorder and my father has been diagnosed with schizophrenia. They have been wanting to send me to a camp for troubled teenagers for a while. One night, 2 people came to abduct me without me knowing. I thought they were kidnapping me. I screamed and my brother who was at home took my father's firearm and threatened to take their life. Turns out my mother and father paid them to kidnap me. 2 weeks later my parents ended up sending me to the camp. The camp that they sent me to was using the same property and facilities of an older camp which was closed down due to mistreatment of teenagers. The place wasn't like anything I imagined it would be. I tried to cooperate and pretend everything is normal, but they see compliance as a form of resistance. They also see non-compliance as a form of resistance. Whatever you do they see it as resistance. Their formula is that we were defective people and the only way to fix us is to first break us down completely and then rebuild according to their standards. Until they see you have mental breakdowns they don't agree that you're ready to relearn everything and change, so they continue the pressure. Even when I was doing everything they wanted they weren't convinced. It took maybe 3 months for them to be convinced that I'm broken down and they did break my spirit to be honest. I got to the point that I didn't care about anything anymore, I just wanted it to end. They had a girl who pretended to work in the kitchens to befriend me only to see if I truly hate my old self or not. She was insulting me left and right and was saying horrible things about me and my brother and I was supposed to agree with her. If I took things personally they knew I was acting and wasn't ready. I did not react. From there I didn't care anymore and they were convinced they'd achieved their goal. So things became easier. They'd teach me to be a nice girly Christian girl who wants to raise babies and would never touch a boy until she is married to someone her parents pick. It was like they were sending me into a children's book. Then my dad came and brought me back home. I don't know if I'm the same person or not or how much I've changed, but I really hate my parents. I hate them so much that a year ago I couldn't even imagine such a level of hatred as possible. There are 448 days until I'm 18 and I'm counting every single day until this is over and then I'm leaving with my brother and we're never looking back. My big brother is the only positive thing in my life and the only person who I trust. When I was gone he went to police, CPS and even talked to a lawyer and a pie to find a way to get me back but nothing worked. My parents came after my $15,000 which I had at a joint account with my brother in order to pay for this program that they sent me to. But my brother actually ended up moving the money to an account only under his own name so parents couldn't access it. I've been sleeping with my dead girlfriend's best friend and now she's pregnant. I lost my girlfriend over a year ago to cancer and I held her hand the whole time. Her best friend since high school was there for all of it and she always understood where I was at in grief. Then 2020 made it all even more isolating and depressing. We started chatting often to see how we're doing and we got closer. Pretty soon we were doing movie nights and stuff. Either I came to her place or her to mine. We just needed that comfort. We were helping each other with our grief but also like we became better friends than we were before. One night we got intoxicated and did the deed. It was my first time sleeping with someone else other than my girlfriend. We didn't talk for 3 weeks and then I felt like I missed her so reached out. We decided to pretend it didn't happen but then next time we hung out we ended up kissing. And then that just led to doing it on the couch. I don't know why we just decided to not acknowledge what this means, only that it feels good and makes us happy. We continued doing it. It's going on 4 months since this happened and she called me last night freaking out because she hasn't had her period in a while, so I went to her place. I bought a few pregnancy tests and they're all positive. She's going to the doctor this week but she told me she's not sure she has it in her to terminate, which means she'll keep the baby and I'm not sure how to feel about it. She says I'm the only guy she's been sleeping with but if I feel I need a paternity test to confirm then she's fine with that. I don't really have any doubts. I know she's an honest person and wouldn't lie to me but that means I'm gonna be a dad. That means my late girlfriend's friends are going to know we've been sleeping together and no doubt her family will too. Update: I've been sleeping with my dead girlfriend's best friend and now she's pregnant. My late girlfriend's best friend, Selma, talked all day yesterday and then today too and it's been a lot in just a few days. We got into a fight and I accidentally laid hands on her, something thank God she forgave after I apologized telling her it was in the heat of the moment. She's also decided she's keeping the baby and I told her I want to be involved 100%. I've let my mind go there, thinking about all our past interactions even before the intimacy started. I have realized I have loved her even when I was with my girlfriend. I just never got the opportunity to explore it as I am not an a-hole. I thought about how much I genuinely enjoyed her company and how she is as a person, not just because she was my girlfriend's best friend, but just how she is as a friend and person in general. Didn't let my mind go there before, but I know now that there are deeper feelings that I wanted to ignore. I decided to be open to her about it and confessed how I've been feeling. She's been on the same boat as me and we even had some booze to celebrate our commitment fully. She also knows her feelings for me are genuine. She's been talking about it to her therapist for a while, even before the girlfriend's passing. But she didn't want to say anything to me since we were sleeping together and she didn't know if for me it was just a physical thing. I will definitely get back into therapy just to make sure I'm at my healthiest mentally for the baby and get ready to be a parent, then to just deal with everything that's going to come out from this. I'm starting my first Alcoholics Anonymous meeting next week and I am excited to get fully sober for my new family. What is the most insane thing someone in your family has done? I came out as gay at age 13. I was bullied heavily in school since I lived in a predominantly Christian town. The bullying started typical and manageable, being called names and having my stuff knocked out of my hands. One day my bullies managed to talk their older siblings into following me home to assault me. Some of their siblings were seniors or even graduates. 3 of them were legally adults. As a kid I had no sense of danger and just took them following me as them going the same way, but I was still moving pretty fast because we just got a Y and I wanted to play Mario. Well, I managed to get to my yard but not much further than that when my backpack got grabbed and was pushed to the ground. These teens were now hurting me, and they weren't going easy. One of them managed to SA me. My mom heard the noise and came outside and they ran off after that. My mom picked me up and had to take me to the emergency room for the damage. I had 2 fractures in my nose and a broken arm. This meant I couldn't play the Wii until it healed, and the police were called while I was there. We had cameras that caught most of the assault and caught almost all of the teens' faces. The ones who were 16 and under mostly got a slap on the wrist and that was that, but the ones who were 18 got arrested and faced some heavy prison time. Now there was this 17-year-old, he was the one that S'd me, who managed to walk out of this after a few days in the county jail. My mom was not happy with this at all, since his birthday was about 2 weeks away and he should have been charged as an adult. My mom knew exactly where the trashy teen lived and knew his parents. His parents weren't nice people at all, and my mom definitely had more than one reason to despise these people, such as when they stole our Pomeranian from our yard. They tied him to a street light, then proceeded to hurt him till he passed away. The fact that their son broke my bones sent her off the edge with his family, and I think the final nail in the coffin for them was actually bragging about how their son got away with hurting that heathen boy at the local stores and on social media. It didn't take too long for my mom to work out a plan in her mind because later that week she told me that she'd get them out of town no matter what. My mom is not a killer though, and while she later did admit she was tempted to enact the plan much sooner, she chose not to make things worse if she gets caught. She waited for 2 months, that is until summer break hit. Trashy family was not one to be quiet about big plans since they loved to brag about having more money than most in the town, and would always announce when they would be going on vacation, where they'd be going, and for how long they'd be going for. This was it, Mom's golden opportunity. She made sure everything was set, checked around Trashy family's neighbors' houses for any cameras, made sure that she had a place she wouldn't be seen, and on the last day of Trashy family's vacation she went down at night and set their house on fire. This small town didn't have its own fire station. The nearest one was 45 minutes away. By the time a fire truck got there, the damage had been done. Most of their house was completely destroyed. Just like clockwork, that next morning they arrived to see the destruction. You could hear the screaming 3 blocks away. My mom just sat in her chair, drinking coffee, and watching the Golden Girls. Am I the a-hole for telling my stepdaughter to stop using period products in the bathroom she shares with my teenage sons? I have been living with my new wife and stepdaughter for about 6 months now. She's 19, and I have 3 sons. All 4 children share a bathroom. My sons have never lived for a long period of time with a woman, nor have any of them had long-term girlfriends. My eldest son came to me last week and told me that his stepsister disposes of her used sanitary products in the trash can they share, but doesn't use toilet roll or sandwich bags to disguise what they are, and it makes him uncomfortable, which I think is reasonable. My sons are teenage boys and don't want to see their stepsister's period products on full display. A few nights ago I went into the kitchen to grab a snack and she was there doing some work for university. My wife had mentioned that she knew she was on her period, so I took it as an opportunity to have a word with her. I told her my sons were uncomfortable and asked her if she'd mind putting her used products in diaper bags or flushing them down the toilet. She laughed and told me it was rich coming from a man who sheds like a gorilla and has produced 3 skid-marking sons, which I thought was just an unnecessary attack. I've been nothing but nice to the girl and it's hardly a comparison. My sons shouldn't be subjected to her unhygienic products if it makes them uncomfortable. She went on to lecture me about how some products can't be flushed and that it's bad for the environment if she uses diaper bags for everyone, which I think is just an excuse. I called her a scruff and told her that this was my house and that what I say goes. I later asked my wife if she could have a word with her and she told me I was being ridiculous and that her daughter has had her period for 10 years and knows what she's doing. When I told her it was making my sons uncomfortable, she said my sons needed to get a grip and turned over and went to sleep. My ex-husband who cheated on me with my sister emailed me after 6 years. My ex-husband Dan came into my life when I was 18 and he was 26. He saved me from depression and thoughts of taking my life. We got married after dating for 4 years, and after 5 years of being happily married, I discovered that my husband was cheating on me with my younger sister Abby. I discovered the affair when my husband made an excuse that he will go out of town for a week, but he stayed in town and he booked a hotel room where he and Abby could sleep together. This has been going on for 6 months behind my back and I was really devastated. Abby and I were close growing up. I asked Dan how could he do this to me, that too with my sister who just turned 18? He said he didn't love me anymore, that I don't give him enough attention, that I am not the same girl he fell in love with. Between this mess, I discovered that I was pregnant, but due to the stress I lost the baby. He didn't even care enough to visit me at the hospital when I lost our child. He was having a weekend getaway with my sister. I should have seen the signs. Abby would always be touchy with Dan. Dan would sometimes stare at her. But it is still very disturbing for me. My mother as usual took Abby's side and told me to just make peace with it and accept what's done is done. Then my best friend Tina came to my rescue. She was moving to another state and asked me to come with her and I said yes. It took me a while to settle into my new life in a different state, but I met some kind people there. I met my now husband Tony after 1 year of moving to the new place. I was really hesitant and kept my guard up, but he showed me that he is trustworthy and loves me a lot. I was so happy with him that I almost forgot about the life I had back in my hometown. His parents were really welcoming and generous people. We got married a year ago. I am now pregnant with our first child. Yesterday, I got an email from my ex Dan. It just brought back all the bad memories. He mentioned that he misses me. He tried to find me but couldn't. He is very miserable with my sister. She is very dumb and doesn't care about him like I do. I used to bake him a cake and throw birthdays for him. Abby only texted him happy birthday and didn't even bother to buy him a cake. Plus she is very rude. She doesn't respect him. She is always at the bar with her friends. He also mentioned that she has cheated on him 5 times already. The last affair was with his cousin. Our mother also doesn't stop her. He will soon file for a divorce, but lately he has been missing me a lot. He wants us to try again as a couple. He wants us to become a family just like before. Update: my ex-husband who cheated on me with my sister emailed me after 6 years. I decided to send him an email and be done with it. The email read, Dan, I am sorry to hear that you are suffering, but there is no way I would be with you. Yes, there was a time when I used to be that girl who would have taken you in a heartbeat, but that girl is not there anymore. That girl has died the day I had a miscarriage and you were somewhere shacking up with my sister. I called you but you never picked it up. I am married to a wonderful man who loves me and cherishes me. I am also pregnant with our first child. I am beginning this new chapter of my life with someone I love and care deeply. So please, do not contact me ever again. You made your choice. You chose my barely legal sister over me. I do not care if she cheats on you or she doesn't respect you. Someone like you doesn't deserve loyalty and respect anyways. I have left my old life in my old town. It will be best for you to move on and have some self-reflection on yourself. You are just a deeply insecure man who is getting old and thought having a young woman would be good by your side. Goodbye. He replied within an hour of me emailing him. He said that he was stupid enough to believe that I would still wait for him. And he said he would always wait for me because no matter what I will always be his baby doll. I cringed hard. He used to call me that, but now it feels repulsive. A few hours later I got 2 other emails from my mom and sister. My mom congratulated me and was excited that she is going to be a grandmother. And my sister also did the same and said she will be the cool aunt. I cannot believe these people. They forgot how they treated me when I needed them and moreover betrayed me. I don't know how they knew about my pregnancy. I try to keep a low profile. I still haven't posted my baby bump pics on social media or made any announcements. It just scared me. I broke down crying on the spot. Luckily my husband Tony was around. He held me and put me on the couch. He knows everything about me. I never hid anything from him. I was a little bit scared that my mom and sister would find me. He reassured me that I am hundreds of miles away from them. He took me out for ice cream to comfort me. It took 2 ice cream cones to finally calm me down. On the way home I got another email from my sister. This email was an apology email, and she was begging for forgiveness and asked if they could meet the baby and come down to my town. She mentioned the town I'm in correctly and that is when I truly lost it. I'm so stressed I do not want another miscarriage. Thankfully I have Tony by my side. Have you ever blamed someone else for something that you did? Every time I drink coffee in the morning it makes me poop myself. However, despite this I can never resist drinking it in the morning. This morning I made my coffee and I got about halfway through my cup and realized my stomach hasn't started hurting yet. I just continued on with my coffee and I finished my cup. Hallelujah, no stomach problems. Later that day I had made plans to go camping with some friends at a lake. I'm on my way there, when all of a sudden the coffee has caught up with me. I decide that I will find a porta potty and deal with it at the lake. I get to the lake and apparently my friends decided to show up early. On top of that there was literally one porta potty at this lake, and this porta potty happened to be literally right near where we were camping. Okay, so I have 2 options. 1. Proceed to the porta potty, where it will undoubtedly cause it to smell like toxic waste for the rest of the day, and risk our campsite smelling like dookie all night, or 2. Try and hold it long enough to drive back to my house. I decided there was no way I could hold long enough to drive, so I asked my friends to walk down to the lake and see if they could find a nice spot to set up chairs for fishing while I set up my tent. While they are doing that, I go into the porta potty and my bowels invoke the wrath of Lucifer on that poor innocent toilet. So, I get done emptying my entire stomach into the porta potty, and walk out to set up my tent. My friends come back, and instantly one of them goes, "What is that horrible smell?" So I play it off and go, "Yeah man, I smelled it too, what is that?" So my friend goes to investigate, and walks into the porta potty and instantly froze and went, "Dude, who the F pooped themselves in here?" So of course, being the noble person I am, I said, "Dude, I do not know, maybe it was Jason, a friend camping with us." I then convinced him to not mention it, so as to not embarrass our friend. So we decided there was no way we could camp this close to this putrid stench, so we told the friend that we found a flatter spot to set up tents, and that was that. I do not know what to do with my wife's bizarre request. Earlier this year my wife was diagnosed with cancer. Thankfully she made a full recovery. I took time off work to look after her after the surgery and all seemed well. After her recovery, she was insistent that we start living life to the fullest and took a 10-day trip to Europe, followed by a trip to Belize. We also have a trip to the UK and Portugal later this year. She also took up yoga, swimming and healthy cooking classes. I was fully on board until last week. Last week she came home from work and told me she wanted a hall pass. A one-time opportunity for her to have intimacy with someone else besides me. She said that since her cancer diagnosis her outlook on life has changed and she doesn't want to be handcuffed from doing things she wants to do. She explained that there is this guy at her work that she has always had some attraction to. He is apparently taller, way fitter and younger than me and she would love to sleep with him. He is leaving the company and she will never see him again, so this is the perfect opportunity to sleep with someone else. She said that I could say no of course but that she would be disappointed at me for an indeterminate amount of time and that it would be confirmation of my male toxicity and insecurity. I don't consider myself to be toxic and if not wanting your wife of 20 years to sleep with someone else is insecure then I guess I am insecure. I told her that I appreciated her talking to me about this but approval via coercion is not approval. I also said that I do not appreciate her language in describing my, as of yet, unknown reaction to this very large issue that could affect the rest of our marriage. I got up in the morning she basically said that she was sorry for putting such a large decision solely on my shoulders and that to help she was taking the decision away from me. She booked a hotel near where her coworkers are having a send-off for this guy and she would spend the night there with him and hope that I would be here when she got back. That she would answer any questions I have about the night after it happened but not before. Part of me thinks at least she has been honest with me and she has been through a lot since finding out she had cancer, so maybe I should just let it happen. I certainly have no concept of what she went through, so I cannot dismiss how this affected her mental state and outlook on life. Part of me wants to put my foot down and say this is not going to happen and deal with those consequences when they happen. Her best friend called me callous for even suggesting that I wouldn't let it happen, because I have no idea what she went through. I find it hard to believe that she is okay with the possibility of throwing away 20 years of marriage over some guy that she has had no relationship with outside of work, and that I should just call her bluff. Maybe she thinks similarly that I won't throw away the marriage because of one encounter. Update: I do not know what to do with my wife's bizarre request. I was hoping that my opposition to her plans would give her pause, but unfortunately that did not happen. I said I am a hard no, and she cannot sleep with her coworker. I was met once again with "this is for me, it will be one time, what can I say to help you deal with it, you'll get over it, we were meant to be regardless of the situation" remarks leading up to Saturday. She left Saturday, and I asked her to text me when she was leaving for the bar, and when she did I asked her if she was really going to go through with this. After her response, "I am not answering any more questions tonight, I will see you tomorrow." I blocked my wife. Then I did something either stupid or brilliant. I went to the bar where the get-together was happening. Well, not the bar but a transit bench across the street. I waited for a long time. It was running through my mind the leading up to this event, that I need to know who this guy was, maybe to compare myself against him. To see what he had that I do not. It was driving me crazy not knowing who he was and what was so special about him that she would ruin a marriage for. Apparently he is young and way fitter than me. I wanted to see for myself. After what seemed like eternity, a woman that I recognized from my wife's office left the bar and got in a cab. Soon other people started filing out and a whole group came out and people were hugging a man and shaking his hand. I assumed that I had my guy. I didn't see my wife and had a brief thought that maybe she called it all off. I unblocked her and there were no messages. Everyone said their goodbyes and left. Dude was standing outside for a few minutes and then my wife came out. She looked around, took his hand and started walking away together. Of all the emotions I went through, trepidation, sadness, anger, it was disgust that really encapsulated the event for me. This guy was short, fat, and bald. He was not younger or fitter, he looked like no neckhead if he was bald. I followed until they got to the hotel, and then turned around and went home. I woke up Sunday morning and put a lock on the master bedroom door. I moved her things to the spare room and left a note asking her to find other accommodations as quickly as possible. I visited another friend who is a lawyer and he gave me some sage advice and a couple of recommendations for divorce attorneys and made the introductions. My wife had been calling me numerous times since around 11. Once blocked, the calls go to voicemail. I listened to the first couple but felt nothing but some satisfaction when she couldn't get through to me and she was obviously becoming concerned. I didn't want to go home but I left in such a hurry that I didn't plan an overnight properly. I got home around 9 and as per my buddy's advice, I recorded the interaction. I was halfway up the stairs when she came up from the family room asking what was going on. Could we talk? I thought we talked about this. I just answered with "I am not interested in discussing this tonight" and went to bed. After not getting a response from me through the door, she left me alone. I feel kind of like a child for not talking with her and shutting the door on her, but I just couldn't look at her. Monday I got up and ready for work. She was waiting for me and asked if we could discuss getting back to normal. I said, "You have been doing all the talking for the both of us for the last week, why don't you continue?" and left for work. I have an appointment with the attorneys my friend recommended for this week. What are things prejudiced people do that they don't think are prejudiced? I'm a black guy that has lived in Japan for 16 years. I once went on a date with a Japanese girl and we went to a club in central Tokyo. When I approached the bouncer, he looked at me and mounted another N-word, took my ID and looked at it for quite some time, pointing his light first at the ID and then back at me. He told me to get off the line and I walked off without arguing. The bar wouldn't let me in because I wasn't Japanese. This has happened to me a million times since I've lived here, so at this point I'm pretty used to it and it doesn't upset me anymore. The girl I was with got really upset and despite me getting off the line in defeat, she argued with the bouncer for quite some time. However, she gave up when the bouncer laid hands on her and we settled for heading to another bar down the street. After we were rejected from the club, she said, "I don't know why they wouldn't let you in. Sure, you are black, but you were with me, I'm Japanese." All I was thinking was, you're kind of missing the point. You imagine if a white and black dude went to a bar together in the United States and they don't let the black dude in? Then the white guy says, "I can't believe they didn't let you in. You're with me, I'm white." We got to a random bar down the street and I saw a sign in Japanese that said Japanese only at this point. They didn't even attempt to hide it this time. I called the cops and when they came I complained to them in Japanese so they would see that I wasn't some tourist. The cop nods as if to say, "I understand your frustration," thinking I've made some progress. Then, instead of letting me in, the cop said in a super friendly tone, "Well yeah, the sign says Japanese only, and you're not Japanese, you're black. What is the problem here? There's another club down the street that allows foreigners. I like that one myself. Why don't you go check that one out?" I just stood there, in utter shock. The problem had completely blown over the cop's head. Japan is so prejudiced to the point that they don't even know that they are prejudiced. It's just normal behavior to them, but for some reason everybody loves Japan and they somehow get a free pass on it. What did your weird uncle do? When I was a kid my mother told me that one of my uncles, the husband of my mom's sister, was a pedo and to never trust him. It was an open secret in the family that he touched all 3 of his offspring. We reported him to CPS multiple times but nothing was ever done. He had complete control over that household for decades. My aunt never had independence. She grew up a Jehovah's Witness then married him before she went to work or college, and he made sure she had no concept of how to support herself and the kids without him working and running the home. The family tried over and over to get her to leave him. Once, before I was born, my grandmother saw him slap one of his own children as an infant. My grandmother was a large woman, over 6 feet tall and weighed over 200 pounds, real linebacker build, and she put him through the wall of her own home when she saw him do that. My aunt cleaned him up and they left together. She wouldn't testify against him ever, or acknowledge any of the abuse we knew took place to anyone. One time we came home from town to find him in our backyard. He was doing the deed with the family dog at like 3 in the afternoon. My mom and I saw it in time to redirect my brothers so they wouldn't see. My stepdad socked him and chased him off, and that was the last time I saw him. My aunt did finally leave him. The Jehovah's Witnesses got tired of her living with a husband who wouldn't be baptized and still drank beer, smoked cigarettes, and they gave her some kind of ultimatum. She then gave him the boot. She struggled to get by ever since. She was near the normal retirement age when she joined the workforce for the first time. What was the incident in your school? At the age of 14, a girl in my school took her life due to bullying. Her name was Curry and she was born with a severe deformity. She had only one large eye. She kept her face covered with her long hair to hide her shame. From the time she started school, she had to endure bullying because of her appearance. Every day, the kids in her class made fun of her and called her horrible names. Cyclops was everyone's favorite term. Not only did she suffer bullying in school, but she was also bullied by anonymous people on the internet. They left vile and disgusting comments on her social media pages. Some of them even told her to end herself because she was too ugly. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. One day, instead of going to school, she took her life on the roof of an abandoned building. She left a note behind which said, "Thank you for all the pain." When Curry's mother heard the news about her daughter's death, she was devastated. But then when she found out the reason for her daughter's death, and she was outraged and immediately went looking for those responsible. She wrote a message and sent it to all of the students and teachers in the school. The message said, "Are you the one who took away my precious Curry? Are you the hateful person who took my daughter's life? If you are, Curry will have her revenge on you. You will pay for what you did." These threats were enough to have the mother investigated by the police, yet they found nothing linking her to the death. A few months later, Curry's mother ran into the school with a knife and attempted to take the life of the principal and ran around frantically looking for him. She was tackled by a few fellow teachers and placed in a mental health ward where she resides to this day. My 16-year-old son is infatuated with me. I need help. I thought I had done a good job of raising my boy. That was until I started noticing a change in his behavior towards me. He started to look at me with lust and desire, and I very quickly became uncomfortable. The disturbing glances he cast in my direction made my skin crawl. It was the same sensation I got when my uncle held me down and did things to me earlier in my life. It is almost like when you know a guy is staring at you in your body with disturbing inventions. My fears were solidified when I caught him looking at my butt and chest when I was changing in my room. I felt betrayed and disturbed. Despite my mounting discomfort, I chose to remain silent, hoping that this aberrant behavior would pass. Yet the situation escalated further. My son began resorting to deceptive tactics. He started to pretend to accidentally touch my butt and chest by fake falling. I knew he was doing it on purpose, but I didn't say it or do anything. I dismissed it as a phase or teen hormones. Deep down I knew the truth, but denial held me captive, hindering my ability to confront the horrifying reality. His behavior continued to worsen. One night as I prepared for bed, I put on what I usually sleep in, my tank top and underwear. Soon after I laid down and fell asleep. A few hours later, I heard the sound of an iPhone when it took a picture. I woke up. That was when I found my son touching and taking pictures of my butt. All of this while I was sleeping. Fury and anguish surged within me, fueled by a profound sense of violation. I finally confronted him and laid hands on him until he ended up blacked out on the floor. When I went through the iPhone, I saw a collection of nearly 1,000 individual photographs, videos and even edited images, all capturing me exposed and vulnerable in my own home. They were all pictures of me in my undies and even one of me completely unclothed from a nanny cam he planted in my room without my knowledge. I found the nanny cam and shattered it with a hammer immediately. I deleted all the photos and talked to him about it all. He stopped for a while. However, soon after I caught him in something worse. The conversation hadn't been enough. A week later, I had been showering when I noticed my bathroom door slightly opened. Through the silhouette of darkness, I could see one wide eye peeking through the door, accompanied by a small Polaroid camera. I ran out of the shower and destroyed it, fearing for who he may have exposed these pictures to. I searched his room. Under his bed I found a collection of printed Polaroid pictures. This time they were all pictures of me fully unclothed in the shower. I threw the pictures in my fireplace. For now I've been sending him to a therapist. Despite trying to repair our relationships, I can no longer look at him the same. I'm considering sending him away either to his dad or some facility to help him. I don't know what to do anymore. Children of adult entertainment workers, how has it impacted your life? My mom used to dumpster dive for cash and was always broke. I'm pretty sure she started sleeping with men for money when I was 12. She'd get dressed up and disappear at night, leaving me alone. Later we moved closer to my grandmother, who rented a house for us and my dope-addicted aunt shortly before we found out grandma had lung cancer. Some other people moved in. I'd go in my mom's room for something and pretty quickly just stopped going anywhere near her room. I found adult toys and ropes. I walked in on a friend of hers, unclothed in her bed with a stiffy watching adult films in her room once. Eventually mom got a room, a crappy motel miles away, and just spent more and more time there. Sometimes I'd only see her once or twice a week. When she was home it was usually long enough to bring me a couple gas station burgers. She said it was to get away from the madness at the house and to be closer to work. I never asked what work was and convinced myself it was some store, and she was more than happy to let me believe it. Eventually grandma finally stopped suffering and my addict dad decided to try and get his act together. I moved with him to the original town grandma moved us away from. Saw mom all of maybe twice in about a year. Dad did not get his act together and I got shipped to Texas to live with a booze-drinking aunt when I was 16. Mom and I stayed in very loose contact and talked maybe on a couple of holidays. I saw her once when my aunt shipped me back home for a week and I stayed with mom in that motel. Again, she'd disappear at night. One time I picked up the phone, thinking it might be her, but it was some guy. When I told him I was her daughter and I could take a message, he asked if I was into some mother and daughter stuff, laughed and hung up. That strung out voice literally haunts my nightmares. Now I'm 40. Mom and I aren't close, but we're better than it was. She went to rehab and moved to her dream state and she lives in the Rockies.
People who came out as gay to religious family, what happened? I was raised Jewish by my mother and my dad's side were all still observant Catholics. One day at church when I was 14, a pastor stated that all non-believers shall go to hell, specifically referencing Jewish people and gay people. My mom was livid and told my dad's side we wouldn't speak to them if they continued to go to that church. My one aunt not only didn't leave that church but ended up teaching Sunday school there. We stopped speaking to her completely, and my mom passed away a few years after that. My aunt tried to reach out to me and left me very sweet voicemails checking in on me from time to time. I never responded. When I was 21, I came out as a lesbian to my family, and I was expecting my dad to be accepting of it, but since my mom's passing he had changed and was going to church a lot, praying more, and he basically responded with saying he didn't want to hear about that or talk about it. I moved away and felt like my hometown was no longer home for me. My dad came for a visit a couple years after I left. He brought with him a guy from the church. My dad told me that this guy was here to date me, and teach me about the Word of God. He said that I should be obedient to this man and stop my nonsense lesbian ways. The man he brought was about 50 years old too. I screamed at him and before he left, he gave me a birthday present from my aunt. From the weight and shape of it, I assumed it was going to be a religious book of sorts, and didn't want to feel hurt again, and I don't know why I didn't throw it away, but instead, I just put it in a box under the bed. When I was 25, she passed away from breast cancer. I did go to the funeral, but my dad's side was pretty cold towards me and I traveled home as soon as I could. It is now a few years later and I've been decluttering a bit as I unpack boxes in my new home with my wife. I came across the still wrapped present, and it was a copy of Fun Home, a book where one of the main plot points is the author revisiting her past and her journey to coming out. I guess my aunt had left that church after my mom passed, but no one spoke about it or told me, and that if I had reached back out to her, she may have been the comfort and acceptance I sought from my dad when I came out. My new boyfriend really wants my daughter to call him daddy. My ex Dean and I share 50-50 custody of my 6-year-old daughter Santina. Even though my ex and I are no longer together, he's a great dad to co-parent with and he absolutely adores Santina. A few months ago I started seeing Aiden. When we first met I made it clear that I had my daughter 50% of the time and that her father was very active in her life. Aiden at first was fine with this and we got very close very fast. One day I went to pick Santina up from Dean's house and Dean asked to speak with me privately before we left. He seemed pretty mad, which is very unusual for him. He told me that Santina had asked him if he really loved her or not. He told her that he does love her more than anyone and wanted to know why she asked to begin with. She then revealed to him that Aiden had been pressuring her to call him daddy for the past few weeks without my knowledge. He encouraged her to stop calling Dean daddy because Dean left us, which meant that he didn't love her as much as he did. I was astounded and furious. I told him I had no knowledge of this, but I would absolutely get to the bottom of it. I told Santina that I overheard Aiden asking her to call him daddy and I didn't want her to think Dean had betrayed her trust by telling me. I asked her how she felt about it. She said it made her mad because she already had a dad and didn't want another one. She was upset with Aiden for saying her daddy didn't love her. I reassured her that her dad did in fact love her more than anything on this planet, and that I would get Aiden to stop. She seemed visibly relieved. I tried to keep my face from revealing the pure rage I felt inside. Later that night I called Aiden to tell him he needed to come over to talk, and that it was very important. When he got to my house, I asked him in what world it's okay to tell my 6-year-old that her dad didn't love her. I pressed him about why he would tell her to call him daddy, when she already had a very good one. He didn't skip a beat saying that Santina needed parents who were together, that he loved her and I both, and he spent enough time and money with her and that he should be allowed to help parent her. Therefore, if he was going to parent her, he wanted to be called daddy and wanted Dean to only see Santina on the weekends. I was absolutely floored. I asked him why he didn't speak to me about this before he decided to go ahead and do that. He said that she was young enough to teach her to call him daddy. He wanted to surprise me by having her call him daddy. He pretty much wanted it to seem as if she had just called him that all on her own. I angrily shut all that down immediately, saying that he was just my boyfriend and that he had no place expecting to be my daughter's father. I told he was way out of line, and that I needed some space from him. He started yelling, threatening to lay hands on me and saying that I was being absolutely unreasonable. He argued that he would be a way better father than Dean. That was when I snapped. I told him there is no better father for my daughter than Dean. He then accused me of still being in love with Dean and confessed to cheating on me with a much younger and prettier colleague. I told him to get out or I would call the police to have him escorted off my property. Aiden's friends and family contacted me, calling me a moron for not accepting Aiden as Santina's father and suggesting that I should apologize to him. Feeling unsafe, I reached out to Dean and asked if we could stay with him temporarily. We planned to leave for his house the next morning. When we got there, Dean and his mom were both waiting for us with breakfast. Afterwards, Dean and I went shopping for new locks and some security cameras. I sent Aiden a message on our way to the store and permanently ended things. I threatened to call law enforcement if he contacted me or my daughter. I then blocked him on everything. After about a week I returned home to pick up some clothes. When I got there, I found an 8-page letter, front and back taped to my door. At the end of the letter it said I would be sorry if I didn't contact him.
What was the biggest mistake you have ever made in a relationship? My girlfriend and I were set to move in together. The day of our move in I get scheduled for knee surgery. Was told on the surgical bed that I'd be in therapy later that very same day. God had other plans. They found additional damage to my meniscus and upon waking up I was told I'd be unable to put any weight on my right leg for up to 3 months. With some help, we moved into a place and I was bedridden for months. Suddenly I watched as resentment grew in place of spontaneous cooperation. She never expected to be taking so much care of me. If it weren't for her I'd have died. I didn't have anyone else and the pressure only grew. She had to help with just about everything including wiping my butt. And I was a prisoner forced to watch this poor woman work away. Fast forward and I'm walking again, slowly gaining my strength back. Relief and routine filled our days as happiness followed soon after. Once back on my feet, I was dependable again. She could rely on me around the house and everywhere else. I felt useful and no longer a huge burden. But as time went on our relationship matured. Honeymoon phase was right in the rear view mirror. It gave the illusion that we were still in it, maybe just about to pull out of the parking lot but not quite gone yet. We had beautiful moments and tough ones. Our habits and tendencies clashed at times and the frequency of arguments grew. She smothered me, having no family where we moved to I was all she had. Her only friend and it was the first time I ever experienced this. Suddenly all the pressure fell on me. And I started to resent her more and more. So that lease ended and we found a new place. She wasn't very happy with our new apartment and made sure I knew every chance she got. Dealing with my own shortcomings plus this move, I now have to worry about potentially destroying my new knee just to avoid being out on the street. Today, finally getting the move over. While at work, I got a message from an old hookup. I committed the crime of entertaining her flirty texts. I was weak, I enjoyed the distraction and ego boost and I felt conflicted. I immediately felt remorse and panicked. I tried to hide it, I never intended on acting on anything. However, my girlfriend saw these messages on my phone and now from her point of view I was, in her mind, a cheater. Capable of going behind her back to meet with intentions to cheat. I can't help but feel guilty but also angry. Both at myself and her. How is it that you can build trust and respect for 2 years but one mistake undoes it all? As if all of that groundwork was for nothing. When it mattered most, to be able to work through problems when they arise and move forward. I'm not perfect and I will never excuse my actions. I was so wrong for hurting her and I'm beating myself up every waking moment. My mental health is deteriorating. I can't eat or sleep and I'm losing the only person I've ever loved romantically. She won't communicate with me nor sleep in the same room. Her mind won't stop forcing her to look for any hint of a discrepancy or conflict in timelines, trying to pull receipts from our entire relationship. Effectively convincing herself that this must be the result of a pattern of other behaviors that could have given her some kind of warning. I hate babysitting and I will go to any lengths needed to avoid it. I was repeatedly stuck playing the part of helper and babysitter for my autistic little brother on family outings. I had to move out of my parents' house because I kept being forced to help watch my 3 nephews and brother. Last year we took a family vacation in summer to the coast. I rode along with my parents and they paid for my hotel room. Only, I had to share that room with 4 rowdy boys because my sister and her husband wanted a room to themselves. I was promised time to do my own things on the vacation. But instead I ended up having to help with these kids. I complained to everyone about it and was reminded I was there for free. This year my parents have a beach trip planned for June. They assumed I'd be riding along the same way as last year, but I refused. I said I'd be driving myself and paying for my own hotel stay to have my own room. My parents were shocked, and tried to remind me of the cost and the fact I must babysit. I said it was no worry. I've got a good job and a decent running car. I can more than afford it. I also said I'm sick of my dumb little brother, I'm sick of my snotty nephews, someone else can look after them. That's when the butt started. I want to be able to enjoy this vacation as an adult, and not be treated like a child like last year. My parents told my sister, and she called to blow up at me that I'll be ruining the vacation if I'm off doing my own thing while she has to wrangle her 3 boys and even the brother. I ended up yelling at her that last year all she did was rope me into her mess. I didn't really get to do much of anything I wanted to do. Now my sister is not speaking to me, and my parents are still trying to convince me to just ride with them to keep the peace. What is the hardest a girl has ever played you? So one day my psycho ex called me at 2 a.m. to ask if she could borrow my firearm. I asked her why she needed one. She replied by saying that her ex just showed up at her place and wanted to talk about their relationship. Then he proceeded to get mad, throw her out of his car and then hurt her on the ground outside her place. So I told her to file a police report and she did. I also told her to take pictures of any bruises and scratches he gave her and she hesitated when answering me back. Her day in court finally came against him and I went with her. To this day that was the biggest surprise of my life. Turns out, he wasn't her ex, it was her cousin whom she had slept with at a party and fell in love with. He broke it off months ago because he found it disgusting but she kept pursuing him. She couldn't handle him breaking it off so she kept buying lavish gifts and sending them to his house. She bought him a $500 watch with both their initials engraved into it. He brought it to court as evidence that she wouldn't leave him alone. She would show up at his job and places he would hang out just to try to catch him. The night that he randomly showed up at her place, she called him and begged him to come over. He brought a printout of his call log for proof. She willingly got into his car to talk, didn't like what she was hearing from him, literally jumped out the car to bruise herself and slammed the door so hard that she broke the locking mechanism. He filed a claim in court against her for it. She didn't have any proof of him assaulting her but he showed up with picture proof of scratches on his own neck. All in all, he got on that stand and made her look like a deranged psychopath that couldn't take no for an answer. The judge dismissed the restraining order she had on him because he wanted nothing to do with her. And there I was in court next to a crying pathological liar looking like the idiot I truly was for. Believing anything that ever came out of that girl's mouth. Update, I hate babysitting and I will go to any lengths needed to avoid it. The day after this all unfolded I went to work. My sister called me to complain while I was at work. The gist of the conversation was my post had taken our parents away from her side. My sister found my post and showed our parents, and they actually sided with me and not her. And now they were mad at her. In the ensuing argument between them, my parents canceled the entire vacation. When my sister managed to call me at lunch, I presented the facts to her. And she showed her true colors. She implied that I have no life, that my disability is the reason I cannot keep a relationship, and that my free time on weekends should be spent helping her because she is tired and unable to even go out without bringing her children with her unless someone is watching them. She is a stay-at-home mother with a husband that makes a decent salary. They live in a pretty decent house that's owned. And my nephews aren't really my responsibility. They just forced them on me and expected it to stay that way. My sister angrily hung up on me. I had recorded the call and then played it to my parents later. They were furious and they basically went to war with my sister. My sister dug her heels in, blamed me, and then doubled down on her belief my life should circle around hers. I told her that was the most narcissistic and entitled thing she's ever said about me. It took days, but her husband finally stepped in and forced her to apologize to me. I'd never seen her cowed like that by anyone. But she was on the verge of crying. It ended up being admitted that one of the reasons I was the go-to babysitter was because my sister didn't trust strangers. It was never about the money. Actually, my brother-in-law thought my sister was paying me for my time watching her kids after I moved out of my parents' house. She didn't even give me gas money. Just gave me cash that was enough to order pizza for both myself and the kids, and pocketed the rest. My sister had been shortchanging me for months. He blew up at her when this came out during her half-baked apology, and she was forced to pay me what she owed me in cash entirely from her own savings, which she looked very sore about. Then my brother-in-law apologized to me for his own inaction in letting my sister walk all over me, and promised they'd get a normal babysitter from now on. Yes, it'll cause a bit of a drop in the bucket for them. But my sister will be getting date nights back. Then came the family meeting the other day's evening. We all gathered up at my parents' house, and everything was laid bare. Apologies all around, and whatnot. Then my parents reinstated the family vacation. And yes, I still plan to drive myself and pay for my own hotel stay. Have you ever ran into your ex's parents? I recently broke up with my ex-girlfriend because she had terrible mental health issues and I did not need such negative energy in my life. My ex had attempted to take her life after the breakup and I drove to the hospital and stayed by her side because I still cared for her. Her mom named Angel was grateful I made such a difference in her daughter's life while I was present as I truly was good to her. Angel would offer to drive me home, offer to pick me up when my dad was being abusive and roping me at home, and said I was always welcomed in their house. She even made me my own plate of tamales that weren't cooked with the rest of them because I cannot handle spice, even though this process added 45 minutes onto the 2-hour cooking time for her excellent tamales. Angel was diagnosed with a rare blood cancer when I first started dating my ex. She was a beautiful woman on the inside out and I remember feeling awful when I heard the news. Angel was the cool mom everyone would stay over at her house, everyone would compliment her cooking, she was amazing. I was at the nail salon yesterday getting my manicure done as I do every 2 weeks. Walking out of the back room where pedicures were done was none other than Angel. Angel looked at me and smiled, however I did not say hi, I did not smile back. My ex and I's breakup was incredibly messy and we will likely never be on good terms again. Angel was getting her nails done and mine were almost done, so I paid and left. This afternoon as I am sitting, studying, I get a snap from my friend saying that Angel had died of cancer. I feel awful. I couldn't even smile at her one last time before she died. She truly was a beautiful person and I am going to likely regret this for the rest of my life. My girlfriend is depressed because she misses her ex. My girlfriend Jess still has feelings for Hex ex Tom and always talks about how great he was. According to her, she has never met a man as amazing as Tom. These are things which she says to me constantly, and they hurt. Last week someone mentioned him to her at work and she got really sad. When I asked her what was wrong, she basically told me that she felt unwanted and that nobody loved her, even though I tell her how beautiful she is and how much I love her every day. She says it's more the fact that she doesn't like the idea that someone would forget about her so easily. I hug her and tell her everything is gonna be okay, but she stays hung up on Tom. Fast forward to last night. She starts getting depressed again and I tell her to be honest and just tell me what's going on. She says that she still misses and has feelings for Tom. She says without him right now she has negative thoughts. She also says that even though she loves me and wants to marry me, she gets sad because she feels unwanted by Tom specifically. She told me she wrote up a text to him looking for closure, but apparently decided not to send it because he might not respond. I told her that she can always talk to me about these things and that I would help her through this. I asked if she needed space and she said no, that's the last thing she wants. She wants me to be with her while she works through this. I'm feeling really conflicted. I love this girl, but it's so painful to me that after all the time and love I've given her, she's still sad because of her ex. It just hurts knowing that nothing I do will be enough. I feel like I'm pouring my heart into her, but it's just leaking out. How did you destroy your ex's life? Rebecca and I were college sweethearts. Ever since we got married things were rocky. In 2016 Rebecca joined a company as an accountant. Her boss was named James. James was a friend of mine, so I was cool with it. Slowly she started to complain about things that were in place. She didn't like where we lived, had problems with everything I did, she did not like the food. Our fights intensified by a margin where she would call me names and insult my autism, call good for nothing, tell me she earned more than me. Also, Rebecca and James were hanging out with our set of mutual friends. I got the word of it and it seemed off. I confronted both of them, to which they both said it was a sudden plan. Coincidentally, it happened on the same day I was out of the city. The year my marriage blew up next year. I was sure there was something because my bedroom became a dead one. I was increasingly paranoid and whenever I tried to address things I was turned down. Now I'm not a saint, I constantly yelled at her to tell me what was going on because there was just something off. It was also the year we were at our peak financially because our debts were paid off. My friends and I decided to open up a medical shop that provided medicine as a side venture. So one of the friends was Saladin. He proposed that we celebrated at a pub. When we go there, I notice a girl that looks exactly like Rebecca. She was dancing with another man and it was quite dark. I get a closer look, lo and behold. It's Rebecca and James, dancing hand to hand. I wasn't much bothered about it because hey, they're friends. I was here with my colleagues and she was there with her. But it was bothering me. I decided to send her a text asking her where she was and she told me she was already at home. Now that was a red flag. I told her to stop lying because she wasn't. I could clearly see her that she was getting paranoid and told me she was on her way. She left the pub afterwards. That night I asked her about James. The look she gave me was as if she saw a ghost because she was not expecting that question. That look was what told me something was definitely up. That night itself I snooped her phone. There were hundreds right there. Countless explicit photos, calling him daddy, degrading comments about me. My wife and I made a vow to each other that if there was ever anything we needed to explore we would be transparent to each other. She broke that vow too. She confided to him how much thrill she felt that night at the pub. I went through everything. What hurt the most was she herself told me if one of us ever got bored of the other or needed to spice things up, we will let each other know. I cried that night and confronted her stupidly without any evidence the next morning. She yelled at me and stormed out after telling me I was abusive and insane. She told all our friends that I was abusive. That afternoon, they created a messenger group where everyone ganged up to troll me. When she came home that night, she told me she was in love with James and wants a divorce. I told her to talk first but it turned into her berating me. I yelled at her and she called the cops. I was asked to spend the night elsewhere. I went to my sister's and when I returned the next morning, James' car was here. He spent the night here. I went to see a lawyer. As we did not have a prenup, she already filed a complaint about me being abusive. It didn't look good for me. Not one did she try to apologize. Not one did she try to make amends. Few days after that I was still living with my sister. Rebecca hit me up telling me we should get divorced. I was convinced that James was taking my place. She handed me the divorce papers. Everyone from our friend circle was convinced that I was an abuser and James was her savior. She did the right thing to cheat on me. We were officially divorced during the start of 2018. She was already dating James openly during our divorce. He was her life. I lost my job, my house, my reputation in her little affair. I had to change the city to move someplace else to restart again. Saladin helped me massively in that fresh start. He got me a decent paying job that was nowhere like my previous one but it was better than the rest. We became close buddies while I was working to earn back what I had. Dating life was over for me. I just couldn't trust anyone. Last I heard Rebecca moved in with James. They were doing great. End of 2020 my life was actually blowing up. 2020 helped our pharmacy. The venture turned out to be huge so I was able to make a lot of money. I met a friend of mine from whom I got a tip that James and Rebecca were done. James cheated on her with her sister and left her. But Rebecca had a child with James. He was absent since birth so he did not sign the birth certificate so Rebecca is raising that child as a single parent. She tried dating but she was not over me or James. Part of me was happy with it but gosh, I really missed her. I sent her an email asking how she was doing. She wasn't expecting to hear from me. We exchanged emails and reconnected. Our first meeting was in 2021 after several years. She looked like crap. She gained weight, lost the charm and looked utterly exhausted all the time. Frankly just her look made my blood boil and triggered me but I also want to take my revenge on her. Life had already done that on my part but I'm an a-hole. I wasn't done with her. She told me about James and reopened the earlier wounds. I got my closure which made me feel a bit better I guess. She said she was sorry. She wasn't thinking straight what she was doing. James poisoned her mind against me. I told her I will forgive her if she comes clean to everyone and clears my name out. She did that, losing a lot of friends but she deserved that. My name was clean. She wanted us to date again and make me raise James' child. I told her I would agree to it but we needed to date and marry. First. Only then I will legally adopt her child. Here is the truth, I was already seeing someone. Pretty safe to say I was cheating on that woman with Rebecca. She was a client of mine from a different country. Rebecca and I were living in different cities so I never moved in with her. But I played it well by saying I need to travel for business. So I was only getting Rebecca's hopes up to crush her like she crushed me. We were getting intimate but rubbers were used. Rebecca felt she found love again. I pushed her to therapy to get her to be normal again. Everyone was commenting how she was getting more happier with me. She would praise and then say sorry. Do little things for me that she used to when she was married to me. I considered my revenge if it was a good thing to break her heart. She might be traumatized for a lifetime. But she did not think of my heart and we were married. Why should I think of hers? Her birthday was coming up last year October, lockdown was eased up and my partner was in my city. For the birthday gift, I grabbed Rebecca for ring shopping. She picked out her favorite ring that I got wrapped. That night, she came up to me crying that she was sorry for hurting me. She looked genuinely remorseful but I had no feelings for her except indifference. Lisa was Saladin's cousin. I already told her everything beforehand. She was against my revenge idea but I managed to convince her somehow. On Rebecca's birthday, I drove her to our favorite spot when we were married. It's Nature's Place. Lisa was already waiting there. I introduced Lisa to Rebecca and said that Lisa is my girlfriend. Rebecca went white and asked me what that meant. I introduced her to Lisa as Rebecca, my ex-wife and friends with benefits. There and then, I proposed to Lisa with that ring. Rebecca went mad and started yelling to which I replied how the F can she expect us to work out when she nuked us? I'm never dating a dirtbag like her again. She asked me again and again if we meant nothing. I told her nope. Sleeping with her was compensation for the pain. I got her to clear out the pain she put me through. Lisa was holding me back. She saw Rebecca was hurting. I told Rebecca that she needs to leave. The last we connected was in December of last year. She wrote me a letter about how sorry she is because she can't imagine putting me through the pain that she already put me through. She hoped I would live a better life. Last I heard, she was completely uninterested in dating. Lisa ended up cheating on me in the end however, so me and Rebecca are both single now.
Survivors of attempted unalive, what's your story? I was 16 and asleep in my bed when I just abruptly felt something wrong. I rolled over, and saw a person by my bed. He was wearing a hoodie. My father used to wear a long ponytail and in the dark, these things looked pretty similar. I said, "Dad?" The person jumped on the bed. He then rammed his hand into my vagina. There was a really long terrifying moment where I thought it was my father doing this to me incidentally. He told me, "Shut up, Beach," and started wrapping his arms around my neck. He squeezed. I realized finally it wasn't my father, and started fighting with him. My brain finally kicked in and shook me out of the shock I was in. I started struggling with him, and eventually managed to get my knee into his groin, which I don't think hurt him so much as it just dislodged him enough that he lost his balance. His hands fell away, and I screamed like I have never screamed before in my whole life. He paused, unsure of whether or not to stay and renew his efforts of doing things to me, or to leave. He decided to leave and dove out my window. I was so incensed I chased to the window after him and kept screaming after him. We called the police, who took all the evidence they could gather. The police insisted on going through my undies, which I thought was weird but complied. Hours later, I braved going back into my room to get my stuffed animal. I noticed an extension cord was out of place, the one that plugged into my radio. Only part of the end of it was visible, and the plug portion was cut off for some reason. I was baffled. I pulled it out from around the corner of my bed. The end had been fashioned into a noose. The noose was just big enough to fit me. That is when I realized this man who broke in had intended to actually take my life and not just take advantage of me. I've never slept soundly since. The man was never caught either.
Update 2. I hate babysitting and I will go to any lengths needed to avoid it. Well, the family vacation is over. My sister found the room I was in and literally tried to force her way in to make me babysit before being stopped by her husband and hotel security. Sadly, she was allowed to stay in the hotel. On the day of the vacation, I left earlier in the morning than the rest of the family. I arrived at the hotel early. I told the desk staff I was there to make sure my parents or sister didn't give them my information. When they happened to be dealing with my mother, my sister, and 3 potentially crying boys trying to guilt them at the desk, they had better not yield. And I wanted to know if they tried anything. They awkwardly promised me no one but me would get access to my room. Then I decided to go out and get something to eat. I came back more than an hour later, and there was my parents' car and my brother-in-law's big SUV. I went to the desk to check in after making sure the lobby was clear. Then I asked the clerk if my family had asked about me, and where I was staying in the hotel. Yeah, they did. But the clerk refused to tell them. My sister had apparently tried to push it. But her husband shut her up. I checked in, went to my room and then called my folks. I didn't mention I knew what they tried with the clerk, and they conveniently didn't mention it either. Then we all met up as a family to go out and tour around. My sister at one point asked me to watch her kids for a moment, to which I replied hell no. Because I knew exactly what she was doing. She would pretend to be gone for a moment, and then would be gone for an hour. I called her out, and her husband told her to stop trying to make me watch their kids. What did my sister do? She just started crying on the spot that she needs a break. Her husband scolded her that he's a tired man, but he wasn't complaining. My mother gave me a nasty look, so I went right to her and said that if she tries to even think that I should be watching those kids, I would walk away from this family vacation right now. It's not my job, and I'm sick and tired of her and my sister acting like it is. Well, that made my mother start crying too. And then she just started repeating the words "you're right," over and over again. This is another old tactic of hers. She tries to look pathetic to guilt me. But I just said I am right, and to just let it go, before walking away. Neither my mother or sister tried anything for the rest of the day. When we got back to the hotel after dinner, my family were all crowding the elevator. But I didn't get in with them. They asked why and I said I'd wait for the next one. My sister glared at me because she knew exactly what I was doing. Then I just sat in the lobby watching YouTube on my phone for 15 minutes, and then took the elevator up. I was on a different floor, and on the other end of the hotel. I had a splendid night, and the next morning we all went out for breakfast. But I made sure they left first. I was the last one out, just like I was the last one in the night before. Breakfast went fine. Then I gave a text that I was going to be doing my own thing for the day. My mother tried to bring up plans to go to the aquarium and a couple of other places. So I said I'd meet them for those. But the rest of the day was mine until family dinner. They accepted this. And that day went fine too. Back at the hotel that evening though, my sister caught me leaving my room. She must have been stalking the whole floor looking for me. I went back to my room to chill a bit before dinner because I was tired from walking so much. And my sister was just down the hall when I left my room to meet them for dinner. She tried to corner me and say that I'd ruined the family vacation for her because now it wasn't hardly any different for her than at home since she had to wrangle her kids. I called Kat because my parents were helping her a lot. Then told her that I'm sick of this song and dance of being her scapegoat, and it's already over. So leave me the hell alone and get on with your own life. Then I started walking with her yelling, "Hey, I'm trying to talk to you." I told her I didn't give a crap, and was going to dinner. She followed me to the elevator, and we both said nothing to each other. I didn't stay silent and told my parents and my brother-in-law that my sister had stalked me to find my room. She was scolded like a child. She had a pity party. I told her to stop milking it and grow up. The old days when she could force her will on me were over. And then I walked out of the lobby into my car. This time, I was the first one to dinner. When everyone else arrived, my sister looked depressed. But not a damn thing was said about what happened before. And that was just fine with me. My sister refrained from making eye contact with me the entire evening. And this time I didn't give a crap about riding in the elevator with the rest of them. And I told them bluntly that unless it was an emergency, no one is to come knocking on my door. I had a do not disturb sign for a reason. The final day was the day my sister tried to barge in. She knew where my room was and waited until it seemed like nobody was around. Unfortunately for her, I knew she was planning something as I saw her waiting for me in the corner of the hallway as I was entering my room. I texted her husband to let him know what was happening. She tried to break the door down after a few minutes of me not opening it. Thankfully, she was only a few shoulder barges in when the security I reported her to and her husband managed to restrain her. Somehow her husband convinced them to let her stay. At least the final day everything went swimmingly well. Neither my sister or mother bothered me at all. Update: my girlfriend is depressed because she misses her ex. My girlfriend Jess asked me if we could take a week apart to figure things out. I asked her if we were breaking up and she said no, just taking a break and giving each other some space so we can think clearly. So a day goes by and we're on our break not really talking. Then all of a sudden, late at night, she asks me if she can come over that night because she says she misses me. Okay, I say. I let her come over and she spends the night. Next day, she asks to come over again. I say sure and she does. At this point I start getting suspicious for a couple reasons. 1. Her northern regions were recently shaved, and she has very rarely ever done that with me and we hadn't even done anything together in like a couple weeks. I asked her and she just said yeah she shaved after work. 2. She was wearing a bracelet, which I had never seen before. I asked her about it and she didn't even respond. The next day she went to work. While she works she usually leaves her phone in her car, so I drove to her work to snoop through her phone. I found her phone in the car and looked through it. I saw so many messages to her ex, Tom. She was telling him how she wanted him. Those nights she came over to my house late. She was spending the evening with him earlier and banging. She sent him explicit photos of herself as well as myself. Turns out Tom is bi and thinks I'm very attractive. I felt sick to my stomach and my heart was racing. I put the phone down, messaged her on Facebook to never talk to me again, and blocked her on everything, even her number. Later on in the day I was working myself and she found me in my office. She very loudly asked me what was going on in front of my coworkers. I told her we could go outside and talk and we did. I told her that I saw everything on her phone and threatened to press charges for showing Tom my explicit photos. She yelled at me, called me crazy, and said I can't be with someone as insecure as you and then stormed off. I avoided her for the rest of the day. Later at the end of the work day, she came by again, this time smiling and pouting, very softly asking me if we could talk. I said sure, and we went outside again. First thing she did was threaten to get the police involved because I looked through her phone without permission, which she said was a form of breaking and entering. I kinda laughed and told her she committed a crime too, so if she wants to play that game we can. Then she started tearing up and asking me, why would you do that? And I asked why she'd send those photos to Tom. I did not actually care about the fact my photos were sent, I was more concerned about hers. She said it was for validation from Tom. I asked why she would even be with me if she felt that way about him. She said that she loved me and wanted to marry me and have kids with me. I asked if they had done anything. She said no, but part of me knows she's lying. As I was sitting there listening to all this, a part of me wanted to just hug her and hold her and tell her we're gonna work through this together. But then I realized that the girl I loved was never real. I just loved the idea of her. That this girl sitting in front of me with her fake tears and apologies was just going to lie again. That if I got back with her it would just enable her further. So at the end of the conversation when she asked are we really done forever? We can't just work through this? I told her no, and that I was never going to see her or speak to her again. To which she just stood up, said if you say so, have a nice life. And slowly walked away. After I got home from work, literally 10 minutes later my doorbell rang and it was her. I ignored it but 20 minutes later she was still ringing it. So I opened the door and she's crying, begging for me back, telling me she'll do anything I ask her to do to make this work, that she loves me and only me and wants to marry me. And have kids with me and move far away with me. I asked her, if all that was true, why she'd do any of those things she did. She just cried and said she didn't know, that she's stupid and was looking for validation, that she has abandonment issues from her childhood and from her father chasing her around the house with a knife when he was intoxicated gave her long-lasting trauma. After we talked I basically just stood my ground and told her there's no chance of making this work anymore and sent her home. She asked me to unblock her in case of emergency, and I only agreed for the next week or so while this settles down. The next day someone was at my door again. I opened the door and once again it is her, this time looking mad at me. Right away she asked me, why am I the only one being held accountable here? Why aren't you holding yourself accountable for breaking into my phone and invading my privacy? To which I just said, I fully know and accept what I did was wrong and I apologize. But that does not lessen what you did in any way. She then said, if you don't hear from me again, it's probably because I'm thinking of taking my life. And I will do it, I don't care, and I'll blame you in my note. Goodbye. She got in her car and drove away. It has been a week since I have seen her. I gave my boyfriend a night so good he proposed to me. I have been dating my boyfriend, Alan, for 7 months. He absolutely loves it when I go down on him and he always jokes about it and has nicknamed me Squirrel, as I know how to get a nut. His other nickname for me is Gawkstar as I play guitar. Usually I find it pretty funny. Lately things have been ramping up in the bedroom and with him getting extremely invested in the gym, his drive has gone up. For his birthday I decided to surprise him with some Tabs chocolate. It is ASX chocolate and according to my cousin has made him the happiest man alive. When his birthday came I spoiled him with gifts, and also this chocolate. He was confused at first but then I explained. He did not believe in its effects at first. Later on rolled around and he gave in to trying the chocolate. He took 2 pieces and threw on a TV show. An hour later he was starting to get turned on and looked at me and said perhaps I was wrong about this. We climbed into bed and got to making out. I had not seen him so into it in a few weeks and he seemed like he was having the time of his life. Finally when I started going down, He said to me, if this is really that good, I'm proposing. Famous last words. 15 minutes later he looked like a cold homeless kid with how much he was shivering. When he finally finished, his 6'3" frame was shaking head to toe and his speech was slurred. I smirked and told him, I told you that chocolate is good. I calmed him down and got a towel and wiped what was left off his stomach and myself. Another 15 minutes later he got this mental strength back, stood up, grabbed me out of bed, got down to one knee and proposed there and then. He did not have a ring, however it was official. He kissed me and repeated how much he loved me. This was last week and we went engagement ring shopping together. He bought me a beautiful ring and I love this man. When he did, he put it onto my finger and told me, for you gawk star. How I got fired and rehired the same day. I was working in the corporate headquarters of a very large telco. I was responsible for the email system for HQ, about 1,100 users at the time. My boss was a guy I'll call S. S was the site manager for the outsourcer, and was the direct manager of all the contractor sysadmins. The customer contact was a guy named J. J was what they called an IT planner, basically a systems architect. He had dotted line responsibility over all the sysadmins, including me. I also had a backup there, named B. B was a competent sysadmin. We normally kept staff in the office from 8 to 6 on workdays, with an on-call rotation for certain specialty areas, including email. Back then, we carried a pager for on-call duty. My on-call rotation was 1 week on, 1 week off. One Saturday night, at around 3:30 a.m., my home phone rang. My wife answered and it was Jay calling. She grumpily handed the phone to me. Now my wife and I had just gotten home, having been out for much of the night with our neighbors. I was positively hammered at this point. Jay informed me that there was an email outage, and that I needed to remote in and get it back up immediately, and then drive to the office to start a root cause analysis. I informed him that I was in no condition to drive and asked what B told him when he called the on-call pager. Jay told me that he didn't call the on-call pager because this was way too serious of a problem to trust the backup sysadmin. He wanted me working on this, and that if I can't be relied upon to do my job when I was needed, he'd find someone else who could, and hung up the phone. I went back to sleep. The next morning I had an email from B, telling me that Jay had called him at home. It was a very simple issue. Our backup software went screwy and started writing out hundreds of gigabytes of temp files, which filled up a critical volume on our production email server. Temp files deleted, email services restarted, problem kicked over to our backup software SME to figure out what happened. Total downtime after B got the call was about 15 minutes. The next day, I arrived at the office to a note from S, my manager, asking me to come see him ASAP. I went to S' office, and sitting there was Jay, who was in the process of demanding that I be fired immediately for being intoxicated at work. From there, the conversation went something like this. S, but he wasn't at work. He was at home, and wasn't in the on-call rotation this weekend. Jay, I don't want to hear about the on-call rotation. He needs to be ready to work when I tell him to. I can't rely on an alco, and I want him gone. S, if he's not on call, he's free to do whatever he wants with his time. J, not as long as he works for me. Jay then demands that I hand my office badge to him, and calls security from S phone to have me escorted out of the building. I'm in absolute disbelief at this point. S gets up and goes off to points unknown, just as security arrives to see me out to the parking lot. As I'm driving off, I see Jay's boss, I'll call her M. M is running across the street to the parking lot. Strange, but I was more focused on how the hell I was going to explain this to my wife when I got home. I got home, and my wife was sitting on the couch, just absolutely livid. Now this was really weird, because I hadn't told her what happened yet. Those mother effers fired you. I'm confused as hell at this point. My wife told me that M called her, and that I need to call her back as soon as possible. Come to find out, when S had went off, he was going to M's office to explain the situation and keep him from firing me. M heard from S, and freaked the hell out. When I saw her running across the street, she was trying to catch me in the parking lot before I left to tell me to come back in. When M couldn't find my car, she went back into the office and called the house, intending to leave me a voicemail, but got my wife instead. M told my wife what had happened. Promised to rein Jay in, and asked her to tell me to come back into the office to sort it out. So I let them stew for a while. M called about 20 minutes after I got home. We let her go to the machine. S called as well, just as my wife and I went out to get some lunch. Over lunch, my wife and I talked about how we would handle this, and we decided to talk to them to see if we could work this out. We got back home to 3 more voicemails from M and S about 30 seconds after we walked in the door. The phone rang again. This time it was Jay, obviously on speakerphone. Jay apologized to me, and asked me to come back to work the next day. I agreed, but as he hung up, I could hear M say to him, "Jay, you're an effing idiot." I worked there for another year after that, before another Jay mess up made me leave once and for all. Update, how I got fired and rehired the same day. So here is how another Jay mess up led to me quitting. I got a phone call at home from an IT recruiter. This call was a little bit different. It was from an in-house recruiter for a tech company, a company that was one of the shining stars of tech where I lived, with a reputation for not only having solid technology in their market, but also being a great place to work. They were an honest-to-goodness unicorn. The conversation went, "Recruiter, hi sir, this is Recruiter with Cool Tech Company, how are you today?" Me, doing well, thanks, what can I do for you? Recruiter, I'm calling because Lynn, IT architect who I was assigned to work with after Jay screwed up, gave me a copy of your resume, and suggested that I reach out to you about a position we have open. A bog standard HR introductory call followed, where I found out that they were looking for a lead Windows sysadmin for their internal IT department. Now this confused me, because Lynn was my lead, albeit through a dotted line. Let that sink in. My boss sent my resume to a recruiter without my knowledge or permission. Obviously, this was something that warranted further investigation. So I called Lynn. Apparently, she had just interviewed at Cool Tech Company, and didn't get the job. On the thanks but no thanks call from HR, she told the recruiter something to the effect of, well, that's too bad, but I know someone else you need to talk to. And then she sent over my resume, which she had from when she referred me for an internal hire job in another division of the telco we both worked at. When I asked her why she did that, she just said, "You have to trust me on this one. I can't say more." So I had a phone interview with the hiring manager at Cool Tech Company. And he and I meshed well, and he decided to bring me in for the full gauntlet interview with the rest of the sysadmin team there. Around this time, I got a meeting request from Jay, who I hadn't really interacted with a lot since the time he tried, and failed, to shitcan me. At the meeting, Jim informed me that Telco had decided to insource all the contract sysadmins, and bring them on as direct Telco employees. He had an offer letter waiting for me at the meeting. I opened the offer letter, only to discover that it was a 20% pay cut from what I was earning as a contractor, to do the same job. There was a slight bump in terms of benefits value, but at first glance, it was obvious that this was a pay hit no matter how you added it up. Jim also informed me that this wasn't optional, that the insourcing was going to happen whether I liked it or not, and that this was a take it or leave it offer. Not only would this be a pay cut, but I would also be reporting directly to Jim, as would all the other newly insourced sysadmins on the team. Either one of those would be deal breakers, but I kept my mouth shut, knowing his history. I caught up with Lynn a few minutes later. She took one look at my face and knew what had just happened. "This is why I told you to trust me," she said, before I even said a word. I could have kissed her. So, a couple of weeks later I went in for the full interview at Cool Tech Company, which resulted in an offer that would have been a no-brainer to accept even if I hadn't just had my pay cut. I received that offer just before the planned effective date of the insourcing. The next day, I walked into Lynn's cube and let her know that I'd gotten the job. She got this look of utter delight on her face, and said to me, "You have to let me be there when you tell Jay." So, we walked over to his office together, and told him. He looked absolutely floored, and as usually did when he didn't get his way, immediately went into argument mode. All the other sysadmins took the job. "You're making a big mistake. Do you think that little company is going to last?" The problem was that because of the planned insourcing, there was no mechanism to continue to pay me past the end of that week, as Telco's contract with the outsourcer was expiring. Enter Marie. Marie was Jay's boss, who I had a great relationship with. Now, I felt genuinely bad about this, because IT operations at corporate HQ was her responsibility, and this left her with not only no email server support, but only a day to figure out how to ensure continuity. I was perfectly willing to give 2 weeks notice per custom, mind you, they just didn't have a straightforward way to pay me for it. So, Marie called me into her office, after Jim had left for the day. I told her that I was already in the interview process at the time Jim gave me the offer, and the fact that it was such a big pay cut made it a no-brainer to continue the process. Marie had an utterly stunned look on her face, and she said to me, "Pay cut? You all were supposed to be kept at parity." What I found out later, through my mole Lynn, was that Jay neglected to relay that instruction to company HR when they were preparing the offer letters. They prepared the offers at what HR deemed to be market rate, which in this case was a substantial pay hit. I never found out if he did that on purpose, but given that he'd complained in the past that he thought we were overpaid for what we did, I'd be willing to hazard a guess that he did. Even though Marie upped the offer to match my current pay rate and promised that I'd be reporting to her given my past history with Jay, I still declined as my new job had a lot more long-term opportunity. I ended up taking the job at the telco, just long enough to work out my notice period. HR was very confused at my exit interview when they noticed that I'd been with the company for only 9 working days. Incidentally, I ended up staying at Cool Tech Company for over 8 years. It was the best career move I ever made. My only regret about it was that I was never able to get Lynn a job there. On the other hand, Marie stepped in and took away all of Jay's supervisory responsibility over the sysadmins, sticking him in a strict technical role. He lasted a few months after that and bailed out to a much smaller company. What is the biggest plot twist of your life? I accused my husband of cheating on me with a woman named Jen. I saw her name pop up on his phone for calls and saw texts from her, so I accused him of spending time with her. He told me he was working longer shifts at work, but I called bluff. As it turned out, he was working extra hours and putting the money into a separate account to surprise me with a groundbreaking for an extension on our house on the 10-year anniversary of us buying it. The conversations with Jen were him coordinating with her watching the kids while both of us were working while the daycare was closed when he picked up extra weekend shifts. The phone calls were him checking on the kids. He was able to verify all of this with bank account records, emails to and from the builder, and screenshots of the messages between her and him from her end of the conversation. I apologized to him for not believing him, but at this point he said he couldn't believe that I would ever think he was cheating on me. He said he felt incredibly hurt and said that he would never think something like that about me, and that he never would have assumed the worst about me. He asked for space, so we first went to live in separate bedrooms, then after a bit he moved into the basement. The entire time he was acting strange and distant and like a stranger to me, only acting normal around the kids. After a few weeks of that he officially asked for a divorce. He bought me out of my half of the house. And then to top it all off I heard that he began dating Jen for my friend. After 4 months of them dating, the extension he planned to surprise me in was done and he moved her in. Then he surprised her by proposing to her and she said yes. Then he had the nerve to invite me to their wedding. Did your random act of kindness ever have unintended consequences? A random dog came up to me while I was sitting on a chair outside my tent. He stood in front of me while wagging his tail. I tried to see if someone was coming behind him, but he was alone. He looked a bit dirty and a little skinny, so it gave me the idea that he was a stray. I am always wary of stray animals, but he looked so sweet and friendly. I felt sad for him because I imagined that he probably lost his way home one day and had to fend for himself. I shared my sandwich and water with him. He ate it so happily and wagged its tail. Afterwards, we awkwardly pretended to not be looking at each other for a while until he eventually sat down close to me. We sat in silence and I was secretly excited, but I didn't want to startle him. I have never had a dog before, so I didn't want to offend him or scare him off if he wasn't ready to leave yet. I had to admit that I was enjoying the company. I had to eventually drag myself inside the tent to get some sleep because I had work the following day. I felt bad leaving him because for the first time in a long time, I felt not so alone. Anyway, I figured that he would go on his way. In the morning, to my surprise, he was still there. I was more surprised by how happy I was to see him because I've always thought that I wasn't a dog person. After I cleaned up, we ate breakfast, then I packed everything into my backpack and made the walk to work. The dog followed me the whole way there. I was conflicted. I was hoping he didn't go on his way, but I had no idea what I was going to do with a dog that I had just met when I got to work. Luckily, my boss allowed me to leave him at the back with some water only if he didn't incessantly bark. Fortunately, he behaved, and after work, we walked back home, which was really just a field to set up the tent. He was so comfortable walking next to me, wagging his tail and running around me. Like we had been friends for a while. It was a pretty good feeling. I got him a small bag of dog food and a leash, but I haven't used the leash on him yet. I don't want him to feel trapped because it hasn't been that long, although he lets me pet him and give him belly rubs. He has been with me since and he makes me happy, but I have this fear that someone will stop me one day and say, "Hey, that's my dog." Until then, he is my dog, hopefully forever.
My stepdad set up a spy camera in my room. My stepdad recently put up new cameras outside to monitor my two younger brothers when they go camping. Due to this, I didn't see anything wrong with him positioning a camera outside my window. The very next day, I had my boyfriend stay over and he found that the surveillance camera that was run from outside my window and into my room was being powered by one of those spy camera power blocks. My relationship with my stepdad hasn't always been the best and we tend to butt heads a lot. He said a lot of questionable things in the past, such as commenting on how cute my bikini looks, but it is stuff that I've written off because he's my dad and I would never think he intended to be inappropriate or harmful. He's been in my life since I was 8 years old. I try desperately to rationalize it and think it was maybe a mistake, like he grabbed the wrong charger box. Or maybe he was just trying to look for intruders. But really, there is no excuse for putting a camera in my bedroom. The camera even had an SD card in it. I'm beyond devastated. I'm having so many flashbacks of him doing inappropriate stuff when I was younger. My stepdad even suggested I invite my boyfriend over while he and my mother are gone so I have someone here so I am not alone in the house. This is something he would never do, considering he's made it clear before he doesn't want him over when no one is home because he doesn't want us effing in his home. My boyfriend and I are going to go through the SD card to see if there is anything on it. I'm at a complete loss at how to even bring this up to my mom. I confided in my aunt and uncle since they live close by and they have been very supportive of me having a conversation with my mom about it. Update: my stepdad set up a spy camera in my room. I went through the SD card and found footage of me changing, footage of him setting it up, and shots off me fully unclothed. I threw up when I saw this. After talking with my aunt, uncle, boyfriend and my cousin who is a civil lawyer, I've decided that I will speak to my mom in a separate location from my stepdad. Most likely I'll have her meet me somewhere outside of our home. I'll have my aunt with me and this is where I'll explain everything to her: the camera, past uncomfortable experiences I've had with my stepdad that I originally brushed off because he was my dad, video footage of him deliberately setting it up and angling it, and footage of me in my room. I'm praying she understands why I had to go to my aunt instead of her, considering she was not in town and I was worried for her safety if I told her what happened. I'm hoping with my aunt there and her being away from my stepdad that it'll prevent her from reacting out of anger and searching for him and escalate the situation then and there, and I hope my aunt can provide some support for myself and her. I'm prepared for her to go through the same processes I went through, such as reasoning and denial, but with the evidence there's no possible way she can deny it. I'm preparing myself for the worst. I will not be returning home or facing him today. My boyfriend will be on standby to pick up my brothers if needed, since my aunt has offered for them to stay with us so my mom can talk to my stepdad without them there. I'll ask my mom to meet me and of course, not tell my stepdad about the circumstances. Maybe she can tell him she's going to the grocery store. I don't want him getting any hints that she could be meeting with me. Update 2. My stepdad set up a spy camera in my room. I talked to my mother and told her everything. I presented the SD card footage which clearly showed him setting up, as well as videos of me undressing and being fully unclothed. She broke down quite quickly and kept repeating how sorry she was, how she should have seen the signs. I then went on to tell her about the things my stepdad used to do when I was little and she was appalled. I told her about how he used to comment on my outfits in explicit manners and how he would pretend to brush off my butt while walking by me constantly. My stepdad came back from hanging out with friends about 20 minutes later. To say he was surprised was an understatement. I didn't speak. I could not look at him without feeling fear. My mother spoke to him firmly. "Get away from us, you creep. We saw the camera you planted." His face went white for a second and he looked very distraught. He tried explaining that it was all a huge misunderstanding. However, after that argument of his was shot down, he lunged at my mother. He managed to grab her and pin her down, yelling at her that this was a secret nobody will know of, and he will unalive us both right here if he has to. It was at this moment I grabbed a glass and whacked it over his head. He loosened the grip and focused his attention on me. My mother and I managed to run upstairs and barricade ourselves in the bathroom and call the cops. My father, knowing his secret would be exposed, ran out of the house. I called my boyfriend right away and he came over, as did my aunt and uncle. Cops showed up and we gave them a description of my father, and they found him that night. We were told he was found late at night nearby our house, really messed up on hardcore substances and with a firearm on him. He has thankfully been arrested.
What is the dumbest reason someone has broke up with you? I was in a long-distance relationship with my boyfriend Dave. I met my only friend Alex through League of Legends. Alex and I live in the same city and have hung out a few times. When I got together with my boyfriend, Alex got upset. He started arguing and asking how Dave could satisfy me more than him when all we can do is FaceTime. However, he calmed down after a day. Yesterday, Alex offered to platonically take me out to a fast food restaurant. I agreed, hoping he would apologize for his weird behavior. My boyfriend didn't mind as he trusted me and knew I had no interest in Alex beyond friends. Alex is the person who gives computer science students a bad name. I swear he's never brushed his hair, has Cheeto fingers, and showers maybe once a month, if we're lucky. After we finished eating, Alex asked me to hang at his place for a while. I've been to Alex's house before. It's a bit musty with all his empty wrappers covering the floor, but he has a pretty sick gaming setup, so I decided to go. When we arrived, we went straight to his room. I thought we were about to load up some League of Legends, but almost immediately he started interrogating me. Asking about life and my relationship. The questions started getting too personal. He started asking me questions about my bedroom life with Dave. I was trying to change the subject, however Alex asked me if I'd break up with Dave and date him instead. I asked him if he was for real and his response was to hold me down. Alex then proceeded to SA me. In the middle of it he stopped and apologized, freaking out as I left in a rush of fear. I told my boyfriend about it and he went berserk. In his mind I was just a cheater. He got upset and aggressive. I could see him throwing his Legos across the room, in the corner of the frame. He hung up when I screamed at him for breaking the Star Wars Death Star set I got him for Valentine's. Almost immediately after he added me to a Discord group chat with him and his friends. They all took the opportunity to rip me a new one. The most hurtful line before I left the group chat was "Go back to Alex, so maybe this time he will rope you for real and won't chicken out halfway." Dave would simply refuse to believe anything I said and he blocked me off all socials. I'm lost at what to do. I don't want to get the police involved, my mom would end me and I have zero friends to talk about this with. Well, zero real friends. Thanks for that, Alex. Why do you hate your ex-best friend? My best friend Jack cheated on his wife Anna, with a girl half his age named Max. Anna is one of the best human beings I've ever met. When Jack met her, he was so in love that he wrote an ironclad prenup just to be with her. In other words, Jack has nothing to his name. He met Max on a work trip and it was then that he cheated on Anna. The affair lasted for 2 months until Max gave him an ultimatum, to leave his wife for her. Jack refused and tried to end the affair, so Max told Anna everything. This broke Anna beyond repair and she told Jack that she couldn't forgive him. After Jack lost hope of reconciliation with Anna, he started seeing Max again. Now they're officially dating. My wife Pat knows all these details. She is way more tolerant than me. I am Team Anna and there's nothing Jack can say to make me change my opinion. Now everything is settled. My wife said that she wanted to invite Jack and his new girlfriend to our place. I was very reluctant at first, but my wife insisted that my friendship with Jack is important. We are basically brothers and we should accept people we love even with their flaws. It made sense and I trust my wife to always make sense. The dinner was awkward. I couldn't see past these two cheaters. Jack pretending to be happy and Max was overexcited over the fact that she won this prize named Jack. I understood then that things won't be the same, but my wife was right. I love Jack and that's the most important now. Max talked about her upbringing and the hard life she had growing up. She talked about her future with Jack and all the fun they would have. It dawned on me that she didn't know that they couldn't do half of what she is dreaming of with Jack's salary. It dawned on me that Max never knew Jack was a brokey. She had learned to know the Jack who lived in fancy hotels and drove a fancy car. When I asked her about their living arrangements, Max said that Jack temporarily is living in a studio apartment. Until the divorce is settled. Max talked about what she would do to their place, renovation and redecorating. The apartment that Anna bought for her family with her hard-earned money. The one she decorated with her husband from scratch to make it their home. I remember how happy and full of dreams she was when she found her dream home. To hear Max sitting there, talking about how she would use money she never earned to redecorate a home she wasn't entitled to. Making fun of another woman's taste and style. It brought tears to my eyes. Yes, men can get emotional too. Jack has not told Max the truth. When they left, Pat and I started discussing our dear friends. I was very surprised when Pat angrily told me that I was cruel and callous for not wanting to enlighten Max about her new situation. My wife thought that Max had a tough life and she deserved to have a good life now. I was taken aback by my wife's logic. I told my wife that I will not tell Max anything, but that if she wanted to be my guest. But now I don't understand my wife and I'm turned off by her morals. What was the most disturbing discovery of your life? In the depths of the dark and foreboding forest near our house, an unsettling presence loomed. The trees stood tall and gnarled, their branches intertwining like skeletal fingers reaching out for unsuspecting victims. Legends whispered of a malevolent being known as a skinwalker, a creature with the power to assume the form of any animal it desired. Superstition and fear surrounded those woods, but my family paid little heed to such tales. Little did we know, our lives were about to be forever changed. Our tranquil existence was filled with warmth and love. My parents, my younger brother, and I shared a cozy home nestled on the outskirts of the sinister forest. Our days were filled with laughter and the comforting presence of our beloved family dog, Luna. She was a playful and affectionate creature, her wagging tail a constant source of joy. But beneath the idyllic surface, an undercurrent of unease permeated the air. The unsettling nature of the forest had always made me wary. There was an unexplained heaviness that settled upon my shoulders whenever I ventured near its edge. Whispers of ancient spirits and the faint sound of haunting cries often echoed through the trees, but I dismissed them as figments of my imagination. One moonlit night, as the eerie glow illuminated the surrounding woods, tragedy befell us. Luna, our faithful companion, went missing. We searched tirelessly, calling out her name into the vast expanse of the forest, but our pleas were met with an ominous silence. Our hearts sank with each passing moment, until finally, we discovered her lifeless body. Shock and grief consumed our family as we mourned the loss of our beloved pet. The sense of unease that had always lingered around the forest grew stronger, but we had no inkling of the true horror that awaited us. On a night thick with foreboding, a presence emerged from the depths of the woods. The air grew frigid, and the rustling leaves whispered a macabre lullaby. I watched in frozen terror as the skinwalker, with its twisted and grotesque appearance, materialized before us. Half human, half animal, its eyes blazed with malevolence, and its elongated limbs twitched with unnerving anticipation. The creature possessed an otherworldly aura, its every movement exuding a sense of dread. With lightning speed and inhuman strength, it lunged at my mother, tearing through her with razor-sharp claws. Her body stained the forest floor, and agonizing screams pierced the night air, forever etching themselves into my memory. In a desperate bid to save our family, my father, armed with a silver bullet, took aim at the malevolent being. The air crackled with tension as the bullet pierced the creature, causing it to convulse and emit unearthly shrieks of pain. But the twisted twist in this tale emerged when my father collapsed to the ground, his body racked with spasms of agony. Unbeknownst to us, the skinwalker had possessed him, using his form to exact its vengeance. I stood frozen in fear and disbelief, my world crumbling before my eyes. The lines between reality and nightmare blurred as the skinwalker, now in my father's guise, advanced toward me with malicious intent. Panic surged through my veins, propelling me to action. In a desperate attempt to save myself, I snatched the silver bullet from my father's trembling hand and fired it into his heart. As the creature writhed in its death throes, a realization washed over me. The skinwalker had not been after our lives, it had sought vengeance for some unknown transgression. Its wrath had been unleashed upon us, an unsuspecting family caught in the crossfire of its dark vendetta. The forest fell silent, its malevolence dissipating with the death of the skinwalker. In the aftermath, I stood amidst the devastation, my heart heavy with loss and grief. And so, with a heavy heart and a weary spirit, I left that cursed forest behind, forever haunted by the eerie echoes of the skinwalker's vengeance. As years passed, the memory of that fateful night began to fade, buried beneath the weight of time and healing. I sought solace in a new life far away from the haunting forest, determined to leave the darkness behind. But fate has a way of playing cruel tricks. On a rainy evening, as I flipped through the channels in my new home, a news segment caught my attention. The reporter spoke of a string of mysterious deaths near the forest I once called home. Witnesses claimed to have seen a creature, a half-human, half-animal monstrosity roaming the woods. A shiver crawled up my spine, reigniting the dormant fear that I had tried so hard to bury. The familiar sense of unease settled upon me, whispering that the horrors I had faced were not isolated incidents. The skinwalker, it seemed, had returned.
My boyfriend keeps trying to initiate intimacy when his gaming mic is on. Recently my boyfriend has begun doing something that I now find a bit weird. He has a gaming setup in the nook of his apartment where he plays with some friends online. Often there is a camera on his monitor that I have never seen on, but isn't covered by any tape. A couple of weeks ago I was over and he was gaming, which was fine. I made some sandwiches for us because usually he'd finish up within a few minutes. This time he took a bit longer than usual, so I popped in and asked when he thought he'd be done. I admit I did sit in his lap, but he took the opportunity to initiate some touching. One thing led to another and we ended up being intimate. I went along with it, but moved to unplug his headset and he didn't protest. That was that, and we spent the day together like normal. But then it happened again about a week later. He began maneuvering me into his lap during a game, even being verbal with the mic on. Obviously this made me uncomfortable, so I asked him to turn it off as well as the game. He played it off like he forgot the mic was on, but I'm not so sure. Incidents like that have happened 2 more times. Both times I declined before it got too far. He persisted a lot and I gave in. I got a bit paranoid and checked his monitor, but the camera was still off. I asked him to put some tape over the camera and he got a little defensive, asking if I thought he was a perv or something. He wouldn't let it go even after I explained some concerns with people hacking cameras and his mic being on. He shrugged and basically told me that it's not a big deal if people hear us, people do it all the time. I was in complete disbelief about that and upset that he didn't see the issue. That statement all but confirmed he was doing it on purpose, but he maintains that turning off the mic slipped his mind. Every time I try to have a conversation about it he manages to make me feel like I'm making things weirder and bigger than they are. Update: my boyfriend keeps trying to initiate intimacy when his gaming mic is on. I looked through folders, programs, and browser history. I found a small archive of 30 gamer videos. I don't know exactly how to feel about it, but the video titles included things like 20 under the desk. Support under the desk, gamer leaves camera on. I felt immediately violated and alarmed. It seemed like he'd intended to recreate the videos with me, but I have no idea how far he'd been willing to take it. I continued searching and stumbled upon an old 4chan account. The account only had posts dating back to around 8 years ago, but some recent saved threads made my stomach twist. One of the threads went into detail about how they'd convinced their partner into performing on the mic for their gaming buddies. The thread was extremely explicit and graphic and humiliating. There were other threads following a similar vein, but I couldn't stomach reading them. I grabbed all my things and quickly left. I blocked his number and hadn't spoken to him since. The thought of his voice made me feel ill, and I honestly felt unsafe being in that appointment and near his computer. I called my sister and she came back to the apartment to stay with me, once I told her everything. I assume he started spamming me all day once I didn't respond to his messages in the afternoon, because he showed up at my place toward the end of the night. My sister blocked him at the door and wouldn't let him see me. I simply curled up in bed and hid under the covers to block it all out. She called him a weirdo, and I suppose he caught on because he started trying to explain from the doorway. My sister cut him off and he only ended up leaving when she threatened to call the police on him. He didn't try to come back again, but I kept him blocked for the next few days. He eventually managed to get through on a burner account. He questioned me and asked me why I was doing this. I explained, listing out everything I'd found on his computer and sending screenshots. How he'd lied, gaslighted me, and attempted to use me. There was radio silence on the other end until apologies started rolling in, begging me to give him another chance and let him explain. I denied and told him to give me time to think, then I blocked that account as well.
My mother-in-law stole my son's ashes. My son died just over a year ago when he was 7, and it's been hard on everyone in the family. Mother-in-law was pretty close with him. She babysat him for me while I worked until he died. I felt more comfortable leaving him with her as she was a nurse. Mother-in-law and I aren't too close. At first she didn't like me but seemed to warm up once my partner and I had kids. She still babysits for us when needed, which is less often these days. We had my son cremated. When he was cremated, my mother-in-law suggested that we get a few smaller urns and split up the ashes so we can all have an urn. Obviously that did not go down well with me and I said no. She seemed to admit it was a bad idea and didn't mention it again. For Mother's Day this year we planned on getting my mother-in-law and my mom a necklace with some of his ashes in, which she knew about as she'd been asking for one. We were up for it, but with 2020 and everything, we never got around to doing it, which she seemed pretty irritated by at the time but never mentioned it again and thanked us for the other gift we sent her. A few days ago she babysat my daughter at my house. Today I was cleaning, and while I was cleaning the shelf that we have for our son for some of his things, I noticed his urn was gone. Naturally I freaked out, and asked my daughter if she'd moved it even though she can't reach it. It has never been moved in the time it's been there. Partner also had no clue and was as worried as me. Mother-in-law is the only other person that has been in the house, so I called her. She owned up to it right away and explained she took them so she can spend some time with him and get the ashes sent off for her gift because she was disheartened that I didn't get it sorted in time for MD. She hid the urn in her bag so I wouldn't notice, and took it home. I told her she was completely out of order and demanded she bring the ashes back as I did not give her permission to steal his ashes from his house and his family, but she said as his grandma she has every right to have him for a while apostrophe. Even if she'd asked I probably would have said no, but I'm in complete shock that she would just take him like that. She says she will bring his urn back tomorrow and told me not to be angry about it because what's done is done, but every time I think about it I get so angry. Update: my mother-in-law stole my son's ashes. My hubby got him back last night. I will add that I did also want to go but I was asleep, and husband wanted to deal with his mom so I just let him and told him to call me to talk to her if she gets mad. He says he told her to hand the urn over or he'll call the police, to which she rolled her eyes and said one night wouldn't make any difference, but she handed the urn back to my husband. When he told her that I wanted to file a police report, she apparently kicked off and got defensive and said I was just being ridiculous. No crime had been committed and the police won't care about some ashes when they have more important things to worry about. My husband was pretty shocked by how flippantly she spoke about it, also now agrees that we should file a police report, so we plan to. I'm not sure yet if I want to press charges. He also told her that if she comes over uninvited we will call the police as she is not allowed in our home. At least while we try to deal with what she did, and she won't be around our daughter until that happens, if it does. Personally I don't trust her anymore. I don't know if she tampered with the ashes. The urn opens easily and the ashes are in a bag, but it's only tied shut with an elastic band, so she could have taken some. It doesn't look like there's much taken though if she is, because the contents look the same from what I remember. Maybe I'm just exhausted about the whole thing and sad, but I don't care about that right now. I will eventually. I do know that if I see her with a necklace that resembles the one she wanted I'll rage at the beach, but right now I'm just sad and tired. I don't even want his ashes, I want him. They're not one and the same. I also blasted her on social media and gave lots of details, and it seems that our family, friends and close family have all turned their backs on her. Did you ever destroy someone's life? I decided to join a fraternity my freshman year of college. It was a convenient way to keep getting the things I thought I needed at the time, but mostly I just craved human connection in a way that I thought being a brother would bring. Well, I didn't see it for a while, but I was wrong. The fraternity had a house on campus that was allocated to them, but it might as well have been off campus because of how crazy the parties were. Campus police would rarely pass by, let alone come in, no matter how much noise was being made. Still, that made it the perfect place for me. At first it was just official parties on the weekends, and then every weekend, Thursday nights, Wednesday nights, until at one point I was spending hours drinking there every night of the week to hide from myself. Before I knew it, my first semester was over and the shallow friendships I had made through the bonds of getting ridiculously messed up had started to pay off, or so I thought. They told me they'd be extending an offer to be a pledge next semester. My second semester rolls around and I'm given the invitation in traditional, stupid, ritualistic fraternity fashion. Once again, I was ecstatic. The thought that I was actually wanted and valued by these people, who I thought had it all figured out, felt like it would be the highlight of my year. Although most of my friendships during that year were with the people from this particular fraternity, I had made some friends in my own dorm hall as well. One night after pre-gaming in someone's dorm, I was happy for any excuse to start drinking at 3 p.m. A couple girls came up to me. They asked why I was pledging at that particular frat, given its reputation. Why someone as nice as me would want to be around people like that. I asked what they were talking about and they told me that particular frat house has a reputation as a place where girls shouldn't get too intoxicated. I told them that it must be a rumor. That started because of guys who already graduated because there was no way any of the brothers I knew would ever do something like that. I second-guessed my sense of belonging for the first time that night, but was too starved for human connection to seriously consider that I might not be making the best choices. Another night, I overheard a couple of the brothers talking when I woke up to use the bathroom, talking about how they desperately needed members to keep the house and how it was a shame that they had to let me become a brother at the end of the semester because they'd normally never let someone like me in. My life was in pieces before I got to college and I was so desperate for friends and a sense of belonging that I was willing to rationalize anything to keep the lie going. One night while doing a traditional ritual for brothers and pledges only, I did what they expected of me and consumed copious amounts of alcohol to the point of serious risk. I was in and out of blacking out for a while until a certain point when I stopped remembering anything. Over the years, though, some things have come back to me as I've tried to process this experience. I have flashes of being turned over and someone holding my head so I throw up in a trash can and not myself or the chair I was on. There's a slideshow of me walking down half the stairs. One of the last things I remember is asking to stay the night in one of the brothers' rooms because I knew, somehow, that I was ridiculously intoxicated and didn't want to get caught when going back to mine. He said no. He was my closest friend there. It should have been clear to anyone around that I wasn't safe, but these guys were still giving me light beer instead of water because it's basically the same thing. I'll never get that line, or the laughter that followed, out of my head. Instead of getting me help, or even just letting me stay there, one of the brothers just took me back to my dorm. Luckily for me, an RA saw me being brought in essentially over his shoulder and felt like I was in danger, so she called for help. Even after all these years, the last thing I remember from that night is answering a knock at the door of my dorm. When I woke up in the hospital the next morning, I was told that I could have died. They described how I acted and it was clear to me after just hearing about it that I was in danger. When I was sitting in that hospital bed, I cried. Not because I might have died, but because I felt like my life that I was just getting back had fallen apart again. I felt broken, betrayed, and profoundly sad that the people I trusted didn't care enough about me to try and keep me alive. When I got back to campus, I had to meet with a disciplinary officer because of underage drinking and he questioned where I got the alcohol, who I was with, etc. But apart from that, I just followed my usual routine that I was accustomed to. It was the weekend, so I went down to the frat house. I still don't know why, really. I think I was just numb and going through the motions, or maybe I wanted a sense of normalcy. When I got there, all the feelings of sadness turned to anger. As I told them what happened, the people that I half-heartedly expected to be happy to see me were more concerned about what I might have said to the disciplinary officer than the fact that I was alive. They were wrong to do that, for the record, because I covered their butts completely. But I was livid. These people were supposed to be my brothers. I made an excuse, that I had just wanted to update them but was tired and still recovering, so that I could go back to my dorm. I thought about all the things I had experienced, all the warning signs, and I made a plan. First, I set up a new email account and got the faculty email for the head of the disciplinary committee head, a guy who apparently really hated the presence of fraternities on campus housing. I told him I was a student who had information about crimes committed by the members of this particular fraternity and wanted them gone, not just from their house but from the school. I also talked to one of the girls who took me aside in my dorm, one I felt I could trust, and asked if she or anyone she knew had experiences, names, anything. She wasn't willing to step forward personally, but she knew someone who was and helped me get in touch. 3 days later, I met with the committee head at 4 a.m. in someone else's office. I didn't want to be seen because I didn't want anyone to know what was going on or have any heads up. I asked him what he needed to take their house, and he told me. He amended the report I gave to the original disciplinary officer to include 2 accidental mentions of a particular relatively uncommon alcohol, one this fraternity always uses for their traditional, stupid, ritualistic, fraternity-only drinking events. For what it's worth, that alcohol was actually present, so it wasn't exactly a lie. Apparently just that much was enough for an investigation and wouldn't need me to be involved any more than I already was, which was something I insisted on. The investigation merely being open was also enough that one anonymous tip-off, say, where certain quantities of certain drugs were likely to be hidden within the frat house, was also enough for campus police to come knocking with real police in tow to tear the place apart if enough was found the first time. Remember, the house is owned by the school, so as long as the school gives the police permission to search and they have enough reason to, they're good to go. I also got him in contact with the brave girl who was willing to come forward with her story. I don't know if she ever got real justice, but I do know that one member of the frat suddenly dropped out between the first time I met with the committee head and when the police came. I made myself scarce around the frat house for a month or so with the excuse that I needed to stop drinking. Even though I wasn't around as often as I once was, I did spend enough time there to put various amounts of substances in places that people wouldn't look until the time was right. I've never been a rich guy, so it wasn't much, but pretty much every other room had enough for a minor possession charge thanks to my generosity. When the house eventually got flipped and the substances were found, I dropped out because despite my best attempts to hide it, at that point most of the brothers were keeping me at arm's length and looking at me with suspicion. It was near the end of the semester anyway, and I had gone from doing fairly well in my first semester to failing most of my classes in the second, so I thought it was probably for the best. I still got to see some of them get dragged out of the house in handcuffs. It was worth it. When it was all said and done, the frat house was essentially raided twice. At least 3 of the brothers dropped out while facing serious possession charges, and the rest of them had to separate, moving into other dorms or already scarce off-campus housing when the fraternity was banned by the school from ever having an official on-campus house for the next decade.
I think my boyfriend is trying to baby trap me. My family life isn't great. My dad has been out of the picture for as long as I remember, and my mom is very mentally unstable. She has been diagnosed BPD but isn't on treatment. She has always been a jealous person. She showers you with love and affection, but if you don't do the same for her, she will blow up. I've seen her do that to all of her partners and to me. She has been against me doing anything other than staying home with her for as long as I remember, against me having friends, studying for school, working out, etc., always putting me down for anything. She has had better and worse times, and the last year has been one of her downs. She went absolutely mental when she found out I had a boyfriend. She tried to prohibit me from seeing him, made scenes whenever I spent time with him, saying I am changing her. Went as far as trashing my room when I left for a whole day. One day I came home and she told me I either stay here with her and broke up with him, or when I leave she will change the locks and never let me come back. I called my boyfriend crying and he offered for me to move in with him. I agreed. She has sent me pictures of her burning everything I had in my room, that she never wants to see me again and that I am a terrible daughter, made posts on Facebook calling me names. Everything has been going okay until a week ago. I came back from school and told him we had vocational orientation, and that a nurse had came to tell us about her career. I told him I thought what she did was really cool and I would love to be a nurse. He asked me if you had to study to be a nurse, and I said you had. It was about 3 years, I think. He then asked me when would we get married, and I laughed and said maybe after I finished the career. He frowned and said that he wanted to have kids young. I told him we could, just not that young. We still had plenty of time, and I thought it was best for both of us to have careers before having kids. There wasn't a rush. He said he was running late for work and the conversation was cut short. He has since then done something really weird in which he starts talking semi-sarcastically about when I start studying and asking me things like if I am going to go to parties or make more friends or if I'll still have time for him. When I ask him why is he talking like that, he will deny using any tone. He has also started to try and convince me to have intimacy without a rubber, saying that he will pull out. One time he even went as far as ignoring me asking him to put a rubber on. 3 days ago I saw him doing something with the drawer where we keep our stash of rubbers open. When he saw me he closed it quickly. I grew suspicious and went to look at them after he left. Some of them had little dots like they had been poked. There were just a quarter of them, so I feel like if I bring this up he will deny it and say some were just broken. The other day I asked him that if he wanted to have intimacy without a rubber, maybe I should start doing hormonal birth control, and he said those pills make you fat and he doesn't want me to be fat. He also made fun of me saying I am being so dramatic about being scared of getting pregnant like it was a curse or something. Update: I think my boyfriend is trying to baby trap me. I started thinking and I don't think the dynamics of our relationship are standard. It would be really hard for me to hide something from him. He takes care of everything money involved, which makes sense because he makes the money, but it is to the extent I don't remember him ever giving me cash, not even to buy the simplest cheapest items. Whenever we need something, he goes and buys it, from groceries to clothes to everything. He has made me wait in stores with the things we need for the house for him to come to where I am and pay. Even when he charges my public transport card he asks me how many trips I need to make and charges exactly the money for them, not 1 cent more. I have access to absolutely zero money. I used to think it was just a quirk of his, but now I feel like it's deliberate. My phone doesn't have a plan. I just use Wi-Fi and have him as my emergency contact if I'm outside the house. I don't have friends or really any type of relationships that he isn't also friends with. All my friends are people he knew first. He does not let me have any friends. If I do anything without him he insists on dropping me off and picking me up. He asks me for selfies of what I'm doing every hour of the day if we are apart. He convinced me to delete together all of our conventional social media, claiming it's better for our mental health, and then he didn't delete his because he realized he needed them for his job. He doesn't know English and he has started complaining whenever I consume any media in English, claiming it makes him feel left out and he wants to be able to engage in my hobbies. I started to rethink most things I never really put much thought into or minded about. Maybe he has been controlling all along, I just didn't oppose any of his requirements until now. I guess I'm just used to having no control. With my mom it was the worst. At least he lets me enjoy myself. She would try to make me feel miserable every hour of the day. But at the same time it's so much worse. Outside of empty threats there was very little she could do after I was 13 or 14. She is fat and old and I have little respect or love for her. She could trash my room or scream or not feed me all she wanted, but she couldn't retain me physically. With him, outside of being way stronger than me, I love him so much. I can't even picture myself ever finding the strength to leave. It really physically pains me to write this. I feel like I am delusional, and I want to be. I feel like such an empty shell of a human being, though I had control of my life for once and I am just in the same spot. Update 2. I think my boyfriend is trying to baby trap me. I contacted my father's family for help and he bluntly told me he does not care. I have no close enough friends who aren't friends with him to reach out to, and there isn't a woman's shelter in my city. I am also very adamant about contacting the police because my country's child laws are very strong on putting blood bonds over almost every type of abuse that is not full-blown crude. I do not want to get back at my mom's house at any terms. I know there's a possibility this isn't going to work out and the way he was acting wasn't okay, but he has been so good to me since now. I feel like he deserves the benefit of the doubt. I spent the weekend trying to avoid having intimacy. I claimed I had a bruised cervix, which did happen before, so he understood and didn't push it further than just asking for neck a couple of times, which I don't mind. He did make one weird joke on Saturday when I got out of the shower and he saw me, and he said something along the lines of, "If you don't let me get what's mine, I'll have to just get in myself." I guess he could see on my facial expression that I didn't find it funny, and he assured me he was just joking. I genuinely believe him. It was a joke that came off the wrong way. I managed to talk to a school friend and ask for her help. Today we skipped the first period. I got a birth control shot. I hoped I would be able to get a 3-month one, but they didn't have any, so I have to go back every month to get it on the same day. I still think it's better than pills because that means I don't have to hide any item. Later I started stressing about what would happen if the day of the month falls on the weekend and I do not have school to use as an excuse, but I still have many months to go, so that's a future me problem. I will still try to stand my ground on him using rubbers though. I know I need some type of backup plan if the situation goes south, so I applied for government aid that's supposed to be for high school students from public schools, and it's supposed to help you with money for uniforms or school supplies. It's not much, but I thought if I created a PayPal that I can create from my home and put my money there in investing mode, I can help it not all disappear from the inflation. I still don't know if I'm going to get accepted because it has a restriction on your parents' income, and I am not sure how much they are making currently. If he still doesn't want me to study when I turn 18, I can apply for a program that helps you for 3 months financially for people who are suffering domestic violence. As per today was such a weird day. When I got home from school and he got home from work, I saw him and just started crying uncontrollably. He didn't ask me anything, he just held me and told me not to worry, that everything was going to be okay, and that he was going to take care of me. I don't know if he had his own theory on why I was crying or if he didn't want to bother asking, but I ended up falling asleep while hugging him. It made me feel like a hypocrite. I feel like for the last months, for the first time in my life, I was just able to put my guard down and not walk on eggshells, so it kind of sucks being back on analyzing everything someone says or does or makes me do. Update 3. I think my boyfriend is trying to baby trap me. I feel my boyfriend could sense I wanted to leave and became more hostile even. From slight controlling acts, it escalated to plain violence. Both intimate and physical. On top of that, I found him cheating and a lot of other worrying stuff on his phone. I found stuff such as kiddie adult films. I didn't know how to leave. I had no money or anywhere to go. At the perfect time, I remembered a very specific figure from my past that had almost left my mind between traumatic events, who had promised to help me if anything wrong happened to me. She agreed to help me, so without thinking about it too long, I left him a note explaining why I was leaving without saying where to, and I left with like 2 t-shirts and my phone charger. This was last week Monday. He tried contacting me on all platforms we have, and I answered all his first messages explaining I am okay, but I don't want to go back and block him afterward, except for email just in case. He started sending messages saying he couldn't live without me, asking me to come back. Then they fluctuated to full walls of paragraphs saying how much he hated me and how much of a horrible human being I am and threatening physical violence. He then sent me a message with a folder with explicit pictures he had of me, saying he would share them if I didn't agree to see him. The pictures are half pictures of myself I knew he had, but they don't really show anything that would gain me a ban on Instagram, they are just suggestive. There are a whole other bunch of pictures that I sent him on limited time, agreeing to his persistence for them, and I had specifically asked to not screenshot, but oh well. In these pictures I specifically didn't show my face or any defining feature that would tell it's me. The real issue comes with a couple of pictures he added where I am unclothed and you can recognize it's me. I did not allow these photos to be taken. His actions don't end here. He then proceeded to say if I didn't answer he would find where I was and going to end my life. My mom and a school friend asked me where I was because he had gone by their houses demanding to see me and threatening them if they didn't let him in. I made the terrible mistake of telling my mom where I was and what was going on. She didn't have much of a response other than telling me that it was my fault and that I deserved it because she always told me he was bad news. Well, turns out my ex-boyfriend's mom called mine crying and pleading with her to convince her that I return home with him because she feared for his mental health and life if didn't, and the piece of crap I have the displeasure of calling my mom, I have told her where and with who I am. She informed me this. Her excuse was that she knows how hard it is to be a mother and she empathizes with her because I am a horrible human being that keeps hurting people. Since this, he has just sent me one email saying he knows where I am and nothing else. I am incredibly terrified and haven't left the house. Who I am staying with has encouraged me to file a lawsuit against him, because then I can ask for state help and I do have some evidence. I have a video of him hitting the door I am hiding against, screaming, threatening to hurt me. I never till today thought of taking legal action. This whole experience has made me feel so weak. I feel if one more person starts questioning me I will lose my sanity. I just want to move on with my life and leave everything that has to do with him behind.
My friends tell me my boyfriend is abusive, but I disagree. My boyfriend has a very bad temper and it can get out of hand sometimes. He grew up in a terrible and abusive household and therefore is willing to lash out at me and even lay hands on me sometimes. I am a stay-at-home mother while he is a breadwinner. I told him I can get a job to support our struggling finances, but he told me that women are too emotional to work and keep a stable job. I tried arguing his point, but eventually realized he was right when he brought up how emotional I was during my pregnancy and my overall impulsiveness. I also have a small circle of friends that I hang out with. Last week I was out for dinner with my girlfriends. They noticed a bruise on my arm and wrist and pressed me about it, until finally I told them my boyfriend gave it to me because he was angry that I woke him up early in the morning. To me this is reasonable. I wanted him to take care of our baby while I went for a walk and he is not a morning person at all, so I accepted the consequences. My friends instantly jumped to conclusions calling him abusive and manipulative. I can admit that he is not perfect, but nobody is. Throughout the course of the dinner my boyfriend called me 5 times to tell me to be home on time so he can make sure I'm not cheating on him. Once again, this is fair, he's just being protective. As you can guess, my friends don't see it this way. They kept calling him abusive and I was getting really upset by this. I shut down all their comments and made it home. When I got home our girls group chat was going crazy. All my friends who were at the dinner were texting me, calling him derogatory names and saying I should leave him. But they don't see him the way I do. He can be super sweet. Last week he brought me flowers and held my hand while we watched a movie. I tried arguing that this behavior on his part is normal and that my boyfriend has taught me I should listen to him since he is the smarter one. We even did an IQ test and his was higher. Well, my boyfriend saw the text this morning when he snooped through my phone. He does this every once in a while to make sure I stay faithful to him. When he saw what the girls had to say he woke me up and screamed at me, simultaneously waking the baby up. I rushed over to try put the baby back to sleep, but he grabbed my hand and pushed me onto the bed and laid hands on me. He yelled at me for a few minutes about how disrespectful it is for me to talk crap about him to his friends. I tried explaining they were the ones talking crap and I was trying to defend him but he wouldn't listen. He asked me if I really think he's abusive while staring me down. I replied with of course not. He then fell silent and allowed me to run into the other room to put the baby back to sleep. During lunch he told me he does not want me hanging out with my friends anymore as in his words they are trying to turn you against me. I feel this is fair, as I should not be hanging out with people who badmouth my partner. I told him that I would cut them off and sent them all a text saying I will no longer be in contact with them due to their opinions on my boyfriend. It's now nighttime and I'm struggling to get some sleep. I keep thinking that perhaps my friends are right, but even if that is the case, I wouldn't be sure how to approach that with my boyfriend without him getting very mad. People who got married too soon, what did you find out about your partner after it was too late? I married a man I'd been dating for 3 months because on our second date he broke down and confided that he was dying of terminal leukemia. He said he wanted to make the most of his remaining months and marry me. Being 23 and dumb, I believed him without asking for any proof, and said yes. My family all rallied behind me, believing him to be a dying man, and threw us an incredible wedding even though they barely knew the guy. He refused treatment, playing the wish to die with dignity card, and finally after 4 months of marriage and no decline in his health, I confronted him. It was a lie, an elaborate lie. My husband is a sociopath and pathological liar. Wish I'd known that. She has god-awful farts that will peel the paint of the walls and make a grown man beg for mercy. She's at her worst between 2 to 3 a.m. and let me tell you, I know it's coming and I really don't sleep well anymore because of it. The fact that we later go on to cheat on me with his own cousin. The cousin was a man. He would end up divorcing me to go and marry his cousin. He took me to the cleaners after fabricating evidence I was an addict. It was tragic overall and the thing that hurt me most is that none of his family sided with me and kind of just accepted this. We married after dating for 3 weeks. 1 month after that, we found out she was pregnant. After another month, we'd gone to the doctor, gotten the ultrasound, checked out the heartbeat, all that great stuff. She got me a dad mug for my birthday, bought a bunch of baby clothes, really just a whole bunch of joy and planning for our future. We found an apartment together, and very shortly after we signed the lease, she just crashed. Crying, not coping, etc. I knew she had a history of very severe bipolar disorder, had been hospitalized for it. Everything was so real to me, so I didn't realize that all of this had been a manic phase for her, and now she was cycling out. So after all of the talk about parenting, taking prenatal vitamins, picking names, buying parent-related gifts, she decided to terminate the pregnancy. Have you ever accidentally sent inappropriate messages to the wrong person? I was 21 and on top of the world, having just started dating a beautiful intelligent funny woman as well as getting my first suit and tie big boy job. I was making some good money for my age. Now y'all know what it's like when you just start dating someone and it's the honeymoon phase, your only 2 modes together are lovey-dovey or ravenously ripping each other's clothes off. This was amplified by this wonderful girl being an absolute filthy degenerate in the best way possible, which took me by surprise because she acted like a meek straight A librarian when we met, but I quickly learned not to judge a book by its cover when she started talking about doing stuff I had never even heard of. When we were together we couldn't keep our hands off each other, and when we were apart there was tons of dirty texting back and forth. One night me and my special lady friend were texting dirty and making plans of all the stuff we would do to each other when the weekend came. At the time, smartphones really weren't as prevalent as they are now, so I usually just got whatever was cheapest to save money. My phone glitched a lot and would often send a message to the wrong person, but this was something I was good at making sure did not happen. This night was different however. This night I was stuck in 21-year-old boy so overfull of hormones he was on a different plane of existence and the head on my shoulders wasn't the one doing the thinking. Every time girlfriend's text preview came up I would click it as fast as possible and shoot off another filthy message. Eventually I saw a preview and quickly opened up my text app, writing out one of the most filthy and depraved messages I ever had and clicked send. It wasn't until the second my finger touched the send button that I saw the contact name was my mail manager in his 50s. I tried to stop but it was too late, my finger already pressed down and no amount of hammering the cancel button would do anything. This was fairly late in the evening so he was likely asleep, and I sat there mortified feeling like I would never get turned on by anything ever again, dreading what would happen in the morning when he read my text right before we both went into the office. I texted my girlfriend, the right one this time, explaining what happened and that we had to stop chatting because I no longer had it in me. I couldn't even to bring myself to tell her what I meant to send her when she asked. I paced my room for what felt like an eternity but was likely only 10 minutes, trying to figure out if I could salvage the situation or just jump off the nearest bridge. Eventually I opened my boss's text thread back up and texted lol sorry, meant to send it to my buddy, we were just joking around being gross. To this day I have no idea why I said it was a joke with one of my friends instead of an intimate text for my girlfriend. It made the text seem only more gross looking back. Another 5 minutes of anxiety later and I realized that text wouldn't cut it. I booted up my computer and all at once blocked her and every coworker from my email as well as blocked them all on my phone. I shut off my alarms for the next morning, and never showed up at that job ever again. I never even called the office to ask about my last paycheck.
I am very much jealous of my husband's ex-wife. Our relationship started with an affair. Their marriage was on the rocks and my husband wanted to end it. He claimed I was a lot younger and prettier and that was one of the driving forces. When the ex-wife learned about the affair she didn't scream or shout at me. She was rather calm. She only asked me if I truly loved her husband and I said yes. She told me that if I am going to be a part of my husband's life I better treat her kids with respect and not push them to accept me. She didn't even create any hassle in the divorce. Things were tough. My husband's parents and friends really criticized us and his parents almost disowned him. If it wasn't for his ex they would have gone through with it. But his ex convinced them to not cut us off. Their parents did forgive my husband but I still feel like an outsider to them. But they do love our kids. My husband's ex is very different. She never held a grudge against me. Always pushed her kids to have a relationship with their dad. His oldest doesn't talk to him because of the divorce and it always hurts my husband that his daughter wants nothing to do with them. The rest of them are good. They do not love me but they are very civil. She never badmouthed me or called me a homewrecker. She did her best for the kids. She still tries her best so that her oldest daughter has a good relationship with her dad. I used to think she is a silly woman for not holding a grudge. She was always nice to me. When I was pregnant she first congratulated me and even though she wasn't invited to my baby shower, she sent me a diaper genie as a gift. I always felt guilty that I hurt such a pious woman. To make it more complicated she is in a relationship with my cousin and my parents love her. Uncle and aunt love her. Even my cousin's kids love her. She never discriminated between her kids and mine. She always sends some cookies or extra food for my son with her kids whenever it is their visitation time. She even met my son and treats him like her own. For the longest time I wondered why she is like this. Is she trying to win her husband back? I even asked her why she didn't hate me when I was her husband's mistress. She told me she doesn't see the point because whether or not she hates me her marriage was over anyways. I am jealous of her. She is beautiful, my husband just did not see it. I know I was much younger than her when my husband started the affair but I can say she is much better looking than I am. I'm not sure why my husband does not agree. Even if I took her place in her husband's life, I can never be her.
Have you noticed even chicks well into their late 30s and 40s think they can afford to be picky? I was talking to a pretty washed up looking 43-year-old woman at a bar once and could tell she was visibly attracted to me. I was 24 at the time and bagging up on older women was on my bucket list. I was a little hot on the trigger and tried to close the deal with her after only talking to her for a few minutes, and she responded, well, you just go right in there, huh? She said this as if I had broken some sacred rule or violated some mandatory 30-minute screening period she was entitled to. As if this washed up hag is entitled to 30 minutes of my attention before I sleep with her. Never mind that, she was a light 5 even while wearing a lot of makeup. She was a divorced single mother with baggage and hanging out at a stupid bar well past her prime. And she thinks she is entitled to spend time talking to me, a 24-year-old with a great physique and charisma, just to shoot me down when I asked to bet her. Another example was a girl I met online, again very unremarkable but a bit younger, 27 and very plain looking. Cute enough to sleep with but definitely nowhere near a dream conquest. I again attempted to close without doing the whole song and dance I do for someone I'm genuinely attracted to and got a similar response. Women respond to this with, that's because they know guys are just trying to use them for intimacy so they're brushing those types out. What happened to the days I could just get in bed with a woman without knowing her name first of all? Am I right, guys? On top of that, a man like myself should have no trouble seducing a woman. I think this is just another example of supply and demand. Men want and need women way more than the reverse, and this allows even the most average women to think they can afford to be this selective even though these guys just want to sleep with them.
I am very much jealous of my husband's ex-wife. Till now I thought the problem was my husband's ex. But no, the problem was him. Turns out my husband is abusive and lays hands on me. I do not know how it came to this. When we started dating he was married. He told me his marriage was already over and he would be getting a divorce soon. Their marriage had problems. That's all I knew. The problem started almost few months ago. I could see him being distant towards me. I know couples go through stages in life where they have been distant towards each other. I tried to give him space that he needs. Before getting married we went to premarital counseling because my husband was really adamant to not screw up. For those months there was no intimacy. I didn't think he would cheat because he wasn't late or hid anything on his phone. Then when we finally became intimate and made love, he said his ex-wife's name. That is when I froze. Why? Next day I confronted him. He didn't lie to me. He broke down in tears and said that he is still in love with his ex. My heart broke. I guess I know how she must have felt when I was the other woman. I asked him if he really loved her and why did he marry me. I got the full picture after 6 years. Yes, they had problems, but according to my husband, it was his fault. He never confessed his affair. His ex-wife found out about the affair on her own and confronted him. He was ready to make the marriage work, but before that his wife served him divorce papers. The last thing she said was she is giving him the freedom he wants. My husband said he begged and pleaded. His ex was smart. She only kept the house and 50-50 for the kids. She even explained to the kids the reason for their divorce. His oldest daughter knew the actual reason, but the other two were given a kid-friendly reason. On top of his divorce and his oldest daughter not talking to him really put a toll on his mind. After telling me all of this, he started blaming me for ruining his marriage, and that is when he laid hands on me. I called my sister and I'm now staying with her. My husband has been spamming me with calls and texts, ranging from threats to asking to be forgiven, as he didn't mean to explode in such a rage. I'm so lost as to what to do.
My fiancée admitted she would not marry me if I wasn't rich while intoxicated. After 4 years of dating, I asked my girlfriend at the time to marry me 2 months ago and she agreed. She knows that I make a lot of money and always knew this. Our families are really close and have already been joking about us getting married literally a month into our relationship. In 4 years we never had a fight that wasn't resolved by the end of the day. I do everything I can to make sure she is happy. I have to admit that I do work a lot, but I always try to learn about her day and how she is feeling when I get home. She has a teaching degree but stopped working about a year ago to focus on taking care of her dad who has cancer. She was hinting at quitting for a while, so I offered to carry her expenses. This is not a financial issue for me at all, and at the time I did not really think about it because I thought it was a great way for her to spend some time with her dad before he passes. I assumed that she would go back to work sometime after that. Last night we were at a dinner with some of her friends and their partners. I did not drink because it was a Sunday and I had to work today. She and her friends did not mind, so they got pretty intoxicated. Eventually, a topic came up where one of her friends was recently dumped by her longtime boyfriend. The friend said, "Fiancé figured it out, just find a rich guy and chill for the rest of your life." Fiancé replies, "Exactly, just find a reason to stay at home for a while and never get back to work. And when he has a problem with it, just take half his stuff." I know she was probably just joking here, but that still obviously bothered me. I confronted her about it on the way home and she ended up admitting that while she does love me, she would not have married me if I did not have financial security. I asked her if she would marry me if I earned what she does and she said no. We had a big fight this morning. She is saying that I should have not confronted her while I was sober and she was intoxicated. Also, she claims that there is nothing wrong with a woman choosing a man based on his salary, as she is only looking out for herself and her future children. She argued that guys tend to go for looks and women accept that too. I understand her point, but I was a little heartbroken. I would do absolutely anything for her and I don't care if she were poor or sick or whatever. The fact that her loyalty to me is based on the advantages of dating me rather than me as a person and partner makes me rethink if she is the one I should marry. She also always refused to sign a prenup.
I want my stepdad to walk me down the aisle. My father did things I cannot forgive. When I was 4 years old, my dad cheated on my mom with his now wife and mom divorced him. She got 50-50 custody. I hated going to my father's house because I didn't want his wife to tell me what to do. My dad would also sometimes rope me when I was at his. He was a drinker, and if he drank when I was at the house he would do things to me. I was very young when this happened and it left me with a lot of emotional trauma. I eventually told my mother when I was around 12 and she went crazy. Unfortunately, nothing was ever done as it had been so long and there was zero concrete proof. Flashback to when I was 6. My dad reduced his time with me when he got married. I wasn't even invited to his wedding, but his stepkids were. I desperately wanted to go because he had manipulated me and I was very young and did not see that what he had done was wrong. His excuse for not inviting me was that I am still bitter and will ruin the ceremony. Over time, he only paid just the child support and I was completely neglected. As time went on and I realized what happened, I was actually quite happy. When my dad had my half-brother, he was busy with him and ignored me. He even stopped taking me to his house for the weekends. He would ignore me. He would tell me that he wouldn't talk to me unless I act like a good child, call my stepmom mom rather than her name. He would make excuses not to take me to ice cream or do any activities. There was a time when I graduated elementary school and he promised that he and I would go fishing. I had blocked out all negative memories by this point and just wanted to connect with my dad. He ghosted me and told my mom there was an emergency. I was again abandoned. By that time my mom started dating my stepdad Lenny. Lenny was the father I never had. He was a single dad, but he still treated me like his own child. He taught me how to swim, how to drive my car, he attended all the school functions I was in. He was there every time my dad abandoned me. I went very low contact with my dad. So fast forward to now, I am getting married. I have asked Lenny to walk me down the aisle because he is the only dad I have ever known. My dad and his family will be coming as a guest. This infuriated my dad. He told me I am his only daughter. I shouldn't keep him away from his rights as a father. I am getting calls from his side of the family too. My father is upset and I am sidelining him. According to him, he has been a great father and I am being unfair to him. Also, he doesn't want Lenny to walk me down the aisle at all. I told my dad he can walk his stepdaughter on the aisle and he will only be a guest. I have made my decision. I am also seriously thinking of outing him to the whole family if he tries anything at my wedding. I want my stepdad to walk me down the aisle. My father did things I cannot forgive. I got married 2 days ago. I texted my dad that I am not changing my decision, If he wants to come to my wedding he can, the fact he is still invited to my wedding should be a blessing from the lucky stars. That didn't work. He called my mom and asked to talk to me about this situation. I was hoping he would drop this, but no. My mother went crazy and threatened to expose him, and he quickly piped down. I wrote him a very long message. I did not want to talk to him without getting interrupted. I told him to give me one good reason that I should let him walk me down the aisle when he has never been a dad in my life. When he used to hold me down, was I his daughter then? Does he truly believe he is innocent? He never cared enough to make his marriage work with mom and decided to betray her and our family. Decided to betray me and inflict trauma, which thankfully I was able to get past. Despite all of that, I still loved him and wanted contact with him. No matter how many times he left me or held me down, I wanted him in my life. But every time he left me and abandoned me. Lenny has been my dad growing up. I doubt my real dad even knows anything about me. He is just some guy who used to pay my child support and with whom I share DNA. He is nothing like my dad because he missed all the big events in my life. He never cared or even tried to be there for them, and he has the audacity to call me his daughter. Since he didn't do his fatherly duties, I don't think I should do any daughter duties towards him. How can he possibly think he could give me away when he already gave me away 20 years ago? Few minutes go by and then he calls me and asks if this is what I have thought about him my entire life. I asked him where he was when I was graduating. Where was he when I won first prize in my dancing competition? Where was he when I needed someone to guide me? Why was he holding me down? All those times? Why was he inflicting such trauma and pain? Does the guilt not eat him alive? That is when he broke down and apologized to me over the phone. He told me he is so sorry for doing all of those things to me when I was younger. He told me the fact he used to hold me down eats him away. He told me he wants to take his life every day because he lives with the guilt that he did that to his only daughter, and he thanks his lucky stars every day that I have not outed him. I simply told him that although I somewhat appreciate his realization, he will never be a real dad, and hung up. I nearly unalived my daughter. I can't look my husband in the eyes anymore. My husband and I recently had a baby and the birth was terrible. It went awful and I was rushed into surgery for an emergency C-section. I was put under and woke up to being wheeled back to a room. I kept asking where my daughter was and my husband told me she was being taken care of and I needed to rest. Apparently it took longer than normal for me to even wake up. When I was coherent enough, I found out there had been some complications. Turns out during the C-section, my daughter stopped breathing and also ingested some fecal matter, and it took 15 minutes of chest compressions to get her back again. My husband had opted to wait to tell me this after I'd still been put on high alert due to my high blood pressure, and he didn't want me to risk spiking it again as that was a major concern. The doctor told me she is doing well, she's alive, but they can't tell what kind of damage lack of oxygen might have to her brain. I just stared at my daughter hooked up to all those tubes in an incubator. I walked to the bathroom and sat on the floor crying for an hour. I felt like I failed her. My one job was to get her into the world safely, and I couldn't do that. I couldn't do it right, and she might suffer because of it. I just can't talk to my husband properly. I told him I failed us and he just keeps being amazing and positive, and I feel like I don't deserve any of it. My daughter is still in a neonatal ICU unit doing well, but I feel like a horrible waste of the term mother and wife right now. I know we need counseling, but I'm still healing and shouldn't be on my feet. Either way, I was doing hospital runs to be able to see my daughter frequently and bring her the milk I pumped. A few days later the hospital called me back. Basically I need to do feedings with my daughter while she's on all her meds. Luckily the feeding tube is out, which is a big W, but I need to be here now 24/7, sleeping in a chair. Because of a lack of beds and dealing with a screaming newborn. I have zero idea how to care for her and I just want to scream. My husband isn't allowed in the room at all because it's shared with other moms who are also breastfeeding constantly, so if he wants to see us we have to go stand in the hallway. And right now she's getting blood drawn screaming while I wait outside trying to not cry. I'm failing, by the way. They say a few more days, but I can barely manage the nights on my own. She's constantly up and crying and I feel like I don't know what to do, so I sometimes cry with her. I just want us to go home. I miss my husband. All of this, however, seems to be good news. She has fantastic lungs because she keeps everyone awake all night long using them. Her father is absolutely besotted with her. She frowns whenever I touch her feet. I don't like people touching my feet either. She's gorgeous. She really is. I want to go home. I want her to go home. I nearly unalived my daughter. I can't look my husband in the eyes anymore. So the hospital is hooking me up with an occupational therapist to help me get accustomed to helping my daughter the best I can. My husband went to speak to his boss today about arranging his working hours to accommodate that when we get to go home. Blood work came back and they did her viral count for being able to fight off infection. Doctors said it should be a 10 for a healthy child. So that if she gets sick she'll be okay. At birth hers was 24, then spiked to a 30. That is why she went on antibiotics and needs to be monitored. Good news is after today's blood work it's at 14. So not a 10 yet. But it's proof the antibiotics are working and that she is on her way to being roadworthy, so as much as I hate this hospital I can do it for a whole month if it means she will be healthy. So by Friday we should be going home, or latest Saturday morning. I spoke to the doctor again and she assured me the baby blues are normal and they will connect me to a therapist, but I know with public health, and especially mental health in my country, it takes a while. And all our finances went into preparing for her, and with me being like this, I do not know when I'll be going back to work, especially with having to give her all our attention. If they set it up, I'll need my husband to get help too. I don't think he wants to admit how much this actually affected him. He doesn't eat much. And he was spaced out today, and I had a heart-to-heart with him about how much we appreciate him and how he is amazing for even being there with me and not freaking out or getting scared. I know a lot of men, especially in my family, refuse to even be in the delivery room for any births. He kinda broke down a little and said it was scary watching me like that, and then watching the same thing with her he felt helpless. I told him how much I adore him, and he just told me he loved me, and that's enough. Edit, we are going home. I told my cousin who I was close with about all of this, seeking some comfort and sharing my story. Her response shocked me. It was something along the lines of, "You did fail your daughter, but you don't have to fail yourself. Lack of oxygen is a big deal. Your daughter will have issues. Look up Rosemary Kennedy. You don't want to go through that. I'm just saying, for your own quality of life, get rid of her. Put her up for adoption, because she's gonna have issues and you don't seem to have enough money or education for that." I was distraught. I left immediately, and when I was home my husband confronted me. I cut contact with said cousin, but her words had me questioning everything.
What was your real-life Black Mirror moment? This was worse than taking DMT. Going through lucid dreaming is a greater feeling than ego death. Without proper coaching though, it can be the scariest. I heard from friends online about their lucid dreaming experiences and how they had intimacy with their high school crushes, left their offices, and swung around the city like Spider-Man. But what happens when you're like me and you don't properly train yourself to properly lucid dream? Ever heard of infinite loops? I thought I had my lucid dream under control, and it started when I was at my mom's deathbed. Every time when she was right about to die, her last words were the most hurtful things instead. She would call me a fruitcake, she'd call me worthless, a ladyboy, and a minuscule piece of shit. My dream mother was a menace. Eventually, the only way I figured out a way to stop her was to leave her alone at her bed. Before my dream mom ever got the chance to speak to me, I left and shut the door. Thankfully, that was what woke me up. I cried and threw up multiple times. I would never do that to my mother. I never wanted to go back to sleep again after that. I almost gave up on my lucid dreaming experience until I found Shape, Lucid Dreaming, on the App Store. It turns out all of my online friends were hiding the secret sauce on how they started learning how to lucid dream. The app has a wonderful guide on how you learn, and it's ended up being really easy to learn. Thanks to its training, I've been lucid dreaming and experiencing the dreams I've actually wanted to have. Intimacy dungeons, in the dark with pee and nut flowing in and out of me. I can go as crazy as I want and my wife has no idea.
My husband of 5 years makes me feel gross and unattractive. My husband and I have had a great life up until we had our third child. We hadn't done the deed for 9 months after that, and when I brought it up, he was shocked. He could hardly believe it had been that long, but when he looked back he could see it was true. We did the deed once after that conversation, and then nothing again for a few months. About a year after our baby was born, I started to feel really down about the way I looked. I hadn't lost all of my pregnancy weight. I felt fat and flabby and saggy. I tried to mask over this insecurity by just ignoring it for a while, as I'm generally bubbly and confident, but the lack of intimacy made me seriously doubt whether my husband was even still into me. Google didn't help. All I could find were either stories of men who wanted more intimacy than their wife or people telling women their husband wasn't into them anymore. All of this is complicated by the fact that I can't be the one to initiate, as this can turn him off. And I also didn't want to pressure him into it, so for the most part I tried to make myself as attractive as possible and then wait for him to notice. It all came to a head one night when I burst into tears and confessed all my struggles to him. He was very sympathetic and also worried because of course he wants me to be happy. He explained that he just has low drive right now, nothing to do with me, and that as far as he's concerned he'd happily never do the deed again in his life. Not that he didn't enjoy it or anything, but he could live without it no problem. He realized as a result of this conversation that I didn't feel the same way, and he'd make an effort to initiate more often. Since then things have improved a lot. We have it about 2 times a month now. And we both enjoy it tremendously. But I still feel like I want more, and I still feel unattractive. What's the most evil and insane thing you have ever done? I come from a family of sideline beekeepers, so I've been around bees my whole life. I started dating a junior athlete in high school 2 years ago. He was everything I wanted when I was going through my teen fantasy phase. His name was Harris. Harris was a bit of a troubled kid. I knew his parents put pressure on him, but that often led to outbursts at others. I was truly afraid whenever he decided to pick on me. But these events were so far and few that I ignored them. We had some of the best times, and he was the first guy I've ever slept with. I thought it was going to be a secret between me and him, and he promised to keep it. My honeymoon with him died a year later, when he invited me to senior prom. I was a sophomore at the time, so I was super stoked to go. I picked out a dress and everything, feeling on top of everything. I was a bit on the heavy side back then, but not to the point it was noticeable unless I took off my clothes. Who cares about arm fat? Well, apparently all of Harris' friends do. I almost forgot that these guys and girls were athletes, and I was not. As soon as I caught up with them, I found that they were in a total joking mood. "So, Harris really loves you," said one of his friends to me. I grinned. "Yeah," I replied, "and I love him too." His friend rolled her eyes, said something about me being weirdly cute. Harris grinned, took a break from me to talk. "Oh really? Cute? Like what? A baby hippo. I didn't laugh, and I could feel my face go hot. I picked up a cola earlier, and I was pretty sure it was heating up in my palms. True, Harris said in his macho voice as he wrapped his arm around me. His hand traveled down the side of my dress, and he squeezed my stomach. She is my baby hippo. And I saw all of it. All of it? Excuse me, you mean all of her. And I'm right here, regretting to have ever come here. Insert more laughter here. Then their conversation took off. And it went from 0 to 100 really quick. He spilled the honey and told his friends, all 5 people here, about how me and him did the business. He said some off-putting comments about my body. I was trying my damn hardest not to cry, since this could have just been a harmless joke on their part. Needless to say, I wasn't having any of it, so I excused myself. Not to the bathroom, but home. I called my dad to pick me up, and not to let Harris' dad know. I wasn't in the area during spring break. My dad flew me and my brother out to Pennsylvania for vacation. We went to the Hershey's chocolate factory and all, and I had a chance to clear my head. When we returned in 10 days, Harris popped in a visit at a time he knew my dad wouldn't be home. My brother was. I thought Harris visited to apologize for the whole baby hippo thing, but I was grossly mistaken. He laid hands on me. He grabbed me by the shoulders and shouted at me. He said that I shouldn't have left on prom, how I shouldn't have embarrassed him in front of his friends, and that I should have called him when I was in Pennsylvania. My brother came running down the stairs when he heard the commotion. All I knew is that he went after Harris, cursing, shouting and crying. I ran the other way the best I could, trying to breathe first and foremost. It was hard to do anything or think straight with this horrible taste in my mouth and nasal cavity. Going for my phone was difficult, since Harris had already found his way away from my brother, begging me not to call the cops. I almost got the landline too, but Harris snatched it from my hand. He broke the cover, took out the batteries, and then proceeded to beg again. This time he didn't touch me, and I told him to get the hell out. I cleaned up the house so my dad wouldn't see any of this. This was going to be my first and last fight with Harris, or so I hoped. At least he didn't check the landline. My brother was more injured, and certainly devastated. He couldn't even ask if I was okay, and I took it as he knew I wasn't, and only proceeded to cry. He really looked up to Harris. That is when I decided I had to exact my revenge right now. I shut the doors, windows, and waited for my brother to go to sleep. Now came the tidy bits. I shimmied into the other set of beekeeper clothes. I was unpacking thousands of honeybees, moving them around until I got the right number of frames. And I was going to release them on a living human being. We had roughly 30,000 bees per beehive, and around 150 hives. I knew at the time that 1,000 or so bee stings could unalive, and I wasn't planning on going to jail. I was just going to make this hurt. I isolated a fair number of bees between 2 frames with a bit of difficulty. There were maybe 900? I called him and told him that I wanted to work some things out with him. No violence, none of that stuff. I lied through my teeth, telling him I won't tell my dad and that I was doing all right. He showed up 5 minutes later and stepped up to my door. The porch light was the only thing illuminating him, and the rest of the place was dark. I removed the frames from the hive. I walked up behind him, beekeeper boots squeaking on the steps, frame in my hand. "Hi, Harris," I said. I thought it would sound cool, but I was crying. My voice broke. Voice breaking was the least of Harris' problems at the moment anyway. I was holding 2 open frame with almost 1,000 bees. Some of them were flying around, but I was fully protected. Harris? Not so much. I swatted him with 1 frame and thrusted the other one against his mouth, hoping I could get at least a single bee between his lips. A single bee sting hurts like hell, and will hurt for a while. But the thing about bees is that they are a part of a true hive mind. A single bee passes away, and all bees in the area go into defensive mode, stinging at whatever flesh and deter whatever attacker they can find in order to protect the hive. The frame I hit Harris with likely ended a few. The resulting scream was insane. I'd never heard him scream before. I almost expected the bees to fly away and hide in some other hive, but no. When bees defend, they really defend. It didn't help that Harris wore short sleeves and had his neck and face exposed, so the bees went for that. Fortunately for him, none of the bees went inside his mouth like I intended. They weren't stupid and wouldn't do that. Instead, they just kept stinging him. I ended up falling down the stairs and scrambling into the dark, looking to get away from him. Looking back though, he was in no position to fight, and I shouldn't have ran. But I did, and I got to watch him try to fight his way through the cloud of bees. My husband of 5 years makes me feel gross and unattractive. I decided to go to individual therapy. My physical self-image was a symptom of a larger problem. Troubles at work and home. During counseling, I opened the door to a cellar where I had been keeping my true self locked in the dark, ashamed of her. I was bullied as a kid, and I had no idea I had accumulated so much self-loathing since then. And so, by the time I said goodbye to my counselor, I was stronger and more self-assured. I realized I had been sacrificing so much of myself for the sake of others. I was constantly seeking approval, trying to please them. My relationships had gotten completely out of balance. Things started to get complicated. I developed a crush on a colleague, And because I am to me, my attraction to my husband started to diminish. The more time passed, the more I felt like I just didn't care anymore what he thought of me. At a low point, I said to my husband, "You know, you always keep your thoughts to yourself." I used to find it mysterious and interesting, like a puzzle I could unwrap. But now I realize that there's actually no mystery to unravel. There's just nothing. And the silence is boring. It was hurtful and unkind. I'm not proud of it. Something changed after that. Both for him and for me. Over the course of the next few months I gave less, and I took more. I went to conferences, I left the kids with my husband, I took time off work, I stopped making up for the mistakes of my superiors at work and let them deal with the consequences of their actions. I felt like I was coming home to my true self, my no-nonsense self. One night my husband and I were watching Alien, and he confessed that ever since he'd seen the original as a boy, he'd really liked Ripley. She was the kind of woman he had wanted to marry. And so he married me. You should have seen my face, the tears wouldn't stop. I felt like he had finally told me what I needed to hear the most. I got rid of my attraction to my colleague. It's actually not that hard as it to me, I just focused on everything I didn't like about them, and within a week or two the crush was totally gone. I find them a total turnoff now. Do you remember I mentioned I wasn't able to initiate intimacy? That's because it was a huge turnoff for my husband. One evening we discussed why, and he said he felt too much pressure if I initiated, because he thought he'd have to perform. Once he realized that he can safely turn me down if he's not in the mood, and also that it's okay for us to kiss and cuddle without it leading to something more, he's been okay with me initiating. You'd think you wouldn't get to age 40 without having figured that out, but hey. I guess people never cease to throw surprises. Our intimate life improved a lot. I no longer needed his praise to soothe my self-loathing, so I was less needy about it. He initiated a bit more often. But more importantly, with greater enthusiasm and quality. He chooses what I wear sometimes, and I feel so beautiful when he looks at me like I am the only being that matters. And he compliments me.
My wife cheated on me and has a lot of demands from me. My wife has a history of struggling with depression and ADHD as well as anxiety. She used to say that when she was with me she did not feel their effects a lot. I suppose that stopped being true at some point. A few months after our wedding, she got the vid and also had long symptoms for a while. It was very difficult mentally and physically. I think she was mostly recovered after several months when she got the vid again and long vid symptoms again. We knew better how to manage it, so it improved slightly faster, but stress-wise, it all became too much. After she got it the second time, we started being much more careful with our masking. We only ate indoors for important occasions and wore masks in bars. We sat outside in the winter at any place that still had outdoor seating. But after her second recovery, she spiraled into a depression worse than I had seen before and started to refuse to comply with safety guidelines. We bashed heads about that a lot. She decided to take a leave from work. During the depressive episode and leave, I fed her, did all the household chores, and worked full-time. During her leave, she started improving. She attempted to do many things, like take classes, but the only thing that she really did consistently was yoga. Her sleep schedule was really inconsistent from the depression, so she would often struggle to go to sleep, resulting in being up late and then napping and continuing to cycle with late sleep times. This meant that she would take later yoga classes and then have energy. She would say she's going to go to a bar with friends from the class. Usually, she would say her intention was to be at the bar for an hour or two and then come home. But she would inevitably say just another 2 hours while I think about things and do that again, until bars closed. Then she'd come home, sometimes intoxicated. During recovery from a depressive episode and long vid, I thought this was an unhealthy coping mechanism, and it made her sleep even worse. It meant she'd sleep through the day and not get vitamin D, and sleep quality is so crucial for mental health as well. I would say my thoughts on this, but she's always been defensive about feedback from me. I've journaled about this many times and talked to her about it, but during our couples therapy sessions, we never really got to issues I had with her communication. We only talked about methods I should use to ensure I don't trigger her from past trauma and how we can both de-escalate. But this time I suppose was too much. During her times out, guys would talk to her. Eventually, one wore her down, and she made out with him. She gave him her alternate email, and they'd meet up to make out, eventually doing the deed. She also met 2 other people who she told she wanted something purely physical with, but she says she never did the deed with them, but she would go to town on herself to their texts and send them explicit pics. I discovered this when I picked up her phone to charge it when she was napping. We have each other on Face ID and thumbprint, and when you start charging, the screen lights up and shows past notifications. I saw a weird text, so I opened her phone and looked at it. I didn't think it was suspicious when I clicked on it and had literally zero suspicions until I realized what I was actually reading. I looked at it purely with curiosity because we were so open otherwise. I was distraught, but I also saw that this guy sent emails to her alternate email that she doesn't keep open by default. I sent myself the emails so she couldn't deny anything later. She woke up from her nap, and we talked and cried. I was so broken and numb. But her remorse seemed so complete, and she said that she was dying to be wanted and feel young and alive. She said she never wanted to be with anyone else. She said she's messed up mentally and she's so sorry she's destroyed our marriage too. I wanted to work on this, her mental health, and us, and I told her I wanted to be with her. The next day was hard, but we seemed to get through it somehow. Then she had a therapist appointment. We talked about it afterward. Her therapist seemed to tell her, she's never done this before, so it isn't who she is. She was feeling trapped and wanted attention. The leave from work and freedom is working for her mental health. It was a violation of privacy the way I discovered it, and I am the one at fault for that. And during this conversation, all these things she said very defensively and with an attitude of blaming me for her actions. I was not happy about the perceived lack of guilt. Over the next few days, she seemed to take responsibility, and I had hoped for our growth from this. But then she wanted to think about what to do about her job after an afternoon yoga class. This was 5 days after I found out. After, she delayed when she'd come home again. And again. I told her to take her time until she told me she'd be home by 2. I said she can't do the exact thing she did when she cheated this soon after cheating. How can she expect me to trust her? She had location sharing on her phone, and I went to the bar she was at. I told her this again in person. She said she was staying until 2 and that's how it was. I left and she did come home later. After couples therapy the day after, she had another therapist appointment a few hours later. After that, she's basically not been home. She has told me semi-loose plans, but not more than that. She says she needs space. She'll come home late and sleep on the couch until I wake up, then go sleep in our bed until it's time to leave the house again. Based on our couples therapy session, I think she is going to demand changes from me so she doesn't feel trapped. I don't want her to feel trapped. I want her to be healthy and to have healthy coping mechanisms and to want to be with me. She still texts "I love you" to me, but she hasn't said she loves me in a week. I am so scared she wants to separate more completely. Not only for my sake but hers. She's had suicidal ideation, and I just want her to be okay. My wife cheated on me and has a lot of demands from me. After seeing the couples therapist again, the couples therapist and my therapist strongly felt my wife likely has bipolar disorder. Some families also suspected it. Over the last few weeks, we've had a few cycles in which she comes back to me crying, apologizing, saying she doesn't want anyone but me. We'll talk about what our future may look like, whether we need a change of location or some kind of reset. We make up, including intimacy. This form of absolution for her seems to calm her, but then she seemed to get antsy again and leave for increasing amounts of time, again with unsafe behaviors. She's admitted to continued cheating in these times as well. I am worried about it, as she's come back from wherever she's been at like 6 a.m. and slept for 14, 15, once even 19 hours. It feels very stereotypical bipolar behavior. Talking to my therapist, I've come to realize how unlikely it is that this will end up okay. I love this person, and as much as I want the best for her, it is not guaranteed that I'm actually helping. Not because I'm not doing all I can, but because all change for her has to be internal. And statistically, bipolar takes a while to treat, and even if it is treated very successfully, we go back to having a relationship in which she was so insecure about whether she was good enough for me, about her own intelligence, and about confrontation, that it'll be hard to think we'll make it regardless. So I've basically made the internal decision that I'll be seeking legal separation. My therapist has also said that I do exhibit some patterns for control to alleviate anxiety, so some uncertainty will be good to learn to deal with it. So I think it'll be a win-win for my mental state, my wife, and my future. I'm basically going to prepare this all, and when I think my wife is in a stable place, I'll ask for separation. She has already packed her things intending to move out anyway, so I think it can be relatively seamless.
What is the nastiest thing you've ever done? I used a family member as a rebound after separating with my husband. My husband and I's marriage failed due to his drinking and substance issues, as well as a lack of intimacy. He did not want the marriage to end, so it was very rocky, and with a lot of mediation, we were okay. We re-established ourselves as roommates and it was working out for us. I was casually seeing a guy for the last 6 months. He is from the same town I grew up in, and we established early on that although we only lived 10 minutes from each other, we had no friends in common and had never heard of one another prior to meeting online. I vaguely remember meeting 2 of his sisters previously at gatherings, but I had never known this man. He was also separated and back living with his parents until his finances allowed him to build another house. His ex-wife had the house with his children. We had a wonderful 6 months, we were very compatible. We fell head over heels for each other and would meet at least once a week for great intimacy. Sometimes we would meet for lunch if we could. We would text and FaceTime every day. He adored me and I him. We were making plans to rent a house together and build a new house on his land. We would keep it discreet. Both our friends and families knew about our failed marriages, but we still didn't want to make it explicitly known that we had moved on just yet, but we were making moves to become official and public with our relationship. Fast forward to last week, I was in visiting my parents. My mom mentioned the name of his sister, Jane, in some idle gossip. I was just about to mention how I was seeing her brother when my mom added her and Josh, the man I'm seeing, are coming over. It'll be great to see the cousins. That is when my blood ran cold. I left shortly afterwards and rang Josh, and at first he thought I was joking. When I started crying he knew I was serious. I asked to end the relationship right there. He was upset and asked me to give it more thought, but he'd respect my choices. When he checked in the following morning, I confirmed that I was not willing to continue, and asked him to not contact me again or tell anyone anything about me. Hey big brother. I did it. My older brother was the older brother many girls would unalive to have, and we were extremely close. He was my everything and I went to him for everything. He taught me how to drive and cook as well as countless other things. Sadly, he died when a shooting occurred. He was not a criminal, he was only eating at the time of the shooting, and police investigation found he was not involved in any illegal activity, and that one of the bullets unalived him instantly. He was 29 at the time. I would lie if I said that I didn't fall into a deep depression. It came to a point where I would have flashbacks of the last hug I gave him, and I stopped eating and would only drink water and milk and lost around 55 pounds in a month of his passing. I did not want to get better until one day my former sister-in-law invited me to brunch to tell me that he had left some things for me. We met and the stuff he left me behind was a Polaroid photo album of our adventures, his anime graphic tees, and our chain with our initials on it. I was in tears, and she hugged me telling me that he would love to see me happy, and not dying little by little, so I decided to get the help I needed. I knew he would love to see his little sister move on. A month ago I graduated from university with my associate degree in preschool teacher assistant magna cum laude, and to honor him I decided to wear his favorite color, navy blue, and my parents dressed the same. After my graduation and meal I went to the cemetery to visit my older brother's grave with my cap, gown, and magna cum laude sash. I ignored the heat, the sweat, and that my makeup was melting. I told him that I did it, that he would be proud of all the interviews lined up, how he would have enjoyed this day with me, how he would scream at the ending of Attack on Titan, how he would go into hiding because of how his MLB team hasn't won since 2009, how I miss his hugs, his advice, and all general how proud he would be of how far I have come. I left the cemetery sobbing but with peace in my heart. I love you, big brother.
People with adult films addiction. How did it start? It all started with my dad. He would show me a lot of inappropriate content and used to rope me. He did it for years. He also has a raging corn addiction that ate up our family's finances and hurt my mom and I. He would involve me in foot play and weird stuff like that. He showed me this content at 4 years old. My earliest memories of life outside of the norm had been poisoned by weird videos or movies he'd show me. He wanted to be the one to teach me and expose me to how sick people can be. I was told for as long as I can remember by him that I wasn't allowed to tell anyone where I learned about those things, as he claimed my mom would get jealous of us, people wouldn't understand, and you would be labeled names, and people would think I'm a bad father. My dad was hyper-controlling of me. He would take my mom to work with him on weekends when I was around 7 through 11 years old and have me sit on his personal computer. That is when morbid curiosity exposed me to a lot of wild content. The one thing was I was not allowed to tell anyone what I saw, and since he'd take my mom out of the house, she couldn't supervise me. I thought it was so cool that my dad was chill with me doing what I wanted, but I'd come to see the harm from it later in life. Since I was exposed to it all early, a lot of behaviors were normalized to me. My neighbors were my dad's friends and would rope me too. I presumed this was a good thing and I felt wanted. I thought this is what love was. My curiosity with corn started at 13. I stumbled upon a pair of exposed honkers online and I liked it. Watching it relaxed me from the stress on me to perform well in school, and my dad encouraged me to do it multiple times a day to help me with my mental health. By the time I entered my dream high school, I was on and off of corn. I'd either go months without it or have a binge period. I started dating at 15 and gravitated towards guys that were shaped by corn. I realized I was bi. These relationships were never stellar and I took large breaks in between to heal and remind myself of my self-worth. My first boyfriend cheated on me with my male cousin after I began to limit sending explicit photos when he attempted to negatively compare me to his favorite Japanese film star. Later in life, my relationship of 3 years was plagued with issues stemming from it all. I took 2 years off of relationships to work on myself and get therapy, but during that time I mainly explored the issues I had. Once I got a stable job, got therapy, and went back to school, corn was nowhere on my mind. This would end up changing after entering another attempt at a serious relationship with someone after 2 years. He was initially sweet and kind, was a big feminist and was surrounded by women growing up, and made me feel safe. However, it took a sour turn when he began to slowly move into my house and began to start fights nearly every day, demean me, and drive me up to the wall to the point I'd almost enter work sobbing several times a week. We only dated for a few weeks, and after some shameful events, I broke it off with him. The shame of finding myself with another bad egg and the embarrassment of feeling like an idiot hit me hard, and I got back into old habits and started watching corn again. I'm disgusted with myself as I can't help but think this is what my dad wanted me to do and how it was ultimately my choice and my own fault for watching. My wife attempted suicide. I did nothing about it. I was blind to my wife's substance addiction until she admitted it and went to rehab. While she was in rehab, I was sent evidence that she had been cheating on me often, and with more than one person. I have been working on filing for divorce while she's in rehab, not just for the cheating, but because with that on top of everything else, and myself nearly sinking back into my own addiction, I couldn't stand to even think of her anymore. I honestly didn't want to be in a room with her again, to try mediation or counseling, due to the fact that the last time I was alone with her I laid hands on her, and at the time even felt she deserved it. I moved all of her belongings to our guest room, minus the substances I found hidden in her bedside table. I took pictures of those in their hiding spot, then flushed them. I also removed her from my bank account and credit cards. I spoke to our children, explaining the situation without demonizing their mother to the best of my ability, and they seemed to understand I have no intention of abandoning them. Then she came home. She was quiet. Eyes on the ground after the moment I picked her up at the facility all the way home. Once we got home, I led her to the guest room silently, and she didn't take it well, crying before she could even take the first step. Throughout the next couple weeks, I let her get settled, and though I stayed carefully neutral, I know she could tell something was coming, but I wanted to be as fair as possible, and try to let her get used to being out before I said anything, as that was one thing I myself hated about when I left rehab. Everything was flying at me so fast, I didn't have time to breathe. Finally, I asked her to sit on the couch and I began explaining to her that I do not believe I can continue being married to her, and that I want a divorce. I should have known her reaction was all wrong. She didn't say anything at all, she only nodded, and cried quietly as I spoke. I explained that I did not intend to hurt her, but I could not be married to her anymore, and that maybe both of us should focus on being the best parents we can be. I told her I had no intentions of kicking her out, and that because of our prenup the divorce should be cut and dry, and she should be safe to begin looking for employment now, and once she has a job I will help her find an apartment. At this, she stood and walked to her room. I let her, because I thought she must have been overwhelmed, and this talk could wait. She didn't come out at dinner time, and I weighed whether I should leave her alone or not. Eventually, I decided to knock on the door, and ask if she was hungry. Long story short, she had smuggled substances into my house somehow, and took too high of a dose, and was dead for several minutes in the ambulance, and she's in a medically induced coma. When I found her, shock hit me, but then I looked at her, without even checking the pulse, and went to the toilet. There I called an ambulance. Maybe if I was immediate with my reaction to her, she would be okay and not in a coma, but I have no regrets.
I'm pregnant even though I have my V card. My boyfriend thinks I cheated. My boyfriend and I still have our V cards as we are only 16. However, we have reached third base. A couple of days ago I went to the doctor because I've been feeling really sick lately. I did a urine test and my doctor told me I was pregnant. Of course I laughed at first because I thought she was joking, but no, I'm really pregnant. I kind of fell silent. She started talking about things like ultrasounds, prenatal vitamins, etc., but I cut her off and told her that wasn't possible because I've never done the deed, therefore have never conceived. She explained to me that very few women can get pregnant by outercourse, but it's still possible due to VA anatomy. I was in complete and utter shock, so I kinda just left without any further explanation. I went straight to my boyfriend's house and he was the first person I told. I hadn't even texted or called in advance because I was crying, completely distraught. I don't know why, but it didn't even cross my mind that he would think I cheated. I would never do something like that. I explained everything to him about how we'd never technically did the deed, but we got really close, and stuff can happen. He seemed pretty lost until I eventually told him I was pregnant, which is when he got mad at me, because how does that even happen without us having slept together? I tried so hard to explain myself and assure him that I'd never do that, ever. I told him I'd take a DNA test to prove that, but he didn't believe a word and made me go home. The last thing he told me was I really trusted you. He looked like he was about to cry. Now I'm blocked on everything, so I can't text or call explaining myself. I'll respect his decision if he wants to break up, but I need him to know I was never with anyone else. It's been killing me, knowing how hurt he must feel. Luckily he hasn't told anyone that I'm pregnant, because I haven't even told my own parents. Yet, but he has told people that I cheated on him, and now I'm losing friends and everything's gone to crap. This was already the worst, lowest point of my life, and it seems to be getting worse. I'm pregnant even though I have my V card. My boyfriend thinks I cheated. I went to the doctor to get more blood testing done. After a full blood panel, all signs are still pointing to me being pregnant. My doctor explained that there was actually a slightly higher chance of me being pregnant than there was of a false positive, because it's generally men with cancer who receive those. I have an ultrasound scheduled for this Thursday. That will be the only way to properly confirm. If the ultrasound confirms that I'm pregnant, then I'm also gonna ask about getting DNA testing as a form of paternity test. Edit, my boyfriend took a paternity test. The paternity test just came back and yes, like I kept saying, it was his. The only way it wouldn't have been was if it had been SA, which there was an extremely low chance of, but even so I'm very grateful that nothing happened to me in my sleep, as I had some concerns. We found a great program called Plan C. They help provide women in no termination states with termination pills. It was very mentally difficult for me to go through with, but just this morning the pills came and we used a telehealth doctor to help. I now officially had the pregnancy terminated. I was very on the fence about it and honestly I'm not doing too well now, but I know it was the right choice. My parents ended up covering the cost of the termination pills because I had told them what happened. My boyfriend's parents also never found out about any of this and we don't ever want them to. They are very unstable and would have 100% ridiculed me online and made me have a bad image and spread rumors to the family. There is a reason he plans on going no contact with them.
2 days ago, I found out my disease I've had since I was 6 was curable and my parents were lying to me. When I was around 6, I started developing eczema, or atopic dermatitis rashes around my hands and arms. Progressively, they've gotten worse, and now at 21 the rashes cover over 60% of my body, constantly bleeding, reacting painfully to movement or even water from showering. Growing up, I would ask my parents to take me to a doctor about it. They were both full-time workers with successful careers and plenty of income, but they even rejected an allergy screening while they bought a third car between themselves, citing how expensive it would be to test me. When I finally worked enough to get my own healthcare and took my screening, it was $20. By that point, however, I was already distancing myself. I knew something was wrong with me, but they told me for years and years that I was being overdramatic, that these symptoms were in my head. When I was 19, still in college, they excommunicated me for questioning my gender identity and made me homeless. I'm now 21 and still haven't spoken with them since. 2 days ago, I responded to an advertisement for medical volunteers for atopic dermatitis research, and met with the doctors. As it turns out, they're researching an injection and a pill-based medications that would merely be a competitor to medication that has been successful and FDA approved for years. The doctors criticized the weak medications my parents allowed me to take instead, and cited their severe side effects and long-term issues, disgusted at my parents' neglect. It was the validation I've needed for 15 years. Had 2020 not been a concern, I'd have cried in their arms and not simply in my seat. I've been approved to begin participating as a volunteer for their medication, and am being paid and covered for all related treatments. I've lost my job months ago due to my condition worsening beyond being capable of any jobs, so having essentially free healthcare is exhilarating. If I'd never distanced myself from my family, I'd probably never have had this medication.
I need to cut contact with my abusive dad. Help me. Growing up, our dad was verbally abusive and laid hands on us. One night he come home intoxicated and decided to rope my sister. She never told anyone out of fear. We all had to walk on eggshells around him, and I have developed an anxiety disorder due to always having to be on high alert. We were always confined to the basement, our playroom, or our upstairs bedrooms because my dad wanted to watch TV in silence. He would get incredibly angry over things like us not wanting to finish our dinner or us sleeping past 8 a.m. He was also very abusive to our mom, yelling at her if she sat down and relaxed, yelling at her if we made noise, yelling at her for spending money on groceries. The worst part is that my dad is a narcissist and is very charming. He was the mayor of our town, and everyone loved him. My friends all eventually witnessed the abuse at one point or another, and they couldn't believe that one of the seemingly nicest people frequently flew off the handle and screamed at his kids. My mom was amazing. She tried everything she could to raise us basically on her own, shield us, appease my dad, and make sure we still had a good childhood. I loved my mom more than anyone, but I always resented her for not leaving him. Now I realize that is easier said than done. She is a victim too. Fast forward to college, the abuse of my mom and siblings continued. I stood up to him and argued with him about it, and after an intense screaming match during my sophomore year of college, I cut him off and didn't talk to him or see him for 6 months. My siblings told me that my parents argued more and my mom cried all of the time. I thought it would be what she needed to finally leave him, but she didn't. I eventually started coming over again and pretending that nothing was wrong because I missed my mom and my siblings. I realize now that my dad is also financially abusing my mom. He keeps all of their money in an account that only he has access to. Her paycheck goes into this account, and she has to ask him for money when she needs it. My paternal grandfather passed away about a decade ago and left my mom about $500K. My dad spent it all and more and has taken out multiple loans. I have offered many times to help my mom with the divorce and taking back control of the finances, but she's too afraid of being on her own, and she thinks they have too much debt and can't afford a divorce. Fast forward again. I'm married and have a baby. My baby was born early and weighed 5 pounds. Although I would have been protective of him anyway, his low birth weight made my husband and I extra protective. From the very beginning, I cringed every time my dad was near my son. He complained about having to wash his hands, he didn't support my son's head well, and he once fell asleep at the dinner table while holding my son. He also asked my husband and I to hold my son multiple times while he was crying, saying I can console him. My dad didn't take any hints, and it got to the point where I no longer wanted my dad to hold my son. One night, when my son was 2 months old, my siblings, my husband, and I went out to see a movie. My mom babysat. I told her that my dad was not to hold the baby, and she agreed. My dad wasn't home at the time, and he never cared to take care of my siblings and I when we were kids, so I thought it would be fine. When we got back from the movie, my mom and my dad were asleep on the couch despite the baby crying. I took the baby and put him in the car seat and drove away. I didn't even wake them up, just left a nasty message to them on a sticky note. I sneakily stuck the note to Dad's forehead while he slept. I also had suspicions that my dad tried to hold the baby that night. My son is now almost 4 months old, and my sister broke down and told me that my dad tried holding my son that night and that when my mom wouldn't let him, he screamed at her and called her a damn effing beach. She says my parents didn't speak for a week afterwards, and my mom cries all of the time because she has wanted to come forward and tell me but she feels like she has waited too long. He also complained to my sister that my husband and I know nothing about being parents because it has only been a few months and that we're entitled for setting ground rules such as washing your hands before holding the baby. Although I know I will see my mom and my siblings less, I realize now that I need to cut my dad off for good. He is still the abusive jerk he always was, and he doesn't need to be around me or my son. My dilemma is that I don't know how to communicate to any of my family members that I am choosing to cut him off. My mother-in-law's neglect killed my child. Now she thinks I'll let her around my second child. My daughter was 2 years old at the time and my husband and I let my mother-in-law babysit her while we were busy with job-related things. It was summertime and they were staying in mother-in-law's house that has a pond next to it. My daughter loved water, bath time was her favorite time of day. They were playing at the edge of the pond and when mother-in-law remembered she had to take clothes out of the dryer and she left a 2-year-old alone next to the quite large body of water. My daughter's childlike curiosity plus her love for water resulted in her getting into the deep part of the pond. She never made it out of the pond as she could not swim. All because mother-in-law considered clothes in the dryer an important enough reason to leave a toddler unsupervised. Then she realized what had happened, she started to panic and called for help. Her neighbor heard her, they got into the pond and called an ambulance but it was too late. Imagine what it's like for a parent to come to the person you trusted your child with and they tell you your child is dead. And mother-in-law was begging us not to involve police into this, she kept repeating it was an accident and she doesn't know how it could have happened, was only gone for a moment, feels even worse than we do, and calling the police won't bring her back. We did call the police, Of course, and she was charged with criminal negligence and sentenced to 3 years in prison. Now recently mother-in-law was released from prison and my husband was the first person she looked for contact with. He never once visited her while she was imprisoned. Unintentionally, but she did cause the death of our child by neglecting her duties as a babysitter. Doesn't matter that she served her sentence, neither I or my husband will ever forgive her for this. Neither has she asked for forgiveness, all she gave us were excuses and more. Excuses. In the courtroom, my husband told her she's not his mother anymore, that she's nothing to him and that he never wants to see her face again. Our marriage was damaged too, we were depressed and we fought a lot, there were times when we were on the brink of divorce. We separated for a while, I left for another country thinking that this is it for us, however, my husband came to look for me and we managed to save our family and continue our life together. I couldn't bring myself to have any more children for a long time, but eventually, I got pregnant again and last summer we welcomed our son, he's 9 months old now. Obviously, we weren't going to tell mother-in-law we're parents again, but she saw us walking with a baby stroller and realized that once more she has a grandchild. So she tried to get in contact with my husband. First, she reproached him for not visiting her, cried about how hard it was for her to spend all those years behind bars, that she shouldn't have been in the prison because she's too old for that, how could he do this to his own mother, how could he abandon her? Then she was like, "But I saw you have a new baby, I'm so glad I have a grandchild again." And then she went on about whether it is a boy or a girl, when will she be able to see them and meet them because she wants to take care of them so much. My husband told her immediately that she doesn't have anything, this is our child, ours only. Our son doesn't have a grandmother, we'll be telling him this as he grows up. And he will never ever in a million years be anywhere around her. We're 100% on the same page about this. The loss of our daughter still hurts and we're going to do the impossible to protect our son from her. He doesn't need an irresponsible grandmother who would likely endanger his life just like she did with his sister. Mother-in-law was shocked to hear this and began to wail about us being so evil and cruel towards her, that we're going to hold that against her forever, even though she paid for it, and we cannot be so heartless to prevent her from seeing her grandchild. So my husband told her firmly that she'll have no access to the baby and he doesn't want to talk to her either, so now that she's out of the prison, she should do something useful with her life and leave us alone. She wasn't having it. That evening she came to our house, asking to see her grandchild again. We didn't let her come in, obviously, and she got mad, claiming that as a grandmother, she has rights to meet her grandchild. We told her that she lost all her rights to our children when she let our daughter pass away. Mother-in-law then told us that she'll go to court and she'll demand legal permission to meet the baby. I'm not sure if there is such a thing, but if it's true, I highly doubt she'll get it considering her criminal record. If we need to go to court and prove she's not the type of grandmother you should let around your child, we'll do it. If she comes back again, we'll call the police. If we need to leave this country and go live somewhere else just to be away from her, we'll do it too. Nothing's impossible.
He is your children's father and there's nothing you can do about that. This is the exact quote my former mother-in-law screamed at me in my own driveway back, all while her worthless, substance addict son literally hid behind her. My girls were 3 and 6 and my fiancé had already taken them in the house. What set her off was hearing my kids call him dad, which we hadn't taught them. They had just started doing it because her precious son only saw my girls 4 or 5 times a year. So here I have this garbage human that literally had his mommy fighting his battles, who didn't answer his phone when I called, didn't work or pay child support, and didn't even know our youngest daughter's birthday or how to spell our oldest child's middle name. And then I have this fiancé, this sweet, kind-hearted man who fell in love with me and my girls, who said to me when he proposed, "Those girls deserve a dad and I want to be it." This guy wanted the job, so why should I be dealing with this fool and his stupid mother anymore? I replied to her, "Nothing I can do about it, huh? I guess we'll see about that." That was the last time she saw my kids. I never called her son again and I stopped answering her phone calls. It's amazing how quickly he disappeared when I stopped forcing him to do his job. My fiancé and I married that fall. We filed adoption papers after Christmas. My ex didn't contest it. He didn't show up to court. His mother showed up on my doorstep on Easter, but my husband told her to take a hike. My children are 20 and 17 now. They don't know my ex. In 14 years, they have not seen or heard from him. No phone calls or birthday cards. No social media requests. If he walked by them on the street, he would just be any other guy to them. He's been completely erased from my children's lives. He does not exist to them. He is not their father. My wife cheated on me but thinks it doesn't count because she did it before we got married. 2 weeks ago my wife's sister got married and my wife was at the wedding party. She spent the 2 weeks prior to the wedding helping her sister get everything ready. I showed up Saturday morning a few hours before the ceremony in hopes of stealing just a few minutes to see my wife. She sees me outside of her parents' house and sends her brother out to tell me that she will come out and see me in the car. She finally comes out and sits in the seat next to me and gives me a kiss, but instead of acting happy to see me, she tells me that she has to talk to me and she doesn't want it to ruin her sister's day. She informs me that at the reception I might hear some things about the best man and her and she didn't want it to be awkward or weird. I just kind of sat there stunned. She said that about 4 years ago she had a fling with him and that it didn't mean anything, but she was aware that by nature I'm somewhat jealous and she wanted me to know in advance so that if I heard something that I wouldn't be surprised. 4 years ago we had been dating for a year. I just kind of sat there. This was not how I thought my morning would go, but I told her I appreciated knowing it and that it certainly wasn't a big deal now. She went back in the house and I went to eat lunch and decided to meet her at the church. As I'm eating and reading my phone it dawns on me, she cheated. My first reaction was to blow it off and think that she just told me the wrong time, but the more I thought about it, the more I started to remember about a year and a half of us being together. She had a phase where she was really sketchy about her behavior, wasn't available when she normally was, and went on 2 weekend camping trips that were with friends from work. I go to the wedding and sit there watching everything. After the wedding they have a line that you walk by and congratulate the bride and groom, and the wedding party is standing in line as well. My wife was standing with some other guy, but the best man was there, and I just went down the line and acted like it was no big deal. I get to the reception and she sits with me. I decided not to say anything as I didn't want to distract from the day. But instead of just letting it go, she then tells me that each of the groomsmen and bridesmaids are going to dance and that she is going to be dancing with him. I ask why when she was not his partner for the party, and she said that the maid of honor and her partner were actually married and wanted to dance with each other. At this point I'm a little more than perturbed, but I try and not let it show. She talks to everyone around her, and then the dance comes and he comes over and extends his arm and she gets up. I try not to watch, and in fact I make it a point not to. She comes back with him in tow and they are joking like the best of friends. She decides that it would be a good idea to introduce us. The more they sat and talked and reminisced about old times and places, the madder I got. Eventually I got up and went to the bathroom, and when I came back he was gone. She decided to tell me that she thought I was rude, which was not what I was all about hearing at the moment. I told her that this wasn't the time or place to talk about it, but rest assured we would talk later. She sat there and then said that she was going to change clothes, and as soon as she got back she was telling her sister that we were leaving because I had ruined her day, but she didn't want me to ruin her sister's day as well. I told her that I was perfectly capable of not being a bother to her or her sister the rest of the day, and that I did not want to be the cause of any drama, so I would prefer to just stay. She went and changed clothes and then came back all in a huff. I have not said a word to her. I even shook the other guy's hand. I guess I just looked miserable, so that is what she was basing this off of. She at first said that we should stay, but then said if I couldn't act any better I should leave. I asked how I was acting, and she said it was obvious I was trying to be like a silverback gorilla wanting to fight. I didn't know whether to laugh in her face or be offended. I went back in and sat down while she mingled with the other guest. I talked with her brother for a while, but then ultimately ended up back at our table talking with her grandma. We left at the same time and I arrived home just before she did. I was sitting in the living room waiting for her when she came in and did not beat around the bush. I simply asked her to retell me the story about this other guy, and she said it word for word like before. After sitting and looking at her for a time I just said, "Are you sure about the time frame?" and she said she was. I then reminded her that we had been together for 5 years, so this fling was well over a year into our being together. Instead of being flustered or denying or anything, she simply said, "I know." So I asked her to explain, and she tells me that they worked together and that it was just a physical thing, and she felt like we weren't in a great place at the time, and that she never had any feelings for him and never had any real intentions of leaving me. She just was having some fun for a few weekends. She said that it was probably a mistake on her part to tell me now, but she didn't want me to get blindsided. I did not take this the way she thought I would, I guess. We had a very large argument and ended when she told me I was being a child about all of this. That we were married and this happened way before that, and our life together now has nothing to do with him or that time. I told her I needed time to think, and she told me there was nothing to think about. We loved each other and this didn't change anything. That was 2 weeks ago and I still am not over it. She has been trying the past few days to get me to talk to her, but I admit that for whatever reason I'm not viewing her the same as I did before this. My wife cheated on me but thinks it doesn't count because she did it before we got married. My wife finally came to the realization that I was not going to just get over this, which then brought her to the realization that I might want out of the marriage. This then brought on a near nervous breakdown from her. I thought she was having crocodile tears. But it soon became apparent to me that she wasn't acting or faking. She was having a legitimate panic attack. This led to an ER visit, and that led to an overnight stay in the hospital, and then to new medications and a scheduled follow-up with her doctor for later next week. This brought her family into it, and that in turn led to long conversations all the way around. When we got home I asked what she wanted to do since there was a house full of people, and she said she wanted to be with her mom for a while. That was fine with me as I had no desire to hang around all day with her dad or sister, so I said I was going to finish up something at work and would be home later. 2 hours after I get there I get a text from her begging me to please come home and that she really needs me to talk with her. When home, I was greeted on my own front porch by her dad, who asks if he can talk to me for a minute. My anger level was already somewhat high, but I was ready to go to war if she had dumped a sack of lies on me with her dad. We sat on our deck chairs and he floored me with his opening salvo. I was expecting to hear anything but what he said. He said that she told them what had happened and that he wanted to apologize to me because he said that he felt like he did a really bad job as a parent, and that this mindset that she had was really a creation of her mother's, and that while he loved both of them he said they were wrong, and he had told his wife years ago that telling the girls that whatever happens before marriage doesn't count was a horrible idea and value system to install in them. He then said that he wasn't there to stand up for what his daughter did, but he just wanted me to be aware that what she was saying and how she was acting was simply because she honestly believed that being married was an entirely different life, and that they had romanticized marriage to the point that she wasn't understanding real life. We shook hands and he said that no matter what I decided he still thought very highly of me, which honestly made me feel really good for that moment. I then went inside and my wife was curled up in a ball on her mom's lap, and you can tell she has been crying the entire time I've been gone. Mom gets up and comes and hugs me and tells me she is sorry and that she loves me and she is praying that we can work this out. My wife is laid out on the couch at this point. Her mom and dad leave and she sits there looking at me and crying. I went to her and we hugged for a long time, with her telling me over and over how sorry she was. After a while, when she calmed down, I asked her what she wanted. She said she wanted to get everything out in the open so I didn't feel like I was being lied to or manipulated. So she wanted me to ask her questions about the affair. First I asked for dates and she remembered exactly when they occurred. Fortunately this happened a little earlier in our relationship than she told me initially, and so we were not engaged when this happened. Second I asked how many times. She decided to go overboard with the explanation and recalled each time they slept in detail. This part of the conversation did not help me at all and in fact almost broke me down. Then came the hard part. Why did she do it? I could not ask this without starting to cry. I asked why wasn't I good enough? It was her turn to hold me because at this point everything came rushing at me. Her telling me having to watch them laugh with each other, her now telling me how many times they did it and where they did it. After a while of crying in her arms I composed myself. I simply told her that the betrayal was horrible, but honestly her response to me when I found out was just as bad if not worse. She agreed with me and she apologized for calling me immature. She said that she honestly believed that it wouldn't matter to me now because we were married. I started to say something about it, but she jumped in and said that after talking with her parents she now sees that this was very wrong of her and that cheating is cheating, but she still feels like that our happiness that we have shared since being married should count for something. I then replied that I kind of felt like that happiness was built on a lie. This led to another breakdown on her part and almost another ER visit. Fortunately we got her calmed down. I let her sleep the rest of the night feeling like emotionally we were both tired, but come Sunday we were talking again. By this time I wasn't as sympathetic as I had been when we got home from the ER. I told her that I thought her introducing him to me was crappy, me having to watch her dance with him was extra crappy, and the fact that she only told me because she was going to get caught was an elite level of crappy. Then I demanded to know why did she think I would find out and how many of the people at the wedding knew besides me. Well, obviously the guy knew, but then his best friend in the world also knew, which then led to her sister finding out and she was afraid her sister was going to be the one to tell me. I asked how often she sees this guy and she said that the wedding is the first time she has seen him in 3 years. Then I lost it and asked her if she slept with him during any of the lead up to the wedding. She got all mad about it, acting like she wouldn't sleep with anyone because she was married. I just lost it again and had to leave for a while because once again I felt like she was living on married planet. I finally got cooled off enough to come home and try to be civil about things. She finally asked me what she could do to help me get past all of this, which may not sound like much, but it was the first time she offered to help me really, so it was at least a nice gesture. I told her I wasn't sure what she could do or if there was anything either of us could do and that I may never get over this. She said that she wanted to help because she didn't want to see me in pain and that over the years she hopes I'll be able to judge her based on who she is now. She would do anything I wanted to work this out. She also wanted to be sure that I knew that she has been 100% faithful since we've been married and would never cheat on her vows. I then asked for a moratorium from further talks till at least Wednesday. Update 2. My wife cheated on me but thinks it doesn't count because she did it before we got married. Last night I got home from work. We started talking at 6 p.m. and finally ended around 2 a.m. In that time frame we laid out a lot of issues that have been present and what or if we are both willing to do to move forward. Starting today I'm living with my brother for the next while. She is understandably upset by all of this and I am making an effort to communicate openly with her so she does not feel abandoned or neglected. I laid out the fact that while I absolutely was upset about the cheating and yes I still consider it cheating, I was equally upset by her lack of consideration for my feelings on this. I told her that I resented being told I was immature and a child for something that objectively speaking I had every right to be upset about. Her response was to apologize and tell me she was in the wrong and that while she admits fault and sees what I'm saying, that at the time she had convinced herself that because we were married that I was wrong to be upset about something that happened beforehand. Now she sees where this is wrong. I then told her that I felt very disrespected by her associating with this guy right in front of me and that I felt humiliated having to shake his hand. Her response was to once again apologize and she said that in her mind at the time she felt like she was trying to show me that there was nothing there. She said she felt like if she avoided him or acted shady around him that I would be more upset. She said that out of all of the things this is the one that has hit her the most in the face because even her sister has told her how poor this was for her to do to me and she was deeply hurt by this because it had hurt me, which she never wanted to do. I then talked about her lack of remorse over being with someone else while we were together. Her only response was to say that she was very sorry, how that at the time she just used very poor judgment and if she could go back and change the past she would. Then came the talk that got the most discussion. How I felt like she really wasn't sorry for anything but that she was just sorry that I didn't just shrug my shoulders and say that everything was going to be okay. That there were going to be repercussions for what I consider to be an act of betrayal and then an act of not caring about me. She admitted that when we got home after the event she started to realize that I wasn't going to let this go, and then as time went on she knew that this was an issue. Her first instinct was to be mad at me for being mad at her. But then realized even from her own point of view how stupid that was. But again she had it beat into her head that she was my wife and that I should easily forgive and forget something that happened way before we were married. She also admitted that when it became real she frankly outright panicked thinking about losing her marriage. Nobody on either side of her family is divorced so she could be the first, and she admitted to that being a big factor in her panic attack. But as the week has progressed and she has spoken more to her family, she is seeing that what she has put in her mind about marriage isn't the end all be all she thought it was. She also did really feel bad about bringing the guy around to me. However, you will notice, which I did too, that she never said she felt guilty about being with him. I have set out the following steps if we are to reconcile, and it is totally up to her if she wants to stay together. I don't care how illogical it seems, she is to never have contact with him again. This is an absolute for me and a deal breaker, and I was absolutely clear on this. We have to have couples therapy. While I am living with my brother we are still legally married, and this is not an invitation or excuse for either of us to see anyone else. Again, deal breaker in a second if either of us uses this as an excuse. We start over. To a point. I have to view her differently now, even if I didn't want to. I can't just forget that she chose to cheat. So that's where we are now. We are going out on a date Friday night, which she is really looking forward to. I have no idea how long I will be with my brother. Hell, I may not make it past Friday, but if nothing else I feel like I have some control here, which I felt prior to the talk I had almost none. In the end I held her for a long time and we slept together. I do not want a broken woman. I want her to be my partner for life, but I do want her to know that to be a partner she has to equally care about my feelings as I do hers. Update 3, my wife cheated on me but thinks it doesn't count because she did it before we got married. I've been staying with my brother for a little over a month. I have also delivered her with divorce papers. I went to a divorce lawyer and explained everything, including the fact that I did not want to go through with the divorce but wanted everything in place just in case. He drew up a divorce decree and made 3 copies. One he kept on file, one for her and one for me. I decided to take the paperwork to her myself because I knew she would be upset and I wanted to explain to her what was happening. I gave her the paperwork in a manila envelope and explained what it was before she opened it. I also made it very clear to her that I was not going to do anything with it unless we both failed to meet the conditions we both agreed upon. I explained that I was committed to us, but I really needed to see that we were headed in the right direction and that this was only there as a standby in case she didn't think I was serious. Well, this did not go over as well as I had hoped, and in retrospect this was a mistake on my part. She had been doing everything in her power prior to that to live up to the agreement. We had been out on several dates prior to this that were great for both of us. This led to another giant anxiety attack that we could not get under control with her meds, so off to the ER. We went again. This time they gave her a shot and sent her home, and we both agreed that we would keep her family out of it this time. I stayed with her for 2 days just to make sure she was okay. This of course came up in our counseling session and I came across looking like a manipulative a-hole. I ended up taking my copy and her copy and tearing it up in front of her. She doesn't know there is a 3rd copy, but I plan on having him discard that as well. So now I pretty much feel like a monster because the look on her face when she got the divorce papers was something I never want to see again. She was so happy to see me that day, and then I gave her that, and then an instant combination of sadness and terror. Other than that bump in the road, things have actually been going very well. Well enough in fact that I am moving back home this weekend.
What's your most awkward intimacy story? I was on a first date with a guy and we were watching a movie at his place. I was not expecting to do the deed on this date, but then he picked me up and I just sort of lost myself to the moment. And I had thought my previous partner was a good one, but this new man figured out in 20 minutes all the things my previous partner did throughout the entire course of the relationship. Definitely the best intimacy I ever experienced. I think he kind of awakened something in me because I have never booty called anyone, but I just needed it so badly. I hit him with the classic, "Can I come over?" Text too late in the evening for my intention to be mistaken, and this time I was ready to just give myself over to the experience. I actually have never reached the finish line with a partner and it finally happened. I was so euphoric I was almost in a daze, and I found myself capable of things I was never good at, in this specific case, being on top. So as I was on top and having a really good time, I leaned over and whispered in his ear. We were making out and then he started thrusting that thing hard as a mother effer. I kept whispering and meant to say I love your PP, but when I said I love you, a sudden PP jolt knocked me forward and I couldn't finish the sentence, so I panicked and just said normal volume, not in an intimate way at all, I love your PP. I'm so embarrassed. I don't know if I can go back. I've never done anything like this. In fact, I'm normally a rather quiet partner. And so now I've learned my lesson to not string together the words I love you or I love your intimacy sex in case an untimely thrust cuts me off at an unfortunate time. My entire marriage was a part of an elaborate scheme and I was the only person that didn't know. When I first met my husband in college, I was dating another guy named Tom. Tom was a transplant to the area and had study buddies but few friends, so when he became really good friends with these guys he met at the college bar, I was happy for him. But as Tom grew closer to his new friends, he grew more and more distant from me. Around this time was when I met my future husband at a party that Tom's new friends threw, and we bonded over how my husband was taking the same elective classes as me in the coming semester. We agreed to be study buddies, which Tom was cool with. He was never the jealous type, but as the new semester rolled on, Tom started to get paranoid about my relationship with my husband and got abusive. Every time Tom got verbally abusive and even laid hands on me, my husband was my support and told me I deserved better, to leave Tom. My husband even supported me when I terminated Tom's baby after I finally decided to leave him. My husband's best friend's girlfriend just broke up with him and I ran into her at a bar. She told me that apparently this was all set up by my husband and his friends. My husband was love at first sight when he saw me one time on campus and got his friends to befriend Tom. They found out what subjects I was going to do, and my husband enrolled in them. I hate that it makes all sense, how my husband just happened to be a fan of my favorite authors, how his favorite places to go to relax was all the palaces I liked. His friend would tell Tom that I was 100% cheating and how he should leave me, and call him with updates about when I hanged out with my husband. My husband and his friends created my abuse. They engineered the worst and lowest time in my life, all because my husband wanted to marry him.
My teenage sister's intimacy tape was leaked and I don't know what to do. My sister made an intimate tape with her then boyfriend and let him keep it. At the time of doing this my sister was 14 and the boyfriend was 16. They had a nasty breakup and my sister told me that he cheated on her with a different girl from her class, then proceeded to break up with my sister mere moments after being caught, all in front of the other girl. After breaking up, the now ex-boyfriend distributed the intimate tape as well as other explicit pictures throughout their school. These videos were shared online and I heard were posted on a lot of private stories on Snapchat. My sister's classmates would airdrop photos and videos of her during class and would laugh and call her names. One girl even came by our house and spray painted our gate, calling our sister derogatory terms and exposing her. My sister has been dealing with heavy bullying and I would hear her coming home from school crying, but she usually gives me some bullcrap excuse. She confessed everything to me and says she doesn't want to press charges. I asked her a few times why she would not want to do that, especially with our fence having been spray painted, and she states she does not want more publicity about this and hopes it will all just fade away. She doesn't want me to tell our parents and she doesn't want to cause a scene. Our parents have not noticed yet as I was able to paint over the writing on the fence before they noticed. My heart hurts so much for her. I don't want her to feel alienated or alone, but she doesn't want anyone's help. I'm scared of letting her go to school by herself where no one can protect her, and I don't want the bullying to get out of hand. I don't know if I'm making the right decision by respecting her wishes. It turns out my ex-best friend is an adult baby. I found my only friend in a fandom space for a television show I was involved in. We both made videos in the community, so naturally we found and became fans of each other. It started out with an occasional greeting, and ended in a place where we were talking every single day. I was really happy to have a friend, and I could tell she was too. Because we were close, we shared more personal stuff. She was usually very secretive about her past. She had told me she had been a content creator with very parasocial fans, and wanted to step away from that. She did show me some photos of herself and videos from live streams she did, but I knew she was very guarded about her past, and I wanted to respect her privacy, so I never tried to reverse Google image search anything or do any kind of background check. She did open up to me about having a past in adult entertainment work. She made it clear to me that it was in her past, she was in a bad mental state when she was doing it, and she doesn't ever want to do it again. I told her that her past in adult work doesn't make me think any less of her, and I was happy to hear she was in a better headspace now. There were things I noticed over the course of our friendship that were pink flags in my eyes. She was immature at times. She was financially irresponsible. She told people that she was in college, which I didn't question until I learned she had no plans to pay tuition, meaning she was straight up telling people online she was more educated than them despite literally not being enrolled in college or taking any action to become enrolled in college. She told me she made a residual income from YouTube. Because her parents take care of her, she would immediately spend this money on albums, stuffed animals and graphic novels. No savings whatsoever, even for the college she claimed she was going to go to. She's an adult, so I wasn't going to tell her how to spend her own money, but as someone 6.5 years her junior, I was surprised to see her be that much worse at budgeting money than me. One day, 10 months into our friendship, she confessed she had a crush on me. I knew we were romantically incompatible, partially because of the things described above. I decided to word my rejection nicer, and say I just wasn't looking for a relationship at the moment. Things actually seemed to be fine. She was obviously upset, but I assured her that I still cared about her and wanted to remain friends. I towed the line between giving her space and providing her comfort for the rest of the day. I did notice later in the day that she had deleted every single mention of me on her social media account. This hurt, because we had some collaborations I thought we worked hard together on. It was weird, because she was being extremely friendly to me in private while seemingly erasing me from her entire profile. I tried to ignore it, and offer her more reassurances at the end of the day, but she suddenly snapped at me and told me I would never understand her. This stressed me out. And I do have that avoidant attachment style, so my reaction was, unfortunately, to just kind of dip out of that whole situation. I got off social media entirely for the next 5 days. I eventually sent her a message asking to talk, and she said I hurt her and she needed space. We haven't exchanged another word since. Fast forward to 3 months later. I'm at home, putting my laundry away. I watch YouTube videos in the background when I'm doing chores. I stumbled onto one about adult babies. I thought, this is gonna be an interesting one, and continued on. I recognized a voice in the video though. I went to check my laptop, and was shocked to see that my ex-friend was one of the interviewees. In a video about ABDLs. Most of which are seeking a romantic relationship that emulates a baby and caregiver one. Including her. The first thing I did was literally just go outside and take a walk. This situation was behind me, and being hit with this sudden information was just so unexpected. I did watch the whole video. I had mentioned to this same woman at one point that I thought girls who wore pigtails and got braces specifically for doing adult entertainment work were weird and trying to appeal to very strange men. And she saw me say that, and agreed with me, when she knew she had a past acting as babies in a bedroom setting. I tried to drop it and forget it, but later on I did decide to do some more digging. I found out that she has some active accounts, specifically for one of the platforms where she sells her work. I saw there were a couple recent posts, and honestly, my initial reaction was guilt. I thought, oh no, was this something she relapsed into after we stopped speaking? I was briefly angry at myself, thinking I could have stopped it. Only to scroll further and find out she was active on there for the entirety of our friendship. So it being in the past was a bold-faced lie. It's also where all her income was coming from. If she were saving it or spending it on something essential, I could understand continuing it. But I knew for a fact she wasn't. Was the whole "it's in my past, I was in a bad mental state" spiel a lie? Part of me thinks it's still partially true, but I don't think I can believe anything she told me at this point. The way she hid this from me by essentially watering down the truth as much as possible, really hurt. And it made me recontextualize our whole relationship. My friend took his life on the phone with me a year ago and I only found out now. February 17, 2021, I was on a call with my online friend. He admittedly had a problem with substances that had started at a young age and only worsened as the years went by. He was also one of those friends who you were super close with, but he would often disappear for a while, mainly because he'd been in and out of juvie and jail since he was 14. We were just catching up and talking about work and our current goings-ons, and he seemed to be getting better and actually acted like himself that day. His rap music played in the background, he'd temporarily turn on his camera so I could see something he wanted to show me and everything seemed fine. I knew for sure he was high in some capacity, but he always was. My suspicions were unfortunately confirmed in the worst way possible when he asked, verbatim, "Yo, how much blow is too much blow?" He always asked dumb questions like this because he found it amusing asking someone who's never even seen a non-prescription substances in person about hardcore poop. Plus, I knew he occasionally did the substance, therefore I wrongfully assumed this was him being an idiot. So I responded something along the lines of, "How am I supposed to know, Samson?" And we laughed it off. The next thing, he says, "Wake me up if I fall asleep. I want to keep talking to you." Sure enough, about 4 minutes later, it got real quiet and I heard his phone drop. So, I did as asked and started spewing loud nonsense right into my earphone's mic and did that for the next 10 minutes until I decided to end the call and spam call him for another 10 minutes. Nothing. I started to freak out, so I tried to calm down by distracting myself. I didn't know any of his friends or family, and couldn't find any when I went searching. For my sanity I assumed that he's just run off again and I'll speak to him again in 6 months or so. Radio silence. I kept messaging his account just to trigger a response from him, but nothing. Until today, when I checked again and tried to search for his mugshot, and I couldn't find it. So I searched for an obituary and found something that had his full name and surname plus the name of this person's parents. I, like a creeper, searched them up on Facebook and what do you know? They're his parents. I creep a bit more and there's photos of him and the comments are littered with our IP. Other photos have his birth date and death date, February 17, 2021 written on them. I really hope I wasn't the last person to hear his voice, and I pray to God his sweet grandmother wasn't the one to find him.
I yell at my brother and make him pay when he eats my food. I'm a 17-year-old girl who is balancing 2 jobs in senior year while my 24-year-old brother has no job and lives upstairs in our attic with his girlfriend who also has no job. They'll sometimes go deliver food but they spend all of that money on alcohol. My mother pays all the bills and sometimes buys groceries, but that gets a little hard with all my senior fees she pays, plus I go to a private school so that's more money. Ever since I got my job I started to buy myself and my mother food so we could have something to eat for the week. I started noticing my brother coming down into the kitchen multiple times a day and the food would be gone that night. If I bought food Monday, all of it would be gone by Wednesday morning. We began hiding the good food, but eventually, he'd find that and eat it. I even wrote my name and do not eat on stuff, but that didn't stop him either. Once he ate all the food, that was it until the next week I get paid and we'd only have bread, pasta and cheese to eat for that week. About a month ago I went to the doctor and found out I lost a substantial amount of weight in 3 months, and I decided to put my foot down since my mother never would. Every time he'd eat anything I text him a fee for the food. I'd keep nagging him and he'd eventually pay me back. Well, about 2 days ago I bought a case of a weight gain protein drink. Nobody else in my house would have any reason for drinking them. The next day when I woke up, the whole pack of 6 was gone. The empty case was left in the fridge. I exploded and called him and his girlfriend losers who needed to get out. I let 3 years of anger out and lost it. I told them they both owe me over $1,000 worth of food for these past years, and I left before he could respond. While at school my mom and grandparents kept texting me about how I was out of line and how family doesn't treat each other like this, but I can't find it in myself to care. I asked my friends what they thought and there were mixed opinions, but the majority said I was out of line and should have let my mother handle it. I yell at my brother and make him pay when he eats my food. I purchased a mini fridge and installed a lock on my door. This was fine for about 3 months until I came home and my door was removed and my mother berated me. She yelled at me for holding out on them. I was able to eat a little more and I'm up to a healthy weight. I also got a full ride to my top college and they invited me to their honors college and a summer program which will give me college credits, and they'll also fly me out to them. All I'd have to pay for was my dorm supplies and clothes if I wanted any new ones. When I told my mom about it, she immediately said no to the program and to college because I'd be leaving her and she needs me because I'm her rock and I can't just leave her with my brother. Like, okay? Then kick him out and live by yourself. This is the same man she protected and kept taking his side during arguments. Everyone in my family has cut him off but her. After like 3 arguments about the program, I enrolled anyways because my grandparents gave me money to pay for my enrollment and board fee, which was like $500. But since I'm 17 they emailed her to confirm if I could go. Luckily she was cooking, so I just ran into her room and accepted it myself and deleted the email. Well, the program starts June 11th and the whole week before that I was packing and slowly hiding things in my grandparents' house until it was time for me to leave. I do not know how, but my mom found out and called the college to say she never signed the slip and that I would not be enrolled. She then broke my computer saying that I won't need it since I won't be going to college anyways. I had called the college and there was nothing I could really do since I was a minor at the time, but 2 weeks ago I turned 18 and explained my situation to the college and they let me continue the program but said I'd have to pay for the flight down here myself. After that I called my grandma and had her come get me. And the rest of my things. My mom was heated. She was screaming, crying and yelling, asking me how could I just abandon her with my brother after all she's done for me. I still have the knot on my head from her tackling me and making me bang my head against our concrete stairs. My grandparents asked me if I wanted to press charges, but honestly I just want to be away from her. She keeps texting me after what happened and said she's going to sue me for emotional damage, but that's not likely since she can't even afford to feed her family. I'm living with my grandparents now and I've never been more fed. I think I'll get all my strength back before I leave my grandparents' house. This is all honestly crazy for me because she's never acted like this. This past year she's been on a downward spiral. Update 2. I yell at my brother and make him pay when he eats my food. I told my grandparents exactly what happened while we were on a FaceTime call with my dad. My grandfather immediately told me we were going to press charges, and my dad also advised me to get checked out by a doctor for any head injuries. So we made a report with the police. I am no contact with my mom, and I've officially gone no contact with my brother, which really sucks because me and my brother were very close for such a long time until a year ago when his new girlfriend moved in. In all honesty, I saw him as my hero, and it really hurts to see people change in an instance. Edit. My mom was recently arrested, but not for the reason you may be thinking. I have been blacking out randomly recently and have not driven my car at all. 2 days ago I went to get my protein water bottle out of my car when I saw my tires were completely slashed. All 4 tires cut and stabbed deep. My windows and door handles were also covered in poop, like real nasty brown poop. I woke my grandparents up and we went to the neighbor's house to get footage. My mother was seen on footage driving past the house a few times before getting out of her car and ruining my car. Honestly, I'm not even mad about my car anymore, I just want to know where the hell she even got the poop from. Like in the video, it looked like she was using a diaper, and as far as I know none of my relatives have young babies, so whose poopy diapers did she take? The cops arrested her pretty quickly for damaging property and trespassing, and she's waiting for someone to bail her out. My mother ended up having 2 years of probation, and I ended up getting a restraining order put on her.
What is a personal story you don't tell anyone because it sounds made up? My dad was a world-wandering vagabond who joined the Navy at 16 by giving his older brothers information. Back in the 1960s, my dad was in a plane crash and it went down in the desert near Mexico. They didn't know what to do. So they split up, 2 went in one direction, 1 went another, and my dad went his own way. They thought one of them would run in to help that way. My dad ended up somewhere in Mexico and never went back. He just hung around, and traveled all over Central and South America. After almost a year, he decided it was time to go back home. But he ran out of cash or had no cash. So he sold his watch for a motorcycle. Used it to get to Mexico. Then, he traded that motorcycle for a car. My dad was a mechanic. He could make any piece of crap with an engine run for a bit, at least. Then drove north toward the US. He had no documentation. So he sold the car, walked through a ravine back into the US. When he actually made it to his brother's place through a combination of walking and hitchhiking, his brother and one of the guys from the plane crash were sitting on the porch drinking beers. They thought my dad had died. My dad thought the other guy died. They drank beers, played cards, and talked nonsense. Years later, before I was born, my dad told my mom he was going to get the watch back. He drove from Chicago to Mexico. Took a bus to some place in Chiapas, found the guy he sold the watch to, bought it back, and then drove all the way back to Chicago. I have the watch. We have pictures of my dad as a young man living it up in Mexico, India, West Germany, UK, the Philippines, Hawaii, all over the US, postcards he wrote to his brother and so on. Places that don't even exist anymore. My dad died when I was 16 years old. Have you ever ruined someone's life? My older sister managed a restaurant. There was a cook who worked there, who was a smoker and dope fiend. I kinda liked the guy. At first I became one of his substance connections. I was a very cautious connection. I made it a point to really get to know anyone that might be buying substances from me. This helps me keep out of handcuffs. Well, I haven't been to the restaurant for about 6 months, and at the time my family had cut me off any and all funds. I still talk to my older sister 2 or 3 times a month. So at this point she had fired the cook because she caught him smoking in the kitchen and blowing the smoke into the hood over the range and drinking on the job. Now you'd think if you got fired because of those reasons you would be expecting it. It wouldn't throw you through a loop or anything, right? Well, apparently not for the cook. The day she fired him he screamed in her face and threatened her. That night her car magically got broken into and the tires were slashed and some threatening things were carved into the doors. My older sister called the cops, but they were not able to pin him down. So older sister tells me the whole story crying and was worried for her safety when she had to close the restaurant late at 2 a.m. I wanted the cook to wish he'd never been born. So my plan was to wreck his whole life. First his ride. I paid the cook's car a visit, slashed his tires in a way that would break both his axles and topped his gas tank off with diesel. Second, his new job. He had got a job working at a pizza place, a place that I knew, most of the employees seeing as it's on the same street that my older sister's restaurant is. So I called some of them and told them what he had done to her. I didn't want him to get fired because I liked knowing where he was. They just made his life hell at that place, until he was bullied out of there. Third, his substances. He was a big dope fiend and I was an even bigger dope fiend, and I knew all his connections and stopped all sales to him very easily, by saying that he was in fact a snitch. Fourth, his home life. That was easy, all it took was a pretty girl at a house party and a camera. His wife kicked his dumb butt out. Fifth, last but not least, letting him know that it was all me and to get the F gone out my area. I also get my buddies to corner him and hurt him. One of his balls actually exploded. I let him know that I had some amazing dope for cheap. Meet me at location at time. The rest is history. I never saw him again.
Have you ever met someone that genuinely hates all animals? About 4 months ago my mother started dating a new guy. She's already let him move in. She lets him call me his daughter and insists that I call him my dad, but that is the thing that bothers me the least. He moved in and started laying hands on my cats when he saw them on the couch. He physically hurts them. He doesn't do a soft tap either. And mother just sits there and watches. She doesn't do anything or say anything, she just lets him. It went from hurting them when they're on the couch to hurting and yelling at them for cleaning themselves in front of him or playing in a way he finds too aggressive. All my cats were lap cats. They loved being pet and held. They'd sleep in the same bed and just always wanted to cuddle and be loved on. Now they spend most of their days hiding under my bed. They run every time they hear the door open because they think it might be him. I used to walk into all of them waiting at the door for me, but I can't anymore. Every time someone walks up the stairs they go and hide. They don't go up to new people for pets anymore. My cat that I've had for over 5 years who hasn't scratched someone since she was a baby started getting more aggressive. It breaks my heart. That's not even the worst part. He wants a rescue dog. Not only that, she's letting him get one. How desperate do you have to be to sit there and watch someone hurt animals and stay? I hate them. I hate them both. How can you just sit there and let him do this? I just want to take all of them and leave, but I'm a broke 16-year-old with no one to go to. They don't deserve this. I'm at the point of thinking about posting an ad and giving them away while they're at work.
What destroyed your relationship with your parents? My parents got a divorce when I was 17. They tried to keep the reasons for it from me, but I eventually found out that my mother had been in a long affair. Not only that, she was doing it with a second cousin of hers. As soon as I found out, I confronted her at her apartment. She pushed me out the door and said she wouldn't talk to me when I'm acting like this, and that is the last time I had spoken to her for years. I still saw her sometimes in public areas, but I left before she could say anything. My dad still says that he doesn't want to be the reason that I lose someone I'm so close to, but I can't stand to look at her anymore. Knowing she was doing something so vile for years. The effect that it had on my father is palpable. His life is over. He slumped into terrible alcohol issues and even contemplated taking his life. Fortunately, he got better. They had been together since they were 14, and my father used to tell the story all the time that he knew even then that she was the only one for him. That they were soulmates. I used to wish I could find a love like that, and now I know it was always half a lie. Today she came to my work, and demanded to know when we were going to work past this, to know when we can make things what they used to be. As I walked her out of the building for a private moment, I got incredibly angry and asked her when she was going to uncheat on my father with her cousin. She insisted that we could work through this, and that what happened didn't affect me, to which I laughed and said, unlike you, I am affected by people I love being in pain. We kept going like that, until I eventually went off on her that we would never be reconciling because I don't want someone of such low class and character in my life. She didn't take it well, to put it frankly, and when I went back inside she was still sobbing in her car. Part of me feels bad, but the rest of me feels that maybe now she understands that she messed up. My dad and friends are upset with me, and say that I shouldn't push her away, for my own sake, but she's a collection of painful memories now, and she had her chance to tell her side, she didn't want it. What is the most horrible thing someone has done to you, and how did you get back at them? My fiancée left me due to my cancer diagnosis. We dated for 4 years and had what I thought was a great relationship. Her daughter was 11 and mine was 16 when we met. We had actually planned to get married, build a house, and raise the two together. We planned the house build because she had recently been diagnosed with a neurological disease that would eventually put her in a wheelchair, and need something Aita friendly. During the planning stages, I began doing landscape and construction projects on her home to increase the resale value. All in, I invested roughly $30,000 into the home, running everything through my side construction business for tax, permitting, and resale purposes. We had a contract that payment would be made upon the sale of the home. I produced invoices for each and every project, but never pushed for payment because of the prior agreement. Fast forward 6 months, we're looking at property to develop and finalizing drawings on the home when I began feeling ill. I couldn't eat, constantly vomiting and passing blood. I began noticing that my abdomen looked swollen, which was odd because we were both very clean eaters and were in the gym every day. So I went to the doctor and began having tests done. During this time, she began having small cognitive issues, and the stress of her current position was exacerbating her condition, so she took a $20,000 per annum cut in pay along with a lesser position inside the company. After a month or so of different tests, and a biopsy, it came back that I had a golf ball-sized tumor in my stomach, and would need to begin chemotherapy. So I began chemo and radiation treatments, which made me extremely ill. She was spending time helping around my place on the weekends and staying over more, to the point that they were both at my home, more than theirs. At this point, I suggested that we go ahead and put one of our houses on the market, and move in together until the new house was built. I have great supplemental insurance as well as a long-term illness plan, so using that coupled with the sale of one of our houses would push us through comfortably, and help ease the financial stress on her. Shortly after this discussion, she became extremely distant. Her daughter wasn't coming down and hanging out with mine anymore, she had excuses for not getting together. She quit driving me to treatments and stopped staying over. She then dropped a bomb. A sentence that will forever be burned into my psyche: I love you, but I can't see myself taking care of someone this sick in the long term, and I don't think we should see each other any longer. In a text. It broke me. I won't lie. This was the first woman I had ever opened up to and planned a life with since my wife died when my children were 1 and 3. However, I tried to be mature about it. I forced myself to understand her position and to accept what I could not change. I calmly, the next day, gathered all of her things, packed them neatly, loaded them in my truck, and took them to her house to leave on the back porch while she was at work, in order to avoid any awkward exchanges. Walking around the back and under the porch cover, I sat down a box, and saw her in her back living room, on the couch doing the deed with a man that she had introduced to me as a lifelong friend. I had dinner and drinks with this man and his girlfriend. We had gone on vacation with them, as well. I never spoke of the incident with her, and simply sent her a text later, explaining that I would leave her things on my side porch to pick up at her convenience. I discovered 9 months later from his now ex-girlfriend, that they had broken up due to him confessing that he had been sleeping with my partner, dating back to about the time we were finishing drawings on the new home. Now I was heated. At this point, I had finished chemo and radiation for the time being and was feeling healthier. I was going through some much neglected paperwork when I ran across the file that contained $32,680 in unpaid, long overdue invoices, which were promptly sent to my attorney to begin lien proceedings on the home. It turns out that I couldn't have done this a moment too soon because she was set to put her house on the market. Coupled with interest over the course of, what was then, 19 months overdue, the invoices were hefty. That, along with the agreement of settling them when the house was sold and attorney fees, left her with roughly $10,000 after the sale of the home and settling her current mortgage. She promptly had to back out of the purchase of another home and moved in with her oldest daughter, sister-in-law, and 2 grandchildren. She also had to leave her job and begin receiving disability. I ran into her a little over a year ago, and she looked as if she had aged 20 years, and was in the wheelchair we had talked about. We chatted cordially but briefly and I excused myself and went on with my day. A few days later, her younger daughter called me and spoke of my running into her mom, and could we hang out sometime? I gave a vague answer, thanked her for calling in again, went on with my day. The ex then called me a week or so later, and began apologizing for leaving me as she did. Again, cordial but short, I thanked her for calling and hung up. She began texting and this went on for several weeks until one she asked if I could ever see us rekindling what we had, to which I replied, I can't see myself taking care of someone so sick in the long term. Remember the box on your back porch? Did you think that lifelong friend brought that over to you from my house? Good luck to you. Goodbye.
My boyfriend thinks he is becoming a Chad Sigma male and I want to break up with him. My boyfriend of 3 years has been sweet and caring towards me up until this point. He would always buy me flowers and cook for me sometimes. I was madly in love with him and I appreciated all his efforts that he put in our relationship. But lately he has been consuming a lot of red pill content. He absolutely loves Mr. Tate. At first I didn't mind because he seemed fine. Moreover, he started going to the gym after he started listening to those podcasts. I was actually happy with this. But lately he has become this toxic person I don't like. A year ago when we moved in together we split the chores. Now he says he doesn't want to do that because he is a man and it is a woman's job. He constantly says that I should quit my job because women are supposed to be submissive and he is supposed to be the provider. I got angry and told him that he has the nerve to say that when he is living in my apartment that is leased under my name. That's the first time we had a huge fight. He accused me of cheating because I would hang out with my male friends. He would always share posts about how men don't need women and how they are happier without women. Also some derogatory posts about single mothers and girls with a high body count. I was really disgusted by this. The final straw came when I heard him and his friends talking. His friend cheated on his girlfriend, Gigi. Now she wants to break up with him. My boyfriend laughed and said, women. They went on and on about how women are dramatic and that she should be lucky to have a rich guy like his friend as her boyfriend. It is a man's right to cheat because every great man walked on this planet had multiple wives. After his friend left I yelled at him for being a misogynist and a hateful person. How can he say something like that about someone who is hurting? He laughed it off by saying Gigi is now emotional and she will come back to him. Because women do not care if a man cheats as long as the man provides for her. And his friend is rich so it wouldn't be a problem. I told him this is really ironic coming from a guy who lives in his girlfriend's apartment and can't even own his place. I know I struck a nerve. He hit the wall beside me and yelled how it is my fault that he has not progressed yet. And again blamed my job because every successful man had a submissive wife and if I was like them he would earn more money. I do not understand what my job has to do with it. It is not making him lose his money or occupying his time. I had enough so I told him to get out or I will call the police. He stomped out and called me the B word. My boyfriend thinks he is becoming a Chad Sigma male and I want to break up with him. Gigi came with her friend Tina to my house. They both showed me group messages between my boyfriend and his friends. They basically shared explicit photos of other girls. Even Gigi and Tina's picture were there. I was shaking as I scrolled through the messages. They were all bragging about the girls they slept with and whose girlfriend is the finest. I was looking for my boyfriend's messages. He talked about sleeping with other girls. That was the proof I needed. I packed his stuff and called my brother to find a locksmith to change my lock. However, some part of me wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt. I knew that the man I loved is still there. Maybe he was under a lot of stress that I do not know. Either way I will have closure. 2 days after Christmas when this took place, I went to his friend's house where he was staying. He looked happy to see me. We sat down and I laid all the things that had been bothering me. I told him that his behavior had been off and he was turning into someone that I resent. I liked the man who used to be funny and a little goofy, but whoever he turned into is not the person I fell in love with. I even mentioned that ever since he has started watching those podcasts he has been like this. He tried to deny it. Although he told me that he misses being with me, he was just trying to justify his actions, even his laziness towards chores. It was just all over the place. I wish I was lying, but he started chanting the same thing like he is trying to be more masculine and as a man it is his job to provide and my job to be his partner. He doesn't like the fact that I have to go out to work just to keep us afloat while he has been struggling with his job and career. I understand where he is coming from. Having a low-paying job can be stressful, but it is no excuse to treat me like his servant. I never held it against him or called him less of a man because he earns less. This conversation went nowhere. I brought up the group chat. He obviously got angry and started calling Gigi the B word. I asked him if he was really cheating on me. He didn't say yes or no. I wanted to shout at him, but I was in someone else's house. He had the audacity to justify that it is not his fault if he ever cheats in future because a man cheating is not the same as a woman cheating. A man cheating is basically biological and he needs it. He even said a man can cheat and still love their partner. And telling a man to be monogamous is cruel. I had enough. This made my decision stronger. I told him if he can't even promise me loyalty, then don't even bother calling me. I went home and packed the rest of his stuff. I asked my brother to drop his stuff at his new place. Later that night he came banging on my door. I didn't open it. He accused me of being a bad girlfriend. And that I am making a huge mistake. That he is my last chance to have a family because I am 25 and already past my prime and soon will be 30. And no man wants a 30-year-old hag. He went from screaming to apologizing and promising he will do better. He has nowhere to go. My brother yelled at him to leave us alone or he would call the cops. He kept cursing at me. I snapped at him and yelled at him to leave. Also, his move to show up begging me to take him back was not very sigma male giga chat of him.
I hate it when I give my girlfriend a good time in the bedroom. Both my girlfriend and I have high intimacy drive. And we used to do it around 4 times a week. While this is good, it's not nearly enough for me. And I can't do it more frequently because of my girlfriend. She usually initiates and is always enthusiastic when I do. Sometimes, I like to feel desired, so when she initiates, I say no, hoping she'll keep asking me, as it's a big boing boing moment for me. The problem is, as soon as I say no, she stops, leaving me frustrated. I don't get this. I have done this with women in the past but as the one initiating, and they all loved it when I made them feel desired with how much I asked. Anyways, this has been a consistent pattern, and I feel like she isn't putting in any effort. Due to this issue, our intimate frequency has decreased significantly. Recently, I decided to have a conversation with her about how I feel she doesn't want to sleep with me anymore. Her response was that since I always say no, she decided to let me initiate whenever I'm in the mood. I expressed my disappointment, saying that switching roles is immature of her and that it's not my responsibility. I reminded her that when we first got together, she was the one initiating. I also called her explanation of not wanting to pressure me because she thought I didn't like intimacy the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Furthermore, I told her to stop being so enthusiastic and loud during it because it makes me feel like I have to top the previous performance every time we do it. This led to a heated argument, where she called me a bunch of names and left. Since then, she has been refusing to answer my calls. It feels like she isn't even listening.
I think my mom slept with my high school boyfriend. My boyfriend and I started dating when I was 14 and he was 17. We dated for like 3 months in high school and broke up. He then dated one of my best friends and told me he'd break up with her if I date him again, so being young and naive I did. So we dated for like another year. I had to move across the country with my family. This time it was a super messy breakup. We were in the middle of fighting over text and he messaged saying, "You know what? I slept with your mom." And sent a picture as proof. I briefly looked at the picture. Enough to be like, "Yep, that looks like my mom," and then deleted it and blocked him. I didn't want to believe it, so I just didn't think about it. So I just locked that away for about 10 years. I'm now married to the love of my life and have 2 young kids. We live far from my mom, and she came to visit and drove here. We only see her once a year. While she was here she kept lying about small things, just small little lies here and there, but it bothered me. After she left it boiled over and I called her out and told her I don't appreciate being lied to, especially about dumb things that don't matter. It escalated and I hung up on her. She then makes a group chat with me and my husband and sends another message about how she didn't lie, but that she has to lie because she knows how I'll act weird if she does not make up these little lies. I message back, "Okay, liar." She then sends a text about something I said 2 years ago when I was complaining about my husband's family to her. This made me see red. Because I feel like that's why she made a group chat with me and my husband, so she could send that to him. I don't know if it was to hurt me by hurting him, to make him mad at me so I'm fighting a war on 2 fronts, or to get my husband on her side of the argument. Either way, I lost it. I told her I know she slept with my high school boyfriend. She proceeds to keep texting me about how she's an adult and I'm not her mom and it doesn't matter why she lies to me or what she's doing. She ignores the thing about sleeping with my ex. So I send it again, like 2 more times before she's finally like, "Stop sending that crap to my phone," and then tells me I'm crazy and need medication. So since then I've been no contact with her. I do believe she slept with my ex, but also I'm worried about if he was lying and said that to ruin our relationship. It's something I've ignored for 10 years, but now that I've said it aloud so many things make sense. When we first dated she went through my phone and read my messages with him to my aunt and they made fun of me at Thanksgiving. Back when I was still dating him, but after we moved across the country she went through my phone and read our dirty texts aloud at the dinner table. And I always wondered why she did that. She has always been weird with my exes. Every guy I've dated she keeps them friended on Snapchat and messages them after we break up and updates me on what they're up to. My ex was crazy. He dated my best friend to get back at me so I 100% could see him sleeping with my mom just so he could use it as ammo against me later. My mom is a narcissist. My older brother is no contact with her and has been for 3 years now. So here's my issue. Where do I go from here? I know she's gonna try to reach out and deny it, but she lies about everything so I know I won't believe her. I really don't know how she could prove her innocence to me. Even if my ex reached out and told me he was lying and made it up, I would just think she messaged him and paid him off.
When I was 10, I met a strange boy who seemed to appear from nowhere. He and I became super close friends, but after about a year he disappeared. It was the middle of summer and my friends and I were swimming in a lake in one of my parents' fields. It was about a 15-minute walk from my main house. We had been playing there for a while, when we heard someone calling to us. We looked over and saw the boy standing at the edge of the lake, completely unclothed. Once we noticed him, he shouted if he could play with us. He looked to be around the same age as us, maybe a little older but not by much. He was super pale, like white pale. I remember being amazed and kind of jealous of his super bright green eyes. I looked to my friends and we said yeah, and he came in the lake with us. None of us recognized him. Which, as I said, was weird because we had all lived in this tiny town for our whole lives and everyone basically knew everyone living there. He introduced himself as Richard, but he said he prefers if we called him Richie, so we did. I remember asking Richie where he was from, but he would go all awkward and would never give a straight answer. Anyway, after a while more of playing in the lake, Richie seemed fun and I invited him to come back to my house for supper. He straight away said he would love to come and my friend was like, "Don't you need to ask your mom?" To which Richie said something like, "Oh, she won't mind." Remember how I said Richie was completely unclothed? Well, that wasn't so strange. In fact, I'm pretty sure we all were. My friends and I were all boys and we would skinny dip in the lake normally, so it didn't stick out to me when he first arrived like that. But what did stick out to me was when we got out of the lake, dried and dressed ourselves, Richie had no clothes with him to get dressed into. Which I remember thinking was super weird, but he said something like, "Oh, I must have forgot to bring them." Which again, I thought was very weird, like how do you forget your clothes? I wasn't sure how my parents would react to me bringing home an unclothed boy, so I gave him my briefs and my overshirt to put on. But yeah, that stuck out as very odd. My friends went back home and Richie and I went to my house. My dad was like, "Where's his clothes?" I just made something up. I'm pretty sure I said something like his clothes got wet so we left them in the sun to dry. I got him some trousers to put on. We ate supper, which I remember him having 3 or 4 plates of. As I said, Richie is a super skinny boy. I was pretty small and skinny at the time. But he was definitely more skinny than I was, so I was confused how he ate so much. Richie was super polite and sweet to everyone while he was at my house. After supper I took him upstairs to my room and we played on my Nintendo 64 together. He had never seen one before and was super amazed by it. It started to get dark and I asked him if he wanted to sleep over. He was really excited by that and said yeah. I checked with my parents but I knew they wouldn't mind because they were both super intoxicated. So we continued playing on N64 until it was super late. After a while, I said it was time that we went to bed as I was tired, but I don't remember him seeming tired at all. Richie asked if he could shower before as we had been playing in my fields and he was really muddy. As he was showering I made my bed for us, and put a movie on the TV for us to watch as we went to sleep and I got into bed. Richie came in like 5 minutes later and was completely unclothed again. I was like, "Did you walk from the bathroom like that?" He was like yeah and didn't seem to care at all, so even though I thought it was strange I didn't say anything. He got into my bed, I asked him if he wanted any pajamas and he said no, it was too hot, which to be fair I do remember it being really hot that day. I had a Scooby-Doo movie on and he was really excited by it, and didn't know anything about them, which I guess isn't too weird. But looking back, he didn't seem to know any pop culture stuff at all. I had slept in quite a lot the next day, but when I woke up Richie wasn't in my room. I went and asked my mom if she'd seen him and she said he left early that morning after his parents rang our house. How they knew he was with us or where to ring I'm still not sure. Richie had taken some shorts from my room because my mom said he couldn't leave without clothes on. I was a little disappointed he left without me, or at least without saying goodbye or without leaving any way of contacting him again. He turned up again a couple days later when my friends and I were swimming in the lake again. This time he brought clothes, but I'm pretty sure he only brought some briefs and a shirt with no pants. Which again, I thought was weird. Over the next year, him and I became super close. We were like brothers. Over the year, I asked if I could see his home or meet his family. But anytime I asked anything personal about him, he would go awkward and not want to talk about it. Or he would just change the subject. But I could see it made him feel uncomfortable, so I didn't push him to tell me. He did tell me he was homeschooled, which I thought was cool. Because on my mind it meant no school. As I said, we became really close over the years. I felt like he was more than a friend to me. It's difficult to explain, it's almost like we clicked from the first time we met. He helped me through so many hard times, and he definitely encouraged me to be a better person. It was almost as if he could sense when I was going through anything. For example, when my grandma passed away, I went out into my fields to cry as I didn't want to do it in front of my family. But after sitting down in some random place Richie turned up and sat next to me. He said some things that I remember helping me a lot. When I asked him how he found me he said that we was just on a walk. Not too long after this, he just vanished. It had been a little over a year since the first time he appeared at the lake. It was around September the year after, so it had been around a year and 3 months. He never turned up again, never said goodbye, never left a trace. I was massively upset, I really missed him. I would walk around the fields looking for him and I would hang out by the lake where we first met. Hoping that he would turn up, but he never did again. I still don't know what happened to him. I've tried searching social media for him but with no luck, and since he would never tell me that much about his life I don't have that much to go on. I asked my parents what they remember of him. They said they remember him being odd, and that they were unsure about him at first, especially how he had a tendency to go unclothed whenever he felt like it. But they also said that he and I were inseparable and wherever I was he was sure to be found there too. They said they remember me being heartbroken when he stopped appearing, and they weren't sure whether they should call the police about him being gone, but they never did. When I was 10 I met a strange boy who seemed to appear from nowhere. He and I became super close friends but after about a year he disappeared. I tracked down a distant relative to Richie who put me in contact with Richie's older sister, Sarah. A sister that I didn't know existed. Sarah helped put into context Richie, his odd behavior, his unwillingness to show me his home and his disappearance. Sarah and Richie both suffered mistreatment and neglect at the hands of their father. Their father, who suffered with severe mental health issues and substance-related problems for most of his adult life. Their father was terrified of the outside world, and thus kept them secluded away in secret. Their father would rope them too at the house, Sarah told me. Their mother left when their father started spiraling into madness and abandoned Sarah and Richie. They never got to connect with their mother again, she left when they were very young. According to Sarah, their father was also convinced that the world was months away from ending at any given time. He was convinced that the devil was planning to take over his mind and body. And was convinced that Jesus had spoken to him, and told him the only way to keep him and his family safe was to keep them secluded from the outside world. Richie and his family would move often throughout his childhood, never staying in one place for too long as his father feared that the devil would soon find them. Sarah said they were most likely moved in the middle of the night with no forewarning. Though she can't remember the specific time they were moved from my town. This helps to explain how Richie seemed to appear one day, and disappear 15 months later. Richie passed away at age 15, around 2.5 years after vanishing from my town. She told me Richie faced severe bullying in school and it led to him taking his life. Sarah told me that Richie would often speak of me, and the time we spent together. And that all Richie ever wanted to do was to come back and find me. Sadly, he never managed that. She said she thought that I was just imaginary. She isn't sure how Richie would sneak out of the house to meet with me, but said that their father would keep them locked in their rooms for days and sometimes weeks at a time. Sarah told me she has a collection of Richie's diaries, which I do remember him writing occasionally. She has offered to send them to me, which is lovely of her. She told me that a lot of the writing is about me, about our time together, about how he wanted to find me again so we could run away together. Again, she never thought I was a real person. Hearing that was so incredibly bittersweet. I look forward to reading those diaries, even though it will be incredibly difficult at the same time. She said she is glad that Richie managed to have an impact on someone on this world. I wish that I was able to express the impact that Richie had on my life. I wish I could tell Richie the impact he had on my life. I want everyone to know Richie. I want everyone to know what an amazing, kind and beautiful person Richie was. Sarah is away and safe from her father, which I am so glad about. Richie, I love you. I'm sorry I couldn't help you. I'm sorry I didn't pick up on the signals that you were in danger. I hope you can forgive me. Richie, you were the only true friend I've ever had. It's so hard for me to write this.
Women, have you ever unknowingly been the side chick? I met Jay on a dating app almost 3 years ago. When Jay messaged me, he was very respectful and very cute, might I add. He knew all the right things to say and kept my very short attention span centered on him. I grew very fond of him really quickly. I don't think I've ever fallen for someone so hard and so fast. We talked and FaceTimed all the time on top of texting continuously day and night. He was really perfect in every way. The only downside was that he lived in another state. Every time there was a plan to visit one another, something would come up last minute for him. Back in the beginning, maybe a little less than a year, I happened to find some information. I decided to stalk him a little for my own safety and became an FBI agent and searched the internet. I put his name in and one of the top searches that came up was a website that people used for their wedding. I clicked on it and I was greeted with pictures of him and another woman and a wedding date that wasn't too long ago in the past. Yeah, I was mad. I felt like I was lied to and I didn't talk to Jay for a few days to calm down because I don't like talking about things when I'm upset. Jay told me that the marriage was short-lived and he was just ashamed of being a divorcee before the age of 30. He said he was scared of what I might think and even showed me official documents with the name change. Jay told me he changed his last name because his ex-wife refused to change hers because of her business ties to the name. I stupidly forgave him. Things from there were a little rocky at first, but we eventually found a groove again. There were always small spats, mostly about me physically seeing him, but nothing over the top. Jay always had an excuse last minute as to why he couldn't see me. I love to be around people I love and not being around him really put a damper on my mood sometimes. Well, late last year my sisters and I decided to throw our mom a formal 50th birthday party and I invited him to come as my date. It seemed like everything was going fine and he was on track to actually come. At least that's what I thought. The week of the party he lets me know the suit he got tailored did not fit correctly and he didn't know if he could find another one in time. It was at this point I may have lost it. I had to let him know that if he didn't come, don't bother contacting me again. I have never asked him anything other than to see him. He knew how important it was to me, promised he would show up, and guess what? He didn't show. I always had this nagging thought he wasn't being 100% honest with me. It always felt like he was not necessarily lying, but omitting some things, and I told him this as well. There was always something, and if I was as important to him as he made it seem, I wouldn't be practically begging to see him. That was in February. A couple of weeks ago he ended up messaging me. There was still this feeling that Jay was hiding something that I couldn't get over. I asked my friend to do a little digging for me, and what did she find? She found the not-so-ex-wife had posted an ultrasound on Facebook and someone commented that Jay must be doing some work for her to have baby fever. As you can guess, I was overwhelmed with a lot of emotions. My friend ended up creating a Facebook page to message her. I ended up giving her details that only someone close would know, as well as sending pictures he sent me of himself to her. Of course she had a lot of questions, and I answered them honestly. I told her I had already blocked him on everything and had no intentions of contacting him ever again. I had to explain to her that I had no ill intentions or was trying to break up a home, but I had this inkling I couldn't ignore and I needed to know for my peace of mind. She was so gracious and let me know she was not angry or upset with me because it's obvious that I had been lied to and manipulated. She asked if there was anything I wanted to say to him because she would call me since I had him blocked. I accepted and she called me a few minutes later. The shock and surprise on his face was priceless. He tried to run away and she stopped him and I asked if he had anything to say. He refused to look at the phone. Before I knew it, I exploded. The gist of what was said: men like you are why women have trust issues. The way you were gaslighting me into thinking I was stupid or crazy for feeling like you were hiding something is astronomically narcissistic. The fact that you can't even look me in the eye or even look at the phone lets me know the amount of respect you actually have for me. To think I forgave you for sleeping with your cousin a few years ago, that one took me aback. I apologized again to the wife because it was never my intention to cause chaos in anyone's life. Her response was that they were 3 people in a relationship and 2 of them weren't aware. She thanked me for bringing it into the light and wished me a good night and hung up. My husband got mad at me when I defended myself from him trying to lay hands on me. My husband, before all this, was very kind and caring. He knew just what to say to make me smile and how to make me feel better when I was feeling down. We never really argued, and when we did, we solved it like adults and also just never talked down to each other. Back in January, we had one of the worst arguments we ever had. He changed his mind about wanting children. Suddenly he started asking how long we were going to wait to have kids and when we could start doing it without rubbers. This confused me because we always said we never wanted to have kids, and I even said it was a deal breaker for me. When I reminded him of our past conversations about having children, he said I was selfish and accused me of only marrying him for his money. We were not financially stable and I worked full-time too, so I do not get that. I told him he was wrong and that I just think I would not be fit to be a mother, and reminded him how he himself said he would be an awful father. At this point he started getting angrier and angrier. He started to nudge me and kept yelling at him, asking if I thought I was better than him. The nudging turned into full-blown pushing, and after a couple rounds of him pushing me around the living room, I pushed him back as hard as I could and screamed for him to leave me alone. When I pushed him, he bumped into the coffee table and fell. I ran away and locked myself in the bathroom and just sobbed. A few minutes later he knocked on the door crying and said he couldn't believe I would put my hands on him. I just kept saying you pushed me first, and I was scared. He left that night and didn't come back for 2 days. He came back as if nothing happened, and he even dropped the conversation about kids. When I asked him if we could talk about it, he brushed it off and that it's in the past, and we both acted out of character. I took this as him forgiving me and we moved on. Now for the last month, every time he wants me to do something degrading and I say no, he would say something along the lines of, "Remember when you put your hands on me? That really hurt me, and if you do this for me, it will help me forgive and forget." I don't cave in every time he says it, but it rubs me the wrong way. The only other person who knows about what happened is my sister Julie, and she thinks he's showing his true colors and is an abusive buttface. I just feel so numb and confused because I love him so much, but I feel like I'm in the wrong still and I want us to work. I just want him to forgive me, but I hate that he still brings this up.
What happened when you met your long-distance partner for the first time? My long-distance boyfriend was visiting my city and spent the money he had on alcohol to party with his friends. I paid for the hotel for us both and most of the food we had since he was short on money. I asked him for the hotel booking price twice, but then I dropped it after his mother got sick and he probably just forgot. However, I do not care about the money. I just think it was wrong on his part to do this on our first meetup and not really pay at all. A minute after we entered the room, he started kissing me and I felt a little taken aback. This was my first time doing anything with a guy and he knew that. I felt he should have taken his time. I brought this up once during a fight, but I used the wrong term and ended up calling him lustful, which he got pretty angry about because he felt I questioned his character and he wanted to break up. The moment I undressed, he said my honkers looked smaller than the picture, and I felt so ashamed of my body. I've always had major body image issues due to being fat, and he knew that. Meeting him in person and having intimacy required immense courage on my part, and I put a lot of trust in him. I thought that he would appreciate me the way I am. When I heard him say this, I became immediately closed off and couldn't get into it at all. We then decided to have intimacy when I was comfortable. He has a lot of experience with this, so I trusted him with not making my first time as painful. He couldn't get it the first time, so we stopped and decided to try again later. This time around, he was successful, but I was in a lot of pain. I told him that I'm in pain and it hurts, and he just told me to shut up and continued. At one point, I remember telling him that it was extremely painful for me, and he just said that it can't be because he's had intimacy with other V-card owners and it's not that bad. When he finally left the hotel room, I broke up with him and called his number, only for him to find me in my house the next day and threaten to break in. He only backed off when I started calling the cops. My daughter doesn't want me in her life due to our political differences. I have 2 daughters, Mary and Alicia, who have opposing political views from my girlfriend Janice and I. This came to a head several years ago. Things had been strained for a while and finally blew up. The girls were over for Christmas and Mary upset Janice by telling her that the reason Janice's son passed away was because of the fact he did not have his baby vaccines, and then Mary walked out. Alicia stayed, but it was awkward the rest of the day. Janice and I decided not to let Mary visit anymore, but I still saw her regularly on my own or with Alicia. A year or so after that, I took Alicia out for breakfast on her birthday. We had decided not to talk about politics anymore because we don't get along. Well, there was something upsetting on the TV and the restaurant was empty except for us and another couple, and I made a comment about it, and Alicia just started ranting. She wouldn't stop even when I told her to because she said I was the one who brought it up. The man at the other table agreed with me and started getting upset, saying what Alicia was saying was stupid and that she should shut up. I agreed with him. Yet another day ruined, I guess, so I just walked out. I told her happy birthday before I left. She was very upset that I abandoned her with a stranger that was upset with her, but all she had to do was stop talking and that never would have happened. She said she felt unsafe and that I shouldn't have just left her there, and maybe I shouldn't have, but she also needs to take responsibility for her part in this. Now she barely speaks to me and I only see her on special occasions like birthdays or Father's Day. And never at either of our houses. She moved and hasn't told me where. It is somewhere local though. I see Mary more often, but she doesn't want to get involved with me and Alicia's issues. My 8-year-old sister was taken to a boarding camp 10 months ago and never came back. I think my parents plan to keep it that way. Up until about 10 months ago, I lived with my mom, dad, and my little sister. My sister is no longer living with us. My parents sent her to boarding school. The issue began with our grandma. She would really look down on my sister for being raised in the US during her childhood and not back in her home country. My mom said it's just cultural differences and I shouldn't make a fuss. It was hard not to when grandma really started making her preferences obvious. She got me clothes and video games, but my sister got no attention. I should mention that 4 years ago, we lived with grandpa and grandma back in Thailand. At that time I was getting spoiled. My sister got reprimanded for everything she did because she was a girl. Just under a year ago grandpa passed and my parents decided we'd stay in the US since I already speak and read pretty fluently. Grandma spoke to everyone about how rude and unladylike my sister is constantly. Reminder, my sister was 7. My parents went along with grandma and agreed with her. 7 months ago my sister and grandma left the house. My grandma came back without my sister and my parents said she'd be at boarding school for the summer, just the summer. After 3 months I got anxious and asked when she'd be back. My dad talked to me and he said she loved boarding school so much she didn't want to come back yet. Still, it got worse. After 5 months I still hadn't gotten any contact, and that's when my dad started making her room into his office space. We actually got into a big fight over it and I ended up with more chores, but he never answered why he was doing it if she'd be back soon. It's now been 10 months since that car trip that took my sister away and the final nail in the coffin hit. I was looking through the attic for my mom and found a box with some of my sister's old stuff, including her phone. Why? Wouldn't she have her phone? I really just want to know if there's anything I can do. No one will tell me which boarding school she's at. I'm told not to worry about it because I'm a child. I know I'm too young to do much, but if there's anything I can do, please help. My sister's life is in shambles and I couldn't be happier. I have an older sister, Angela, who I have never liked. Our entire life she always seemed resentful of my existence as the spotlight couldn't perpetually shine on her, so she had to step on everything I enjoyed. If I learned piano, she had to learn piano. If I excelled at a subject she suddenly became a scholar in it. If I told my mom I had a crush, Angela would be dating that boy in a week. I would always tell my parents when she did this, but I was disregarded, because sisters copy each other and I can't gatekeep what she likes. She always monitored what activities I did, and the clothes I wore, so she could outdo me. If I wore a flannel, Angela would come to school wearing an all-flannel dress. My parents favored her. They would miss work to attend her dance recitals, going to every single one, because the world would stop if they missed it. However, I remember them attending specifically only one of mine. Angela reveled in this. She would make comments under her breath around our parents. Whenever our parents weren't around she'd tell me how much she hated me and how I should stop trying because I would always come second to her. She also physically bullied me in school. Angela purposely tripped me, threw things at me, and laid hands on me in the hallways on a nearly daily basis. The school had gotten involved multiple times, threatening Angela with suspension, and my parents fought it every time. My parents repeatedly told administration that this was a family matter and we were just bickering like normal sisters. She was never once reprimanded by either parent. Once Angela was caught unaliving a cat on school grounds using a sharp pole and my parents still defended her, saying this was normal teenage behavior. I often was in trouble as Angela would start crying, saying how she was being targeted by the school when I had antagonized her. After one of these occasions Angela hurt and bruised herself. To prove to Dad that I was the aggressor. I became a pariah due to Angela's malicious rumors about me, so it was difficult for me to make friends. I resorted to only befriending people from other districts. Angela eventually made sure I had nobody by stalking them, befriending them, telling all my friends lies about how I was favored by our parents, and I constantly bullied and belittled her. She even stole boyfriends of mine doing this. Convincing them I was horribly mean and an awful person that copied her every move. Once she catfished me on MySpace for 4 months, and baited me into sending her explicit photos, which she proceeded to send to my parents and everyone in school, including teachers. Later on, she told one of the boys I liked that those were actually her pictures and I had catfished her. The day of my high school graduation my mom sat me down and told me Angela revealed the horrid mistreatment she'd suffered at my hand and I was no longer welcome in their home. After moving out the next day, my parents made very few attempts to communicate with me, only the occasional holiday and birthday text. All financial aid also abruptly ended as soon as I stepped foot on campus. I met my now husband shortly after this, and we were married within a year. They did not feel inclined to attend my wedding or even congratulate me. I informed my parents when I had my first child 8 years ago as an opening, but they have made no attempt to contact or meet any of my 3 children. Best I know of Angela now from what I've heard, is that she got married to one of the boyfriends she stole from me in high school, and she's been posting about her infertility issues and how she can't offer my parents their first grandbaby. After years of silence, I received a text at 8 this morning from my mother that I will copy and paste here. Hey, it's me, your mama. We haven't talked in a while and I surely miss you terribly. I wanted to let you know your sister just had a miscarriage. Earlier this week. Angela and Justin are struggling a lot right now. Send something a little sweet her way, I'm sure she'd appreciate it. Get back to me, I love you. I hate to say it, but I'm glad she's suffering. I'm glad she doesn't get to be a mother. If she tormented me for years, what would she do to a child? Especially a girl? I'm angry at my parents expecting me to have any sense of obligation to her. I don't even have any sense of obligation to them. They always believed her and dismissed me.
Daughter's perspective. My daughter doesn't want me in her life due to our political differences. I'm Alicia. My dad is a Republican Trump supporter and I am progressive. This was pre-2020, he came out as an anti-jabs during it. His girlfriend Janice is horrible. On the outside she seems sorta okay, but she's all about manipulation and control. If you aren't wholly grateful for every little thing she does, she employs guilt trips. She's definitely the respect your elders type. We used to all have family dinners at their house once or twice a month. The atmosphere had been strained for a while because Dad and Janice didn't want Mary and I to comment about politics. They were allowed to say anything they wanted, but we weren't allowed to respond. We were told it was disrespectful to disagree with them in their own home. I thought it was very hypocritical and it angered me. When I lived with them, I never really stated my opinions much out loud because I wanted to keep the peace. Because I had to live there. As I got older and moved out, I stopped being quiet about it and I think it shocked them. I was tired of listening to prejudiced, misogynistic nonsense and not saying anything about it. I was civil about it. I didn't name call or make it personal. Them on the other hand is a different story. Apparently I'm a liberal extremist according to my dad, who said that to my face. Because I believe in civil rights and equal rights for everyone. That day at Christmas my sister and I were talking about climate change amongst ourselves and they butted into the conversation and it exploded from there. We weren't talking to them at all, and they started being passive-aggressive and accusing us of thinking they were stupid, which neither of us said. My sister had apparently had enough of it all and walked out. She was never invited over again. I continued to visit, but I too was eventually told I wasn't going to be invited again. The topic on TV in the cafe was about another police brutality case. My dad commented about how we should be allowed to keep guns. The other boomer white man at the table next to us heard him and agreed. I didn't care. I wouldn't have started it, but I was sick of him getting in his little comments and thinking I wouldn't say anything back because we agreed not to talk about things like that. After my dad's initial snide comment and I started listing statistics, my dad told me to stop talking. I said, why? I'm not ashamed of anything I'm saying. Neither of us were being loud, by the way. It was a private conversation at a normal speaking volume. At that point the other man sitting with his wife said loudly, well, I'd like her to shut up. And started saying things about how what I was saying was stupid. I sat there in shock, and just as I was about to collect myself and tell him to F off, my dad turned around to him and said, you know what, sir, I agree with you, which put me into shock again. I literally could not believe that just happened. My dad then stood up, muttered happy birthday at me, and walked out. The man continued to spout angry nonsense in my direction while his wife tried to calm him down, and I tried to think about how fast I could get to the police station next door if he tried something. I sat there for a few minutes in shock, and his wife came over to me and started apologizing profusely. I eventually left too and tried not to cry on my way home. Ever since I started speaking up about my opinions, my dad has been very patronizing and condescending. It's funny though, because even then at first when we'd debate something we would be civil and I could get him to listen to me. I even got him to indirectly admit that he's pro-choice once during a conversation. He doesn't identify as that, but when we spoke logically and reasonably about it, he admitted that at least in some situations termination should be allowed. He and Janice live very much in their own little fantasy land and don't like being reminded that it isn't real. They've stopped going to family events partly because of this and partly because of Janice's medical condition.
My intimate fantasies are so disgusting. My girlfriend left me and exposed me to my family. My girlfriend and I have been dating for a little over 2 years. Our intimate life is very fun and we are no strangers to a little experimentation. Recently, however, I decided to try a long life fantasy of mine. This fantasy developed from a young age. I used to love watching SpongeBob SquarePants and it was my favorite show. Growing up in an abusive household meant I had very little social ability and was outcast. This was through until puberty, when I started looking at SpongeBob in a more lustful way. Something about the holes in his body just made him so desirable. I would binge watch episodes of SpongeBob at night and would go to town on myself 5 times in one night, all to SpongeBob. I never acted on this fantasy. I tried searching online about it, but never found anyone similar. I have also never opened up to anyone about it. That was until a few weeks ago when my girlfriend and I were intoxicated. I confided in her about the fact that I wanted her to dress up as Mr. Krabs in the bedroom, and I'd dress up as SpongeBob. She started laughing at first and dismissed me as she thought I was joking, understandably so. I did not laugh. She picked up on this and we talked about it. As we were both boozed up, she agreed to it, and I do not know why. The next night the show was set. She wore a red bodysuit and over the top she threw on blue shorts and a light blue top. I had a long sleeve yellow top with brown pants on and even striped socks. I was so excited to finally live out my fantasy. My girlfriend asked me to stop before we even started. She said she needed some booze to go though with his. We rummaged through the fridge and found some vodka. After we indulged, we got to business. To me, it was the best thing ever. I got to call her Mr. Krabs and take SpongeBob's revenge for working overtime with no pay. I thought my girlfriend was enjoying herself too, or at least, she was trying. That is when I made a mistake, thinking it would be funny to drop a reference. I told her, "Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?" I said this in SpongeBob's voice. She stopped and said if I do that again she won't continue. I obliged and we continued. When we ended it was time for round 2. I went into the bathroom to freshen up and was struck with an idea. I went into the kitchen and grabbed a spatula. Coming back into the room I was greeted with my girlfriend looking quite somber, but I managed to convince her for round 2. During it, I forgot she hated the SpongeBob voice. I pulled out the spatula while behind her and hit her backside with it and yelled, "Order up, Squidward," in a SpongeBob voice. My girlfriend stood up, looking heated, called me a freak, and put her clothes back on. Our inebriation was wearing off and I'm guessing she had realized what she was doing. She called her brother to inform him she was coming over and told me we are over. I sat there, dumbfounded. One of the worst parts is as she got up, I was very close to crossing the finish line. My worst nightmare came true yesterday when she texted me letting me know her family know all about my weird fantasies. Apparently, she walked over to her brother's house, a full 90-minute walk, and told her exactly what happened, sparing no details. That is quite weird, to discuss that with your brother, but I digress. Word spread from her family and unfortunately for me her dad and my dad are friends. Within a few days my dad knew. I have not spoken to the rest of my family and not seen them yet. My dad texted me promising he will keep his mouth shut, but either way I have never been more embarrassed. My 8-year-old sister was taken to a boarding camp 10 months ago and never came back. I think my parents plan to keep it that way. I was able to get in touch with a few different sources, the least favorite of which was a phone call towards those that help find trafficked children. I knew my family would be investigated and actually went to meet up with another family at that time. A Redditor close to my age met with me and she had already shown my story to her family. They ended up letting me stay with them for a bit and made the proper calls to make sure it wasn't illegal. I actually even specified that I wasn't running from home, and I'd come back after the investigation. It didn't sit so well with authorities and I was actually forced to go back home, but it only got stranger from there. I went back home to a completely empty house, even grandma was gone, so I was allowed to stay with the other family for the time being. They were extremely kind. For a week I didn't get any news. So, a few days after a week had passed, I got a call and it turns out they found my sister. My family had been taken in for questioning and were placed in holding for quite a while. I'm not sure why they didn't tell me this immediately though. I don't actually know the full story, but my sister was living close to 700 kilometers away. It wasn't summer school, or boarding school, or anything like that. My dad sold her to get married for a lot of money. My mom was off the hook as I still needed a parent, and she wasn't in on it until it was a decent way in. My dad and grandma have been arrested though and I'm back living with my mom and sister now. I'm still in contact with the Redditor that let me stay with her and I'll forever be grateful. I have no idea what would have happened if I was around when authorities came knocking. She's my angel. On a more depressing note, my sister doesn't speak much. She said she felt abandoned and alone. My sister's life is in shambles and I couldn't be happier. I decided not to respond to my mother's text about Angela's infertility. I blocked both of my parents and I thought it would end there, but when does it ever? Wednesday morning, my messenger was being flooded with texts from my parents' siblings. Most of the messages consisted of me being told I need to answer my mother's calls and how callous I was being. I proceeded to block all of them as well. My cousin, who I get along with, is subject to being around my parents and Angela for family dinners. My cousin texted me this: "During family dinner, Angela kept calling you an abusive ingrate because you wouldn't talk to your mother. Your mother said they need to start inviting you to family events so you come around to being a surrogate." It got weird really quickly because Angela said she wants to use your husband's DNA so her kid is tall and has blue eyes. Then your mother was saying how they just need to be around you for a year, then they can cut you off again. Angela kept saying you are the only way she can have kids because she doesn't want to raise someone's trash baby. Reading those messages made me want to hurl. Do they think my womanhood is some fish hatchery that can be bought with some kind words and casserole? It's nice to know Angela is too much of a narcissistic jerk to adopt though. I'm officially done with every single one of them. If they try to come around me I will get a restraining order before they can even darken my doorstep. Between the weak conspiracy they've come up with to try to use me like a baby bargain bin and the nasty words they continue to speak about me, I will no longer claim to have a family outside of the one I've created. 420 is not harmless and anyone who says otherwise is dangerously misinformed. I've smoked grass every day for most of my life. I've always believed it to be a safer alternative to drinking alcohol. People say it all the time: nobody has passed away from smoking too much, you can't get addicted to it. I truly believe these things. But I was addicted and I almost didn't make it to my 30th birthday today because of it. The fact that I needed to smoke every day just to feel normal is testament enough. I wasn't smoking to get buzzed anymore, I was smoking just to start my day. I felt like I couldn't function without it. I couldn't function at all and I'm only realizing this now. I wasted 15 years of my life being cookied and depressed on the couch. I had no desire to do anything that made me happy, I had no desire to do anything at all. Because of grass, I settled for mediocrity every day for 15 years. So much of my life, wasted. Then I got really sick, vomiting and nausea for 2 weeks. I lost 20 pounds in that time. The doctors told me to stop smoking and I didn't listen. It can't be the grass, I thought. It's harmless. I choked it up to a bad bottle of wine. A couple months later, it happened again. This time, vomiting for 5 days. Again, I thought it was just a bad hangover and went to the doctor in hopes of getting an IV to restore my fluids. The doctor had one feel of my chest and I was rushed to the ER. Essentially, I had so much grass built up in my tissues from years of use, it was starting to seep into my digestive tract and it was making me sick. The extreme vomiting that resulted caused me to tear my esophagus, which meant air was getting into my chest cavity. The doctor said that my x-rays showed so much air in my chest, that another day or two of vomiting could have resulted in my heart exploding. On my nephew's first birthday, a week before my 30th. To think of what I could have done to my friends and family breaks my heart. Grass is not a harmless plant. It's still a substance, and like any substance there are consequences to its use. We need to be more honest about what these dangers are, both physically and mentally, especially with young people. I almost destroyed so many lives because of my habit. I could have ruined my nephew's birthday for everyone, forever. I've already wasted so many of my best years being stoned. I'm quitting cold turkey. I'm not touching the stuff again. My ex demanded child support for a kid that is not mine. My mother and sister are on her side. Some years ago, I dated a girl. The relationship was bad because she was very controlling and abusive. It ended badly and we broke up after she had a BPD breakdown and lunged at me with a knife. She also had her V card when I met her at the age of 23. I kept going on with my life, and after some years I got a decent job, enough to solve all my needs, have a comfortable life with some savings. A couple months after getting my job, my ex contacted me and asked me to talk. I believed that she may want to reconnect. Instead she showed up with a 5-year-old child, claiming he was my son and demanding child support. I didn't believe her, but the child's age matched the time since we cut contact. I got advice from a lawyer to try to solve this out of the court. I offered to take responsibility, pay all the costs and be an active part of the kid's life, only after doing a DNA test. Everyone was okay with this except for my ex. She acted offended and demanded that I just give her the money she deserved. She used all the excuses she could, even contacted my family to tell them I was trying to avoid taking responsibility for her child. When she ran out of excuses, and the DNA test was finally done, surprise. I'm not the father. She was so mad with the result and cried about the money, saying it was unfair and she deserved it, but she didn't accomplish anything. Moving on to last week, there was a little party at my parents' house. My brother, a friend and I were talking, and my brother started to joke about the situation with my ex. My friend and I started to joke about it too. Some of our comments were a little dark and rude. My brother specifically stated, "You think the sun is a vegetable too?" But we were far away from the rest of the people, and nobody else could hear us, at least that was what we thought. We were laughing like crazies when my sister appeared very angry and pushed me against the wall. She had spied on us and heard our conversation and was really mad. She started to yell at us about how horrible we were for mocking a poor woman. A few hours later, after the party ended, she asked me to go to the kitchen with our parents, and she said how awful I was for the previous situation. Apparently, my ex had been in contact with her, and she believed her version, and that was her way to have an intervention. My brother and I were like, "Are you serious?" When she started to say how I forced my ex into being a single mother, and that I have the moral obligation to help her. My dad only said that we maybe were being cruel making jokes about her, but that I wasn't responsible for that kid. My mom then surprised all of us when she said, "Even if the kid is not yours, you are making more than enough money to support that child, you should have helped her." Since then, I've been receiving texts. My dad and my brother are on my side, saying I'm not responsible for her, but my sister is telling me how horrible I am for being manipulative and ruining their lives. My mom only said, "It's your decision and I respect it, I'm just very disappointed that you ended up being so selfish." I'm aware that she doesn't deserve my money and I'm not planning on giving her any, but the constant harassment from my sister trying to guilt me is just exhausting. Entitled sister-in-law stole from us, and we made her regret it. My wife and I spent 4 years trying to get pregnant and were finally successful. My wife has a younger half-sister that she has been in low contact with for some time. The woman is entitled and toxic, and also her mother's golden child. We've refused to let her or my mother-in-law in the house since they both blatantly tried to steal my wife's jewelry box a couple of years ago. The box contained a lot of valuable jewelry inherited from my wife's grandmother. My wife and I had nearly given up trying to conceive when it suddenly happened. And we were ecstatic. After we found out we were having a boy, we started looking into names. I ended up suggesting the name of my Scottish grandfather, and my wife loved it. So that's the name we settled on. But we made the mistake of posting about it on social media. Well, no surprise to the stereotype in this mess, my sister-in-law was pregnant too. And she was months further along than my wife and also having a boy. She decided to claim my grandfather's name for her own son. And not just the first name, but the middle name too. We called her annoyed over what she was doing, and she smugly told us there's nothing we can do about it. Which she was sort of right. There was nothing we could do about it legally as it's still not a crime to steal planned baby names. We realized that drama was exactly what my sister-in-law wanted. And she thought that by taking the name for herself, we'd not be able to use it. I laughed and told her that while what she did was dirty and underhanded, we would keep our chosen name. And she could just deal with it whether she decides to go through with copying us or not. Well, my sister-in-law's boyfriend called me and said I was an unreasonable jerk for still wanting to use the name after my sister-in-law claimed it. I said she claimed nothing. And since we couldn't own the name, then neither could they. Before he ended the call he threatened me by saying I'd be sorry if we didn't change the name. Then he hung up before I could respond. Months later my sister-in-law has a healthy baby boy and names him my grandfather's name. We did not show up for the birth. Sister-in-law called us wanting congratulations, but we told her we simply didn't care. And that if she was still insisting we change our baby's name, then she'd be in for some big disappointment because we were not. Sister-in-law demanded I put my wife on the phone. The phone was already on speaker and my wife spoke up and said she agrees with me entirely. We weren't changing the name. Sister-in-law hung up on us, but soon started sending emails with text walls of names. Even suggesting similar ones. I responded back that the name was from my grandfather, and that's why we were not changing it. She shut up and we didn't hear from her again till after our own son was born. 2 months later we were blessed with our son. He came out perfect, and we named him just as we'd intended. Well, no surprise, my sister-in-law called us a few days after the birth to scream in our ears that we copied her son's name. I pointed out she was the real copycat since she had no familial ties to the name and we did. And anyone who looks at our family trees could see that. Then my wife spoke and said after the attempted theft of her grandmother's jewelry, she no longer considered the sister-in-law her sister. And would have nothing to do with her nephew either. For months we were bombarded with messages and emails from my wife's side of the family. Half were on our side after finding out the whole story, the other half were not. And sister-in-law's boyfriend, true to his word, showed up at my door to make me sorry. I'm not sure what his plan was. But I pretty much towered over him. I'm 6'7" and well built from regular exercise and 5 trips to the gym a week. He on the other hand was very skinny and about 5'5" with a baby face that was badly hidden by a slim beard. I told him my house has cameras, and to get off my property and never come back. He just yelled a few obscenities at me and drove off in his beat-up old car. Sister and mother-in-law called us from a different number to yell at me for making sister-in-law's boyfriend feel emasculated. I didn't even threaten the man. Just told him to leave and not come back. And if he didn't want to feel emasculated, then he shouldn't have come knocking. Then they tried to bring up the issue of the baby name again and demanded we change our son's name as he's so young. So there's still plenty of time to do it. We held our ground and told them that they were bonkers to still think they were in the right after they copied our choice of name just to try and get one over on us. I said sister-in-law didn't even name her son out of love, but out of spite just to try and stick it to my wife for no good reason. Then my wife called them both out on the way she was treated growing up, how entitled sister and mother-in-law have always been, and how she was glad to leave them far behind. And she wants nothing from them, and they won't have anything from us. That left both of them sobbing. That was no contact again for a little while till sister-in-law called us again some time later to bitterly tell us we'd won. She and her boyfriend got into a huge fight and he left. He was apparently very sore that sister-in-law didn't let him even give their son a middle name from his family. And he said he was sick of the bullcrap and wanted his son named after him and not some guy he wasn't even related to. Sister-in-law finally caved and they got the boy's birth certificate reissued with a completely new name. Which cost her around $500. Sister-in-law then demanded we at least compensate her for the name change, plus another $100 for the emotional damage as now she's going to have to get used to calling her son by a different name. We laughed and said this would have never happened if she hadn't stolen our baby name to begin with, and we didn't know her anything. Since then we've been no contact with sister and mother-in-law. I feel like my best friend and her boyfriend are trying to prey on me. My best friend and I live in different states and we take turns visiting each other multiple times a year. So I'm currently visiting her and staying at her house. Throughout the whole time the boyfriend has been making some weird advances and backed me into a corner. When I tried pushing past him, he pushed me back in and leaned in to kiss me. I managed to dodge and scurry away before running to my best friend to inform her of what had just happened. She heard me out and did not say anything. Instead she just went back downstairs and I heard some whispering. They both came back upstairs and this time I was horrified as they both had theory eyes locked on me. That is when my best friend told me that they have been wanting to sleep with me for a long time. A three-way is what they want. Right away, I started awkwardly laughing because I thought they were kidding, but in the back of my mind I knew they were serious. I realized it wasn't a joke and I said absolutely not. I don't sleep with my friends. I was honestly so mad she would even ask me such a thing and disregard what her boyfriend did to me. Her boyfriend then made the most disturbing comment I have ever heard. We could just do it either way, who cares what you have to say? We'll do it while you sleep so you wake up to it if we have to. They both laughed like it was a normal thing to say. I went to the guest room, locked the door and went to sleep. This morning I tried to forget last night ever happened and remained neutral as best as I could towards her boyfriend. That was until he said, "Tonight we're all getting hammered, I wanna F you. I honestly feel like I'm being targeted and I want out. I am here until next Monday." When he said this my best friend just looked at him and literally agreed with him. She has never been like this before and it's honestly scaring me. I didn't even know she was interested in girls until now. My brother disappeared 20 years ago. I think I know what happened to him. My brother went missing years ago. His case was declared one of those creepy unsolved mysteries. It was on the news. I distinctly remember my parents interviewing for the news in our living room. I was very young when he went missing. I barely remember him, but I do remember that I loved him a lot. He would pull me around our block in a wagon. The days before he disappeared, I remember him staying home and babysitting me. I stayed in my room and played Nintendo 64. Throughout the day, a guy came over. He was older, almost our dad's age. My brother made me go into my room whenever I heard the doorbell. Later, after the guy left, my brother would ask me not to say anything about the guy. With my brain only being focused on video games and extra dessert at that age, I agreed. The day before he disappeared, I remember the older guy coming over. I was in the kitchen and remember looking up and seeing him kiss my brother. They hugged. They didn't care that I saw them. The older guy waved at me and I waved back, then I kept watching cartoons. I fell asleep on the couch and woke up to my brother whispering outside our front door. "Don't worry, he's asleep," he said. The older guy said something I couldn't hear. Then my brother said something I couldn't make out, but I made out the words "visit them." The man raised his voice and said no. The next morning, the day he disappeared, my parents were at work. My brother was acting very strange. I remember he kept checking the clock. In the afternoon, I remember him picking me up and asking me if I wanted to go in the wagon. I was too hooked on Nintendo 64 and said no. He almost begged me and I said no again. Then he told me he had to run to our neighbor's house for something. I don't even remember what he said. I said okay. He reminded me to not open the door for anyone, only mom and dad. I shouted at him okay. Because Super Mario was getting on my nerves and he wasn't helping. He gave me a hug and told me he loved me and left. He never came back. All these decades later, and I think he was in love with that man. The memories randomly came flooding back to me earlier. I think my brother left with that man and they ran away together. My freshman year of college, I was part of a sports team that got national recognition. I remember my team's picture was on ESPN and with our university's name. A few days later, I got mail at my dorm. It was a gift basket. I thought it was from my parents, so I didn't read the card. I threw it away immediately and ate what was in it, but it was nothing but candy. Nerds, Jolly Ranchers, Tootsie Rolls and Hershey's Kisses. I called my dad and thanked him for the gift basket and he said he didn't send one, neither did mom. Then I got to thinking, all of those candies were what I used to eat as a kid. Literally all I ate for the earliest years of my life were those candies. I tried to find the card, but I couldn't. Then I began to think about how my brother would wheel me in the wagon to the gas station close to our house so I could get candy after dinner, even though it was a punishable by death no from mom. Months later, during Christmas, I got an unmarked Christmas card. The only thing written on it was a smiley face. Since then, I've heard nothing. No one I know sent that card. I have never responded. It destroyed my parents. My mom became addicted and my dad has had 3 extramarital affairs. My ex demanded child support for a kid that is not mine. My mother and sister are on her side. My mother and I had a talk about the situation. Again, she started on my ex's side, but she realized she was wrong. We had a very long conversation. She told me that she believed my ex because she was always so nice and kind with her, that she decided to not believe me when I told her all of the things she did to me during the relationship, because a good girl like her could never do something like that, so, I must be lying. After that, she apologized to me. We are good now. On the other hand, my sister. At first she decided that she wouldn't talk to me until I take responsibility, but after some days, I spoke to her. She is totally on her side, even after showing her everything. She said that none of that mattered, because a woman's word goes first, men always lie, and should obey women all the time. A woman said it, and that's all the proof anyone could need. Also, she said, even if you are not the biological father, you have a responsibility with her, so you must be man enough to take charge of them and start acting like a real man. She is a lost cause. About my ex. I did some research, and I found out that shortly after we broke up, she started dating another guy. They broke up some weeks later, and she had multiple dates until she found out that she was pregnant. I also found out that she had been trying to find a father to her kid for the last 2 years, and I was next on the list. It looks like she is desperate now, because she was never that aggressive with anyone else before. Some days ago, my ex and my sister came to my workplace. They made a big sign with my face that said, "He abandoned his child, an irresponsible father," to start drama, saying all their bullcrap. Their intention was to shame me and use the social pressure to force me to take charge. They started getting very aggressive and my sister even walked up to me and got in my face, and started yelling at me. She then barked at me, literal barking. I was more embarrassed for her than I was for myself. My sister and ex were escorted out of the place. I had problems, even after showing my proof and legal documents that proved they were lying. I was warned that this better never happen again or I'd be fired. After that I contacted my friend who is a lawyer, and we are now redacting a very long and detailed paper against my ex and my sister too. Update 2. My ex demanded child support for a kid that is not mine. My mother and sister are on her side. My ex was extremely freaked out when she found out about the lawsuit. She is now begging to drop it. She offered to take back everything she said, to never bother or even contact me again. She even tried to guilt me saying that I would be ruining her and her son's life, but honestly I don't care. I got tired of being the good guy a long time ago. She messed with me, now I'm fighting back. As for my sister, the lawsuit at first only made her worse. Since her attempt to shame me at my job didn't work, she moved it to social media, spreading her bullcrap about abandoning my child or not taking responsibility, and exposing my legal actions like acts of censorship and misogyny. She has also now dyed her hair blue. I expect even more feminist fury unleashed upon me. Either way, at the end, it will be worse for her, not only because I can dismiss her defamation easily, but also there is now more evidence in our favor. Recently, we had a dinner at my parents' home. I had my doubts, because I didn't want to be near my sister, but after some relatives assured me that she wouldn't be there I decided to go. Big mistake, she was there. Mom decided that despite everything that happened, I was taking this too far, so she wanted all of us to meet to solve this problem as a family. I tried to get out of there the moment I realized what she intended, but some relatives tried to stop me while my mom cried that I needed to stop, that I was tearing apart the family and needed to learn to forgive and let go. I realized that despite everything, even knowing I was telling the truth, she was still on my sister's side. I got out of there, telling her that I'm not attending any family event if she is there, and don't ever think of trying this bullcrap again. She threw a plate at me on the way out and my sister once again barked at me. I cannot make this up. At this point, almost all my family knows what she did. Some of them think my sister is crazy, some others think she is crazy, but I'm taking it too far. A couple days ago, Mom invited me to spend Christmas with them. I didn't want to go after what she did, but I decided to give her a chance after she swore that it wouldn't happen again. Well, I showed up and dinner was actually going decent and we were not talking about any drama. Then my mother stood up and went over to the front door. She then proceeded to lock it and hide the key. She then came in and sat down, and told me that I would be locked in this house until I agreed to forgive my sister. I told her that this was ludicrous and either she lets me out right now or I no longer consider her my mother. She refused to let go and we argued very loudly. Then my sister started throwing things at me and started getting very violent and physical. I pushed her back when she bit my arm and then she caused an outrage, telling me how dare I put my hands on a woman and so on. Eventually I got out of the house. Ironically, the only reason I did was my sister calling the police to inform them I was hurting her, because I pushed her back after she threw things at me and bit my arm. The police arrived and took our statements. Soon enough it was my sister getting wheeled away in a cop car, and my mother once again, blaming me. My brother disappeared 20 years ago. I think I know what happened to him. I got into contact with some detectives that our family has known since my brother went missing. When I started asking questions, they told me that my brother was no longer on any missing persons registry. When I asked what that meant, they told me that he was removed per my parents' request. I asked my dad, and he ignored me. My mom told me my brother is alive and okay as far as she knows. They found my brother years ago, a very long time ago, and found out he was living with another man. He's gay, and it disgusted my parents. He tried reaching out to them. They told him they didn't want anything to do with him and that I didn't remember him and wouldn't want to see him. I went ballistic. My parents weren't fazed by it. They sincerely hate my brother for who he is. They kept him a secret from me all my effing life. My brother missed the birth of his nephew, he missed my wedding, graduations, everything. Just because of my parents. They lied to me. I've been able to get a phone number and contact information from police officers. My brother left it all open in case anyone from our family wanted to contact him. I still can't work up the nerve to call him. The address I have for him is across the effing country. But he's alive. My brother is alive. I'm intoxicated right now because I can't deal with any of this. I haven't talked to my parents in weeks and I never plan on speaking to them again. Not for what they've done to me, or my brother. This is real and it happened. I don't know how to process this at all. My parents let me believe my brother was dead or kidnapped forever, when in reality he just ran away and when he wanted to come back they disowned him. Update 2. My brother disappeared 20 years ago. I think I know what happened to him. I told my wife the whole story. She wasn't really surprised, she's not a fan of my parents much. She told me to call the number I was given for my brother immediately. She insisted on it. She took herself and my son out for a day together so I could be alone to talk with him. I dialed the number about 7 times before I actually pressed the call button. It started ringing and I hung up. Then I got frustrated at myself and called the number back. It rang and I got a voicemail, but it was the automated voice, not anyone else's. I didn't leave a voicemail. I thought the whole thing was ridiculous. I called my wife and told her to come home and she refused until I had talked to someone on the other end of the phone. About an hour of pacing and drinking 2 glasses of scotch at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I called the number again. It rang 3 times. I panicked. I hung up. But this time, the number was calling me back. I answered the call. The first thing I heard on the other end of the line was a guy laughing in the background. There was wind on the phone. The person on the other end was outside and it was windy. Who is this? It was his voice. I knew that voice. It was my effing brother. My brother. Who had been gone for my entire life. I covered my mouth with my shaking hands and just sat there. He kept asking me who it was. The guy in the background was trying to talk over him. He hung up on me. I called him back right away. He answered again. Me being a creepy butt, the first thing I said after decades of not seeing him and thinking he was dead, I blurted, "I got your number." He asked me who I was and what I wanted. I said, "It's me." There was a really long pause. I thought the call had dropped. Then I heard him tell someone to turn the radio down and roll the window up. The sound of wind stopped. And then he asked me my name. I told him and he said that I was lying. I told him I got his number from the Missing Children's Network and detectives. I heard him gasp. He asked me what color shoelaces he wore to a picnic when we were kids, and I remember my mom getting mad at his orange laces with blue shoes. It was the last time we were together as a family. I could tell he was crying. The first thing he asked me was, "Where are you?" And I told him I lived a few hours away from home. Without hesitating, he told me, "I'm coming." He went straight to the airport without any luggage, bought a plane ticket, and flew straight to me. We stayed on the phone with each other the whole time. When he was walking through the gate, I knew who he was right away. He is middle-aged, salt and pepper hair, muscular. He looks just like our dad, only better. I know if I told him that would make him mad. I literally pushed an old lady out of the way and I just hugged him. He's about 2 inches taller than me. He was able to pick me up. He was crying and I was crying. I was having a breakdown. We went to a bar at the airport. He wouldn't let me out of his sight. He kept holding onto my arm. He kept telling me how unreal it all was. He apologized to me. He kept crying, telling me he felt horrible. I told him to forget everything and tell me about his life. He's married. His husband is a doctor. They live in the Pacific Northwest. They have 2 children, girls who are 12 and 8. He works as a legal consultant and has his own firm. He has an amazing life. He told me that he thought I hated him and wanted nothing to do with him. We sat at the bar for hours. I think we sat for about 6 hours before I begged him to come home and meet my wife. We got home, and my wife was a mess. She hugged him and insisted he stay with us. At this point, his husband was going insane and kept calling him. He had no idea what was going on. He thought he had eloped or something. It was crazy for a couple of days until everything was explained and out in the open. My son and my brother were like 2 peas in a pod. Honestly, I never wanted children. My son was an amazing accident, but I'm not good with kids. I'm always afraid I'm going to break them. But my brother is a pro. Kids love him. He stayed with us for 2 weeks. And in 2 weeks, everything about my life changed. His husband and 2 daughters flew in too. Stayed with us. My brother-in-law and my 2 nieces. My brother wants my wife and I to move to be closer to him. My wife is on board. I work as a professor at a university and have already started to send out feelers to see if there are any open positions, and I've found one that is actually tenured and higher pay. I do not plan on forgiving my parents, but my brother still loves them. He went by their house and knocked on the door. My father shut the door in his face. My mother gave him a hug and told him to take care of himself. Then she shut him out. I can't forgive them for that. I have no reason to stay close to them. I want to be with my family. I want to make up for all the lost time. It's 2 a.m. right now and I'm drinking a tall glass of scotch and grading papers. My beautiful, amazing wife is asleep on the couch. She likes to watch me grade papers. My son is asleep in his room cuddled up with all the stuffed animals his uncle brought him. And I'm here, so happy, so fulfilled knowing that my family has grown and doubled in size so suddenly. Update 3, my brother disappeared 20 years ago. I think I know what happened to him. Everything in my life has changed in the last 10 months. My wife, son and myself have moved. Not exactly to the same region of the country as my brother and his family, but much closer to him. I got a new job teaching at a new university months ago. My brother-in-law's family has had many interesting discussions with each other trying to describe what has happened between my brother and I. They're a pretty open-minded and accepting family, so to hear what we have been through was absolutely shocking to them. My brother never told his husband the truth about his life, only that he didn't speak to his family anymore. Nevertheless, they welcomed me and my family with open arms when we came to visit. It was like we had always been part of their family. I feel content knowing that they are my family. When my brother ran away with his first boyfriend, he was verging on 18. He elaborated and told me that the relationship with the man was abusive, and when he tried to leave and return home, our parents would not let him. So, he was forced to stay with an abusive man because he had nowhere else to go until he moved away to college. This deepened my anger for my parents, but my brother, still to this day, has this ridiculous sense of hope and optimism. My brother and I are two very different people, but in a way that works well. We reflected on my teenage years and I filled him in on what happened with my life. My brother is very quiet and observant. He always watches before he intervenes. He's soft-spoken and gently objects when someone says something he disagrees with. He's patient, kind and optimistic. He has a very loving heart, so I think that's why he has an unrelenting faith in our parents. Me, on the other hand, I'm abrasive, impatient and quick to jump to conclusions. Despite being very different, we have this uncanny ability to be thinking the same thing. Even though we have been separated for several years, we can still give each other a look and know exactly what the other is plotting. My brother has been able to create a spectacular life for himself, all on his own. One thing I struggle with is knowing that he went through more than half of his life by himself, putting himself through college and law school all alone. The more he filled me in about the years away from our parents, the more angry I became. I severed communication with my parents months ago, and it has done wonders for my own mental health. But then the election happened a few weeks ago. The day after the election, I got a call from my mother. I didn't answer it, because I was in class, but she left a voicemail and said she would like to talk at my earliest convenience. I decided to call her back. When we began our conversation, she asked how I was doing. My answers were short and one-worded. She jumped right in, and I could tell she was uncomfortable. She apologized. But she apologized only to me. I wasn't fazed by this. I told my mother that she should talk to my brother, and unless she did that then she need not call me anymore. I told my brother that our mother had called and apologized, and the look on his face was pure happiness. I can't even begin to describe it to you all. It was as if all of his dreams had come true. My brother called our mother, and she picked up. They had a short conversation, and my brother's happy glow had dimmed somewhat when he got off the phone. He told me that she said that, given the election results, she had only wanted to speak to me in an effort to repair the family, and that we all, me, my mom and dad, not my brother, need each other now. She also went on to say she does not approve of what my brother does, but she had read up on his lifestyle and recommended conversion therapy. I think my brother has been broken these last few weeks, and the hope and optimism that naturally carries him through life has been eradicated. He's buried himself in work and ignores any discussion around our family. My wife is a counselor, and she normally avoids counseling people she doesn't work with, but she's told me that the only thing I can do for my brother at this point is to be there for him, and to never let him be alone again. Yesterday, while stewing on my own rage about my parents, I called my mother, and when she answered, I just began screaming into the phone. I unleashed a lot of things, and I remember crying while I did so, because I was so enraged. I told her how much she hurt my brother and how she put his life in danger, all for her ideology. I told her how unfair and upsetting it is that her and my dad would do this to their children, to my brother, how it's criminal and how they should be punished. When I finished screaming, I was going to hang up, but she cut in with a quiet, "He sounds grown." My mother acknowledged my brother's existence with that short sentence, then she went on with, "I'm so sorry. Let me speak to him, okay?" But I didn't. I hung up, then I blocked her number. I don't know what she wanted to say, but I'm afraid it is something that could damage my brother further. My grandfather helped hide Jews during World War II. My grandfather was 10 years old and living in the Netherlands during World War II. His older brother was enlisted in the war and was taken as a prisoner of war only 3 years into the war. His other brother was arrested at a Czech stop and placed into a work camp. My grandfather recalled when the Germans first took control of Holland, they bombed Rotterdam as a show of power to try and stop any thoughts of rebellion. My grandfather lived on a farm near Rotterdam, and he recalled hearing the explosions and seeing the city burn and smell the smoke in the air for days. My grandfather's family owned a grain farm. In one of the silos they built a false bottom, and under it they hid Jewish refugees. As the German army still needed food, their farm was one of the few places that was not cut off of electricity. Because of this they were able to run electricity down below the silo so that the refugees could have light. When the Germans would come to inspect the farm or search for Jews, my grandfather would run to the edge of the silo and pee against the wall. As he was peeing he would talk down a small hole and tell the refugees the Germans were there. After Holland was occupied, the Germans placed explosives on the underside of bridges so that in case of an invasion they could cover their retreat. My grandfather was tasked with finding out where the fuse wires went so that in case of an invasion they could cut these cords and help the Allied army. My grandfather was chosen to do this as a 12-year-old boy is much less suspicious than an adult going around bridges. He was also often tasked with hiding fake passports and stolen food stamps at check stops as the soldiers were less likely to search children. I always knew that my grandfather lived in Holland during the German occupation, but I didn't know at all to the extent that they were involved in hiding Jews or any kind of underground resistance movement. It made World War II much more real to me knowing my own grandfather had lived through it. I publicly humiliated my best friend and my wife for having an affair. My best friend Buttface and his wife Sarah have been like family to my wife and I for several years, practically ever since we moved in across the street from them. We were one big family unit. I truly saw Buttface as a brother, and my wife and Sarah were very close too. 5 months ago, I was completely blindsided by the discovery of an affair between my wife and Buttface. My wife had left her email open on our computer, and I saw an email from her to her longtime therapist saying that Buttface would be joining her at an upcoming session again. My mind started racing. Why in the world would Buttface be going to her therapy sessions without my knowledge? I did a search and found some other emails to and from the therapist proving that Buttface had been going to sessions together with her for about 6 weeks. I checked our mobile phone account and discovered that, since late summer, they had been exchanging hundreds of texts every day, peaking at nearly 500 per day by the holidays. My wife and I hosted both of our families for both Thanksgiving and Christmas dinner, and Buttface and Sarah joined us either for dinner or after dinner on both holidays. Text records showed that the entire time that they were at our house celebrating with our families, my wife and Buttface were texting each other across the room. They were doing that pretty much every time the four of us hung out, for months. I confronted my wife with the evidence and she admitted that yes, she and Buttface had fallen in love. It just happened. I don't know how. But I love him and I just don't feel anything for you anymore, I'm sorry, she said. They had gone on a school district trip together, something had happened in her hotel room, and things had moved quickly from there. She explained, as I lay face down on the couch, unable to look at her, that they had already made plans to move out and divorce me and Sarah, and while they didn't plan to move in together immediately because of the kids, they'd probably do so eventually. The meetings with the therapist were supposedly mostly for the purpose of finding a way to break this to me and Sarah as gently as possible, because they were so very concerned for our well-being. My wife moved out 2 months ago. I was, and still am, utterly destroyed. I cry every day. So a couple of years ago, Buttface ran for a Board of Education seat as a pretty extreme underdog. I helped him with his campaign materials and debate prep, and my wife, a well-known school district employee, got the word out as best she could. Much to our surprise, he actually won in a squeaker, by just a few dozen votes. Being on the board became the center of Buttface's world. He joined every committee that he could. This turned into the foundation of his affair with my wife, as they were constantly going to school events and meetings together on evenings and weekends. Once I discovered the affair, my thoughts turned pretty quickly to revenge, and it occurred to me that an extramarital affair between a member of the Board of Education and an employee of the school district was at least bad politics and possibly violated district policy. Making things far worse for them was that my wife was in the running for an open administrative position, and everyone knew that she was more or less guaranteed the job and the major pay raise that came with it. She had just finished her master's degree in school administration, at the urging of her principal and the superintendent, so that she could be promoted to this specific position. I had plenty of evidence of the affair, texts from both of them admitting to it, text records showing that they were texting hundreds of times a day, emails to and from the therapist. I considered simply emailing all of the evidence to the board and the superintendent, but felt like the grieving and betrayed spouse might not be seen as a credible source. So, instead, I invented a fictitious furious friend who was planning on showing up to the next board meeting and publicly shaming the two of them for their affair. I told my wife that I'd tried to talk this person down but couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't show up and humiliate them publicly. As I expected, this led Buttface to conclude that the only option was for him to preemptively admit the affair to the board. The superintendent subsequently recommended that Buttface resign, which he did. Sarah said that he was utterly humiliated and crushed, and barely got out of bed for a few days afterward. Once word of the affair and Buttface's resignation started getting around, the superintendent contacted my wife and tearfully informed her that it was no longer politically appropriate for her to be promoted to an administrative position within the district. The position that had been lined up for her was later filled by an outside candidate. This sent waves of confusion and rumors throughout the district, as it was pretty well known that my wife was getting the job. The day after she was informed that she wasn't getting the promotion, my wife and I, despite our crumbling marriage, took our son out to breakfast together on his birthday, and a parent stopped by our table to congratulate her on her new role. She said, "Thanks," then excused herself to go cry in the bathroom for a while. I let the dust settle for a couple of weeks, and then, right before my wife moved out, let them in on my little secret. There was never a furious friend threatening to expose them in the first place. Just me. Word of all of this has gotten around our fairly small town, which Buttface grew up in and my wife has worked in for nearly 20 years. My wife refuses to talk to me about how things are at work now, but I've heard from some people I know in the district that her formerly spotless reputation has taken a major hit. Buttface, formerly a gregarious social presence in our neighborhood and at events and pubs in town, has completely gone underground and barely emerges to mow his lawn. He's moving out soon, to a crappy little townhouse which is all he can afford due to all the child support he's going to have to pay his wife. My wife and Buttface claim that they plan on trying to make things work together, despite all the public humiliation. I publicly humiliated my best friend and my wife for having an affair. My ex decided to start bringing Buttface around our kids just a few months after she moved out, which was really hard for me to deal with. I'd never really dealt with serious depression before, but things got bad enough that my doctor more or less forced me to start on an antidepressants when I admitted to him that I was thinking about suicide pretty frequently. I had planned to do it then blame my ex and buttface in my final note. The note was going to be emailed to everyone in our circle, as well as their workplaces, and posted on every single one of my social media accounts. As soon as it was posted I was going to end my life. I decided against doing that. I reluctantly decided to dip my toe into the online dating world, and much to my surprise, connected with someone. We'll have been together for 2 years next month. She's absolutely amazing. We don't live together, and for the time being we're both good with seeing each other a few times a week. As far as things stand with my ex and buttface, they're still together, but there seems to be trouble in paradise because my kids report that they almost never see him anymore. My kids don't like him at all and they just avoid him when he's around, according to my older one. When all of this started, she had seemed confident that they'd be living together pretty soon, but they still don't, and as far as I know there are no plans in the works for that. They did buy a boat together, which I find hilarious for some reason. Buttface's ex Sarah took a long time to accept that her marriage was truly over, but once she did, she really did an admirable job of moving on. She engrossed herself in home improvement projects, she remains the same incredible mom that she's always been, and she's been in a relationship with a nice and funny guy for almost 2 years. We hang out here and there, especially when my pool is open in the summer. We aren't nearly as dependent on each other as we were in the beginning, but we're still close friends. And no, still nothing more than that, which I'm glad about because the one thing this situation definitely never needed was more drama. My ex left the school district she was working for and took a job in a neighboring district. I have no idea what buttface is up to, nor do I care. I hardly ever see him except at the occasional school event.
My ex-mother-in-law keeps trying to kidnap my daughter. I was with my soon-to-be ex-husband for 16 years. His mother didn't like me at all. My ex and I lived in her house for about 10 years, and we were living with her when my daughter was born. My ex is the youngest of 4 children, and his mother has always been abnormally close to him. They would go away on holidays without me more times than I can remember. I would have to host them on holidays and prepare food for them. My ex had a problem when he drank booze. He would become what I thought was a totally different person. He would be violent and aggressive. He laid hands on me when he was intoxicated. I was young and naive and believed that it was caused by the effects of alcohol. Things were strained between us for a few years. We have a daughter who would tell me wild stories about her dad hurting her that he would always deny. She kept telling me that they were going away at Christmas to Granny's and they weren't coming back. My ex started behaving erratically, crashing cars and leaving our daughter places and forgetting her. CPS were involved a number of times, to the point where I was the primary carer. All the whole his mother was hovering in the background. Everything imploded at the end of 2021. I fell down the stairs and broke my leg. I had to have surgery to reconstruct the bones. CPS were concerned about my daughter being alone with my husband, so they allowed her to be in the hospital with me. Mother-in-law came to town to be a supervisor for CPS so my daughter could go home. Mother-in-law and ex told CPS lies about me and took off interstate with my daughter while I was incapacitated. It took me a month of lawyers' letters to get her back. I now have sole custody and a family violence order. Mother-in-law has attempted to take my daughter from her school, but I got there in time. My ex messaged me this week to ask if he and mother-in-law can take our daughter to Europe for 3 weeks later in the year. I reminded him of the custody arrangements and he said he thought I could ask the court to change the order for a few weeks then change them back. He also confessed recently that his family have always hated me and have actively been trying to get rid of me for years, going so far as having an intervention. I got a hold of my ex's phone recently and found that he had been running a smear campaign about me for years. Everything that I'd been feeling was true, and worse, it was coming from him. I live with a horrible gut feeling that mother-in-law is up to something. Edit. My ex died of a heart attack literally the next day after getting intoxicated. My daughter is grieving and mother-in-law won't stop calling me.
My son stole his dead mother's ring to give to his girlfriend. When my wife passed away from the vid nearly 2 years ago, she already had a will in place. In said will, she divided her assets between our children. Our son Jake got his cut as he was already 21. He used that money to put a down payment on a condo, and he also got his mother's car. But the will stated that my daughter was to get all of my wife's jewelry. That included a vintage gold ring with a diamond that had a light blue sapphire on each side of it. That ring has been passed down for generations in my wife's family. It was originally her grandmother's wedding band. Her husband was a jeweler and handcrafted the ring for her himself. And it was passed down to my wife's mother when her grandmother died, and then to my wife herself when her mother passed. And it, along with the other jewelry, was to all go to my daughter. For the past 8 months, Jake has been dating Sarah. She has my son wrapped around her finger and she loves jewelry as she adorns herself with it a lot. My son mentioned the family jewels my wife left his sister to Sarah one day, and Sarah really wanted to see them. So Jake went into my room when no one was home and showed them to her. He later admitted to me that he'd done this, and I was angry. But I thought that would be the end of it, but I was wrong. Jake came to me a week ago and begged for that ring from his mother's family jewel so that he could propose with it. He said Sarah had fallen in love with the ring when she saw it before, and he just knew it'd be the perfect ring to ask her to marry him with. He seemed completely convinced I'd be jumping for joy for him wanting to propose. But instead, I told him that I was not the one to ask as the ring belongs to Amber. And I wouldn't have him pressuring her to give it up either. For a fair chance, I'd allow him to explain his reasons and ask her for it once. But only once. Without pressuring her. And if she refuses for any reason, that will be the end of it. Jake agreed and asked Amber for the ring right in front of me. But she told him no because she wanted to keep it in the family jewels, and has always loved that ring. To her, it's priceless. She couldn't bear to ever give it up. I told Jake that was that, and to not press the matter further. Jake left looking very unhappy about not getting the ring. But I thought he'd let it go and look into finding a similar one. But he came back another day while I was at work to talk to his sister after she got home from school. He and Amber got into a huge fight about the ring and Amber called me crying. I called Jake and told him to get out of my house and leave his sister alone. Jake yelled at me that he should have just as much right to the ring as his sister, because my wife was his mother too. But I reminded him he got a lot of his mother's money, and her car. The jewelry is Amber's, and only hers. He hung up on me and Amber soon texted me that he left very angry. Later, right before I left work, my daughter called and told me that Jake came back. He walked in dressed in a suit, went into my room and took something. Then left without saying anything to Amber. She tried to keep him from leaving, but he shoved her out of the way. I rushed home as soon as my shift was over and checked my wife's jewelry box. The ring was gone. I immediately called Jake, but he didn't answer. So I messaged him that I'll get police involved if he doesn't return the ring. Using it to propose won't stop me from taking it back. That finally made him talk to me, and he tried to say that I couldn't do that to him because he's my son. I said I can and will because he outright stole the ring. And he'd better bring it back right away, or I would take drastic measures. Well, he phoned me right after that, and in a whisper he said that it was too late. He'd taken his girlfriend out to dinner and proposed to her with the ring. He hadn't had it for more than an hour. By this point. Yet the ring was already on her finger. I said that was his problem. He stole the ring, he can bring it back. It's not his, and I will do whatever it takes to make sure it's returned. And if that means going to police and blowing the whole situation up, then so be it. I'll file a report, I'll even get a lawyer. Jake started crying and saying I couldn't do this to him. I told him tough luck. He stole from both his sister and dead mother. I would not back down until the ring was returned. Jake wouldn't stop crying and making excuses. So I told him to have the ring back by morning, or I would be moving forward with legal action. Jake is my son, but he still broke the law. And I couldn't overlook what he did. He said he'd be by in the morning to talk, and ended the call while crying even more. Well, Jake did show up in the morning, and brought his girlfriend with him to try and guilt us. Turns out she not only knew he stole the ring, she wanted to keep it anyway. Because she was completely in love with the ring since she first laid eyes on it. I told her I didn't care. Jake begged me one more time not to make her give it back. But my daughter and I stood firm. Return the ring or face police and maybe even a potential lawsuit. Jake's girlfriend pulled the ring off her finger and dropped it in my daughter's hands, called me an evil man, then left my house in tears. Jake started screaming at me that I may have just destroyed his relationship. I retorted that he did this to his own relationship by stealing a ring that didn't belong to him. What kind of son steals from his own sister and dead mother? Jake had nothing more to say to me and walked out to follow after his girlfriend. I didn't get anyone else involved in the situation. But Jake did. He tried getting support from friends and family. But he got the exact opposite reaction he'd hoped for. They were all mad at him over what he'd done. I got many phone calls and messages from people offering me condolences and saying they were not on Jake's side. I tried to do damage control. But now everybody knows. It's been a week now, and Jake's refused to speak to me. I've sent him detailed pictures of the ring, just in case he wanted a jeweler to replicate it. But making a copy would be very expensive unless he used fake stones. And thus far there has been no response. What secret about stacking paper are people too afraid to share? TLDR, I wanted to make money with this app and went on an interesting adventure. I haven't told anyone this story yet because it just sounds pretty absurd just thinking about it, let alone saying it out loud. Background: I'm 25 and my name is Jackson. I'm living alone in an apartment due to not being in close relation to my family anymore, but I'm in an alright situation. That's a story for another time. So, the other day I was at the corner store by my apartment, and as I was checking some items out I had to put 1 to 2 of them back because I just didn't have enough money. I left with my other items and just had my head down the entire time because I was devastated and finally realizing the awful situation I was in. To make things worse, I walked into one of those telephone lines, the big and tall brown poles by streets and sidewalks. I dropped my bag of items and held my head out of pure reaction. I then said to myself, Jesus man. Because that hurt. I looked up and saw this ad stapled onto the pole for this app called Bloom. It was talking about making decent money by financing and investing, which is something I've always wanted to do. It seems like easy money. I grabbed the ad off the pole and walked my way home, but this time with my head up. I called my boss at the motel I worked at and asked for an advance because I really wanted to give this thing a shot. Of course he said no over and over, but persistence is key, folks. He ended up folding, so I swung by on my bicycle to pick up the money and immediately signed up on the app and had a virtual meeting set for later that night. The meeting was just an introduction thing and explaining what they do more thoroughly. Things like teaching you how to invest instead of just having you buy stocks blindly, and how they reward you for learning, which they rarely did in school, so I found it dope. In addition to this, Bloom also had over 1 million users, so I figured it was trustworthy. This is where it gets interesting. As everyone logged off for the meeting, I just sighed and palmed my face, really hoping this would work. That's when I look up and see this one girl practically melting me with his stare. I forgot that I had my camera on, so he starts talking to me once he sees me looking at him. PSSST. So you're here to make money, huh? I responded with, why are you whispering? It's just us in the meeting, man. You never know who's listening, come here. He says as he inches close to the screen, and for some reason I listened. Was I really this desperate to make money? Meet me at 188 Lincoln Avenue, kid. And the guy just hangs up the call and leaves the meeting. He didn't leave a number or anything. Surely enough, I found myself at this random address in the middle of the night. If you've ever seen Victorious, then this guy was exactly like Sikowitz, the teacher of the show. What I mean by this is he looked super sketchy and maybe homeless but had this trustworthy thing to him. I don't know, it's like I can't explain it. I poop you not, the man came out of nowhere and tapped me on the shoulder, which scared the life out of me. I did some awkward karate poses afterwards. He walks with me to this tunnel and is telling me about how Bloom taught him how to invest and how he made good money through time. Why me? I randomly interject and cut him off. He sighs and says, I just know how it feels to be in this position you're currently in. There was a brief silence afterwards. I was already there and figured I shouldn't turn back. That's when he pulled out a small laptop from his trench coat and decided to give me this free lesson apparently. I said, why would you bring me all the way out here for a lesson? I had to see if you had that inner bloomer in you. That was without a doubt the weirdest encounter and exchange I've ever had in my life, and looking back at that moment 5 years ago still cracks me up. I'll never forget it, and I'm really glad he took me under his wing and taught me how to stack paper through time with Bloom. As I mentioned before, it's been 5 years since then and I am in a much better place financially and mentally. I rekindled the relationships I had with my family and even got myself a dog. Life truly could not be better, and I have my crazy teacher and Bloom to thank for that. I hope you all can see why I haven't really told you about this weird experience. Investing is legit, it turns out, and if someone like me can do it, any of you definitely can.
My abuser from 5 years ago has come back. 5 years ago I was kidnapped. The psychopath who kidnapped me decided to rope me, and I'm sure he was going to unalive me. I was walking home at night and this was a total stranger that snatched me. I had never seen him in my life. He took me to his house and taped me to a chair. It was the worst experience of my life. Thankfully, my body sweating managed to loosen the tape enough over time to where I could break it and wriggle free. Eventually I was able to run out the door of his house while he was distracted. I've never ran that fast before. I could feel him behind me and knew it was life or death. I was small enough to squeeze under the fence of his gated community that he couldn't fit through to get away. I never called the police back then. Yes, I know I should have, but I was afraid to at the time. So I kept it to myself and moved on. Fast forward to now. He came into my place of work as a customer 2 months ago. I freaked out and hid in the back for a while. When I thought he was gone, I went back out. I was in an area where no one else was and he came up behind me and rubbed his body on my behind. Like he was trying to get past me, but there was plenty of room and I knew he did it to be creepy. He came in a couple days later and just shopped around while watching me. Now today, he came into my job again. I got really upset and I gave him a death glare. He kept eye contact with me until someone walked up to ask me something. I decided to go to the back and talk to a manager. I told him there was a creepy guy out there and he immediately said, "Oh, is it that guy? Yeah, that guy is a creep." I then told him what that man did to me, and that has been coming in here. The manager then tells me that this man is not a regular customer and only started coming in when I started a few months ago. He comes in when it's my shift and looks around all sketchy. I got chills. The manager watched the guy walk outside so he could identify the vehicle he was driving and then tried to get a photo of his license plate. The photo ended up being too blurry to make out. This is just also creepy and I'm literally going to be on edge all the time at work now. The actual assault event happened 5 years ago. He hasn't done anything illegal or threatened me in his trips to my job, but I'm staying alert and letting my manager know to look out for him. I hate my boyfriend's dog so much I will leave him over it. I effing hate my boyfriend's basset hound, and for no fault of her own. I knew from the beginning she wasn't a fancy standard basset. She has a nervous and excited pee problem, so she pees everywhere. I'm talking, he has to let her outside when guests arrive so she can pee all over their feet when they're in the driveway, instead of peeing all over their feet when they're inside the house. You scold her for doing something bad and she pees the floor. And she's a mischievous little poop, so you're always catching her doing things, so she's always peeing the floor. She literally peed on my face in the morning once to wake me up. She also tucks her tail when she does this, so I kid you not, she flicks her pee all over you cause she's literally peeing on her own wagging tail. I have had her pee flicked onto my face on more than one occasion. Sometimes she even rolls around in her own pee to expose her belly. Despite how she literally rolls around in her pee, she has probably not had a bath in the entirety of 2023. She smells so bad. Her size is deceiving. Yes, her stomach may literally drag on the ground because she's so short, but she's still a 70-pound dog that eats twice as much as my 45-pound border collie. She eats 2 cups of kibble per meal. She's a giant bloodhound with the legs of a corgi. He has never trained her to not jump on people, so you've got this 70-pound dog jumping all over you with her pee-soaked paws. She's nearly knocked me over and has scratched the crap out of my stomach so many times. I have to refrain from kicking her in the stomach when she does it. This dog does not shut up. She whines constantly. Not petting her? Whines. Not talking to her? Whines. Not looking at her? Whines. Not doing all 3 at once? I wish I was being dramatic, but she will genuinely whine about it. Sometimes he insists that she sleeps between us under the covers. For once I would love to experience some intimacy with my boyfriend without his dog also somehow involved. I wish I could tell you how many times she has disrupted our intimacy by peeing on the floor. I thought I was being dramatic, but after the 3rd time it happened I started to believe that this might not be all in my head, but she will lose her crap when I'm about to reach the finish line. I mean hysterical whining or just straight up peeing on the floor next to the bed when I'm about to reach the tipping point. Do you know how many times I've gotten pulled out of my headspace because his goddamn dog is screaming and he's yelling at the dog to shut up? Or the sound of her peeing? I got new carpet installed a couple years ago. My dog never pees or poops inside. My boyfriend moved in a couple months ago and the entire carpet has been peed on at some point already. And I'll be goddamn if I train his dog that he has owned longer than we've been in a relationship. It doesn't matter anyways when he actively ignores the advice I give him. I can't train a dog myself, everyone in the dog's life needs to train her. I finally get her to keep all 4 paws on the ground when taking a treat, then he just lets her literally leap 4 inches off the ground to get treats from him. I'm over it, and I'm tired of being with someone who makes me wish their dog would die sooner rather than later.
My son stole his dead mother's ring to give to his girlfriend. Well, my son's girlfriend Sarah has officially broken up with him. He's devastated and blaming me. After I forced him and Sarah to return the stolen ring, she apparently spent days crying in bed, then told Jake that she didn't want a different ring no matter how much he told her he'd get her another one. She wanted my deceased wife's ring. And she couldn't imagine possibly having a different one for their engagement now that it had already been on her hand. My son had the pictures I sent him so that he could try and replicate the ring, and took them to a jeweler. The jeweler said he could make a similar ring based on the pictures. But he'd want to closely examine the original and take proper measurements to make an evaluation of the stones and metal in order to see what it'd take to make as close of a copy as possible. Jake waited for a while before swallowing his pride to call me again. His girlfriend was finally at least entertaining the idea of making a copy. They called me a couple days after and asked me to bring the ring to a jeweler to get a proper quote on the cost of making a duplicate. I agreed to take an extended lunch break and meet at the local jeweler. I got the ring from the safety deposit box and guarded it closely. I could see Sarah's eyes light up with greed the moment she saw it again. She reached her hand out and asked to wear it just one more time, then pouted like a child when I told her no. The jeweler looked at the ring very closely for a little while and said it was worth more than we thought. The ring was decades old, and expertly crafted by my wife's grandfather sometime in the 1940s. The price set was 5 times what Jake had saved. The best he could have done would be to make a down payment and then spend years in debt. Sarah enthusiastically wanted Jake to have the ring made anyway. But the cost was just too much. The jeweler suggested they have one made that just looks the same. It didn't need to be made of the exact same materials and it would have reduced cost by a lot. Jake was all for either idea when Sarah suddenly slapped him while calling him a cheap broke wannabe. Then turned on her heel to me and called me an evil man again for taking the original ring back because it had already been given to her when Jake proposed, and should still be hers regardless. Then she held up her hand in the manner one does when they expect you to put a ring on their finger, and outright demanded the ring back while saying it was her right to wear it, and that my daughter wouldn't need it because it'd go to waste with her. She actually said it's not like my daughter would be proposing to anyone since a man could just get a different ring for her someday. Oh boy did that make me angry. And she clearly noticed because she took a couple of steps back. I looked her dead in the eye and said that my wife's family ring will never be hers. Then I said that it's entitled people like her that are what's wrong with the world now. She acts like whatever she wants should be handed to her. And she's lusted after my wife's ring ever since Jake first showed it to her. I said more, and after I said all of that to Sarah's face, she aimed to slap me too. But I guess the look in my eyes was enough to make her turn away and storm out instead while very loudly making some sort of unintelligible tantrum noises that hurt my ears. She even intentionally knocked down a counter display on her way out. Jake was glaring at me with absolute rage, but didn't say anything until I asked him why he was with this awful woman. And he just said that he loved her and followed after. Sarah wouldn't talk to Jake for a while, and then a few days later told him they were through because she felt like he didn't value her enough to get her the ring she deserved, and that she couldn't imagine having a miser like me as a father-in-law. She said she felt thoroughly humiliated by me. And cried that people all think she's a gold digger now. Right after the incident with the breakup, Jake did try to get in my house again while I wasn't home. But I replaced the locks on my house, so Jake's key would no longer work. My daughter Amber called me after Jake showed up and said she was terrified while he was banging on the front door and demanding to be let in. I called his cell and he didn't pick up. But I guess it spooked him because Amber said he left right after his phone started ringing. Jake called later that evening, but before he could start yelling at me, I demanded to know what the hell he was doing trying to break into my house while I wasn't home earlier. He scared his sister and she nearly called police. Jake dodged the question by being angry about me changing the locks because I don't trust him. I said damn right I don't trust him. Not after what he did. Jake fired back that I couldn't just be happy for him. And that if his mom was still alive, she'd have wanted him to use the ring to propose. I saw red and said that if she wanted that, she'd have willed it to him. So he began whining and saying it was all my fault. He explained exactly what Sarah said when she broke up with him, and how she called me a miser, among other things. Then ranted about how I always thought Sarah was never good enough for him. But I pointed out he was putting words in my mouth. I never said she wasn't good enough for him. I barely knew Sarah. And I never once got in the way of him being with her till he stole the ring. He tried to deny that. But I asked him when I'd ever said anything bad about Sarah prior to the ring incident. He really sounded like he was thinking hard. But even he couldn't remember any actual time because I barely saw this woman ever while they were dating. What the hell was he trying to get into my house for this time? I asked again. He refused to answer. So I answered for him. I said if he was after the ring, or any of the other family jewels. They've been moved to a secure safe location only I have access to. And if he was trying to break into my safe for my emergency cash fund, there's no way he'd get it open. Or if he was there to do any sort of harm to his sister, I'd kick his butt myself. I may have hit the nail in the head with at least one of those things, because Jake just had a long silent pause on the line. Then he told me he's made up his mind to put in for a transfer at his job and sell his condo. He wants to move as far away as possible and never speak to me again. His last words to me were to have a nice life with my favorite child. I don't understand how my son has so completely changed on this level in just a year. I never actually called Sarah a manipulative gold digger until recently. I said she had my son wrapped around her finger and she loves jewelry. Though I guess that's not all that different in the long run. But in truth she is a manipulative gold digger. Especially after the drama act she put on to try and keep a ring that was never hers. I mean, she spent days in bed crying over a ring she knew was stolen. And then had her huge tantrum at not being able to get it back or copy it. And now because of her, my son has chosen to wash his hands of me and his sister altogether. I am devastated. But at the same time furious that my son would do such things just to appease this witch of a woman he'd only been dating 8 months. Amber called Jake a simp afterwards, whatever that means.
I just found out that my husband is having an affair with my high school bully. I just can't believe that he could fool me. His affair started 6 months ago. There were no sign. I just found out by accident 3 weeks ago when his phone was on the nightstand. My husband was sleeping with my high school bully. I grew up in a small town and this woman bullied me severely in middle and high school. I confided in my husband that this woman's bullying literally made me attempt to take my life. The only reason I am alive is because my parents come home early and found me on time. Knowing this, he still slept with her. After graduation I did everything to find a job in a bigger city and moved, leaving all the hurtful memories. I worked hard for a year, found an apartment, bought a car and later started college. That's where I met my husband. We got married 2 years ago. I'm 8 weeks pregnant now. He doesn't know yet. When I was in college my bully reached out to me after we bumped into each other at a party. She was new in town and was glad she saw a familiar face. She never acknowledged what she did and I never confronted her. I didn't want to open old wounds, however I wasn't going to befriend her so I just rebuffed any attempt of reconnecting. She still moved in the same crowd as my husband and me. 3 weeks ago, when my husband was in the shower he got a notification on Messenger. I thought it was odd since he's not been active on Facebook or Messenger in ages. We know each other's codes so I looked and there was her name and pictures telling him she missed his PP. I scrolled a few messages back and there was a full conversation. Full pictures of everything from both parties involved. I felt sick and my eyes went blurry so I just left the phone back where it was and acted like nothing. Over the next 2 weeks I looked in his phone whenever I could. I found out that my husband deleted Messenger when he didn't use it, except for the time he forgot and I found it. I started doing the same. Whenever he's sleeping, playing games or out for a run I take his phone and install Messenger. I could trace back their relationship to 6 months ago. They've been sleeping together for 4. A lot of graphic descriptions of what they want to do or have done to each other but also a lot about me, although it was often one-sided. It's always my bully asking questions and trying to get answers about me, and my husband either reluctantly answering or outright telling her not to talk about me. But they've discussed my intimate life and apparently I'm a vanilla bean. To her constant questions about if he preferred me better in bed, he told her that she is way better. Discussions about me often ended in him getting irritated and stopping answering for days. I want to leave my husband but I don't want to tell him why. I don't want to give him or my bully the satisfaction of knowing that they hurt me. I just want to ask for divorce and just tell him that I wasn't in love with him anymore and that I'm not happy in our marriage. It won't be lying technically, because he's not the man I loved and I'm not happy in our marriage. I haven't told anyone what I found out but I've told my mom that I want to leave my husband and stated the reasons above. She went berserk. I just found out that my husband is having an affair with my high school bully. I have broken the news to my husband that I'm leaving him. I had already talked to my friends about it and being unhappy in my marriage seemed good enough reason for them to support me. One of them offered me her place until I found my own. I got really emotional and hugged her because that meant that I could leave my husband's apartment now. He was shocked when I told him. I don't think he took me seriously at first but he asked me if he did something wrong. I told him that I'm simply not happy with him and I think I'm still too young to waste my life in an unhappy marriage. He said he had noticed me being distant this past month but never would he have guessed I was unhappy with him. He begged me to tell him what's wrong because this can't be it. He believed me however when my friend came to take me with her. This was Thursday. He has been calling multiple times a day but I haven't answered. He showed up this morning to my friend's house and begged me to have breakfast with him. I agreed. He looked like he hasn't slept or shaved since I asked for divorce. I told him that I was pregnant and that I'm keeping it but he didn't have to be a part of the baby's life if he didn't want to. His phone was on the table and he got a notification from Messenger. So he had forgotten to delete the app before meeting me. When I saw her name, I told him, "Oh. Is that Jess? Yeah. You've been sleeping with her, haven't you? I told you all about what she did to me, but you still went ahead and effed her, you're scum." He was silent the whole time and just looked at me. I ended it with, "Be careful with her. I don't think she's changed much to tell you the truth." He grabbed my arm and just watched my face like he wanted to see if I knew something. My plan is to buy a small apartment because that's all I can afford right now. A 1-bedroom is enough until I have my baby and it's old enough to need its own room. I can upgrade later when I've saved more. I'm not leaving the city. I've spent my best years here and have the greatest memories. I have my friends around me and hopefully they will still be supporting me when the divorce is a fact. I have already filed for divorce, but he's probably going to ask for a thinking period.
What conversation completely changed your life? For a long time, I've been controlled by really excessive and exaggerated intrusive thoughts. People always call me a nut job when I try to talk about them, and for a long time, I thought that most people were lying when they denied sharing similar thoughts as me. As a guy working in telecommunication, I get to receive a lot of complaints from people who would rather be put in a hospital bed than admit they ever had any inappropriate thoughts while talking to an attractive man like me with an attractive voice over the phone. But a while back, I started having these random sex thoughts about random people, like on the spot. I know you're probably like, duh, tell us something we don't know, but this is different. I mean, there's the fact that when we see people we like or someone we've thought about being intimate with them, which is good, depending on who you're having such thoughts about. But mine got kinda bad. I started fantasizing about everyone I met, whether stranger or friend. Sometimes even gender didn't pose as a blockade to these thoughts. But this isn't even the weird part. The disturbing part was it started to affect my conversations with people because whenever these thoughts popped up, I found myself zoning out from the conversation to focus more on these thoughts. Now, sometimes the person or people I'm talking to notice and snap me out of it thinking maybe I'm worried about something, but over half the time, they don't even notice. These thoughts ranged from incest, to bisexuality, and to even a little bestiality at one point. I tried to talk to someone about it, anyone, but like I said earlier, everyone wants to act like they have their whole lives in a perfect straight line, without having any awkward or forbidden thoughts. How did I deal with it? Well, I met a man at the grocery store. His name was Jezu, and though he never mentioned where he was from, we started talking casually at first. But weirdly, it was like he already knew me. We had a deep connection, and by the time we were done, I had told him everything that went on in my head. He paid for my groceries, I got his number, he even offered me a gig at his telecoms company, and just before he left he said something. Buddy, if you ever need me, I won't be far off. Yeah, I know we just met, but call me whenever you need to talk, which should be every time, and I'll answer. See you Monday. I stood there, a little bit confused because everything was happening so fast. 2 hours ago I was having the most kinky thoughts about anyone at any time, but somehow by just having the right conversation with this one person has changed the way I respond to these thoughts when they pop up. We're still friends to this day, and I've been working for him at his telecom company ever since. What was the single saddest moment of your life? I have been in love with this woman since we were 12 years old, we're 37 now. We have been married, had 2 wonderful kids, split up and eventually divorced. I initiated the breakup, and it hurt to do so much. We essentially broke up due to untreated, poor mental health on both our parts. If I hadn't, one of us would have ended up dead. We started doing substances together and tried quitting so many times, but being around each other induced the want to take substances. We've both since agreed that it was the right thing to do. The problem is that I never stopped loving her, but I did close that part of me off for a very long time or we would have ended up back where we used to be. In the 5 years since we've split, we've both grown individually, sorted out mental health, both of us have managed to get clean and sober, we have made improvements to our careers, everything. A week ago we had some booze and ended up sleeping together. It was amazing. I loved every single moment of it all. The chemistry was still there and everything felt right. Again, the following night, while sober, we did it again. This stirred up all my feelings for her back up, and in a big way. It was good though, and we seemed good together. I thought this meant we were in a good position and had similar feelings for each other. Both of us being clean, I figured we could try again. So I told her how I feel. Needless to say, it wasn't reciprocated. It scared her. We talked, had more booze, and then slept together again. Unfortunately though, she just wanted something casual with someone she trusts, but I wasn't capable of that. We have too much history and there's too many feelings there for me. So now I'm left feeling heartbroken, stupid for allowing myself to feel again and like the pathetic ex that can't let go. I hate myself. After almost 2 years of consistent dieting and exercise, as of today I'm officially 200 pounds down. I've struggled with my weight pretty much since I was 11 years old. That's when I really started to notice I was putting on the weight. At 12 years old I was 200 pounds and I started high school at 260 a few years later. I ate my feelings all through high school, my home was horrible, I didn't go out and hang out, I was shy and uncomfortable in public and so all I did was play video games and eat. I graduated high school at 364 pounds, over 10 years ago now. I put on almost 100 pounds since high school, up to the point I started this journey in late 2021. I yo-yo dieted for years, losing the same 60 to 70 pounds 3 times, but never being able to fully commit and always gained back more than I lost. A few years ago I had a severe panic attack at work and genuinely thought I might be dying and decided enough was enough. I can either give in now and quit complaining and never put up a fight, or I can take back my life and take control of my destiny and shape it into what I want. I started the day after Thanksgiving 2021 and immediately cut out all caffeine and added sugars. I figured caffeine was not helping with the anxiety and blood pressure, so that's why I did that. Added sugars are obvious, nobody needs that. Things like sodas and candies and Little Debbie's had to go. By New Year's of 2022 I was down to 429. 2022 was a bit of a slow progress year, but progress was made. I hit under 400 pounds by May of 2022 and by August of 2022 I was 380s. September is when I really started to take it to the next level as I started really upping my walking and started lifting weights as well. From September of last year to December of last year I went from 378 to 339. Walking on average close to 400,000 steps a month. At this point this is when people started to really notice and make comments on my weight loss. Especially at work. I get tired of talking about it, but I just smiled and nodded saying, thanks, and gave a brief synopsis of what I did. I hit under 300 for the first time in my adult life March 15, 2023. That was an emotional day. The last few months I've really dug in. I got a bike that I can ride, first time riding a bike since I was a young kid, and go for 2-hour long rides twice a week, and have been doing that for a few months now. I lift weights twice a day and still try to eat as well as I can and walk as much as I can. I still want to lose another 20 to 30 pounds and then really focus on building muscle. My girlfriend is a psychopath stalker with mental health issues. I've been dating my girlfriend for a year. Before we dated, I used to have a Twitter account where I used to follow numerous accounts that had adult content in them. After we started dating, 8 months later, she started to stalk my Twitter account and found out about the accounts I was following. When she confronted me about it, I told her that I was sorry and I would try to unfollow them. However, she threw a fit, blocked me from socials and threatened me that she would marry someone else right away. I panicked and decided that it would take too long to unfollow those accounts, so I opened a new account hoping I could have a cleaner slate. Now, I wanted to just follow the personalities of the sport I was interested in. Some of the accounts that I followed in the new account ended up being some of those over-friendly personalities that post a lot of pictures. I also liked a picture of a cosplayer. My girlfriend noticed this account and asked me if it was mine. Scared that she might abandon me, I lied and said no. That was a big mistake on my part. I shouldn't have lied. Fast forward 4 months later, we are cuddling together and she grabs my phone. She opens Twitter and sees that the alt account is actually mine. She throws the phone and starts crying. I try to hug her, but she shoves me aside and tries to bang her head on the bed frame and wall. I stop her from doing so and start crying myself, telling her that I'm sorry I made a mistake. I admitted to being scared of telling her the truth, but I haven't followed any adult content on the new account. My girlfriend doesn't stop crying and tries to kick me away. After a while, when she has cooled down a bit, she tells me that she felt insecure because of my following. I told her that I'm so sorry and I never thought of any other girl like that. However, a switch flipped. She looked at me and told me that I cheated on her and she will take revenge. She started saying the most horrible things I could ever imagine. She told me that my hairline is receding and that she doesn't deserve a bald person like me. I stayed quiet. Then she criticized me as a partner, saying I cannot perform in bed and I cannot last long at all. She said that she shouldn't be with someone who cannot make her cross the finish line. She then insulted my deceased little sister. At this point, I was just feeling awful. Then, she called me unemployed and jobless, even though I have just graduated from university. After that, she told me that since I like the cosplayer pictures, she will sleep with the first person who wants to sleep with her. And then told me that she's going to hit up her old fling and start texting with him and send me screenshots. After that, she said that she should have intimacy with that person because his girlfriend is abroad. I was crying and saying that I am sorry but please don't do these things, and she's like, this is equality. She then said that my body isn't perfect and I have issues. After a couple of days, she came to my place and apologized for everything she said. Even yesterday, she was crying and telling me that she didn't mean anything she said and that she loves me, but I just don't know. I did a bad thing by lying, yes. But did I deserve to hear everything that may be wrong with me like that? I don't know. Who is the dumbest person you've ever met? My boss's stepson is named Kevin, and he is a different breed. He was writing a book about orcas with swords who have intimacy with each other, lost interest in it, and now he's writing a new book now that involves a shape-changing weapon and the apocalyptic wrath of God. He was riding his bike through town and went into a store, came back out and saw that his bike had been stolen. His mom had to come pick him up, but by the time she arrived, he realized that he had just forgotten what his bike looked like and it hadn't been stolen after all. A week later, his bike was actually stolen. He has a bike lock, he just didn't think it was necessary. His biological dad bought him a new bike to replace the stolen one. He's blown out the rear wheel 3 times, broken the seat twice, the chain twice, and completely smashed the rear wheel rim, just since the middle of May. Since his second bike is now in shambles, he asked his dad Bob and mother Ann if he could borrow their bikes. Bob said hell no, and said sure. Kevin managed to snap the rear axle and somehow broke the rear cassette. He borrowed the magnets from half a dozen coral frag racks we sell, and promptly forgot where he left them. They're useless without the magnets. He found one of Bob's power drills and drilled a bunch of holes in a support beam for the porch. He dumped an entire 12-ounce can of fish food into one of the tanks. This was at the end of the day and we didn't notice until the next morning. The entire shop smelled like roadkill. He's not allowed in the store anymore. He got a job as a dishwasher at a nearby restaurant and was told to not come back after a week because he had broken so many dishes. He shot himself in the leg with a pellet rifle because he wanted to know what it felt like to get shot, because that's what thugs do. He broke a plastic lawn chair, and decided to burn it to destroy the evidence. He got found out when the fire pit began belching acrid black smoke everywhere. He went to a week-long youth group retreat a few hours away and forgot to pack any clean clothes. And had to drive all the way there with clothes for him. According to Anne, she had packed clothes for him, but he left them all behind because he didn't think he needed them. He tried to shotgun a can of soda. He managed to spray himself in the face. He tried again the next day with the same results. Bob bought a 150-gallon preformed above-ground pond to keep goldfish in during the warmer months. Kevin sat on the side and broke it. Kevin was bragging to his classmates that he had stolen substances from his biological dad during a visit and would share them after school that day. A teacher overheard. He got in all sorts of trouble and had the substances confiscated. They were fish oil capsules. His parents finally bought him a very basic flip phone that he could use for calling purposes only. He sold it at a pawn shop. He absolutely refuses to brush his teeth. His parents bought him an electric toothbrush, thinking that he might like it better than a manual one. He lost it. He got banned from the local comic book shop for spilling Mountain Dew on the cashier. He decided he was going to cook a pork chop on the stove. He forgot about it and nearly caught the house on fire. Bob had cooked the pork chops the night before, and apparently Kevin thought that once the meat gets cold, it somehow reverts to being raw and needs to be cooked again. Lately, he's been reading all kinds of survival books. He claims he wants to spend a year roughing it in the Canadian wilderness. I'm fairly certain he couldn't even find Canada on a map. He's absolutely convinced that standing in front of a microwave while it's running will sterilize you. He goes as far as to retreat to the next room while he's eating his food. His parents bought a truck a few states away, and they decided to take a long weekend to go pick it up, leaving myself and Matt, a coworker, to handle the store in that time. No problem, right? Except that they left Kevin at home as well, with a rather long list of explicitly articulated do's and do nots that he was expected to follow. They would have had better luck convincing a whale to spontaneously evolve into an elephant. He tried to use this parental reprieve to do everything he wanted without consequences. He tried to get into the store's cash drawer. I had the key with me at all times, and even told me that Bob was okay with him taking cash out of the drawer once in a while. He had a fire roaring in the grill, a shop vac blowing air into the coals, and was trying to melt a metal rod in the heat while using winter gloves to insulate himself. He claimed he was blacksmithing again. I promptly shut it down before he caught the house or himself on fire. I went to the store's garage to look for something. Kevin was there, and loudly announced I'm not doing anything. I hadn't asked. I still have no idea what he was up to. Kevin announced to Matt and I that he was having friends over that night to smoke grass and do substances. I said not a chance. I called Bob. He said absolutely not. I told Kevin, and he said his parents didn't have to know. He tried to bribe me with a few grams. I turned him down. Matt stayed the night at the house, more to keep an eye on Kevin than anything else. Kevin invited his friends over anyway. They filled the house with smoke and threatened Matt when he confronted them. Matt called me, then called Bob. Bob called the next door neighbor who came over and stormed into Kevin's room, scaring the crap out of Kevin and his buddies. He then tried to bribe Matt with a few grams as well. Matt also turned him down. Kevin and his buddies then tried to hide in the garage after the neighbor left. Matt found them when one of them knocked over a small aquarium and broke it, and they ran out through the back door. Who is the dumbest person you've ever met? My boss's stepson is named Kevin, and he is a different breed. He was writing a book about orcas with swords who have intimacy with each other, lost interest in it, and now he's writing a new book now that involves a shape-changing weapon and the apocalyptic wrath of God. He was riding his bike through town and went into a store, came back out and saw that his bike had been stolen. His mom had to come pick him up, but by the time she arrived, he realized that he had just forgotten what his bike looked like and it hadn't been stolen after all. A week later, his bike was actually stolen. He has a bike lock, he just didn't think it was necessary. His biological dad bought him a new bike to replace the stolen one. He's blown out the rear wheel 3 times, broken the seat twice, the chain twice, and completely smashed the rear wheel rim, just since the middle of May. Since his second bike is now in shambles, he asked his dad Bob and mother Ann if he could borrow their bikes. Bob said hell no, and said sure. Kevin managed to snap the rear axle and somehow broke the rear cassette. He borrowed the magnets from half a dozen coral frag racks we sell, and promptly forgot where he left them. They're useless without the magnets. He found one of Bob's power drills and drilled a bunch of holes in a support beam for the porch. He dumped an entire 12-ounce can of fish food into one of the tanks. This was at the end of the day and we didn't notice until the next morning. The entire shop smelled like roadkill. He's not allowed in the store anymore. He got a job as a dishwasher at a nearby restaurant and was told to not come back after a week because he had broken so many dishes. He shot himself in the leg with a pellet rifle because he wanted to know what it felt like to get shot, because that's what thugs do. He broke a plastic lawn chair, and decided to burn it to destroy the evidence. He got found out when the fire pit began belching acrid black smoke everywhere. He went to a week-long youth group retreat a few hours away and forgot to pack any clean clothes. And had to drive all the way there with clothes for him. According to Anne, she had packed clothes for him, but he left them all behind because he didn't think he needed them. He tried to shotgun a can of soda. He managed to spray himself in the face. He tried again the next day with the same results. Bob bought a 150-gallon preformed above-ground pond to keep goldfish in during the warmer months. Kevin sat on the side and broke it. Kevin was bragging to his classmates that he had stolen substances from his biological dad during a visit and would share them after school that day. A teacher overheard. He got in all sorts of trouble and had the substances confiscated. They were fish oil capsules. His parents finally bought him a very basic flip phone that he could use for calling purposes only. He sold it at a pawn shop. He absolutely refuses to brush his teeth. His parents bought him an electric toothbrush, thinking that he might like it better than a manual one. He lost it. He got banned from the local comic book shop for spilling Mountain Dew on the cashier. He decided he was going to cook a pork chop on the stove. He forgot about it and nearly caught the house on fire. Bob had cooked the pork chops the night before, and apparently Kevin thought that once the meat gets cold, it somehow reverts to being raw and needs to be cooked again. Lately, he's been reading all kinds of survival books. He claims he wants to spend a year roughing it in the Canadian wilderness. I'm fairly certain he couldn't even find Canada on a map. He's absolutely convinced that standing in front of a microwave while it's running will sterilize you. He goes as far as to retreat to the next room while he's eating his food. His parents bought a truck a few states away, and they decided to take a long weekend to go pick it up, leaving myself and Matt, a coworker, to handle the store in that time. No problem, right? Except that they left Kevin at home as well, with a rather long list of explicitly articulated do's and do nots that he was expected to follow. They would have had better luck convincing a whale to spontaneously evolve into an elephant. He tried to use this parental reprieve to do everything he wanted without consequences. He tried to get into the store's cash drawer. I had the key with me at all times, and even told me that Bob was okay with him taking cash out of the drawer once in a while. He had a fire roaring in the grill, a shop vac blowing air into the coals, and was trying to melt a metal rod in the heat while using winter gloves to insulate himself. He claimed he was blacksmithing again. I promptly shut it down before he caught the house or himself on fire. I went to the store's garage to look for something. Kevin was there, and loudly announced I'm not doing anything. I hadn't asked. I still have no idea what he was up to. Kevin announced to Matt and I that he was having friends over that night to smoke grass and do substances. I said not a chance. I called Bob. He said absolutely not. I told Kevin, and he said his parents didn't have to know. He tried to bribe me with a few grams. I turned him down. Matt stayed the night at the house, more to keep an eye on Kevin than anything else. Kevin invited his friends over anyway. They filled the house with smoke and threatened Matt when he confronted them. Matt called me, then called Bob. Bob called the next door neighbor who came over and stormed into Kevin's room, scaring the crap out of Kevin and his buddies. He then tried to bribe Matt with a few grams as well. Matt also turned him down. Kevin and his buddies then tried to hide in the garage after the neighbor left. Matt found them when one of them knocked over a small aquarium and broke it, and they ran out through the back door. What happened to Notch, the guy who invented Minecraft? Before he started going by Notch, Marcus Persson was interested in video games, having worked on them since childhood. He created a game called Ruby Dung, which was never publicly released and is now entirely lost outside of a few screenshots. However, based on the code from Ruby Dung, Notch began working on another game, Minecraft, using many of Ruby Dung's backgrounds as items in the new game. He worked on Minecraft along with various other programmers after its initial release in 2009, and in late 2011, he formed the company Mojang to organize the development of Minecraft and stepped down as lead designer. Throughout this period, Notch was involved in, and famous among the Minecraft community. Beyond his role as the creator of Minecraft, he was also referenced in urban legends such as Herobrine. According to a series of extremely popular anonymous posts and videos, Notch's dead brother, Herobrine, haunted the world of Minecraft, and could be found by creating a world with empty as the seed. Although he wasn't involved in the creation of the Herobrine legend, Notch was famous enough among the Minecraft community to be written into it as the ghost's brother. In 2014, Mojang was sold to Microsoft for $2.5 billion, making Notch a billionaire, after which he stopped working on the game. Nevertheless, the game still included many references to Notch, such as messages mentioning him by name on the main menu. The drama begins with Gamergate. Gamergate was a large number of video game fans who decided they didn't like the presence of women, minorities and politics in their video games, and began harassing various people they considered SJWs online, especially developer Zoe Quinn. In June 2017, Notch went on Twitter and responded to a comment by Quinn about Gamergate saying what a effing idiot. He followed this up with a series of tweets about how he didn't support Gamergate necessarily, but they seemed cool enough. He also called himself strongly anti-SJW, and replied sure thing, feminist when someone argued with him. None of this went over well with his fans. This was followed by a tweet about how there should be a straight Pride Month. And anyone who disagreed should to be unalived, which was quickly followed by a half-hearted apology. Shortly afterwards, he tweeted out very prejudiced stuff heavily associated with hate groups. It's unclear if Notch knew this, but it wasn't a good look after everything else. Then came the end. In 2019, Microsoft removed all references to Notch in-game, and later that year, he was specifically not invited to the game's 10th anniversary celebration. Microsoft has since done their best to pretend he doesn't exist, outside of a mention of his name in the game's credits. In the Minecraft community, meanwhile, Notch is almost never mentioned outside of the context of his Twitter meltdowns. When other popular games are associated with a single developer, that developer will usually be pretty beloved in the game's fandom. Notch, though, never seems to come up, in spite of the incredible popularity of Minecraft. The widespread dislike for Notch also started an urban legend involving his $70 million house, that it includes an entire wall of candy, all of which rotted because no one ever visits him and none of it got eaten. Is it true? Well, Notch would like you to know that it definitely isn't, and he doesn't even eat candy. What is the most disturbing secret you have ever kept from someone? Several years ago, I found myself in an unimaginable situation where my best friend unalived someone. As his best friend and closest confidant, he reached out to me in panic, confessing everything. He claimed he had no choice and felt trapped in the situation. The victim ended up being a close cousin of my wife. He got very intoxicated and decided to rope her, then when he realized she could expose him, decided to take her life. All of this was done intoxicated and he was crying, pleading with me that he would have never done anything like this sober. Faced with the dilemma of either staying silent or turning him in and risking his life, I made the painful decision to help him cover up the crime. It was not an easy choice, but I believed it was the only way to protect him. My wife was distraught and had a very hard time coping with the loss of her beloved cousin. I had to sit there and cuddle her in my arms for hours, while doing my best not to let anything slip. Over time, my best friend and I managed to keep the truth hidden from the authorities, and no one ever suspected my involvement or his. We were not even questioned. My wife eventually managed to crawl out of her depression and started to get back on track. But the guilt and shame have never left me. I feel like I betrayed my principles and let my fear dictate my actions. Part of me wants to tell her, to unburden myself and confess everything. I want to face the consequences of my actions and make amends for my past mistakes. But the other part of me fears that if I reveal the truth, my world will come crashing down. I'm worried about the impact it could have on my relationship, my family, and my future. My best friend and I are still best friends, and will forever be, regardless of whether I tell her or not.
My daughter is the product of rope. She wants me to forgive her biological father and attend her wedding with him. 24 years ago, a close friend of mine decided to rope me, and I got pregnant by the encounter. I was inconsolable for months after the event. To make matters worse, I found out I was pregnant at about 20 weeks, and where I lived at the time, it was illegal to get termination after the first trimester. My husband had really been my rock and my support during that time, and I do not know how I would have ended up if not for him. He said that I could put it up for adoption or I could keep the child and he would raise it like our other children. I decided to not give it up for adoption, but raising the kid was hard. My daughter Luna is short, has dark hair and a brown complexion like her biological father, and unlike my husband. I often heard snide remarks about me being an unfaithful wife because it was obvious that she was not my husband's child. It was especially hard for me when Luna was young because she looked so much like her dad. My husband took care of my daughter most of the time since I had bad flashbacks whenever I saw her face. As she grew up, it died down a bit, but I would still get these horrible panic attacks when I saw her wearing boys' clothes and short hair. Since I was prone to having panic attacks, Luna ended up being closer to my husband than she was to me. Also, she often ended up getting a little more than her siblings from my husband as some sort of compensation because of me. We never told her that she was the product of rope because I was too ashamed and my husband did not want her feeling different from her siblings. I often told her that me and her biological father got into an altercation and never spoke to one another ever again. About 2 years ago, she got one of those DNA test items and found out she had a relative in the system. Said relative got Luna in touch with her biological dad and they started talking despite my protests. He apparently wanted to speak to me about something he wanted to tell me, so Luna attempted to persuade me to speak with him. I made her aware that me and her father shouldn't ever be in the same room together. Now, Luna is getting married to a lovely young man. The original plan was to have my husband walk her down the aisle, but he had gotten into a bad accident, leaving him in a wheelchair until his legs are strong enough to support his weight again. However, this is not her idea of a picture-perfect wedding day, so she invited her biological father to have the honor of being the bride's father. Her wedding invitation not only invited the man who decided to rope me, but she totally disrespected the man who raised her. Although I or a bridesmaid could have pushed him down the aisle, she thinks it would not fit the vibe of the wedding. My husband looked so shocked and upset that she would even think of this, but I was furious. I have a visceral hate for that man and I let her know that I would not be anywhere near him. She told me that this is what she wants and there's no changing her mind, so I told her I will not be attending if he's there. She got upset and told me that I shouldn't hang on to the past, but I laid into her that she doesn't know what happened between me and her biological father, so she shouldn't stick her nose where it doesn't belong. Though I feel terrible about what I said and how I said it, and I can't be blamed for her being born or not knowing what happened since I never told her, I still feel as though my wishes should be respected if I say I don't want to be in the same room as someone.
Unattractive guys, how did you pull your girlfriend? I don't fit society's beauty standards and am not widely considered sexy or hot by others, but my current girlfriend is most certainly considered both of those things. This is how I pulled her. I was a lonely college student whose entire sex life revolved around dating apps. I had been active on Tinder for 2 years and only was able to hook up with 3 people, which for a 22-year-old is not great. I would grind on Tinder for at least an hour a day to get minimal likes, and when we would match I would usually get left on scene when I messaged them. I was tired of it. I consulted my friend about it and he told me that the problem was the pictures I was using for my profile and not actually me. My friends tried taking good pictures of me, but that didn't really work. I even hired a professional photographer for myself, but still matches didn't increase. I was about to write myself off as a hopeless romantic, until I found my secret sauce. Aragon.I, and it completely turned around my Tinder profile. I got at least double the amount of matches I was getting and I matched with my to-be girlfriend, Julie. We went on a date, hit it off, and the rest is history. To this day she doesn't know I slightly catfished her by using Aragon as my sauce to create the perfect dating profile, but it doesn't matter now. Edit. Since everyone is asking about Aragon.I, it's essentially a photo editing tool where you submit a few photos of yourself and it generates high-definition face shots. It's way cheaper than a professional photographer and takes a lot less time.
My daughter is the product of rope. She wants me to forgive her biological father and attend her wedding with him. I decided that I should stop running away and tell her everything. I first apologized for yelling at her for her suggestion, because in her mind, it was an innocent suggestion. I told her that I wasn't angry at her, but how fast she was willing to replace her father because he was in a wheelchair, and that anger was compounded because she brought up her genetic father. I apologized again for acting childish and not like an adult. She asked me why I am so against her genetic father being in the same vicinity as I am, and I just told her everything from our initial friendship to her conception. She didn't believe me, but I got a copy of the records of the court case and offered them to her if she needed a look. She looked stunned, like she wanted to believe me but couldn't. I apologized for keeping all this from her because I didn't know how to bring it up. She told me she didn't believe me and would confirm with her genetic father, so I told her to take the time she needed to process all this. Later that day, she came again, crying and apologizing for not believing me. I held her and cried and apologized too. It was kind of therapeutic. We had a long chat and I did feel closer to her. When we were done, she said she wanted to take me out to a surprise to help me feel better in a couple of days, which I happily agreed to. I went to see her yesterday in this little restaurant. As she ran up to me and gave me a hug, she led me to the patio, where her biological father stood. She told me he was here to apologize and start my healing journey. I just wanted to leave, but he grabbed my hand and all those memories I tried to repress just came back out. I started having a panic attack and lost balance, to which he tried to help me keep my balance, which worsened everything. I honestly don't remember how I left, but I ended up in my car just sobbing. I called my elder son to pick me up because I was not fit to drive at that moment. Today, my daughter called me upset that I ruined her surprise, but I was extremely upset with her. I asked her why she did that when she knows everything that happened between me and him, and she tried to use the excuse of my healing journey, but I wasn't having it. She admitted that she wanted me to get used to him because he's going to be walking her down the aisle along with my husband and doing the daddy-daughter dance. I told her that while I loved her and respected her decision to be with him, I am not willing to be anywhere he is. She started complaining about how she wants all her family to be there, and I'm still not forgiving, but I hung up the phone. Update 2. My daughter is the product of rope. She wants me to forgive her biological father and attend her wedding with him. My therapist advised me to tell my other children about what happened with my youngest daughter's past. My eldest boy is the only one that had a slight idea of what happened, but the other two were left unaware. I invited them over around 2 weeks ago for a family dinner and told them everything that happened with the conception of my daughter to what happened recently. They were all silent and stared at me, so I became a little nervous until my other daughter started crying. It was so upsetting for her, and my 2 sons were mad at my youngest daughter and her father. They asked why I didn't tell them earlier, and I told them I was just scared of how they would have reacted. My husband took them out of the dining room to talk while me and my eldest daughter just cried together. When my boys and husband came back, they apologized for leaving early and left. My eldest daughter wanted to spend the night with me, but early in the morning, she left with her brothers to do whatever. I didn't hear anything from them until last Wednesday. I was on Facebook when I saw my elder daughter's post calling out my younger daughter for not only ignoring the man who raised her but siding with the man who decided to rope her mother and re-traumatizing her. My boys made similar posts as well, dragging her name through the mud. I had so many direct messages, but I didn't want anything to do with them, so I deleted the app off my phone. Since I don't like people knowing about my personal life, I asked my kids to take down the post. They said they did, but I haven't re-downloaded the app to find out. My youngest would-have-been husband came to my house with his mother to apologize. He told me he broke off the engagement because he couldn't be with someone who treated their parents like that. His mother let me know how disgusted she was with my daughter's actions, and someone like that would never be a part of her family. I was honestly stunned by all the support I have received. I am a bit disappointed because I wanted my daughter's former fiancé to join the family, as he is a lovely and sweet boy, but he has boundaries in a relationship that my daughter unfortunately crossed. As for my youngest, she is furious with me. She sent me a nasty voicemail saying that I ruined her life. Her friends and fiancé basically cut her off. Needless to say, I felt terribly sorry because I had attempted to avoid this situation at all costs. I went through what she is experiencing and I know exactly what it feels like. I told my therapist about this and she told me that the difference is that while I was the victim, my daughter brought it on herself. My therapist is probably right, but I can't stop this feeling of dread. I tried to call my daughter, but once I heard her father on the line, I hung up. He took it upon himself to let me know that my daughter is depressed because of my actions.
What's the worst crime anybody can commit? For the love of Christ, would you turn off the gas once you're done? My mother would always say to me in rage. It's not that I was a forgetful person by nature, I just had a tendency for thinking I already did a deed only to find out I never did. 2015, 4th of July, fireworks in the sky, and I was getting ready for a night out with my buddies down the street, a few blocks away. I won't say I hung out with the wrong friends directly. No, what I did was find people who fed the chaos within me. So, that night, the plan was to vandalize a few shops, bully a few younger kids to make up for our own insecurities, you know, that kind of stuff. But somehow, for a bunch of 17-year-olds claiming to be badass, we also really hungry, and they wanted me to make some of my signature brownies for the whole team, 7 of us. I like to cook, bake, and see people eat my creation with excitement on their faces. My mom always said I should take up a few classes in culinary school because she believes I'd make a great chef someday. Anyway, enough of that. The more I think about it, the more I feel I let her down, because I did. So, I made the brownies, headed out in a rush, met up with the boys, we devoured them within minutes and got to work thrashing things in stores around the neighborhood. It was the 4th of July, a pretty loud night. My neighborhood had houses adjoined to each other, and so when I had the blast that sent splinters of wood flying into the air, I knew I had forgot to turn off the gas again. But this wasn't the worst part about the fire. The worst part was it burnt through every house in the neighborhood on that row of adjoined homes. Thankfully, out of 6 houses on a row, nobody was home at that time. By state laws I wasn't considered a minor anymore, so I did my time in 52 weeks of community service. It was either that or 2 years in jail for an accidental fire that damaged the property of 6 homes. Now, I'm more cautious about gas or anything that could start a fire. Not traumatized, just cautious.
My dad decided to get intimate with me. My whole immediate family has a very physically affectionate relationship. We hug and kiss each other upon greeting. But my dad seems to have a special interest in kissing and pinching my butt and belly button. When I would tell him no, he would jokingly beg. He's been like this for a while now. This is where I started having a sinking feeling he might be attracted to me. I've had a glow up a few years ago and I'm more unconventionally attractive than when I was growing up. I've had a bad summer and I'm in a vulnerable state. I've been on meds and in therapy a while now and nothing's working. A couple of months ago I got into a car accident that will have legal consequences that I'm terrified about, and because of it I attempted to take my life and was put under an involuntary hold in a psych ward for a week. My parents have been very supportive through all this, and now that I'm out they've both been kind to me. The night before last, my dad came into the room for snuggles and got in my twin-sized bed with me to cuddle a while, as he's done in the past. He started massaging my back, which felt nice, and up to now my father and I have only had platonic interactions. He asked if I wanted a massage, and I said yes. He started massaging me, and long story short, it got intimate. He moved down from my back to my butt. He then put his tongue on my back door. He left, then came back later. He said, "I love you so much. I just want to make you feel good." Jay did mostly the same again and went to town on himself while standing next to me. I feel so violated. If it hadn't happened twice I would be trying to convince myself I'm crazy. But I'm not. I don't know what to do. I'm not telling anyone close to me. My parents are the only reason I still have an ounce of belief in love. They're my best friends. I don't want to disrupt my family. I can't. I'm not brave enough.
Lack of intimacy made me lose faith in Christianity. I was born and raised a big-time Christian, and so was my wife. My wife and I's problem was, we were in a dead bedroom. It started after we had kids and never really recovered. We were having intimacy like 4 times a month. Now I tried to address it many times, doing the usual stuff like communicating, telling her what I need etc. but I was met with deflections, excuses like she is stressed, tired, empty promises. So I tried to reason with her by saying that our vows are to have and hold and she is failing her duty to satisfy me as a good obedient wife. Then I dragged her to the pastor and he told her that it's her duty as a wife to make me happy. The pastor laid into her as I stood there agreeing with him. My wife apologized and things improved for like a month and then reverted back. This is when I started to consider divorce, which was a huge thing, as divorce is not something I thought I would ever do due to my faith. I asked for guidance from my pastor about divorce and he said that divorce is not an option here. This is my cross to bear, that I have made vows in front of God, that everyone is tested by God and I need to pray and put my faith in him. This made my blood boil. It felt unjust, that the same faith that expects me to hold up my end of the bargain, absolves my wife of hers. When my pastor said that even though my wife is in the wrong here, divorce is not a possibility, the feeling of injustice was so strong that it made me question my faith for the first time in my life. I started to question everything that was told, started to see inconsistencies, faults everywhere in my faith. I became distant, moody, annoyed when anything related to church. My wife caught up on it and started to question me and I confessed about my doubts. She went to the pastor about my doubts and he asked me about them. I was very confrontational and my wife didn't like that, so afterwards she said that she can't be married to someone who questions his faith. That was the final nail in the coffin. That's when I decided that I am not a Christian anymore. Next day, I paid a visit to divorce lawyer and asked what I needed to do. And I told pastor I'm leaving church for good. My wife found the notes I took to the lawyer's office and confronted me and I told her. I don't take threats of divorce lightly, and she can't tell me what I can or cannot believe. She was astonished that I would ever divorce her and I said, it's not like I am intimately satisfied, so what reason do I have to stay in marriage? This has led to utter chaos in my marriage. She is trying so hard to make me go back to church. She has been very anxious, crying. Our dead bedroom has improved though. Now she knows that if I am not satisfied I am willing to end the marriage. I guess my faith gave her a sense of security to take me for granted. She is very anxious, and told me that it's unfair that if she doesn't do what I want I will leave, that she needs to be my property, that she feels like a prisoner in her own home. I told her sadly that is how it will have to be if she wants me to stay married to her. 2 days ago she told me she will never have intimacy with me again. I told her I was leaving in that case. Cue the crying, snort bubbles, and 2 hours later, she initiated intimacy. Now she is compulsively checking my phone. Even came to my office. Asked me whether I am looking at corn. I am not sure how to proceed. With all that happened, I don't even have friends who I could talk to as all of them are religious.
Life is so hard as a woman. I'm tired of it. The feeling of just by existing I know I'm being perceived differently than a man has felt so suffocating to me lately. I just want to be a person. It's usually in the little things but it builds up. When I'm in a conversation with only men, they often don't talk to me much, or if they do, it's probably because they're attracted to me and want to bone. When I enter a conversation with a man I know that they will see me first and foremost as a woman. I hate opening any social media platform, looking at any source of news, and seeing a story about a man doing something horrible to a woman. I hate being constantly reminded that I need to fear both men I don't know and be cautious around men I do know. If I were a man, I could walk into a meeting with a male professor alone and not feel wary, regardless of how nice he is. What if he is just being nice so I lower my guard? And why is it always the people we should trust the most? Male pastors, members of the government, celebrities. Every day there's a story about a dude in power, someone we as people should be able to trust, violating women and children. My own grandfather covered up the rope of a young girl. How can someone do that, let alone someone I loved and trusted? Genuinely, I don't understand. What if that were me? Would he care then? Do women only matter when you know them? My other grandfather barely talks to me or my sister and gives all of his attention to my brother. If he tried to relate to us, maybe it would be different. My brother grew up with me, saw how ambitious and passionate I was about what I wanted to do, and even helped me with it. I know even then he saw me as a girl, maybe thanks to my parents, but still. How can he see all that and say that I have to have children, How there's no valid purpose in life other than having kids? How can he show me videos of how women need to have children quickly and young before their bodies degrade? How can he make jokes about me not having the same rights as him? Why am I obligated to a set of standards because I was born with certain body parts? I didn't ask to be a woman, but I am, and so now I'm in a world that has so many expectations and rules because I'm something I didn't ask to be. I remember being 14 and seeing on the news that a 14-year-old girl had been RP'd and unalived. I remember feeling so fearful, wondering how someone could do that, and someone could do that to me even though I was just a child. I was just a toddler when my dad RP'd me. I'm his child, but none of that mattered because I'm a girl and he likes girls. Isn't it a parent's job to protect their kids? Why can't some men not think that maybe in a society where all the leaders are disproportionately a gender that has historically oppressed you and disproportionately targets your gender with violence, you might feel oppressed or at a disadvantage? Okay, I hear you, but still, no rights, bozo. A guy decided to rope me and my husband helped him. Last week my husband and I decided we wanted to hang out with someone after we got a little intoxicated. We invited a good friend of ours over to hang out with us and also get a little intoxicated. He ended up coming over pretty soon. We actually ended up having an awesome time at first. My husband played him at Smash Brothers and absolutely destroyed him. He liked my favorite show as well, so we watched Master Chef for quite a while. I made cocktails, cooked food, rolled up with our own grass, and we all had fun. Unfortunately, as the night went on, my husband and I got way too intoxicated. Eventually my husband says he has to go to bed and heads to the other room. I'm on one side of the couch and my friend on the other. As soon as my husband leaves, his whole demeanor changes. Now he's tapping his fingers on the couch like he's getting annoyed. He's fidgeting a lot and bouncing his leg while looking over at me here and there. Before I know it, he's literally right next to me, touching my shoulder, trying to grab at my side, starting to play with my honkers. I'm super gone at this point and all this physical contact feels amazing, but I cannot cheat on my husband, so I push him off and tell him I'm going to check on him. I get to the bedroom and wake him up. The first thing I said was, "Help, he's getting really handsy." My husband just mumbles something and goes back to sleep, leaving me terrified. I head back into the room. The entire time I'm talking to him, he is on the couch, and I'm purposefully standing behind the couch by the office door to separate myself from him, but at this point I'm super intoxicated. So, as I'm standing behind the couch, I blink and he's gone from the couch, blink again, he's almost around the couch, blink one more time and he's all around me. It felt like he was all consuming. He starts walking back around to the front of the couch, but as we pass the arm of the couch he grabs me hard and tosses me over onto the couch. The room is spinning and before I know it I'm sitting up and he's trying to kiss me. After I pushed him off, he slapped me hard in the face. Before I knew what was happening, his arms were around my neck, squeezing. He pushed me onto the floor and then decided to rope me. I was so intoxicated I did not even care. I guess at this point my husband heard the noises coming from the office, so he came in. I noticed him and he noticed me. But he walked up to me and started helping this friend of ours rope me. They then carried me into bed. At that point the room was spinning so much, I was nauseous, upset and confused. I passed out shortly after and my husband couldn't wake me. He apparently conked me pretty hard on the face multiple times to try and wake me, but I couldn't wake up. The next day I confronted my husband about what happened and what he let happen. He did not remember any of it, but all I remember was him breaking down. He told me he could no longer live with himself after doing such an act, and I told him that although I still love him, I could never forgive him. A few days later, I woke up and went for my morning shower. When I came out I found my husband, with an empty pill bottle next to him, and a messy and short note, dedicated to me. The note explained why he was doing this and how sorry he felt, and this was the only way to rid himself of that guilt. Needless to say, I've slumped into depression and booze since that day myself.
My mother wants to disown me for not letting my brother rope my sister. About 2 years ago in January, my sister confessed to me that my brother had been roping her. She told me that he had been doing this for at least 3 years and she didn't know what to do, since she had told my mother about his behavior and she did nothing about it. I haven't lived with my parents since I was 15, so I understand why my sister didn't trust me enough to tell me what was happening before. When I confronted my mom, all she said was he's working on changing, and he has not been doing anything lately. I just took my sister with me and my mom thanked me for helping her. After thinking a lot, I called my mom and asked her to call the police on my brother and to kick him out of her apartment before I took my sister back. She went completely insane and threatened to call the police on me for kidnapping my sister while calling me ungrateful, remarking how I have never helped her, and crying saying, "You don't know what they do to people who do things to children in prison." While my sister was living with me, I took her to all the appointments with CPS, taking her testimony, scheduling therapy sessions, etc. because the school was aware of everything happening. Every piece of information was sent to me instead of my mother, which made her furious. After a couple of months, my brother left the apartment and I took my sister back. After that, my mom prohibited me to be alone with my sister and wouldn't even allow me to arrive unannounced or without her permission. She stopped taking her to her therapy and got my sister a dog. When my brother was finally arrested, my mom went insane accusing me of calling the police again so they would arrest him and begged me to help her find a lawyer to help him. Of course, I did not help her with that and she completely dropped it. A couple of weeks after, she started acting like everything was normal and I thought she was changing. She would invite me We would go to places and spend holidays together, and sometimes she would ask me for money because she was late for rent or because my sister needed stuff for school, etc. I never gave it too much thought since she had never done that and I wanted to help her. After I think 7 or 8 months my brother got out of jail and was deported. I thought everything was going to get better from there seeing as my brother was in a different country, but I was really mad since I didn't know why he was released and no one would tell me. Fast forward to 2 months ago, me and my sister were talking in my car and she told me about everything that my mom had been up to. My mom had been paying several different lawyers to try and get my brother out of prison. That was the reason why she needed money. She kept in contact with my brother a lot and would send him money and care packages. And the worst of all, when she finally understood that nothing was getting my brother out of there, she threatened my sister to go and sign a contract stating that she lied and my brother didn't do anything to her. She also told her not to tell me this or else she would get rid of her dog. I truly did not know what to even think. The months of physical, emotional, and financial support I had given my sister, everything I had to do to make my sister have a better life and not be in that horrible situation shattered. I felt useless. Nothing I did was enough to protect my sister and I even contributed to it without knowing. My mom made my teenage sister a liar in court and all I can think about is how if anything remotely similar happens to her again, no one will believe her. It frustrates me how our mother was able to do this to her daughter just because her son was in prison for a crime he 100% committed. Made fun of a disabled girl at work. Turns out she is my boss's daughter. I have been working at this company for 6 months. Everything was going great, until last week, when we were scheduled to have our quarterly retreat. All of the employees from the satellite locations came to our office for the retreat. Our boss was there for the retreat, as was his disabled daughter, Amy. One of my coworkers told me Amy works at one of the satellite offices and I probably wouldn't have much interaction with her, but I should be nice. I only had one interaction with Amy up until this point, which was helping her fill up her coffee and noticing that she was very clearly intellectually disabled. The retreat came, and most of it was team building exercises. Prior to the incident, Amy only participated in the puzzle race, where groups put puzzles together without the box art to see which team could finish faster. Amy wasn't in my group, so I didn't have any interaction with her there. The big event, and the one that everyone seemed the most excited for, was the last activity of the day. Our boss gave us a list of potential clients. We were supposed to select 3 as a group, and put together something to attract the customer. We were told we would be judged on our creativity. My group explained that we could do pictures, slogans, jingles, whatever we wanted. Each person expected to work on one individually, then work with their group to polish it up before it was presented to everyone. I went with a jingle, rhymed a few words, and recorded it. It was silly but fit the brand. My group gave me some pointers, we made some improvements, and I recorded the final product for submission. I helped my team with their projects until it was time to turn everything in. After everything was turned in, we gathered in the big conference room to critique each other. The owner went through them one by one. If it was a picture or storyboard, he'd put it up, read it, and we'd make comments. When my jingle was played, it got a lot of comments, not all of them good, and I took the feedback with a smile. A few minutes later, a rather crude drawing was put up for the exact same company I had chosen. I immediately joked that, well, at least my jingle was better than that. Did a 3-year-old draw it? And laughed, to absolute silence. I was really confused because plenty of people had made jokes and everyone laughed. Instead, a few people looked at me like I was disgusting and the owner said, well, if you don't have anything nice to say, keep it to yourself, maybe? Then my boss scooted down to where I was sitting and told me I needed to go to my desk. Now, I noticed as I was gathering my things that the owner's daughter was red-faced and starting to tear up. The team building exercise was over for me. I went back to my desk and it began to sink in that the drawing must have been drawn by the owner's daughter. There was no warning or anything. The owner didn't reveal who put together what we were looking at until after a few critiques. As soon as the event was over, I approached my boss to apologize. He told me to wait for him in his office. Long story short, I was fired. My boss said since I was still on orientation, he had decided I wasn't a good fit for the company, so it was better to let me go now. I didn't get much time to process it because my boss had already called security, who showed up fairly quickly, and escorted me to my desk to gather my things before escorting me out of the building. An hour later, I got a call from one of my former teammates, who asked if I wanted to join the team for a drink one last time. They needed it after the retreat, and felt bad that they didn't warn me. I wasn't feeling up for it, but I wanted to try and make sense of the whole situation, so I went to the bar. In the back of my mind, I was thinking that since I'm about to start looking for a new job, a few references from former coworkers wouldn't be bad since I definitely won't be getting one from my boss or the owner of the company after everything that happened. The team explained that Amy comes to all of these retreats, and she always does some crude drawing like that. The team also shared more about Amy. Apparently she works at one of the satellite offices but doesn't really do anything. The people in charge of the office try to come up with stuff for her to do because she gets upset when she's bored. The team said the way the people who worked there described it, they were basically her babysitter so she wouldn't bother her dad all day when he spent most of his time there, and after he moved on to establish the new satellite office, he didn't take Amy with him because she liked all the friends she had at that office. They also said that her dad had harassed a few single guys at the office to take her on dates, which seemed pretty damn age or inappropriate, but he does own the company. My team said Amy desperately wants a boyfriend and wants to get married, which she talks about all the time. The consensus seemed to be that there's no way she actually understands how relationships or marriage works, and her dad probably put this idea in her head to begin with. One of my teammates joked that it wasn't a bad deal, because whoever married her would inherit the company since she is the old man's only kid. I wasn't really in the mood for jokes at that point after losing my job over one, so I told them I needed to go. The only good thing is my former team members did say they would gladly give me a reference if I needed it, since they felt so bad about not telling me about the Amy situation to begin with. Oh, and the cherry on top? Amy sent me a Facebook friend request over the weekend. What's the most epic thing you've ever done? I was lounging on my couch enjoying my weekend when I got a call telling me that one of our sponsored employees, Janice, was picked up for indecent exposure. She was caught hooking up with a guy in a private booth at a local restaurant. Basically, the police walked in on them whilst engaged in some seriously explicit activity. Turns out he works at the restaurant 2 doors down from where she worked. I did some pondering and something clicked in my brain and I had the thought, how and why did the police find them in a private booth in the back of a restaurant before the restaurant's own staff did? So I called the restaurant the next day. I thought maybe they called the police on them immediately for some reason. Or maybe the couple got belligerent when staff asked him to stop. Turns out the staff didn't notice a thing. In fact, up until that day the police had never been to that restaurant before, and when they did they simply walked in, went straight to the back booths where the two were sat and busted right in. I realized this meant that someone must have seen them and called the cops on them point blank. The question was who? I decided to speak to Janice. I also wanted to ask her who she thought called her in. Without hesitation she said it had to be Sami, who was one of our drivers. Why do you think it was Sami? I asked. He's the one that dropped me off at the restaurant that day. He might have seen my friend walk in right after me and called the police on us, she said. I knew the part of him dropping her off was true, that is literally his job and her only free mode of transport. Well, that sounds a bit drastic. Why would he do that even if he had seen you do anything? I asked. She claimed it was because he was jealous. He was really into her apparently and kept trying to get her into bed, she said. What genuinely angered me was when she told me that he actually tried to rope her. She fought him off in that. He hasn't tried or even said anything since other than being very short and curt with her. My immediate response was, why on earth would you not tell me or one of your managers right away? She said she had dealt with it her way, and it stopped, plus she didn't want anybody to get fired on her account, and she didn't want any interaction with the authorities, so she decided not to make a big deal out of it in the first place. She also declined to press formal charges against him, which I advised her to do. Her declining infuriated me even more. This guy was going to get off scot-free. Now clearly I was about to fire Sami, but in my mind it wasn't enough. Obviously, my next conversation of the day was with Sami. My intent was to confront him with the accusations. I called him into my office. I didn't really know where to start, so I went with, obviously you've heard about what happened to Janice this weekend? He stepped in it right away. Heard about it? Came the unexpectedly proud response from a proud and positively beaming Sami. I called it in. And this is where it started to get super satisfying. You see, for a couple of years since I met Sami, every now and then he would pull out and show us all pictures of his wife, who was back home living with his mother. She was younger than him and quite beautiful, but sadly barren, which is apparently why she settled with an older fart like him. He was so proud of how pretty she was. He was also a devout religious man, or so he claimed. So I asked him why call the police? He came back with, after I dropped her off I waited to see who she was meeting because she's a troublemaker woman. When I saw the man walk in after her I called police because I know him and he is married and this is against the laws of God and man. I'm smiling now, I knew I got him. Why do that instead of calling your direct manager, or even me, and before even seeing for yourself what they were doing exactly? Why make it my problem and the company's problem what she does in her own time? Silence. Head down counting his shoes. Sami, I know why. I know what you did. Janice just told me. I'm disgusted by you and sorry that we hired you. He had the audacity to mumble, I only tried once, sir. Anyways, I fired him, handed him a one-way ticket home, which was in 4 hours, and told him to get out. I had his house phone number saved somewhere from when we hired him. It was on his CV. I knew that because I called him there to interview him before we first hired him. I waited until his flight took off and dialed the number. I assumed either his mother or wife would answer the call, but I was wishing for the latter. I got my wish. Hello, Mrs. Sami. I'm your husband's employer. Well, his former employer anyway. Just so you know, I fired him a few hours ago and he's on a flight home as we speak. Just so you are aware, I was forced to fire him because he attempted to rope a fellow employee half his age. I'm sorry, I said, and promptly hung up, but not before hearing her gasping in shock.
My mother hates my 6-year-old sister with Down syndrome and blames her for our dad leaving us. I want to have custody of my sister, but my mom won't let me. My mom was 39 when she got pregnant with my sister with Down syndrome. When our dad found this out, he filed for divorce. Without my dad's income, Mom had to sell our house and we moved to a different neighborhood. During her pregnancy, she was committed to being the best mom to my sister named Mary and me. A few weeks after giving birth to Mary, who other than Down syndrome, had no other health issues, my parents' divorce was finalized. Mom got full custody and Dad got visitation rights twice a week, but I refused to see him and he didn't want anything to do with Mary. The finalization of the divorce hit my mom hard and she spiraled into postpartum depression. I was a high school freshman when all of this happened and I had to step up and help take care of my sister because my mom couldn't do it alone. While I was at school, she would do the most basic things like give Mary the bottle and change her diaper, and then she would wait for me to come home and help with the chores and Mary. To help was to clean up the house a bit, take care of Mary for the rest of the day, make dinner, and also find time to study and do schoolwork. Even though my mom had 10 weeks of paid maternity leave, she decided to go back to work when Mary was 8 weeks old. She did find the best daycare for her and I was honestly relieved knowing that Mary would be properly cared for while I was at school. My mom started to get better when she was back to work, but she still didn't care that much about Mary, so I called her sister, my aunt, and told her everything. She offered to find my mom a good therapist and pay for it, and my mom agreed and she started therapy. During high school summer breaks, my mom would be angry with me because I refused to work and make money for my own expenses. My father did pay around $2,000 in child support for Mary and me, but that money would go towards our health insurance and whatever remained would be for me to buy anything Mary and I needed that wasn't food, medicine or gas. I didn't want to work because summers were the only time of the year I could actually have some time for myself. Every summer, Mary would only be in daycare a few times a week for a few hours while I would do housework and run errands, and we would spend the rest of our time together. She certainly had some developmental delays, but by the time she was 3.5, Mary was already walking, talking, sleeping in her big girl bed, and she was potty trained. All of that because I worked with her and I did whatever I could to make sure she was as independent as possible. Right around that time my mom stopped seeing her therapist and she'd already been off antidepressants for a while. She was no longer struggling with depression, she just regretted having Mary, and making peace with that was the hardest thing I ever had to do. I always hoped that she would get better and that she would come around, but no medicine could help the way she disregarded and resented Mary. She made it very clear to me she disliked Mary, and even once said, "I don't give an F about that stupid girl, she destroyed everything," when I asked her why she did not get Mary a snack from her grocery trip. Those words stuck with me. I graduated high school, and even though I had known for years that college wouldn't be a part of my reality, it was a really painful time for me because it's something I wanted. Still, after a 1-month trial period at my friend's mom's event planning agency, I landed a full-time, well-paying job. Mom and I were a bit financially stressed because my portion of the child support ended when I turned 18, so this job really saved us, and I was so excited to finally start saving money and to give Mary her own room since we were sharing one. But since I got a new job, my mom decided to cut her hours and only work part-time because she was tired of being the sole breadwinner and she deserved to slow down and semi-retire. I was really mad because I had to pay for roughly 70% of all monthly expenses for the household while she would pitch in here and there, and spend the rest of her money however she liked. She no longer felt obligated to financially contribute. I ended up getting a second job a few months later. It wasn't a full-time job because I worked from home and I got to choose my projects. I basically booked social media influencers with companies and helped them figure out if they were a good match for advertisements and campaigns. It was really easy and I was able to make an additional $1,000 a month. After about a year, I had saved enough to buy a really good used car. My mom did get me a used car for my 16th birthday, but she didn't want to pay for all the repairs it needed, so I spent over 3 years driving Mary and myself in an unsafe car. I was proud of myself, so you can imagine the absolute shock that ensued when my friend called me to ask me why I was selling the car I just got. My mom posted photos of my car on her Facebook and put it up for sale because, according to her, I didn't need a fancy car. She said we could split the money and I could get a more cost-effective car since I had to be more responsible with my finances. The argument that followed was our biggest one yet, and we ended up establishing some strict rules when it comes to our relationship. From that moment on, our mom became like a roommate to Mary and me. I even stopped calling her mom and started using her name. I did find comfort in knowing that Mary wasn't alone in this. Our mother was treating me the same, and it was not us. It was never us. She's just someone who never should have been a parent. I remodeled an upstairs office in our home and turned it into Mary's safari-themed bedroom. I got us annual Disney passes. We travel and go on little road trips together. I've learned to cook pretty well and Mary loves helping me. I have 3 friends I consider family who love Mary and me unconditionally. However, sometimes I get overwhelmed when I think of the life I wanted and never got to have. I'm like a 50-year-old trapped in a 21-year-old girl's body. And it hurts even more when I hear how my mother compares me to my 20-year-old cousin with a boyfriend who moved to Austin for college. The two of them go shopping together, they have brunch together, she knows all about her fun college life, the boys she's dating, and she makes sure to always emphasize how lucky my aunt is to have such great, accomplished kids. Another thing she likes to do is mention how my other cousin has won several beauty pageants, and she only does this because my friends once asked me if I'd like to apply for our school's pageant, and my mom tried to embarrass me in front of them by saying that I couldn't win anything with my daddy's face. 2020 has been difficult for us because we suddenly had to be home with our mother all the time. I had to coordinate my work and Mary's homeschooling, and I really tried to minimize all outings because Mary has asthma, which makes her high risk. My mother, however, would go to the store twice a day just to get out, or she would go to the park, and even now that things have started to open up, she was the first one to go and eat out and visit friends like it's no big deal. Because of that, another huge argument ensued, and I told her that we should go our separate ways if she'll let me take custody of Mary. I was serious and she knew that. She told me that Mary has already caused her embarrassment because she had to divorce and that she's not letting it happen a second time by making herself seem like she's unfit to parent. And she's right, I don't have much to go on even if I wanted to take her to court to claim that she's unfit, at least not with this budget. It would completely drain my finances and I would probably lose the case and lose Mary for good. She's not abusive or hostile towards Mary, she's just not anything towards her. It's not even neglect because she does pay for a few things and she will babysit if I have to run somewhere, but she's literally like a stranger to us, not a mom. That really crushed me, and I was sitting in the kitchen thinking about everything when Mary came to ask me for a snack. I didn't hear what she said, so she talked back and I yelled at her. I snapped at her for the first time ever and she looked at me the same way she looks at our mother. I'm so terrified that I'll allow myself to become like her because she's just pushing my buttons whenever she can.
Made fun of a disabled girl at work. Turns out she is my boss's daughter. I accepted the friend request from Amy, the boss's disabled daughter. I immediately messaged her. I said I shouldn't have made that joke about anyone's work, it was unprofessional, and I was sorry. It took her a while to respond, but when she finally did, she thanked me for my apology, but said she sent me the request because she wanted to apologize since I lost my job over it. She also sent this message: "Hi, my name is Amy. Please forgive me if I'm slow to respond to you. I suffered a brain injury when I was a little girl and it takes me a while to type things out." I responded saying it was not a problem, and she could take all the time she needed. Amy and I ended up messaging back and forth until almost 3 a.m. I ended up taking a liking to her. She is very pretty, and even though she is as bright as Patrick Star, I quite like her. We spent a lot of time talking about her. That's just the direction it went, so I asked questions since she seemed comfortable talking about it. Amy was in a car accident when she was a kid. She was in the car with her mom and they were hit by an intoxicated driver while coming back from a birthday party for one of her classmates. Her mom didn't make it, and Amy suffered a brain injury that impacts her motor skills. Because it makes it difficult for her to speak and do simple things, people assume she's mentally challenged. She was put in special ed because of it, but worked really hard and graduated from high school. She even wanted to go to college, but her dad didn't think it was a good idea. Her life has been difficult because it's hard for her to communicate with people. By the time she can get a fully formed sentence out, the conversation is over. She can type, slowly, but most people don't want to type when they're face to face. She even admitted that when she's not at work, she will sometimes carry a tablet and pretend she's mute, because that's just easier. We eventually circled back to the drawing and my terrible response to it. She wasn't that offended by my response, because she assumed I didn't know. She got upset, primarily, because she knew all hell was about to break loose and she had no way to communicate with anyone. She was so upset when she found out I got fired, and tried to talk to her dad, but he wouldn't listen to her. She's fully aware that a lot of people at the company just pretend to be nice to her because she's the owner's daughter, but she does have a few friends at the satellite office where she works who better understand her disability. She gets frustrated because she can't truly contribute anything, but is happy when they are able to find busy work for her to do. It might take her all day to do something another person could do in a couple of hours, but it's better than sitting around bored all day. She knows she's a burden and a bother to her dad when he's around, but he's her dad and she loves him. She wishes every single day she was a daughter he could be proud of, rather than a burden. She tries talking to him via emails and text messages, but he usually doesn't respond. If they're in the same location, he'll just walk over and respond verbally, which is frustrating, because it becomes a one-sided discussion with her unable to do anything but give simple one-word answers like yes or no. She also thanked me again for helping with her coffee. She said that when she was younger, she tried to do everything by herself, and would get mad when people helped her, but now she's learned to appreciate the few who do. Most just stand there and look away, pretending to patiently wait for her to do it on her own. We ended our talk last night agreeing to talk again sometime. She asked if I had watched the first episode of House of Dragon yet, which I have, and she asked if I'd like to talk about it after she watched it. I told her I'd love to.
My mother hates my 6-year-old sister with Down syndrome and blames her for our dad leaving us. I want to have custody of my sister but my mom won't let me. I got in touch with a few people who helped me get free legal counseling. At the counseling, the attorney I was talking to thought it would be best to comb through my own life, fix whatever had to be fixed, and then proceed to legally petition for guardianship over Mary. He didn't think I had much to go on, because my mom wasn't completely neglectful, she wasn't abusive and she wasn't unfit to parent. She just had no problem dumping almost everything on me and using my love for Mary to manipulate me into not leaving. But he also thought that even though it was probably going to be messy, I could win. The only major problem was the fact that I had to move out and leave Mary behind. Moving out meant I could prove that I can provide a good, safe and stable home for Mary, all on my own. So at the end of July 2020, I did the hardest thing I'd ever done and I moved out of our family home and into a 2-bedroom apartment. 1 bedroom for me and 1 bedroom for, hopefully, Mary. In that same week, I was laid off work at the event planning agency. I felt miserable and like I'd made the worst mistake of my life. My friends really saved me during that time with their emotional help and support because all I did was cry and worry about Mary. I had to gather all my strength to get over the paralyzing fear that started to consume me. I still had my side gig that became my main income, but I could never support the two of us with that, so, on top of everything else, I started looking for another job. I got incredibly lucky with that as a company I had worked with previously had an opening in their PR team and then they hired me. All of this, from the day I moved out until the day I got another job, lasted about 3 weeks. And during those 3 weeks, I would see Mary once a day for about an hour. Our mom allowed me to continue visiting her and she was being weirdly calm through all of this, which made me believe that she lawyered up and her odds were better than mine. I started reaching out to Mary's teachers, other parents I was on friendly terms with, her doctors, a few of our family members. I was basically looking for people who could support me in writing and let the court know that I was the one taking care of Mary. I also made copies of every document and receipt I had that could support my claim. My friends pitched in and gave me $1,500 of their own money to help me with the potential cost of everything, and then the most unexpected thing happened. My mother called me and told me she would willingly give up legal custody of Mary and petition to have it transferred to me. Those 4.5 weeks that she spent taking care of Mary all on her own were enough for her to realize that she didn't want that. She was never a mom to Mary and she had no intention of becoming one. I think that realization hurt her deeply because during those weeks she did try, I could tell, and Mary in fact did tell me that mom was nice to her. But that was not the life she wanted and, even though I was terrified that our mother would put Mary in a care facility after moved out, I was happy that she admitted defeat to herself and did what was best for Mary. I felt like I could finally breathe. Things were going good, the whole legal process was a bit delayed due to the vid but it didn't take too long. Mary moved in with me. We had a lot of catching up to do, I had a lot of explaining to do because she was so overwhelmed after I moved out of our house. We were settling into our new routine. We were happy. At the same time, the vid restrictions kept changing, school had already started and I was terrified of navigating through it all. Mary had asthma that was fully under control and she would only have minor flare-ups during allergy season, but it still made her high risk when it came to the vid. I held off on sending her back to school for in-person learning. I worked from home Tuesday through Friday and I only had to be in office on Mondays. During that time Mary would be at home with a nanny who was tested every time. But the isolation was slowly getting to Mary as she was highly social, so I agreed to taking her to one play date a week and one outing of her choice per week, which was usually shopping. We did go on daily walks and little trips to nature, but that was usually just the two of us. Sometimes one of my friends who were also vid safe would join us. None of the precautions were enough and all of the little outings I decided to make possible for her were too much. I lost Mary to the vid in February of this year. One morning she woke up with a fever and I knew. Her symptoms developed rapidly, her lungs lit up like a Christmas tree on the x-ray and she was hospitalized. On day 2 of her hospital stay, she had to be put in an induced coma and placed on a ventilator. She was doing well for the first week and then her blood pressure started dropping rapidly. My heart shattered into a million pieces when I saw the caller ID on my phone at 11:26 p.m. and it's been that way since. Our mother, who is fully blaming me, has moved back to Georgia to live with her sister. And I've been both alive and dead since the day Mary died. I haven't visited her little grave since the funeral. I pay someone every week to go to her grave, leave flowers for her and clean up the previous ones. Sometimes I go to the graveyard multiple times a week and I just stand by the fence, without moving forward. I'm angry and miserable and numb and heartbroken, all at the same time. I've distanced myself from all of my friends who are still not giving up on me, but I can't bring myself to accept their help. I feel undeserving of it, I feel responsible and guilty and like the only way I should be allowed to live my life is in complete pain. Because if Mary doesn't have a happy ending, why should I get to have one?
I gave my boyfriend a night so good he proposed to me. I have been dating my boyfriend, Alan, for 7 months. He absolutely loves it when I go down on him and he always jokes about it and has nicknamed me Squirrel, as I know how to get a nut. His other nickname for me is Gawkstar as I play guitar. Usually I find it pretty funny. Lately things have been ramping up in the bedroom and with him getting extremely invested in the gym, his drive has gone up. For his birthday I decided to surprise him with some Tabs chocolate. It is an intimacy chocolate and according to my cousin has made him the happiest man alive. When his birthday came I spoiled him with gifts, and also this chocolate. He was confused at first but then I explained, he did not believe in its effects at first. Later on rolled around and he gave in to trying the chocolate, he took 2 pieces and threw on a TV show. An hour later he was starting to get turned on and looked at me and said perhaps I was wrong about this. We climbed into bed and got to making out. I had not seen him so into it in a few weeks and he seemed like he was having the time of his life. Finally when I started going down, he said to me if this is really that good I'm proposing. Famous last words. 15 minutes later he looked like a cold homeless kid with how much he was shivering. When he finally finished, his 6'3" frame was shaking head to toe and his speech was slurred. I smirked and told him I told you that chocolate is good. I calmed him down and got a towel and wiped what was left off his stomach and myself. Another 15 minutes later he got this mental strength back. Stood up, grabbed me out of bed, got down to one knee and proposed there and then. He did not have a ring, however it was official, he kissed me and repeated how much he loved me. This was last week and we went engagement ring shopping together, he bought me a beautiful ring and I love this man. When he did he put it onto my finger and told me, for you Gawkstar.
My boyfriend insists I stay with him even though I caught him cheating. I have been with my boyfriend Mike for 5 years. We started dating when we were 12. During my sophomore year of high school I made a friend named Anna. Anna is a 420 fanatic, constantly skips school, and goes through a plethora of boys and girlfriends. We share so much love for one another that it's never bothered me. Mike and Anna never liked each other. Mike was the classic nerd who is all about school, and if it weren't for the rules he'd probably stay there all day studying. Anna hates rules, and has always held a grudge at Mike because of his Hermione Granger behavior. For my 17th birthday, my parents allowed me to throw a small party. I of course invited Mike and Anna, and a few other friends. The party's at my place. We've got this beautiful barn in our backyard that used to house animals but is now only used for parties or get-togethers. The music is loud, everyone's dancing, and I'm having the time of my life. I'd even watched 2 of my friends confess and start dating. It was wonderful, but I soon realized Mike and Anna were both missing. I'm worried, because they disappeared on my 16th and had such a big argument that Mike left. Anna never told me so I never pried. This is when it gets bad. So I go into the main house, a 1-story building, and go straight to my room to plug in my phone before I go and look for them. And when I walk into my own room, there he is. Effing Anna on my bed. Not even in a quick, pull the fly down F. Both are fully unclothed. So I pound on the door and they jolt up, covering themselves. Long story short, we argue. A lot. I'm not a screamer, but I screamed at them until my voice was hoarse. Mike had the audacity to tell me it was because he was drinking, then tried to change it to smoking when I reminded him this is a no-alcohol house. They only admitted to it when I threatened to record them and show it to the people at the party. Not the wiser choice of words, but I was so angry. They had been doing it for 7 months. It supposedly happened on the night I had to leave our hangout because my grandpa passed away. Mike, in his absolute loneliness, sniffed out Anna and slept with her. As if that bomb wasn't enough, Anna is 2 months pregnant. I made them leave. That's when Mike angrily says that if I had just slept with him, he wouldn't have had to resort to this. Intimacy was the only thing I was withholding until marriage. It started as a trick to see if he would leave, and he didn't, so I decided to just wait until the time was right to have intimacy. I still gave neck any time he asked, but I wanted my first time to be special. I don't know what to do anymore. Anna says she wants me to still be a part of their lives and the baby's life, but I don't think I can. I haven't been able to tell my parents, but I did text my parents and Mike's parents that I want to meet up, just us 5 tomorrow for breakfast. I know Mike's mom is hoping it's a pregnancy announcement, as she's always made remarks about having kids young, and it's going to hurt so much to break her heart like this. I also made it clear that Mike was not allowed to come, which set off warning bells in my mom's head. I'm staying at a friend's house because I can't even stand being in my bedroom at the moment. I was also able to send a text message to both Mike and Anna that I never want to see them again, and that if they contact me again I'll tell Mike's family he got Anna pregnant, which I'm not going to tell them tomorrow. All I'll be saying is that Mike cheated on me, and that we are over.
I ruined my brother's life by calling the cops when his girlfriend was trying to unalive him. My older brother just left my house in tears. His daughter starts kindergarten this fall, and he wanted to be one of the parent volunteers for after-school activities and camps. He was denied because of an arrest that happened in 2002. He still doesn't know that it was me who called the police that day. Our parents divorced when I was 13 and my brother was 19. He had a house that he rented. Our mom was dragging the divorce out and I wasn't handling it well. My brother offered to let me stay with him until the dust settled. He dropped me off at school every morning on his way to work, made sure I got to my after-school activities, and most of all kept me from losing my mind in a very difficult time in my life. We would spend countless hours in the garage while he worked on his cars. I would rant about my silly teenage life and he would teach me everything about the work he was doing. Even if I was completely in the wrong on something, or completely overreacting, he would let me know it, but without being a jerk about it. I saw a kind, compassionate, dedicated man in him, instead of the distant, mean older brother he'd always been before this. He was the absolute rock I needed at that point in my life. But holy crap, did he have terrible taste in women. I had been living with my brother for almost a year when he started dating Kara. Within a few weeks she was basically living at his place. The argument started almost immediately. She would scream at him until all hours of the morning, throwing things or just generally smashing the place up. He never even yelled back. He kept the same even tone our father would use when our mom was upset about anything. When it got bad, he would just leave the house for a few hours, leaving Kara alone with me. I hated them both for this. It wasn't long before he started coming home from being with her with black eyes, bruises or scratches all over his face and arms. I asked him why he put up with her. He told me that she thinks she's pregnant, and he wasn't going to be a deadbeat, absentee father, no matter how much Kara pushed him to be. I asked him why he kept sleeping with her. He responded that he didn't want to, but the fight wouldn't end until he just let her have her way. That she just wouldn't let him sleep if they didn't make up. He told me that even if he managed to fall asleep, he'd wake up doing it either way. I asked him why he never called the police. He told me that was only going to make it worse. So many times he'd reach a limit and break up with her, pregnant or not. Once he even changed the locks, to which Kara responded by going on a week-long drinking bender, resulting in a loss of the pregnancy. A few weeks later the same cycle was repeating. She'd get pregnant, she'd start fights, she'd get violent, she'd binge drink, abuse substances, or something to lose the baby, they'd make up, grieve, and settle back in. Rinse wash repeat, for months. Sometimes he'd break up with her somewhere in the cycle, but really only in the beginning. It always made her escalate. They'd only been together for 6 months, but I could see the life draining from my brother's eyes with every repetition. He really was never the same person again. He started smoking every day. One December morning, my brother was out back working on his BMW. This car was his pride and joy. He bought it for $500 in 1998. It was a complete bucket of crap. It barely ran, and looked like it had spent its glory days completely submerged. Over the years he had completely overhauled it. Right when he and Kara starting dating, the motor threw a rod. My brother found a replacement motor from a newer 3 Series and was in the process of installing it when Kara happened. Kara absolutely hated that car. She'd tell him often in arguments that he loved that stupid BMW more than he loved her. My brother barely had a chance to work on it once she came into the picture. I was in my bedroom, my brother was out working on the car. I heard Kara yelling as she came up the driveway. I couldn't make out what she was saying, but I could tell she was already amped up. I looked out from my window and saw her start hitting the car with a 4-foot breaker bar. She'd smashed out the headlights and the windshield, and was starting on the rest of the car. My brother just sat there, watching her do this. Every crunch and smash sent a cold spike down my spine. It was hard to watch, but I couldn't look away. Then she spun around and started hurting my brother. She hauled back the breaker bar and cracked him with it. He crumpled over from his chair onto the garage floor. That's when I grabbed the phone and called the police. I told the operator that my brother's girlfriend was trying to unalive him. I know I told them to hurry. I left the phone off the hook and started to run outside to do something. My brother came barreling through the back door, slamming it behind him, his entire face and shirt soaked. Kara got there just as he turned the deadbolt. She was screaming and banging and kicking on the door. It was honestly inhuman. There was a fire in her eyes that just terrified me. I ran back to my room and hung up the phone. At some point Kara went back to beating on the car. My brother just sat on the kitchen floor with his back pressed against the back door. The police arrived and the noise stopped. I remember my brother cursing under his breath that the neighbors called the cops. I kept my mouth shut. After a few minutes an officer knocked on the front door. My brother opened the door, and without a moment's hesitation, one officer grabbed him, shoved him against the railing and another handcuffed him. They loaded him in the back of one car and then both police cars pulled away. To my utter horror, Kara was still standing out front. She just got in her own car and left. A week later, my brother came home. He had a few broken ribs and a severe concussion. Kara told the police he had attacked her first, an absolute lie. The cops held him in interrogation for hours, and then a holding cell for days. He was arraigned but the charges against him were eventually dropped. The damage was already done. Kara told everyone that she dropped the charges because her baby needed a daddy, even if he was a crappy one. Another absolute lie. What few friends he had left abandoned him. To everyone on the fringes of his once expansive social circle, he was just the a-hole who tried to hurt a girl. In the week my brother was locked up, he got fired from his job at the shop. He ended up abandoning his lease in March and both of us moved back in with our dad. Mom had moved out of our dad's house by this point, so it was just the three of us. And sometimes Kara. She told my brother that she'd get him locked up again whenever she wanted if he acted up or tried to leave her. Kara never ended up having a baby, thank God. I don't know if it was because of miscarriages or if she was just making the whole thing up. He may have survived, but she unalived him that day. For months I would hear him crying at night, and it almost unalived me too. My brother struggled to get a job for a while but eventually ended up doing car audio stuff. He took a night job delivering pizzas also. Kara spent the next year or so making his life hellish. He would come home every couple of weeks with a bandaged arm or a black eye. She got him fired from the pizza place because she would show up and start arguments with him while he was working. She made him quit the car audio gig because the boss wouldn't let her in the service bay. He hopped around from shop to shop for a while, working as a mechanic's apprentice or parts driver or whatever he could find, always keeping at least one job if not two. When he was working a lot, she would berate him and start fights over how he was working too much and they never saw each other. When he wasn't working, or working only one job, she'd berate him about not being able to pay for her stuff. He didn't care. He didn't care about much of anything really. He just went to work, came home to smoke, and slept, that was it. Slowly Kara stopped coming around as much. Eventually she was just gone. I don't know if she got bored or whatever or if she found a new guy, I can't really say I care. My brother spent a long time in a pretty dark place. He never talked about it, but the dramatic shift in his personality over that year made it pretty clear to me. He never fixed the damage she did to his car. He got it running at some point, but never fixed the body work. It mostly sat for the next decade before he sold it. After Kara was gone he was able to hold steady work again, but he never strived to do much more than entry-level stuff. He never really had any real friendships after this either. He'd never admit it, but for someone that was so social before, he had to be lonely. It took a long while, but eventually my brother started dating again. He met his now wife in 2010. She was a great partner for him. He quit smoking and started to actually get his life together. He went back to school in 2015 and now has an engineering degree. They had their kid in 2018. He has been the absolute best dad for her. When their daughter came along, it was like my brother's old self got woken up again. I've never seen him so happy as he is when they're playing together or when she helps her papa fix something on the cars or around the house. He is so involved with everything she does, of course he'd want to volunteer at her school. And then he finds out that he can't, and all I can see is that broken young man trying not to cry. He still doesn't know it was me who called the cops. I broke up with my girlfriend because of the Barbie movie. A few days ago, I watched the Barbie movie with my girlfriend. And in Barbie and Ken's seemingly trivial, fantastical world, I found a life-altering realization that compelled me to end a relationship that had spanned 2 years of my life. It wasn't an easy decision to make, she was my rock. Those first few months leading up to us being together was like a delicate dance as she was still healing from a past relationship. She was so unsure about being with me, probably for fear of repeating past mistakes. But she took the chance, and we grew together slowly. She even stopped talking to her abusive ex after a year or so since they had been good friends, regardless of the relationship they had. But circumstances brought them back in contact when his mother was hospitalized. She was too afraid to tell me, scared it might upset me. And while I know there was no infidelity involved, the lack of communication hurt me. She immediately stopped speaking to him from that moment over a year ago and hasn't spoken to him since. As if that wasn't enough, 2 months after that incident her parents were actively pushing her into talks of marriage with a guy they favored. We had an understanding that she would tell me everything and keep her interactions with this guy to a bare minimum and keep it as dry as possible. But when I accidentally saw a 2-month-long snap streak with him on her phone, the old wounds were reopened. She thought she had already told me, but we both soon realized that she had completely forgotten about it. I know snap streaks seem like such a trivial issue, but in the grand scheme of things, it was pretty massive, considering the trials and tribulations we've both been through. I was left in a strange place, feeling as if I was constantly in the shadows of other men in her life, waiting for some level of openness that never really came. But through all of this, she remained my rock, my support. She was there for me during the grueling days of university, the job search, and everything else life threw at me. She was there for my family, always kind, always ready to help. Watching the Barbie movie was supposed to be an escape from reality, but it turned out to be the opposite. In Ken, I saw myself. He existed to serve Barbie. Without her, he felt empty and devoid of purpose. But throughout the movie, Barbie helps Ken discover his own worth and realizes he is not defined by Barbie, but rather, he is enough just being himself. And believe it or not, this realization shook me. I had been clinging to the comfort and support she provided, blind to the mounting issues. But I had to face the truth, I was enough. My worth wasn't tied to her, my happiness wasn't dependent on her validation. She is a wonderful person, truly, but we had issues that we couldn't resolve, issues that were hurting us both. And I am like Ken, still searching for my purpose, my calling. But I know that I am enough. I'm not sure where I'll end up, but I have faith in the journey. She deserves the same chance to find her own way without the weight of my expectations or the shadows of her past. So, here I am, a guy who realized his worth after watching a Barbie movie.
My boyfriend insists I stay with him even though I caught him cheating. This morning did not go well at all. Myself, Mike's parents and my parents met up at a little breakfast place. Mike's older brother, David, was even there. You know who walked in? My cheating boyfriend Mike, and his pregnant, 16-year-old mistress Anna. They come and try to sit with us. I honestly start freaking out saying no, I said I didn't want them here, they can't be here. Anna has a massive smirk on her face and it's taking everything in me not to dig my nails into her face. Mike's mom says that we're all family and should all be able to talk to one another. David, my parents, and Mike's dad are kind of staring at her like what the F? David speaks up and says that I don't want them here, so you shouldn't have brought them. The whole thing is just a lot of back and forth arguing. So I fully lose my cool. I wasn't going to tell Mike's parents all of it, but Mike's and Anna's presence was just too much at the moment. Especially with Mike's mom advocating for them. Well, since everyone wants to know so badly, Mike cheated on me with Anna, has been for 7 months, and you're gonna be a grandmama, because Mike got Anna pregnant, and I caught them having intimacy in my bed. It was silent and Mike's mom actually laughed. She didn't believe me. It filled me with rage. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm thankful Mike was there for the sole reason of telling his mom what he did. He actually said he loved Anna and wanted to provide for her. I felt my heart break. I couldn't even believe it. I started crying. Mike's dad was insanely angry. He got up, pulling Mike out of his seat and started literally slapping him. Like right across the dome. That's when he sat down and told me something that just made me angry. Mike had apparently cheated in freshman year at an ACA deck competition with a girl from another team, and his dad caught them kissing when he went to pick Mike up. It was the first time he ever cheated on me, and I wasn't told. Granted, I probably wouldn't have stayed back then. Freshman year was tough for me, so I understand why they didn't tell me, but I'm still so upset. I don't know why I wasn't told. I don't understand anything that's going on at the moment. I'm livid, and so are both my parents. At Mike's mom's insistence he wouldn't cheat, and overall show of screaming and wailing, I just got up and walked out. David followed me. He didn't want me driving alone. My parents followed me out, and I told them that I wanted a new mattress. They said that it'll be out as soon as they get home. David took me to his apartment. I had been here many times with Mike and by myself, and I really just needed someone I trusted to cry with. Right there and then I decided I should have revenge, and slept with David.
I had intimacy with my dead twin brother's girlfriend to help cope with his loss. My twin's aside was one of the most impactful parts of my life. Being only 14 at the time, it was confusing, heartbreaking, and completely changed my perspective on life. I had never experienced death of a loved one, so my first death being my brother was extremely tough for me. My mother became increasingly concerned about me and my mental health, so she always filled our flat with people close to my brother to make me feel supported. One of these people was my brother's girlfriend. She lived nearby and had been dating my brother for about a year, so I saw her a decent amount, but in the months after his death she came over almost every day for supper. Like me, she took his death pretty hard. We would comfort each other by talking about our favorite things to do with him, listen to his favorite songs, and would do anything to make it feel like he's still here with us. One night, while doing this exact routine we had for months, we started talking about their relationship. Being young and innocent, I barely understood the concept of a relationship, so when she told me they were intimately active, I was stunned. I started bombarding her with questions, all of which she answered with little detail. After finding this out though, it was hard for me to live knowing there was a side of my brother I never got to see and only she got to see. Over the next year or so, she became more willing to talk about the details that I was dying to know. The more time went on, the more details I got, and the closer me and her became. It being a few years after his death now, she was an open book with me. We discussed her struggles with dating after brother's death and how it's hard for her to even imagine herself being with someone else after what she had been through. One night in late winter we had come home from an outdoor concert. It was the type of cold where you could feel it in your bones. I ran to my room to grab blankets and proceeded to cover ourselves on the couch. She cuddled up towards me as we watched some TV and attempted to warm ourselves up by my tiny electric fireplace. It felt so natural that I had barely even noticed that what we were doing was probably abnormal. As usual, we start discussing her relationship issues and she mentions how cuddling on me felt like she was with him again. She started crying, which made me start to tear up. I embrace her more as she talks about how much she misses his touch. At this point though, things started to get somewhat heated, despite me not realizing it at first. She slides her hands under my sweater to embrace me tighter and simply asks, "Can I?" At this point I realize what she's starting to imply and we started kissing. The more we did it, the more passionate it became. We had intimacy that night and it was the most natural good feeling thing I've ever experienced. This evolved into a full-on intimate relationship that was cut short by me having to leave for uni. However, it seemed that whatever she got from our short-lived relationship helped her get over my brother, as she was in a relationship shortly after I left. She also seemed to be much happier from the few conversations we've had since. Our relationship also helped me cope with his death in a weird way since she was there for me throughout my entire grieving process. It felt like closing a chapter on a tough time in my life.
My husband has been going to his previous affair partner for advice and it makes me uncomfortable. My husband Jack has been spending a lot of time with our neighbor Sophie. Jack and Sophie had an affair when she was 17 and he was 32. Jack was with his ex and she was with an ex-boyfriend at the time. Sophie is a widow as her husband died in 2021. Jack and I also married in 2021. Jack and Sophie remained friendly after their affair, partly because their daughters were and still are friends. Jack and I have been having some issues in our marriage and we have been going to counseling for the past 6 months. I brought up in counseling that his friendship with Sophie makes me uncomfortable because he had previously had an affair with her. Jack argued that she is just a friend and that neither of them have those feelings anymore, nor is Sophie interested in having a romantic relationship because no one compares to her late husband. That is apparently something she has said to him after he suggested setting her up on a date with a younger coworker who had expressed an interest in her. In our last session, Jack admitted that he had been going to Sophie for her advice. He's been going to her to get advice on our relationship as well as an issue with his daughter. The issue with his daughter, I understand because it is something that Sophie has experience with and she had a unique perspective that really did help him. The fact they have been discussing our relationship, I don't feel comfortable with. Jack has been really dismissive about it, arguing that it's the same as me going to my sister for advice. It's not the same, he had an affair with this woman. I recently saw Sophie in the local coffee shop and she was friendly with me, asking how I was doing and if my stepdaughter was doing better. I asked her if something was going on between her and Jack. She denied that anything was going on between her and Jack. I asked her to stop giving Jack advice because it's damaging our relationship. Sophie said that she wasn't going to stop giving her friend advice, and that it wasn't her fault that I was insecure in my relationship but that she doesn't see Jack as anything as a friend despite what I think. Sophie reiterated several times that she was just friends with Jack and that she isn't that troubled teenager who had an affair with a married man anymore, and that she didn't want to implode her life again. When I got home, I told Jack that I didn't want him to see Sophie anymore. Jack argued with me, saying he wasn't going to stop seeing Sophie when nothing is going on between them. He offered to show me his texts with Sophie, but I told him that I didn't trust him not to delete any texts that he knew would upset me. Jack got frustrated and told me I was being ridiculous by accusing him of being deceitful. When his daughter came home, she was upset because Sophie had texted her daughter after our conversation and told her to come straight home as she didn't want her daughter to get pulled into whatever is going on between Jack and I like she had been. His daughter was angry and accused me of ruining her friendship before storming up to her bedroom, so Jack is also angry with me about that. We were meant to go to a counseling session this morning, however Jack had cancelled the session and any further sessions. Jack does not want to continue counseling as he has filed for divorce. He said it was something he had been considering for a while. Apparently when he had gone to talk to Sophie the first time, it was to get her recommendation for a divorce lawyer but she had tried to convince him that we just needed to work out our issues. Jack said that he told her that he had lost trust in me and nothing we did was fixing it, the way I've been acting over him, and Sophie also cemented that to him. She gave him the name of a friend who is a divorce lawyer but told him that he was making a mistake. It turns out that when Sophie's daughter didn't come to our house as planned after school, it was because Jack had told Sophie he had planned to tell me about the divorce that evening. He backed out on telling me after his daughter came home upset, not wanting to rock the boat with her. My conversation with Sophie was just the excuse she used. My husband has been going to his previous affair partner for advice and it makes me uncomfortable. The day my husband Jack told me he wanted a divorce, we told the children after school. His daughter Ella was upset when she found out we are divorcing and went to her room. She came down after tea when it was just me and her in the house. Jack and his son had gone out. She asked me why her dad and I were getting divorced and wanted to know if it was because of her. Ella has struggled with an ED, and while it had caused some strain because we couldn't agree on how to help Ella, it is not the reason. I told Ella that she and her brother are not the reason for the divorce, but that her best friend's mum Sophie is. Sophie and Jack had an affair when she was 17. When the affair was exposed, Sophie's life basically imploded while Jack's pretty much remained the same. They are friends now, but after the affair they would just be polite in the street and became friendlier over the years as the girls became close friends at school. I told Ella that Jack's continued friendship with Sophie and the running to her for advice is why we are getting divorced. Ella asked if Jack was having an affair with Sophie. I told her that Jack was denying having an affair with Sophie again, but I suspected it. She asked what I meant by again, so I told her that Sophie and Jack had an affair when Jack was married to her mum. Ella has not been speaking to Jack since our conversation. She has also lashed out at her best friend, calling her mum names, and is the reason her family is falling apart. They got into a physical fight at school which resulted in both Jack and Sophie getting called in to talk about it. In the meeting, Ella told them everything I had told her the night before and blamed Sophie for ruining her family again. Jack told her that Sophie isn't the reason. Jack told Ella the reason for the divorce is because he no longer trusted me because of the fact I made out with a co-worker, and that had sent us to therapy. Months of therapy weren't able to repair his trust in me. After Jack and Ella came home, she is now not talking to me either. Jack is furious that I said anything to Ella and that I ruined Ella's friendship with her best friend. Jack snapped that it was not my place to say anything to Ella. He was angry that I was still stuck on his friendship with Sophie, and continues to maintain nothing is going on. He told me that the best friend told Sophie in the meeting that she wants to move to a new school, where no one knows her mom is a cheating swine, and that was my fault. My husband of 7 years is really angry that I refused to quit my job to become a stay-at-home wife. My husband and I both aged out of foster care and met at a youth fulfillment program. We were both 18 and stayed in contact after the program ended. He made it clear he liked me, but I was truly petrified of men at that point in my life due to my father and uncle both roping me constantly, once even simultaneously, and rejected him harshly. I reached out to apologize and we became friends. Then a year or two later I saw he posted on social media that he was in my area. I asked if he would want to go on a date so I could practice being comfortable around guys and he agreed. He never made a move, never touched me, never made weird eye contact. If I said no he didn't ask a second time, not even as a suggestion. We went on these platonic dates for months with nothing happening, and one day I asked for a hug and then asked for a kiss and he asked me to be his girlfriend. We got married a year after and our 7-year anniversary is around the corner. We agreed we would not even think about having kids until we were older since both of us were the product of young parents. We've really just only focused on getting by on using as little money as possible and saving up every dime to buy a house. We got our house a few months ago and we were both able to quit our second jobs and for the first time only work regular 9 to 5s. I've discovered I really like gardening and baking and I love having a real home. We have been discussing adding to our family by having a baby and I feel very ready to be a mom. However, I told him I had zero plans to quit my job, I would only take maternity leave. Plus my company allows maternal and paternal remote options for 1 year after birth, so I can just work from home if needed. I know it's a lot to do with a newborn but giving up the security of my paycheck is simply not an option. He told me this was what we worked for, to make our own perfect family. Opposite from what ours were like and I was blindsiding him by changing my plans, and I told him no plan has changed, I can have a career and be a mom. Plenty of women do it. He doesn't have to quit his job to be a dad so why should I? He said it wouldn't work for a baby's needs and I told him okay, since I make more money than you do, why don't you quit and I go back to work remotely after healing from birth. That way we have both hands on deck and we don't have a severe loss of income. He mentioned that if I trusted him fully this shouldn't be a problem. I told him I trust him but I don't trust our current economy, but I left out that I really do genuinely think quitting my job with no savings and relying on a man is absolutely stupid. He had plans made previously with his parents and had to leave so we said we would pick the conversation back up when he gets home but he's very upset. Madder than I have ever seen him and I don't understand why he just assumed I would quit. Not only do I not understand it, but it makes me trust him a lot less than I did yesterday. I have a bad habit of running for the hills when problems come up and not gonna lie, this is making me really nervous. My husband of 7 years is really angry that I refused to quit my job to become a stay-at-home wife. It's been a few days since he came home, and he told me that he met a girl at work and she's a better woman than me. That she has a son already and will be a stay-at-home wife. She also has a less baggage according to him as she doesn't have stupid trust issues with men like I do. That one really hurt as he knew the amount of trauma my dad and uncle put me through. My husband gets his happy ending I guess. He texted me right before I got off work and asked me to pick up food from one of our usual date night spots. I got home and noticed his car had boxes in it and a woman I didn't know. I tried opening the door but it was locked and she just looked at me. What little was left of our savings, he took. And both of our cats. I didn't see this coming at all. I haven't told any of my friends yet. His adoptive parents have been dropping me off food that I can't even force myself to eat. I haven't cried yet. I'm kind of still in shock. I wish I had a family to run to. I haven't answered any of his calls or texts. He keeps trying to check in, asking if I'm okay. How the F would I be okay? I never thought he would cheat. I asked him to promise if there was ever someone else he would just tell me as soon as he knew, but they've been together at least 6 months. So while he was calling me selfish for not wanting to put in my 2 weeks and be a stay-at-home wife, he was dating her the entire time. Planning a future with her the entire time. I feel stupid. When I asked him to go to therapy he wouldn't. His parents think he's having some type of mental break. I should have stayed afraid of him and avoided him. I should have chosen a better outcome for myself. I just feel like the same girl that no one wants to love anymore all over again. I know what he did isn't my fault. I know I could never stop him and really do I want a man who doesn't want me? Never. But that just doesn't stop it from hurting. Update 2. My husband of 7 years is really angry that I refused to quit my job to become a stay-at-home wife. My husband called me on our 7-year wedding anniversary, minutes after midnight, whispering apologies and saying he feels so guilty for cheating. I snapped at him and told him that he is spineless, to cheat on me, then call me on our anniversary and apologize. Then he got mad and told me he only started cheating because I couldn't follow his lead. What lead? Our entire marriage I pushed him career-wise, the job he has right now I applied to on his behalf. Meanwhile I'm pretty sure he doesn't even know what my full job title is. I pushed him to reach out to the adoptive parents when he started getting family obsessed, but neither of us were ready for a kid. He went on about how I broke my promise first when I decided I didn't want to be a real mom by not quitting. That I was turning his adoptive parents against him because they are refusing to meet his new girlfriend. He blamed me again and then had the nerve to say that this could all be put on pause, if I can learn how to make decisions that benefit a family and not myself. I asked point blank if he was insinuating that we could get back together if I quit my job. He told me yes, that is exactly it, let go of me sleeping with my new girlfriend, quit your job, and I will forgive you. I will always love you, but you make things more difficult than needed. I hung up and blocked him on everything. Spent the rest of the night hugging wine in the bathtub and wondering what the hell kind of person I had been sharing my heart with. The next day he went public with their relationship, posting a photo to Instagram, and most of our mutual friends reached out, with my closest friends commenting less than kind things on the photo. As it turns out, he and his new girlfriend have been together for almost 8 months. She is 19, her son is around 2. I reached out to her ex, the father of her son, who she had left to be with my ex-husband. She moved out in the middle of the day and took their kid, so he was just as blindsided, if not more than I was. We met up and went for a walk, stopped by a bar. Literally cried and laughed, hugged each other, sang songs way too loudly and sobbed in public like lunatics, but it helped so much. We also made sure to exchange evidence for any court battles. This time my husband made his bed and he will lay in it for good. Our chances of reconciliation are 0. I have never accepted someone back into my life after a betrayal, and it won't start now. At first I wanted to make sure the divorce was going to be short and as simple as possible, even if it meant giving up some things, but after going out with my husband's new girlfriend's ex, I have decided I'm fighting tooth and nail for everything I can possibly get. I live in a no-fault divorce state, but my state does have special laws for adultery, and the divorce attorney I've consulted said it looks pretty good that I won't have to pay him alimony. He also told me to look into every single banking transaction in my accounts, as he did not think they got an apartment on his income without some extra money, and he was right. Last year, my ex-husband told me he got really into stock trading and if he could invest some of my money as well. Guess who was never doing any stock trading, and the screenshots he showed me were all fake and pulled from somewhere else, and he had been sending that money to his girlfriend or saving it for their new place. I've been pretty enraged since finding that out. He asked his adoptive parents to ask me to allow him visitation rights to see the cats, after he had to give them back once he realized his new girlfriend is allergic to them. I relayed that he needs to first run me my money, and then take it up with the judge. I officially filed for divorce yesterday, and he emailed me quite the colorful email about how selfish and bitter I am for not putting my pride aside and being so fast to file for divorce and refusing to let him stop by the house to see the cats that now he's accusing me of cheating. I ran away from home because my boyfriend impregnated my best friend and my family knew but didn't tell me. Now we are back in contact after 15 years. When I was 18 my life was going well. I lived with my parents and 4 siblings, and spent most of my days hanging out with my best friend Ashley or my boyfriend of 3 years Kyle. Both Ashley and Kyle's parents were best friends with my parents, so I knew both of them since we were in diapers. We spent holidays together and we lived in the same town. Ashley's been my friend for 18 years and she truly was the person I trusted with everything. I've been dating Kyle for the last 3 years. I believed he was the love of my life and the one I would eventually marry. We were quite serious and even talked about getting married after he finished college. I was quite content with the idea of being married to Kyle and being a stay-at-home mom. My parents loved Kyle and supported our relationship. I really was happy. One day, at the beginning of the school year, I noticed that Ashley was being very melancholic and detached. After a while of prodding, she told me she was pregnant. I was very surprised because I didn't know she and her boyfriend broke up a while ago and I didn't know she had anyone else like that in her life. I asked her who the father was and she didn't want to talk about it, but in a way implied that the ex was the father. She was absolutely distraught, so I dropped the topic and just consoled her. I was with her when she told her family, and while her parents were disappointed, they promised to support her in whatever she decides. They tried to make her share the dad's name but she refused and made me promise to stay quiet. I was there for her for the next 9 months. I went with her for an ultrasound, doc appointments. I was there for her in every way. I held the baby shower and took parenting classes with her. We chose names together and she even asked me to be with her in the delivery room. I noticed that the pregnancy was really taking a toll on her emotionally and physically, and I tried to support her in every way possible. She was my best friend, always there for me, and I loved her. 2 weeks before her due date I went to the mall to run some errands and ran into her ex. Although I promised never to contact her, the knowledge of my friend's emotional state sent me into a fit of anger and I confronted him. I gave him a piece of my mind, told him what a piece of crap he was for leaving his ex pregnant and alone and not caring for his unborn child. He was shocked and said that he had no idea what I was talking about. Ashley never told him about the pregnancy, and when I told him she was 9 months pregnant at the time, he said that it was not possible for him to be the father as they broke up over a year ago and had no relation since then. I was confused but apologized for yelling at him in the middle of the mall. After that, he mentioned that maybe I should ask Ashley's friend Kyle if he is the dad. I didn't really think about his words in any way. Kyle and Ashley have been friends their entire lives. We were always very close, but they never showed any sign of being anything more. That evening my younger sister and I were preparing to have a movie night. I began ranting to her about confronting Ashley's ex and his words. My sister, who is usually very outspoken, got quiet and didn't really respond to anything I said. After a while, she excused herself and went to the bathroom. I decided to go and get some snacks and went downstairs to the kitchen and heard my younger sister berating my mother. My sister told my mom about me running into Ashley's ex and his words and told my mom she no longer wanted to hide from me the fact that Kyle was Ashley's baby's father. I was shocked. I stumbled into the kitchen and demanded an explanation. Both my mom and my sister became white as a sheet when they saw me, and my sister started crying her eyes out. My sister explained to me that during the end of the summer break Kyle and Ashley attended the same house party, got intoxicated, and slept together. Ashley got pregnant and told Kyle, but they were both ashamed and afraid of telling me. They also didn't share this with their parents. Ashley, however, couldn't keep the secret and told her mom and dad, who told Kyle's parents and later to mine as well. This all happened when Ashley was in her first trimester. By her second trimester, all of my siblings, Kyle and Ashley's siblings, knew about this. Everyone, except for me. I simply cannot explain the way I felt. I was physically ill for the next 3 days and I couldn't speak to anyone. My parents were apologetic but explained that they didn't want to see me hurt or ruin everyone's relationship. I did not speak with Kyle or Ashley, although they bombarded my phone with messages and calls and also came to my house. I refused to see them. At one point Kyle's mom came to our house and my mom allowed her into my room. While I was lying in my bed still ill and just emotionally drained from the betrayal, she tried to convince me to forgive them and how Ashley and the baby need me. I said nothing. 2 weeks later Ashley went into labor. I learned from my parents that she had a hard delivery. Kyle apparently was at the birth. I was inconsolable. Because of the betrayal by both, because I planned to be there and now physically and emotionally couldn't, because I was looking forward to this moment for months. My older sister immediately went to the hospital to be with her boyfriend, who was Kyle's brother. My other siblings weren't at home, so I was left alone with my parents. All I wanted was to lay in my bed or cuddle in my bed with my mom and cry all my feelings out. My mom received a call from Ashley's mom. She came to my room and told me that she and dad were going to the hospital. I was perplexed and asked her to stay with me. She said that Ashley's parents need all the support they can get and that we will discuss everything later. I tried to tell her not to go and that I also need their support, but she said not to be selfish and they left. I was left alone at the house and I just couldn't comprehend what happened in the last few weeks. I couldn't believe that my parents would go and support someone who hurt me so much, while I was also suffering. My sadness turned into rage, the kind I never experienced before. In a fit of combined emotions and feelings of betrayal, I started packing my bags and decided to leave home. It didn't take a while, but I started having second thoughts and just sat in the living room feeling empty. After a while, I received a text from my sister. The text said that Ashley gave birth to a healthy girl and that they were both okay. She attached a pic of the newborn and told me they named her Sarah, the name Ashley and I chose months ago. She sent a second text a while later, telling me that my parents and she were going to join Ashley's and Kyle's parents in going to a bar in the town to celebrate. That is when I left. I took a train and left. I stayed at a hostel in Phoenix for a while. I got a job at a store and planned to finish high school there. My parents and siblings, Kyle and Ashley, tried to contact me. My mom was sending me a panicked voicemail, demanding me to come back. They also reported me as a missing person, but I don't think it went anywhere as I was 18. Soon afterward I met Dean. He also lived in Phoenix and had a complicated relationship with his family. We really connected and became friends soon. He helped me a lot at that time. I struggled. I had no idea how to take care of myself or how to literally be an adult. He introduced me to his group of friends, helped me finish high school. I moved in with him and his friends. He helped me deal with my pain. We began dating after a year. He inherited some money from his grandpa and decided to move across the country to the big city. Although we weren't together for long, he asked me to go with him. I was a bit reluctant because we both had a lot of emotional baggage and I was still very insecure in my situation, but I did go. We moved, got jobs, and tried to survive. Soon after my 21st birthday, we decided to get married. It was a crazy, spontaneous decision, but we did it. I enrolled in university and Dean helped me pay for it. He himself opened a company that took off and we were able to live more comfortably. I was in uni and also worked a part-time job to contribute. We had our ups and downs but somehow survived. After uni, I started working in his company and we slowly built it up. When I look back now, I don't think I was in love with Dean when we got married. I loved him, but I wasn't in love. But he was there for me, always, unconditionally, and today I don't think I could love him more. He is the love of my life. We've been married for 12 years now and we have a 2-year-old son and a 6-month-old son. Last year, at the beginning of 2020, I received an email from a 14-year-old girl named Evelyn. I ran away from home because my boyfriend impregnated my best friend and my family knew but didn't tell me. Now we are back in contact after 15 years. Last year, at the beginning of 2020, I received an email from a 14-year-old girl named Evelyn. She explained that she was my niece, my older sister's and Kyle's brother's kid. She knew about me and wanted to meet me. Although I was reluctant to speak to her, we did exchange some emails. Let me note that she did not know what transpired 15 years ago, so the conversations were pretty innocent. We talked about her school, interest, and she talked about my family. I also learned that Kyle married Ashley 4 years after I left and had 2 sons besides Sarah. My parents continued to have a friendship with Kyle's and Ashley's family, and to me, it really felt like my family continued their normal life, despite me being gone. She tried to talk to me about what happened, but I didn't really think it was my place to explain things to her, so I simply said that relationships change and things happen in life that make us go our separate ways. We continued talking every so often for almost a year. In her email, this January, she expressed how 2020 had a big effect on her entire family and how my parents were struggling to keep their house and both my brothers lost their jobs and struggled to keep up with the cost. I was surprised at her knowledge of this as she was only 14, but the hardship was also causing tensions between her parents. I started to deal with a lot of guilty feelings and regrets. I also just had my baby, so that was causing me lots of emotions. I talked to my husband and he was very supportive and told me that he would be there for me for whatever I decide. We are financially stable and 2020 didn't have a great impact on our finances. We are not rich but are able to live comfortably. After learning some more details and talking with Dean, we decided to help my parents with their house. A week ago we flew back to my home state. I saw my family for the first time in 15 years. I had so many emotions, regrets, pains from the past, feelings of betrayal. My parents were relieved to see me. It was just such a weird day. We had a lengthy conversation and agreed to try and have some sort of cordial relationship. It's been so long and I am very awkward with them. Sometimes they feel like strangers. Dean and I spent a week there and we continued to have a conversation, and I truly believed that we were on a path to having a friendly, yet distant relationship. But then my mom started insisting I have a sit-down conversation with Kyle and Ashley. She explained that she wants to go back to the way things were. I told her I refused to talk to them. Although I moved on, I simply have no ties with them now and don't want to rehash anything with them. I told her I am prepared to try and establish a relationship with them as they are my family, but that I don't want anything to do with Kyle, Ashley, or their family. I never demanded them to cease their relationship with their friends, but I don't want one. Dean supports me. My mom called me selfishly and said that I simply must try and heal our relationship. I told her I will not negotiate and that it's on her to decide whether or not she wants to have a relationship with me. She said okay. But 2 days later I received a phone call from Kyle's mom, even though I did not give her my number, and she demanded, I talk with Kyle and Ashley as my return caused tensions in their relationship and their emotional health. I hung up. I called my mom and confronted her. Apparently, she gave that woman my number to heal our family bonds. I told her that she is choosing them over me again. She cried and yelled at me that I am selfish and that she just wants her family back. I hung up. It's been days since I spoke to any of them, although my mom and Kyle's mom keep on calling. Update 2. I ran away from home because my boyfriend impregnated my best friend and my family knew but didn't tell me. Now we are back in contact after 15 years. It has now been a few years since I saw my parents again. My mom didn't let up with her pestering me over not talking with Kyle and Ashley. Her calls for that continued for months, even after I was home again. It bordered on emotional blackmail. She blamed me for not honoring her wishes, for her friendship problems, and health problems, and even accused me of keeping her grandbabies from her. Last June I had my daughter and it seems like that sent her completely over the rail. What I mean by that, 100 calls a day, messages every 20 minutes to pester me about random things, sending me updates about people I never want to know about. When she started pestering Dean, I was done. I was afraid to block her, so I spoke to my father. This was probably the first time in the last 17 years that we had a true heart-to-heart conversation. I was emotionally drained, tired from caring for 3 children, and just over everything. I've probably poured all my feelings and emotions onto him. I do not know what happened to them afterward. He doesn't speak much about it. Her calls slowly ceased and something else must have happened because in August he filed for a divorce. My father and I are in regular contact, although I don't think we'll ever be back to normal. Mom is devastated. In August her calls became insane, and apparently not just with me. I've changed my number since then, and as of February, she has not been able to reach me. I've been told by one of my brothers that she has problems with anxiety and depression, and lost a lot of friends. I don't really know whether or not she continues to have a relationship with Kyle and Ashley's family. I don't want to have anything to do with her anymore, nor do I want her near my kids. The things she said to me, about me and about my husband, whom she really doesn't know. And after 15 years of no contact is crazy. Although I regret not having a mom, I feel like trying and fighting to repair the little remnants of our relationship would be a waste of my emotional energy and just pure torment. As for Kyle and Ashley, I've received some calls from Kyle's mom. I blocked her and no other calls have been received from anyone. I really don't know what they are doing or where they are. I've had no contact with them. The only thing that really happened is that, in August when stuff went downhill, Kyle's brother brought me a letter apparently written by Ashley. The letter was really long, and almost sincere. It detailed how she and Kyle felt, but was also brutally honest in the fact that her and Kyle never had any regrets about doing what they did. When I reached the end of the letter, I burned the letter, and never looked back.
My friend and his wife passed away a year ago and I became the adoptive father of their daughter. It's been a year since I became the guardian and eventually adoptive father of my friend's daughter, who's 10 now. I've known her almost her whole life and she's always been a great kid, so chipper and happy. I remember when I was helping my friend remodel part of his house. She was 8 at the time. She was always looking to help in either I or he would give her small jobs like measuring stuff or marking measurement lines for something we had to cut. Made her feel important and I even gave her my hat when we finally finished the job as a thank you. But the happiness wouldn't last. She lost both of her parents last year in a car accident. She was at home with a babysitter thankfully. And at the hospital, the only family member who came was her grandparents, no one else. Not an aunt, uncle, cousins, no one. She had no one to take care of her except her grandparents, but they had health problems of their own that would have made taking care of her extremely difficult. That night in the hospital was the first time she ever hugged and held on to me, as soon as I came into the room, and I told her I know sweetie, I'm here. And so after deliberation with social services and the family, I was the only real person capable of taking care of her, an outsider, a stranger most people would think. But after social services cleared me and my place fit for care and habitation, she moved in with me. I made it clear to her from day one that I wasn't trying to be her dad or her mom. I never could be. I was simply a caretaker and someone who cared about her and wanted her to be safe and happy, that's all. She had a breakdown that night and fell asleep in my arms from the exhaustion of the whole situation and I carried her to bed. I then went to my boss later that week and told him the situation and how I didn't want the promotion I knew I was soon to get because that would require me to travel more, and that just wasn't an option now because I had different priorities. The little girl slowly came around to me and knew I was someone she could trust. But another family on my side found the situation a bit odd. A single man taking care of some girl that isn't even his? What's up with that? Is the general vibe I got from my family, and some more condescending or you're not the right person messages. Dead serious, they didn't like it. So I cut communication with most of them, the only people left being my brother, sister and my parents, who she's all met and loves. And as of October, I officially adopted her as my own. We had a long discussion about it beforehand, and I made it clear that just because I was legally her dad, she didn't have to call me that, and she didn't want to. But she did want to stay with me, and that was fine by me. The day in the courtroom when it was all finalized was a little bittersweet, for obvious reasons. But I kept her promise and we visited her where her parents are buried just to say hi. Even I got a little emotional trying to just say some kind words and she held my hand to calm me down a little. I would say we're doing pretty good now. She likes when I talk about her dad and me growing up together and I even gave her some old photos of us when we were teenagers. I also told her about my time in the military. Her dad was in the Air Force and I was in the Army. One of my fondest memories of me and her thus far would be from last year, about a month before she was adopted. I was on a Zoom meeting with other project managers from my company, including my boss, and turned my camera and mic off when I went to the bathroom. I come out and she's sitting in my chair, mic turned on and so is the camera, talking up a storm to everybody asking what they're all talking about and what they're doing and it's just the cutest thing. No shyness whatsoever, she's always been like that with people and is probably why she has so many friends. It wasn't easy making her leave and she still occasionally hovers in the background curiously trying to listen into my conversations even on the phone when I'm doing work.
My boyfriend keeps making empty promises. My boyfriend and I live together, I attend college and he works full-time. At the start, it was your stereotypical happy and progressive relationship. He'd get me flowers, make me coffee in the mornings, I'd cook his favorite meals if he had a bad day, and we would go on dates. Our friends used us as a template for the perfect relationship since we knew how to communicate and anything that almost became a fight was resolved within the day. We were both on the exact same wavelength with everything. In the past year, it's become really difficult to have good communication. I've kept doing what we've always done, and brought up anything bothering me and how we can resolve it, but he started making empty promises. For example, my university semester started and I got a promotion at work, so I asked him if we could shuffle the house chores a bit since I was doing way more hours. He said yeah of course, and did the normal hug and kiss, but nothing changed. If I bring it up again, he just brushes it off as yeah I'll do it later, but he doesn't. I thought he might have been struggling with something that he didn't want to tell me about, so I gave him more leeway and just asked for a little bit of help here and there, but he would do the same thing, agree but pretend I hadn't asked. The final straw for me was a couple days ago. We were getting a bunch of furniture moved to our house and my parents were helping us at 10 a.m. I told my boyfriend this and he said that's completely fine, but he's already agreed to go clubbing with our friends. I said that's fine as long as he helps me clear out the living room for the new furniture before he leaves. He says that his friends want to have a house party until 6, and I say we can't be out that late but we can stay out until 3. He says that's fine. I hadn't been on a night out in ages, so they invited me along. I had just got a new dress and I was really excited to go out. I got my dress and makeup ready and told my boyfriend that we had to start moving furniture now if it was gonna be ready in the morning. He said sure, give him a minute to finish a fight in his video game. I started moving things and really struggled with the heavy stuff, so I reminded him to help me move things. He tells me to wait. 2 hours go by with me struggling to lift couches and he jumps into the room, dressed up and ready to leave. He quickly tells me that he's ordered a taxi and is leaving soon. I ask what about moving the furniture? He just shrugs. I say that I can't go on a night out without moving this stuff first. He just brushes it off. I remind him to at least be back by 4 a.m. so that he won't be super hungover while helping in the morning. Long story short, I had to stay home and move the furniture so we would have room in the morning. He still went out without me. I was done by about 1 a.m. and woke up at about 7 and he still wasn't home. He answered and told me he was at the house party, but he'll be home soon. He got home exactly 10 minutes before my parents arrived. In short, he promised he would be home by 3 but came home at 10 a.m., made me stay home alone to sort the furniture, and when the furniture was finally in the house he refused to help me move any of it again. This happens constantly. If he promises to make dinner, I end up making myself a sandwich at midnight because he didn't do it. If he promises to wash our clothes, he only washes clothes that he is going to wear the next day. He promises to buy me flowers again, but it's been almost a year since he has. I brought this up to him yesterday night, saying that I didn't feel loved, and felt used since I do everything. He again had the conversation saying he knows he's made mistakes, and he'll do anything to help me feel loved. I asked one thing, help me in the morning with chores. He promised. Guess what happened? I, of course, ended up doing all of them myself. My boyfriend keeps making empty promises. I gave him an ultimatum, he needs to fix the problems about his empty promises or I'd leave. I sat him down and explained that he's treating me like his mother, not his partner. So, I'd set up a bed in my office and sleep in a different room until he proved he didn't need me to take care of him at a whim. He was super shocked that I'd hit him with this out of nowhere, ignoring that I've been asking for help for months. I had to drag one of the spare beds up the stairs and set up the room, all while he was sitting refusing to help me. Fine, nothing I'm not used to. I realized once the office was set up how happy it made me to have my own space without needing to fix all of his problems, and he did not take that happiness well. I noticed him getting snarky and aggressive whenever he saw how much I was enjoying my holiday from catering to him, and just overall being weird but still not really doing his own stuff. He'd just leave mugs and plates to get moldy in his room, or leave stuff everywhere in the living room. I noticed that he started to nitpick everything I did, and it seemed like he was trying to find something, anything to make me feel bad about to make his faults less bad. He complained about my friend group on Discord because he didn't like that I had friends that weren't through him. He also complained that I wasn't giving him enough attention or helping enough. But everything he tried to fault me for was quickly shot down. Of course I'm friends with them, they haven't done anything wrong and I've invited you to join all the time and of course I'm not helping you, that's the point. Stuff hit the fan after only 2 days of me staying in the office. My Discord group had decided to get intoxicated and play Cards Against Humanity and I told my partner this. He just said okay and so I went upstairs. Once I was already pretty tipsy, I got a message asking me to come downstairs. I told my Discord to pause the game and give me 5 minutes. When I went downstairs, he looked at me with the scariest face and said, "Do you want to tell me anything, huh?" Holding my old phone. In our entire relationship I have never done anything to be disloyal or anything, so I had no clue what he meant. I asked, still giggling from the drink, "Tell you what?" I don't remember exactly what he said, but he said that he knew and I should admit it to him now because he had evidence. I still had no clue so I told him this, still stumbling a bit, and asked to see the evidence. He proceeds to go through my old phone's photos until he reaches over 4 years ago, well before we were dating, and shows me a picture of the man who decided to rope me. Not a naughty picture or anything, literally a selfie. He showed me this smugly and proceeded to tell me that I cheated on him, with the guy who decided to rope me, before we were even together. They say it's impossible to fall out of love instantly, but that's been proven false. I gave him one last chance to take it back, and asked, "Are you jealous of him?" And he confirmed that yes, he wished he had done IT first. I broke up with him on the spot. I explained I'm staying in the office until I find a flat, and he is not to talk to me at all. He realized that him trying to guilt me backfired and he started crying. I just went upstairs, put my headset on, and said, "Guess who's single?" Long story short, my Discord collectively decided to keep me on a video call constantly because they had a bad feeling about me still living in the same house, and God were they right. He left to stay with his mom but decided to try to kick the door down at midnight. Why? Everyone in the Discord was flirting with me and this dude took my old phone and logged into everything to find more stuff to guilt me on. I had to phone my parents to pick me up because he had gotten in and was throwing stuff around, accusing me of cheating again. I'm now staying with my parents until I find a flat.
What's the creepiest thing you've ever experienced? I lived in an area haunted by strange encounters. One night when I was 10, we went through our daily routine of locking the doors, closing the curtains and even making sure the windows were locked. In the middle of the night, I was sleeping on the floor. My mother and my sibling were on the bed and my father was on the couch all sleeping. Outside, I heard scratching on the walls and knocking on the doors. Where I lived as a child, nobody went outside after dark. As soon as I heard that, I got up to go look out the windows. As soon as I looked out the bedroom window, I heard a voice from the front door. It sounded like my grandma's sister, but she had passed away when I was 6 years old. I thought she was back, so I was making my way to the front door to let her in. My father was hearing it too, but he knew that it was calling to me by saying the nickname that my late grandmother's sister had given me. One thing that I had to say is that the floors of the house are extremely creaky, so my father knew that I was falling for it. So when he heard me, he told me as quietly as he could without alerting the creature that he knew what was happening. He told me to go back to the room as quietly as I can and to make sure that the window was locked. I did as he said. During that moment of fear and adrenaline that was pumping through my body because I was a child who didn't know what was going on, my father got up to call the medicine man to tell him what was happening and what needed to be done. But as soon as he was doing that, the thing outside started to run around the house, banging and scratching the walls and even hitting the back door violently, just to be let in. After the medicine man told him to sing one of our prayer songs, but to be specific, he was told to sing the bear song, which is the most powerful song on our culture as everyone knows not to F with the bears. My father and I were up all night sitting on the living room floor, while he was singing and he was having me do the rattle. When the sun started rising over the mesas, that was when the creature outside stopped and started to leave as we could still hear it mimicking my grandmother's voice saying my nickname from childhood that I had refused to let anyone use. Surprisingly, my mother and siblings didn't wake up from the ruckus that was happening as if it didn't happen. My father went outside to see what damage was done, but he saw footprints that didn't look right. And beside them was blood, which led to a little kitten I had, barely even 10 weeks old, was laying behind the house on the steps.
My sister was exposed as an adult entertainment actress in our small conservative town. I have a half-sister who is 15 years older than me, and we had a good relationship given the age difference. A few months ago it came out that she was an adult actress. Apparently, her biological dad disowned her, which made my mom super protective. My mom made her out to be this brave, amazing person. Someone from my school found out about a week ago and her videos have been sent around. At least, summer break has already started, so I can at least hide a little from everything, and I'm praying another scandal happens before September. I've lost friends over this scandal, however, and was forced to delete all social media after receiving so many threats and insults. I've been staying in my room mostly and I've not been able to even look at my sister. But one of my remaining friends' moms reached out to my mom asking about everything. I heard yelling from my mom's end. She then demanded that I go down to the living room, then called my sister and my dad for a family meeting. Long story short, Mom is angry at me for not defending my sister and she wants me to reopen my social media accounts to make a public message defending my sister and name shaming basically most of my school. I know this will make it worse, so I told her no. My sister was quite upset, so she asked me if I was ashamed of her and demanded that I explain why I couldn't support her. I was so angry at this stage I screamed that this was all her fault, and that I will never support her or her life choices. I told her that I wish she wasn't my sister and things would be better if she took her life, because my life has been hell yet she has the nerve to play victim. It got really heated to the point my dad walked me into my room and told me to stay there. Mom came in later and took my phone. The next night, my dad came into my room to give me back my phone and we ended talking about everything. I reopened my socials to show him what I've been dealing with and told him about what my mother said, which he got super angry about. My parents have been fighting non-stop since about 6 a.m., which is scary because I've never heard my dad yell before. Basically, he told my mom that if anyone is leaving it's going to be her and her daughter prematurely, because he's sick of her ruining everyone's relationships, and I heard him say he wants a divorce. My sister came into my room telling me all this was my fault and I'm a disgusting person with internalized misogyny. She said I should have come to her and she would have helped me deal with it. I told her this was all her fault because everything leads back to her, and unlike our mom, I'm not gonna enable her or lie to her about the reality of the situation, and what I'm going through is her fault. She told me she'll talk to me when I'm mature enough to have an adult conversation and live in the real world. I told her when I leave this house I will never speak to her and our mother ever again. She left the room in a huff and I heard her downstairs screaming at my dad. I locked the door and blasted my music so I couldn't hear anymore. I dared not to open it when my mother demanded to speak to me. As of now, my mother and sister are out of the house. My parents agreed that me and my dad will go to my aunt's for a week so everyone can cool down. My sister was exposed as an adult entertainment actress in our small conservative town. I discovered that when my mom took my phone, her and my sister went into my messages and reopened my social media. They screenshot everything and sent it to themselves. They then covered their tracks by deleting everything again. My mom posted all the messages with a long post defending my sister and blaming my negative misogynistic anti-intimacy attitude towards my sister on the school, saying I was indoctrinated to blame her. She also mentioned I was ran out of town by my classmates when my mother was the one that kicked me out. The posts were made at 2 a.m., around the same time they left intoxicated voicemails to my dad, so they also made these posts under the influence. My cousin showed me the post and comments, which ranged from support to telling her to take it down. She was embarrassing both her daughters and there were rogue threats thrown our way. I live in a very conservative and religious town, where any deviation from the norm is heavily looked down upon. Long story short, people threw stuff at the house and damaged my sister's car. They keyed names into it. We have a Ring camera, so hopefully the people involved will face consequences. All this stuff happened at 9 a.m., so it's probably gonna be a whole lot worse during the night, so the police said my sister and mother should leave for the night for their own safety. They want to come up here though. A few people, such as my aunt and brother, think my mother and sister did the damage themselves as a way to get pity and worm their way back into our lives. My dad is going down there tomorrow to speak to the police anyway, but I think they're telling the truth. I still don't want a relationship with either of them, but I'm also worried about their safety. Update 2. My sister was exposed as an adult entertainment actress in our small conservative town. My mom did go to the police about the damages done to my sister's car, but for some reason our Ring camera and the one in the driveway were turned off. Either way, I went back with my dad to our hometown to collect the rest of my stuff. I went to the gas station, and on my way out I got cornered by two boys saying stuff about my sister and I. They were saying that I was just like her but hid it better. They then started to rope me. Thankfully, a nice but scary biker saw it basically instantly and chased them away. He even managed to crack one in the dome as they ran away. I know who the two boys are. My dad started making a plan on unaliving them, but I want to press charges. I was badly shaken, as anyone would be. I just wanted to go back to my aunt's house as it had become my safe place. Unfortunately, my mother and sister were there as my dad stupidly told mom, so they came over, refusing to leave for my aunt. The minute I came into the house, mom ran to me, hugging me while my sister stood there. I could have sworn she had a smirk on her face. I told them to leave me alone and not touch me. I told them it's all their fault and that I hated them both. My mother broke down in tears, calling me her baby, saying she was sorry. Then my sister told me I shouldn't blame her, and as I now know what it feels like to a woman in this world. Because regardless of what you do, you're made an object, so why not benefit from it? According to my sister, what happened to me should be a wake-up call, and I should take this moment to reflect on how I made her feel as she was violated when they sent around her videos. As if she did not willingly put them on the hub herself. So yeah, she made two men roping me about herself. I got so heated at that moment. I do not know what came over me, but I just acted. I laid the absolute smackdown on her. I was a female prime Mike Tyson for about 30 seconds. In those 30 seconds, I managed to inflict some serious damage onto her. My dad managed to pull me off. He told my mother to get that thing out of my aunt's house and not to come back if she didn't want the same, but this time it would be both of them and he would do it. My dad is definitely divorcing my mom if that isn't obvious, and I'm gonna live with him. I know he's putting in for a transfer at work. Hopefully this will start a better chapter in our lives.
Have you ever publicly humiliated someone? Last night my wife ordered a pickup from one of our favorite Italian restaurants. The pickup window is located outside of the restaurant, so takeout customers don't disrupt the flow of dine-in patrons. I arrived 15 minutes early and checked just in case the food was ready, which it wasn't, and decided I'd head inside and grab a beer at the bar and wait. When I walked in, the maitre d's were speaking to a couple, so I stood and waited. Alone. At the back of the line next to the doors. Anyone entering and exiting would need to go past me. The couple decided the wait was too long and left. I stepped forward, asked if there were open spots, and scanned the bar. They checked and there were none, so I figured I'd wait outside for the remainder of the time until my food was ready and turned to leave. I am 6'1", 195, and I am athletic. I tend to move quickly and decisively. So, I turned on my heel and my body moved forward quickly towards the door, which was again right next to me, potentially 5 feet away. Somewhere in the 15 seconds of me interacting with the employees, 3 couples, all of whom were the same height and size, had entered the restaurant like silent assassins and were less than 1.5 feet behind me. Immediately behind me was a woman no taller than 5 foot and weighing a good 250 pounds. This was an absolute beluga, one of a high ranking in the body positivity world. For whatever reason, my body's choice when moving forward and sensing an obstacle, was to eject this woman through by force, past the other 2 couples and out the door. She tumbled her way down like a sack of potatoes and fell down, causing a slight tremor. Time froze, a spotlight hit us from the rafters, the music scratched and stopped, and everyone looked at me like I'd just unalived someone. There were audible gasps. There were looks of shock and horror. I was even more embarrassed that my normally trustworthy hearing and spider senses hadn't alerted me to the presence of 6 additional humans behind me. Feeling shameful, I immediately bent down to help, saying, "Oh my gosh, I am so sorry, are you okay?" The woman slaps my hand away with her meaty one and says, "Did you not see me? I have a confession." I always go to the funniest possible, worst possible answer when I'm either in an awkward situation or feeling the pressure. And after having my hand slapped away, my brain went from apologetic to comedian in record time. My first thought was to say no. Obviously Elle did not see you, that's why you're on the ground, but instead what actually happened was, I looked her up and down and noting her size said, "Clearly I saw you, I couldn't miss you even if I tried." Before I finished the sentence I knew I messed up. The manager arrived at this time, the other couples moved me to the side, her husband is now yelling at me, and me, a truly non-violent, non-aggressive, non-contact sport playing person looks like a disrespectful linebacker. Long story short, I apologized, but the manager told me to never come back. I told my girlfriend that being depressed is not an excuse for being lazy. My girlfriend of 4 years has always had anxiety, as well as depression, where some months are worse than others. I have supported her through all of this, and understand it is very hard for her. Sometimes I think she may be exaggerating the effects of her depression, but I keep that to myself. In January she lost her job due to the vid. By March she hit a low point with not eating as much, crying, irritability, typical traits of depression. I have comforted her as much as possible, and taken care of everything. However, at the beginning of June I was allowed back to work, and since the house has fallen to shambles. I am too tired by the time I come home to do anything, even cook. Most nights we order takeout, and on the rare occasion she makes food. The floors aren't being washed, hoovering isn't being done, laundry is a mountain, and dishes are everywhere. I try to keep on top of it, but with work it is almost impossible. She is home. All day. She lies in bed till late afternoon, watches Netflix, eats bowls of cereal, and naps. That's about it. I've tried to gently coax her to do more, and she says she will get to it but never does. I finally snapped, told her I was sick of her doing nothing all day and leaving the housework to me. That if she is here and I am working, she needs to be pulling her weight. She got upset, and said that she wants to but she can never find the motivation. That she is tired all the time. I said I understood she was depressed, but it isn't an excuse to do nothing and be lazy. No one likes housework, but I won't take any more excuses about it. She needs to start doing it or leave. Next day I come home to a clean house and a note from her saying she was sorry, and is going to stay with her mother. I tried calling but she wouldn't pick up. When I rang the house, her mother answered and had a lot to say. She was furious, telling me about how she is struggling and I am making her worse. That I should be supporting her, not ignoring that she is in a bad place. And so on. I was told my girlfriend had been crying all day in her bedroom, and I feel awful. I never wanted to hurt her, I just snapped. I tried to get her mother to give my girlfriend the phone but she wouldn't speak to me. It feels like a lose-lose situation. On one hand I know depression results in lack of motivation and cleanliness. And on the other hand, I can't stand to see our home in such chaos. I've never had depression so I can't say for sure how bad it truly is. That's why I find it more difficult to 100% empathize. I let my best friend stay when he went homeless, but now he's drinking in the house with his homeless girlfriend daily. My best friend Dave is like family to me. My long-term partner is aware of the nature of our relationship and is totally okay with it, being supportive of the decision to let Dave sleep on our couch temporarily. They are also good friends. The couch is often offered to folk that need a place to sleep, and the term is seldom longer than 2 weeks. The offer to pitch a tent or set up a camper in our large yard is always there as well. We have just one simple rule. You don't get obviously inebriated while here because I do have 2 children living here 95% of the time. We are grass friendly but do not drink. Nor do we have a problem with occasional recreational drinking. About 2 weeks ago, Dave called me very upset. His long-term romantic relationship disintegrated overnight and abruptly, and he needed a place to sleep. Now, we're pretty crowded with 4 people in a 2-bedroom, but we offered our very comfy community couch, and a rare bedroom when my children were at their father's house. We laid down our one rule in that Dave had up to a month free of rent to find someplace to live. Unfortunately there's a housing crisis going on, and to get an apartment or even a room you have to constantly apply and have minimum first month rent plus damage deposit ready to go. Which he was doing and had. Well, Dave met a girl and the it has hit the fan. Suddenly he's not looking for a place because Dave is spending all his time and money on her. His girlfriend is also homeless at this time and living in a shelter temporarily. They've been drinking more and more because she drinks. It's gotten extremely awkward because 4 days ago they tried to have intimacy. Loudly, on my couch. In a tiny crowded house. I have teenagers who don't need to see or hear Uncle Dave inebriated doing some messed up chick on our couch. I'd set up our huge tent outside for them, and even borrowed a camper from a fella we had helped before in case it rained. The tent is now wrecked because they broke a pole and it ripped right through the side of the tent. The camper is already trashed after just 2 nights. The vomit in there yesterday was alarming. Which was why it was locked yesterday. It is my responsibility to clean before returning. Which will be returned today because I'm not going to be on the hook for damages or continue to clean that up. Not even for him. But my security camera shows them stumbling around, in and out of the locked camper before literally diving onto the tent. Not into. On top of. I'm a bit worried about what I'll be cleaning today. This is on top of being woken up multiple times nightly by them stumbling into my house to use the bathroom, falling over, vomiting. And if he pays me for a replacement tent it will be at least another month before he can save enough for an apartment. I certainly can't afford to replace it. And my family is supposed to go camping next weekend. Which has to be cancelled now as we no longer have a working tent. His vehicle is not legal as he let it lapse because he's too busy drinking and messing with this new woman. So at this point he's also risking losing his vehicle, making his situation an hours worse. I'm furious. She's been here for 5 days with him. He's been here 13. That first week was great. Crowded, but no problems. I'm genuinely happy he's found someone, but at the same time it's extremely frustrating having my home and family disrespected like this daily for some inebriated piece of crap by someone who literally calls themselves my brother from another mother. He's also not working because she's always here. Nor is he looking for an apartment or alternate accommodations. And no, we're not getting any rent or compensation. That's not why we offered the couch. It's just an old comfy couch that's been well used by people who needed a temporary safe space. I've known this guy for over 20 years. We've always had this sibling-like bond from day one. Never once did we ever have a problem. Until now. I'm about to lose my crap on him. I shouldn't have to remind someone, a grown-up man at that, daily that we don't want intoxicated people here and that this was our only rule for a free place to crash. Why? My kids have watched their addict father struggle with this crap for years. They don't need to see it here too. This is their home and safe space. Which is why it's literally our only rule. I have reminded him that this isn't going to be a permanent place to stay, especially given the inebriation. And that his time is running out because, again, we can't house him permanently. I worked my butt off and still do because I bought my house over a decade ago to have our own space and so we would not have to deal with addicts in our former apartment complex. My family room is also my office and work area, so being a room down isn't easy either. Because you can't be in there with them. I've actually been asked to leave my family room to give them privacy. Once in a while I won't mind. But I've been basically banned from my own damn workspace for 4 days now. Every couch surfer has always been respectful of our rules and space until now, so we decided enough was enough. We all sat down, first, our teenage kids, my partner and myself. We talked about what happened. Neither kid noticed anything other than me being in a terrible mood this morning. The kids trust our decision that we needed to have a serious chat with A, and that it may result in him leaving and likely being angry. Both kids promised to stay out of it and went for ice cream. We sat down with Dave and said flat out either the alcohol goes or he does. Starting immediately. I never saw him like that before. Like he just lost his best friend, cliche as it sounds. But he understands. He's gone to the back lot for the night to think about what his choice is. I think he's going back there too. Finish off his whiskey, but I hope I'm wrong. I'll let it go for tonight only. If I find out tomorrow he did go back there to drink by checking the security cameras, he won't be allowed back. I told my girlfriend that being depressed is not an excuse for being lazy. Ultimately I realized that the majority of the blame was mine. I never ever should have called her lazy because that isn't what she is. I lashed out and I shouldn't have. She stayed at her mother's for a few days, and we eventually met up to talk. I told her how it just got too much for me, but it was no excuse for lashing out and I apologized. She apologized also, not that she needed to, and we talked for a long while about how we can make our relationship work. I expressed my concerns over her therapist who is very against anything other than talking therapy. She agreed that he didn't seem to really have her best interests at heart and she is currently looking for someone new. For now, I suggested she stops looking for work. She got a lot of rejections and I could see it was upsetting her more. I just felt we should take a step back from that and I want her to focus a little more on herself. She was unsure as she felt bad that I would be working for both of us, but I assured her it is fine. I also suggested maybe she could volunteer at some point just to get her out and get some more stuff on her resume. I'm no therapist so these were just suggestions, but it has seemed to have taken some of the pressure off her, which is all I wanted. We agreed that being in the apartment all day alone and in bed is not good for her. So, we came up with a plan that she does an exercise video 3 times a week, just so she is doing something. She has found she likes doing them, they make her feel a bit better after, and has started something called yin yoga now too. To help me, she has 1 chore a day to do. I don't care what it is. It could be dishes or it could just be putting the laundry in the hamper. This rule has at least gotten her out of bed for part of the day and she's found that once she starts she sometimes ends up doing more than one thing. I make sure to show my appreciation for whatever she has done, no matter how small it was. We have set out that every Sunday we will have a deep cleaning day where we get everything done for the week. This has been surprisingly successful. We make it fun and just mess around while still getting things done. It makes the week a lot more manageable when we only have light chores to keep on top of. She is trying more, and I am also working on being more supportive about her depression. I'm researching it more, and learning ways I can help her because it is a part of her. We are both putting more effort in and communicating a lot better. I hope we keep making progress because I do love her very much and want us to work. I accidentally got my parents uninvited to my brother's wedding. Back when my ex Maria and I were dating, we set my brother Arthur up with Jen, who was Maria's best friend. Maria and I dated for about a year, and Arthur and Jen dated for about 9 months. We'd constantly do things together since Maria and Jen were best friends. Out of our little group, my personality matched Jen's the most, which led to us getting close. I felt so comfortable around Jen, and we both had a moment of weakness. We were at a party, and we did the deed. We snuck around for about a week before Arthur and Maria found out. Jan and I decided we'd be better together, so we broke off our relationship and started dating each other. Jan and I dated for about 6 months, and it was amazing until I found out she was cheating on me and she left me for the other guy. I was heartbroken. I thought I found my match. I kept thinking about how good Maria was to me. In hindsight, she treated me way better than Jen ever did. I went to message her to beg her to take me back but decided to look at her Instagram pictures first, and that's when I found out that her and Arthur had started dating in the 6 months Jen and I were together. They've been together for 4 years, and I found out from my parents that they're getting married in September. It hurt so much finding that out. What hurt even more was the fact that I didn't receive an invite. I mean, I know things have happened between us, but Arthur and I are brothers. We're family. When I told my parents I hadn't received an invite, they phoned Arthur and tried to get him to invite me, but all that ended up doing is getting them uninvited. I tried calling Arthur to get them re-invited and to get myself invited, but he didn't answer any of my calls. My parents haven't said anything, but I feel like they're mad at me for getting them uninvited from Arthur's wedding. I let my best friend stay when he went homeless, but now he's drinking in the house with his homeless girlfriend daily. I no longer have a brother from another mother. When I checked the security camera yesterday morning, I saw Dave drinking all night long on the back lot. Ugly drinking. Hitting trees, stumbling, yelling and crying. I'm glad my cameras don't have audio because it looked brutal. I'd like to say he came to the house sober after he got it out of his system, but I found him passed out in vomit halfway to the back lot. I can't help him at this point without compromising my own rules and family safety. When we confronted him about the abuse of our hospitality, things got very ugly. We both said things that we shouldn't have. Or at least I did. I'm not sure if he's in any state to remember, let alone regret what he said. But I told him this wasn't the brother I knew and loved, and that I don't want this person in my life. I shouldn't have done that, or at least worded it more carefully. He replied that I never was his brother, that he just felt sorry for me as I'm just someone who is too stupid to see that nobody else liked them. I was useless, and only making people's lives worse. I'm a useless person who uses other people to make myself feel useful. There was more, but I'm not repeating it all. Bad enough I can't stop thinking about whether he's right. That was the crushing point. I can't do this, or put my family through this. Regardless of whether it's the liquor or I'm talking, you can't take that back. It's inexcusable to say that to someone you know is prone to severe depression and went through years of therapy to get those exact thoughts out of my head that were drilled into it by my abusive ex. Dave basically repeated every nasty thing he ever heard my ex say to me. As it is, it's right there all the time. Having him say it. I have an emergency therapy appointment set up in 3 days because I can feel those old feelings of death and not existing coming back. I hate that he just undid literal years of therapy in under 15 minutes. The police took him away yesterday afternoon on an intoxicated and disorderly charge as he refused to leave on his own, and we couldn't let him leave in his vehicle when he could barely stand. Tomorrow his vehicle will be towed. We're done. Me, I'm wondering how much of what he said yesterday was truth, and how much was the liquor. I feel like I just lost my best friend and it hurts so damn bad. My partner just admitted he feels the same way. She doesn't want Dave back here ever again due to what was said to me and the effect it had. She's furious that Dave would dare say any of that to me, knowing full well what I've been through. There's a lot to unpack here yet, obviously. Brother's perspective, I accidentally got my parents uninvited to my brother's wedding. A little over 5 years ago, my brother started dating Maria, my now fiancée. 3 months after they started dating, they set me up with her now ex-best friend, Jen. The four of us did a lot together since the girls were best friends. Turk and Maria dated for a year, and Jan and I dated for 9 months. At the end of our relationship, I came home early and found Turk and Jen having intimacy in my bed. After I processed the situation, I called Maria because I'd want to know if I was in her place. She came over, and we confronted Turk and Jen. They dumped us, and I found out 2 days later, started dating each other. It broke me. I came home to find my brother effing my girlfriend only to run off with her. I had to move back in with my parents. It was infuriating because they kept talking about how happy my brother and Jen were. Throughout the next couple of months, Maria and I started talking. We were two people in similar situations, and we found some comfort in each other. 4 months after we got dumped, Maria and I officially started dating. 6 months after we got dumped, my brother found out that Jen was cheating on him and she left him for the other guy. Maria would get the occasional message from my brother, trying to reconnect, but she ignored him. Anyway, moving on to now. Maria and I are engaged and getting married in September. My parents were invited until my mom called me and threatened to not come if I didn't invite my brother. I told her to not bother coming regardless. In my mother's eyes, my brother can do no wrong. When he slept with and started dating my ex, I told my parents everything he did and my mom tried defending him. Our relationship isn't the greatest, but it was somewhat decent. After I uninvited my parents, my brother blew up my phone trying to get a hold of me. This is the first time he's even tried reaching out to me in 4 years. My high school bully decided to rope me, so I ruined his life 10 years later. I was bullied constantly by one particular individual. I went to a large city school and bullying was pretty common. I'm a light-skinned black person, but I have a lot of white features, so I ended up looking like a light-skinned Middle Easterner. I've been called all kinds of things like sand N-word and whatnot. I'm also gay, but I tried to look as straight as possible to save on bullying. But one guy would hurt me and bully me almost every day. I was always on the skinny side and I even tried to fight back a couple times, but my bully, Eric, was 6'4" and huge. He was a lineman for the football team, so he was basically untouchable as far as the school was concerned. The few times I tried to fight back, I was punished severely for it. I managed to give him a tiny little busted lip once, so he crammed my head into the concrete behind the gym. Well, one day I was at the park shooting my basketball alone a few blocks from my house during summer. He spotted me way before I noticed him. By the time I saw him, he was already at the edge of the covered court. I froze. He had a grin on his face. I remember getting thrown onto the other side of the bushes and getting ground pounded. Then he starts talking about how much of a wuss I am and starts unclothing. At this point I don't yet know what's going on, but I'm getting an idea and I feel my face is wet. Then my face was jammed into the dirt in severe pain and my womanhood flowed through. It went on for a while. I ran out of breath from crying so hard. I was there in the morning when it was still cool. I don't remember when he left, but I didn't get up until it was night. I felt ants biting me in between my legs and arms. I never told anyone because what guy wants to admit to that happening to them? He was a year older than me, so I finished the next year of school and never thought I'd see him again. I became a shut-in and never played outside again. After that, about a year ago, I saw a friend of a friend make a post on Facebook and he made a comment on that post. I clicked on his profile and I had a panic attack just looking at his photos. He ended up having this amazing life and got married and had a kid. I set up a master plan for revenge. I catfished him through his Facebook as an interested man. Then we moved over to Telegram. And it was surprisingly easy to get this guy to say all kinds of incriminating things. About how he loves to slobber pee and so on. Turns out, he is a pee-do too. I told him I was 16 yet he never once addressed that. I had him send me pictures of himself and even arranged a meet-up on a weekend. While he was gone waiting for the meet, I contacted his wife, and sent her all the info, pictures, you name it. She didn't believe a word of it, not even the pictures. So I told her exactly what hotel and room he would be waiting at. We didn't talk after that. I watched his Facebook intently over the next few months. He was apparently employed by his wife's father. Eric lost everything. And I mean everything. I felt really good about it for a long time, but I feel bad that I hurt his wife and kid. Not him so much.
My boyfriend recorded me being intimate with myself and now we're breaking up. My boyfriend and I had been together for 4 years. He has always been insecure and a little controlling, but his loving actions and the time we spent together was always enough justification. When we decided to move in together, he was helping me pack away my stuff. He stumbled upon some of my toys and was so unhappy with me. He explained he wanted me to throw them away. He would even pay me the cost since he knew they must have been a little expensive. He didn't want to feel like I was being pleasured by anyone or anything but him. I agreed. At this time our intimate life was great and I had no need for any outside help. He also set his boundaries on corn, and asked that I refrain from watching and enjoying myself to it because he sees this as a form of cheating. We have had many discussions about things I was and was not allowed to do. I was under the impression this was the tax of being in a long-term and committed relationship, though I had never given him any limitations on what he was and wasn't able to do. Anyway, a year flew by and we are stuck in long working hours with little quality time. Our intimate life has died down, and it has left me frustrated and annoyed. Anytime we would have intimacy, it was usually fast and only benefited him. I attempted to communicate my side of things, but it fell on deaf ears. I purchased a small toy from Amazon and called it good. In my mind, this was an excellent compromise, and honestly improved our intimacy life. The only problem was he had no idea and I had no intention of bringing it up. I hid the very small object in a place he would never look but was easy for me to access. This went on for a few months and there wasn't much of an issue. Lately, he has been much more accusatory and insecure than usual. He's asking me questions about how attracted I am to him, if I'm cheating, if the intimacy is still good. This behavior was normal, and I've become very skilled at putting out the fires in his mind. People have anxiety. Things were almost back to normal. One evening he ran to his cousin's house and I was excited to have a little alone time. Buzz buzz, and done. I thought nothing else about it. The following weekend I came home from grocery shopping and found him at the kitchen table with a device and a sour look on his face. There were accusations, and then he pressed the play button and we both listened to me cross the finish line loudly. I was flabbergasted, embarrassed, and overall confused. He had no issue admitting that 2 months ago he installed a recording device in our bedroom and periodically listened in to see if I was talking about him with my friends. This was automatically grounds for a breakup. He has the audacity to accuse me of cheating, and admitted the reason he suspected me was because he happened to find the toy. However, this would mean he thoroughly snooped through my personal belongings, because the spot I hid it in was not a place he would be justified to look into. I can still see the smug look on his face, like he finally won all control and power over me. It ended right there. I shrugged, losing a majority of the respect and love I had for him instantly. There is a small part of me that wanted to feel guilt, but I feel having a healthy intimacy life with myself in a relationship is nothing to be ashamed about. I deserve a partner who encourages me to maintain a healthy intimacy life and is not controlling or nearly as creepy as a man who would install a recording device in my bedroom. I have since moved out, quit my job, and moved far, far away.
A Wikipedia user who wrote 27,796 articles in a language he didn't speak. Started in 2005, Scots Wikipedia is probably one of the biggest Scots language resources on the web. Supporters of Scotland and its language point to it as proof that Scots is a living, thriving language that deserves to be taken seriously. Scots only has very few remaining speakers, however, and therefore, not all people have supported it. Some assumed that it was a joke and pushed for it to be taken down, and a spokesman for the Scottish Conservative Party went so far as to say this website appears to be a cheap attempt at creating a language. Simply taking an English word and giving it a Scots phonetic does not make it into a Scots word. Unfortunately, it would seem that these doom and gloom declarations were closer to the mark. As we know, anyone can edit Wikipedia. One of the people who decided to try their hand was a user named AG, driven by what appears to be a genuine desire to help Wikipedia expand into rarer languages. AG registered in 2013 and quickly became one of the most prolific editors in Scots Wikipedia, rising to the rank of main administrator. He created over 27,000 articles, almost a full third of the entire site's content, and helped make edits to thousands more pages. Just one problem: he didn't speak a single word of Scots. AG's MO was to take fully formed English sentences and use an online English-Scots dictionary to replace the English words with their Scots equivalents. He also ignored grammar and approximated a stereotypical Scottish accent for words without standardized spellings, essentially creating his own pseudo-Scots. This didn't go unnoticed, of course. Over the years, a few Scots speakers here or there would point out errors and make corrections. However, most of them chalked it up to the occasional mistake. It wouldn't be until 7 years later in 2020 when the other shoe dropped and people realized it was a site-wide problem. Cultural vandalism on a hitherto unprecedented scale. On the 25th of August 2020, a user on r/Scotland put up a post revealing the extent of the errors on Scots Wikipedia. The post quickly went viral, and was picked up by mainstream media outlets where it blew up, with many major outlets running headlines like "The hijacking of the Scots language" or "Wikipedia boy butchers Scots language." Immediately, Scots Wikipedia took a huge hit to its credibility. The attention also drew a flood of trolls, who vandalized the site with their own faux Scots. The entire wiki had to be locked down until the heat died down. More long-term, however, the damage was significant. It was theorized that this would affect AI trained using Scots Wikipedia. Others discovered that AG's mangled Scots had made its way into dictionaries and even official government documents, potentially affecting Scots language preservation. Worse still, the concept of Scots as a separate language took a hit too, as many people saw AG's mangled translations and dismissed it as just English with a bunch of misspellings, not knowing any better. And speaking of AG, he was unfortunately the subject of much mockery and harassment online. AG was open about being neurodivergent, and self-identified as gay and as a furry. With the internet being the internet, you know exactly what happened next. Shortly after, he put out a statement: "Honestly, I don't mind if you revert all of my edits, delete my articles, and ban me from the wiki for good. I've already found out that my contributions have angered countless people, and to me that's all the devastation I can be given. After years of my thinking I was doing good, and yes, obsessively editing, I have OCD. I was only a 12-year-old kid when I started, and sometimes when you start something young, you can't see that the habit you've developed is unhealthy and unhelpful as you get older. I don't care about defending myself, I only want to stop being harassed on my social medias, and to stop my other friends who have nothing to do with the wiki from being harassed as well. Whether peace can be achieved by Skywiki being kept like it is or extensively reformed to wipe my influence from it makes no difference to me now that I know that I've done no good anyway. Some were sympathetic, noting that he had come in with good intentions. Others weren't, pointing out that he had plenty of opportunities to come clean, and that he hadn't stopped when the issues were pointed out earlier. Where are we now? In the immediate aftermath, the remaining users on Scott's Wikipedia grappled with what course of action to take. A number of proposals were put forward: manually correct all of AG's dodgy translations, hire professionals to audit the site, roll back to an earlier version of the site, nuke the whole thing and start over. Eventually, users decided for a mixed approach. Pages that were entirely AG's work were deleted completely, while others that could be salvaged were either rolled back or corrected manually. A panel of volunteers stepped forward to put this into action, with 3,000 articles corrected in a single day. Even the Scots Language Center got involved in the effort, dubbed the Big Wiki Rewrite. Today, the Scots Wiki has 40,449 articles, down from the 55,000 it had when this was uncovered. Corrections are an ongoing process, as users with good intentions continue to pop up on occasion, but on the whole, the wiki is much more linguistically accurate than it once was. As for AG, I'm not really sure what he's up to nowadays. His user page is blank, and his Twitter is long deleted. However, in an interview with Slate, he mentioned that he'd been given an open invitation to AG to return one day, but properly, this time.
I'm 45 and still have my V card. My only experience with intimacy came from Rope. I didn't fight him. I was 12. I didn't even try, because honestly I didn't really care. I just laid there and let him do his thing. I just waited for him to be done. I hadn't wanted to do it, but I really didn't care that he didn't listen. I was too depressed. I started disassociating when I was 13, because my home life was miserable. My dad was a malignant narcissist and escaping into my head was my go-to way of coping. I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder at 18, and around the same time, fell in love with a boy who was everything to me. As much as I wanted to be intimate with him, I was scared of intimacy because of how I was raised, so I wanted to take it slow. He had his own troubles with substances and depression, and not too long after we got together, his demons became too much for him to handle and he ended himself. His death destroyed me. We barely had a chance to begin and suddenly he was gone. I pushed all my friends away and retreated into my head to cope. I gained weight, and for several years, felt nothing. Eventually, I made a few new friends, and even tried messing around with another boy, but I felt absolutely nothing when I was with him. A couple years later, I moved across the county to be near my mom when my parents retired in another state. My new psychiatrist started giving me the wrong meds and the new meds made it impossible to function. I was living in a 24/7 state of anxiety, became agoraphobic, and disappeared into my head completely. I started doing something called maladaptive daydreaming. I was on social security disability so I didn't have to worry about working, so I lived 24/7 in fantasy worlds inside my head. I reached 300 pounds, had no friends, lived in rags and filth, and ceased to be a person in the real world. 25 years went by. Now, even though I am doing much better finally, I went so long without my own identity, that it's taken me some time to learn how to be a real person again. There's some residual damage I am dealing with, but I am doing really well now. I lost 50 pounds so far, and I plan to keep losing. I've made some good friends, and rediscovered my identity. I'd like to start dating, but I am so embarrassed and ashamed to admit to any man I might meet that I am basically still a V-card owner. I may have technically had intimacy once, but it was so long ago, and I got absolutely no enjoyment out of it. I've never had an adult romantic relationship and that is so embarrassing. I'm 45, for God's sake, and I feel like I have more in common with 20-year-olds than I do with people my own age. It feels like I fell asleep at 18 years old and woke up a 40-year-old. I feel like such a freak. I hate it.
My wife got severely intoxicated at a wedding and destroyed me verbally in front of everyone. She refuses to apologize. Prior to the wedding, we hadn't been fighting, we hadn't been arguing, and overall we're having a good time at the wedding until someone mentioned her ex's alma mater, and my wife immediately sprung into action like a fangirl who just heard her favorite celebrity's name and started saying how amazing he was, how he used to spoil her, how he was the best, he was a much better provider than I am, better than me in every aspect in front of a group of people. Her ex was diagnosed as a narcissist and was 40 when she was 18. While she was saying all of this, I wasn't drinking, so at this point I was doing what I could to keep myself composed. Then she started puking. I said, "He couldn't be that great, you just brought him up and now you're sick to your stomach." Which I thought was an amazing quip. This sent her into a full-on tirade. In between throwing up all over herself in our car, she was texting me while I was off getting her towels and water and yelling at me when I got how I didn't compare to her ex, how he was way bigger in PP size, he used to spoil her, he was the best thing that ever happened to her. How she lies to me all the time, how I have the smallest PP. She was making a circle with her hands or measuring out lengths with her hands saying I F this guy and he was this big and that guy, on and on. At this point I was just driving us home and was planning on setting her up in bed and sleeping on the couch. Well, it turns into alcohol poisoning and I end up in the ER with her. She gets some 4 fluids and meds and is good to go. I text her that night that she said some cruel things and to read her text to me. So she reads her texts and immediately begins to apologize and is remorseful. I tell her what else happened about her professing her undying love for her ex. So we have been talking through it and I'm still hurt and upset. She is saying none of that is how she feels and she doesn't remember saying any of it, and because she was intoxicated I should be lenient on her. I said intoxicated words were sober thoughts, and how she was so intoxicated there was no way she would have been no way cognizant or coherent enough to intentionally lie to hurt me, and that it feels like what she was saying is the truth. Over the past week I have not been able to let it go. It has been a constant thought and her words are bouncing around my head. She maintains she doesn't actually feel that way or believe those things she said and is remorseful. She also continues to say she doesn't remember saying those things. We have the texts but she doesn't remember saying it. I have spent the whole week trying to get some closure on this, and I know I never will. I also have been defending myself against things she said. I have been seeking reassurance from her on things, and if I ask more than once she gets upset that I don't believe her. She refused counseling because she thinks she will be singled out as being the bad guy. What is the most disgusting case of injustice of all time? In Oklahoma, the police and the guards worked together to rope civilians and inmates. The married Assistant Police Chief Jason Vest, a man with a tattoo of a World War II German symbol, of Hollis, Oklahoma, decided he fancied a young woman after responding to her 911 call for help in domestic violence. Over the next few months he pulls her over multiple times, always asking her out, to which she says no every time. Finally the cop pulls behind the woman in her grandma's driveway and gives her one last chance to go out with him. She gives the wrong answer the last time. The police chief arrests her right on the spot. Then searches her car in her grandma's driveway and finds a grass pipe. He takes her to jail. Once in jail, the woman knew she was not safe. Either from instinct or because of what Jason Vest said to her in the car ride to the jail. She sees Sheriff Joe Johnson, the man in charge of the entire jail. She literally begs him to protect her from Assistant Police Chief Jason Vest while she is in jail. Sheriff Joe Johnson looked her in the eyes and said there is nothing he can do. Not long later a guard pulls the woman from her cell to be interviewed. The guard is Jason Vest's wife. His wife brings the victim into the police chief's office where she is forced to sign that she was Mirandized. Then inside the jail, Assistant Police Chief Jason Vest decides to rope her. The only thing the victim could do is sue afterwards. And she did. She sued everybody. They all settled out of court and resigned except for Jason Vest, who actually went to prison. Vest, 42, pleaded no contest to charges of rope. For some reason today, his current record does not reflect those charges. A man named Leslie Orr was also on guard duty at the jail during the rope. He became the next sheriff. The city of Hollis and its county only had a $2 million insurance policy. The victim was awarded $6.5 million, so they had to raise the taxes on everybody in the county and agree to a decade-long payment plan with interest to the victim. There have since been multiple allegations of rope, corruption, and more in Hollis, where since the story above went down, the next sheriff, Leslie Orr, resigned as soon as Osby started to investigate him. His undersheriff became sheriff and then Osby just forced him to resign.
My female best friend admitted she has feelings for me, but we're both married. Last night, I was finally able to talk to Kelly. My husband sat quietly with me the whole time and did not interject or interrupt our conversation. He just listened to the most uncomfortable and awkward conversation of my entire life. Kelly dodged my questions at first. Tried to laugh it off and redirect. Pretend like it never happened, and even went as far as denying it all. She denied asking about a girlfriend, kissing my cheek and forehead, denied the three-way idea, and denied thinking of me intimately. It was really exhausting because it felt like she was just trying to sweep everything under the rug so things would go back to normal. Every time I tried to discuss it, she'd laugh at me like I was telling a joke. She belittled my feelings, told me I was imagining things, and kept bringing up stories about her kids and trying to make plans for us all next time as if nothing had happened. I felt like I was losing my mind, and at one point I genuinely questioned whether or not I made everything up. She told me I worried too much and was reading into things that weren't there, acted offended that I would suggest she do something like. She said she'd hoped I hadn't said anything to either of our husbands because they were easily jealous and wouldn't want us seeing each other anymore. And just totally made light of the situation, spinning it around and implying that maybe I was the one that hit on her and she'd be okay with it and not overreact the way I was doing. I snapped. She was making me feel like a child. Like I had done something wrong for even trying to talk to her. I told her I needed her to be honest with me if this friendship were to survive, because at the moment, I was so close to dropping her. I didn't like that she was talking over me and minimizing my feelings. I told her I was willing to move past everything only if we were able to acknowledge all. She was quiet for a long time and told me I didn't mean that. I told her I absolutely did and she started crying. I almost apologized. I wanted to so bad, but I knew I couldn't if I wanted to actually get somewhere. So, I just waited. When she stopped crying, we were finally able to talk. It went okay. I asked her if she really had feelings for me. She admitted she genuinely wasn't sure, that what she felt for me was different and more special than what she had for her husband. We talked about the difference of her love a lot, trying to make sense of it all. I reiterated that what I feel for her is strictly familial. She is my family, and it will never be anything more. I love my husband. He is my person and I never want to do anything to sabotage that. Eventually, I asked the question we were all wondering, was this a cry for help? No, I didn't ask it so bluntly. I asked if anything had happened between her and Trey before she came down here. She said no, not really. The usual stuff. Him not paying her any attention and being busy with other things. He's a dad and works full-time, so he didn't have time to dote on her the way my husband doted on me. She said that would change when we started having kids and I'd understand why she'd fantasized about me. That felt weird. I got the feeling she didn't really see anything wrong with what she did, or feel like she disrespected me and husband, so I left the conversation at that. We hung up the phone and my husband and I had a long talk. The next day, Kelly invited me out to the bar as she said she wanted to clear everything up once and for all. She said she drove all the way back into my town to try meet up with me and clear the air. I got to the bar and there she was. We had a few drinks and all was going well, until it wasn't. Kelly got too intoxicated and tried to make out with me. I pushed her away. This actually really angered her. I tried calming her down, and this only made her more mad. I started crying and was begging her to just stop for a second. Security saw us, assumed we were two dumb intoxicated girls and kicked us out. That is when Kelly attacked me, and tried to make me make out with her, but I kept pushing her off. I managed to finally get away and run away from her. She was chasing after me, but luckily being intoxicated, she could not run very far without literally face planting. I tried getting her help but she screamed at me to F off. I called her a taxi and ordered it to a nearby hotel and just left. I did not care how she would get into the hotel or if they would let her in, I just wanted her away from me.
I took one for the team and dated a fat girl. Said girl is now my wife and she just found out why I agreed to go out with her. 2 years ago I was at a party with a friend of mine named Joshua. Josh suddenly spotted two girls. The one he was interested in was this pretty blonde while the other was her beluga friend. Josh turned to me and urged me to be his wingman by taking one for the team and distracting her friend while he chatted with the blonde. After a little back and forth, I decided to just do it to be a good friend. So we made our way over and made our move, where I would go in first and start chatting with the friend while Josh began flirting with the girl he was interested in. Again, this friend I was talking to was by no means unattractive in the face, just a beluga. I thought she was very sweet, even though I was just talking to her out of obligation. It didn't really matter anyway cause ultimately the girl Josh was into already had a boyfriend apparently and had seemingly brushed him off, with him eventually patting me on the back to signify I didn't have to chat with her friend anymore. So I decided to politely end the conversation, however, not before she asked for my Instagram which I decided to give her. I didn't really think much of it at the time, and I was certain I would never see her again. However, a couple days later I ran into the same girl in my school's campus store. I didn't really recognize her at first but she seemed to know me immediately. We decided to chat for a bit, and I was reminded of her name, Megan. Anyway, it was really just small talk until Megan suddenly seemed a little awkward. I asked her if everything was alright and she replied that nothing was wrong but she wanted to know if I wanted to go out with her sometime. This actually came as a shock to me as it was the first time a girl had ever made the first move and asked me out. So, even though she wasn't really my type at all at the time, I said yes. And that was probably the best decision of my life. Me and Megan really hit it off and before long we were in a serious relationship. Any qualms I had about her weight were gone immediately after the first time we had intimacy as I actually found her body to be really soft and comforting. More to play with, as I've always said. I had never felt so relaxed cuddling with someone before I met her. And there was a lot to cuddle. We've been dating for 2 years now and I absolutely love her. She's my everything and I have even been thinking of proposing as soon as we are both done with school. Everything was perfect, until last month. Last month, we hosted a small get-together just for a few friends who are also in relationships, like a couple's game night sort of thing. It was here where Josh, who has been my good friend for years now, was pretty intoxicated, and made a joke about how if he had never forced me to take one for the team back then I would have never found the love of my life. The joke didn't really register to me as anything negative and I was also out of it so I just laughed it off. Megan was cuddled up next to me on the couch though, and asked what Josh meant by that. I told her nothing, but Josh, being the intoxicated idiot that he was, elaborated and told her the story about how we met through my perspective at the time. Megan just said oh, and didn't really react so I figured she just brushed it off. However, the rest of the night she seemed kind of distant and even a little sad. Finally, once everyone had left, she let it all out and started crying. She was essentially in shock because this whole time she thought I approached her because I was interested in her and learning it was because I was forced to seem to bring back old insecurity within her. It doesn't help that she's actually gained weight since back then, and now is truly big, even though I don't really have any problem with that and I've told her that multiple times. More to cuddle and more to love. I immediately gave her the full story, about how I fell for her right after that and I have loved and adored her ever since. She seemed reassured and we even cuddled the whole night after that. Since that night though, she's been acting differently. It's like she's lost her confidence around me. She only wears large, baggy clothing even though she used to never before. She refuses to change with me in the room and hardly eats in front of me. Before, I used to playfully tickle her stomach sometimes and she'd always smile and play along. Now she seems insecure when I so much as accidentally graze it. She also refuses to have intimacy without a shirt on. I miss seeing them rolls jiggling sometimes. So far I sat her down multiple times and explained that her body is incredibly attractive to me and there's no one more beautiful in my eyes than her. But it's like she doesn't believe me. Lately I've been thinking about offering her to come to the gym with me but I'm scared she may be more insecure at that suggestion. My girlfriend blames me for not stopping her going home with another guy. Me, my girlfriend of 4 years and some friends went nightclubbing a couple of days ago. It wasn't a heavy night, but she did get quite hammered. About halfway through the night, she came up to me outside after disappearing for a while, holding hands with an older man and stated she was going to the toilet with him. They both came back about 5 minutes later, and her lips literally had his load on them. They both had their phones out like they were exchanging numbers and she just completely refused to come home with me. When I finally got her attention, I told her to go away and I went home alone. I checked her location when I got home and saw she was at someone else's house in a totally different part of town, nowhere that she or I know anyone. I found out the following day that it was the same guy's house, but she said she left immediately and that nothing happened between them, whilst also saying she doesn't remember most of the night. She profusely apologized at first and was crying on the phone to me about the fact that she can't lose me, but we met for coffee the next day and she said that I should have forced her to come with me, and that I'm to blame for compromising our relationship by letting it happen. I went to speak to her yesterday. She has said she is willing to change and get therapy and fight for our relationship. I said the line must be drawn somewhere, and broke it off. I have spoken to her mom today and told her about the aside threats she made, which she was horrified to hear. Both her and my girlfriend are adamant that she was not unfaithful to me. It sounded like her and her mom blamed me for breaking it off, but I felt like I had no other choice. I did not want to, but I felt like I had to for my own sake. There is the argument that no matter what I should have stopped her from going home with that man, because who knows what could have happened, but I also know I tried my best in the situation to get her to come home, and I was of the opinion that she had decided to cheat on me and I wasn't going to stop that. What happened to the bully in your class? The autistic kid hurt him in Spanish class within an inch of his life, flipped over the desk, picked this dude's body and slammed him, kidney first, into one of the legs. Johnny was just your normal, happy-go-lucky video game fan. We went to see the original Mortal Kombat movie in theaters when it came out. It was my second movie-going experience. I was just a newly transplanted immigrant and Johnny was the only kid who didn't pick on me. He was cool. Johnny was heavy-set, with glasses. Juan was a gangbanger. Real cholo-looking dude. He and his friends were pretty ruthless. I saw them outside on the school grounds, chasing a girl around who was really allergic to cats, with a dead cat in their hands. In retrospect, I'm sure Juan had a terrible upbringing because he took it out on everyone around him. For months he kept picking on Johnny. Months. Juan was a scary guy, and I had gotten into my share of scraps, but I wanted no part of this guy. This abuse went unchecked. Juan broke John's glasses and it was just persistent. I don't remember all of it, other than Johnny just became more and more reclusive with time and he was always bruised in some way, shape or form. One day, in Spanish class, Juan said something to Johnny about his mom. This was before the bell rang for class to start. This was the final straw. I remember John letting out this guttural, primal scream and lunging from his desk toward Juan. Johnny began hammer fisting Juan all over. Like effing Goro would in Mortal Kombat. Just unleashing everything he had on this a-hole gang banger. There came a point when Juan looked out of it, like a limp noodle, and that was when John, still possessed by this unrelenting rage, flips the desk over, and underhand body slams Juan into one of the legs of the desk. Juan let out this horrible cry of agony and that was that. The teacher walks in, they call the campus police and the rest is a blur. I don't remember what happened to Johnny after this as I never saw him again, but I do remember hearing from an acquaintance back several years that Juan was in jail for aggravated robbery. Guess he didn't learn his lesson.
My daughter went no contact with me because I terminated the pregnancy of her sister. A year after graduating high school, my husband and I had our daughter Moira. When Moira was 6, I got pregnant again, but it was an ectopic pregnancy that eventually needed surgery, which included removing the fetus and part of the fallopian tube the fetus was growing in. Moira didn't know I was pregnant at the time, only that mommy had been sick and needed to be in the hospital for a little while. 3 years later my husband left me and it was just Moira and me. We were always very close, so much so that Moira sometimes called me Lorelai because we were just like the Gilmore Girls, just not as much witty banter. This was until she went to a state college about 3 hours away. We would still talk on the phone every day and she would come home for the weekend a few times a month, but I understood that she needed her space as she developed as a functional adult, so I tried to give her as much space as she needed. Sometime early in her sophomore year she joined an evangelical Christian campus group and started dating Dirk, the president of the group. This put a chill on our relationship. Too many of our calls or visits began to devolve into Moira preaching at me how I was living a sinful life and how I needed to find a man and remarry because being single was bad and other stuff that I tried to work around to maintain the relationship as best that I could. That spring semester, the vid shut down her school, but instead of coming home, Moira moved in with a neighbor of Dirk's family, which was about 700 miles away. Our conversations went from daily to maybe twice a week and were shorter as well, as if Moira was impatient to get the calls over with. Our text messages were also almost exclusively one way, me sending her all the weird stuff I always did and her mostly just replying with one word. That summer, Moira told me she was dropping out of school and she and Dirk were engaged and they'd be building a life in Dirk's hometown. This was pretty rough news for me, but I do feel like while I tried to push back gently, I was as supportive as I could be. The wedding was in October of that year and it was a lovely event, although I felt like most of Dirk's family and the folks from his church treated me like I was a space alien. That was also the first time I had ever seen Dirk in person and spoken more than 5 words to him, and the majority of our conversation as the wedding was winding down was him encouraging me to switch to a better church for Moira's sake. After a few months, calls started to come more frequently from Moira. She was clearly struggling with adjusting to being married and not really knowing too many folks, although she always insisted that Dirk's parents and siblings and the church folks were super nice. But she wasn't working and she wasn't in school, and I think she was going a little crazy with boredom. I was sad about this but also selfishly happy to hear from her so much, and our conversations skirted theology and I didn't offer her unwanted advice, but we kept the conversations mostly light. Moira was looking forward to having children, probably in part to give her more to do, but it seems that they were having difficulty conceiving. Moira told me that Dirk blamed Moira and refused to go to a doctor to check on his swimmers. It seems like his answer was to just have intimacy as often as possible. It didn't matter whether Moira was in the mood or not. Again, I tiptoed around the subject, and just tried to be supportive and only offered advice in areas that Moira specifically asked me for. I knew telling her what I really felt was only going to get her mad and it would be unhelpful. About 6 months ago Moira stopped complaining about how brutal it was to try and get pregnant, and even though she didn't say anything, I knew that meant that she was. I kept it to myself, just happy that she was so happy. But she called me crying right before Thanksgiving that she had miscarried. I asked her if she wanted me to come to her, and for the first time since she got married, she said yes. I was in my car less than an hour later and got there in the morning. Dirk was at work even though Moira was an absolute mess, and I did my best to comfort her. At some point, I told her about my ectopic pregnancy to let her know how awful I knew she felt. We did a lot of hugging and crying together that day. When Dirk came home, he mostly ignored us and seemed more annoyed about the whole thing than supportive. The next morning, after Dirk went to work, Moira asked me about my ectopic pregnancy, especially what had happened to the baby. I explained that they needed to terminate the baby because it was growing and it could have become life-threatening to me. Moira got extremely angry at me, telling me that her pastor had once mentioned that most fallopian ectopic fetuses will actually migrate on their own and that I was a selfish bitch for not putting my faith in God before a soulless doctor. I was stunned and I regrettably lashed out at her, telling her that her pastor was full of crap and that as much as I wish I hadn't had to have a termination, it was the only reasonable choice and any real Christian would understand that. Moira told me to leave the house right away. I tried to apologize, but she told me her miscarriage and trouble having children was definitely punishment for me doing that to my baby. I fled the house in tears. Since then, Moira doesn't answer my phone calls or texts. I found Dirk's work number, but he told me to never call again and hung up on me. My daughter went no contact with me because I terminated the pregnancy of her sister. 6 weeks ago I had just gotten home from a lunch date with a guy that I've been seeing when my front door buzzed. I opened the door and was shocked to see Dirk come out of the elevator. I let him in and did my best not to yell at this young man who took part in brainwashing my daughter, and he stammered out that he was sorry for everything that had happened. He then laid out the entire story. He had gone to the large public university where he ultimately met Moira because it was far away from his parents, as he had a lot of doubts about what he had been religiously indoctrinated with his whole life. His parents had only agreed to let him go to the school on the condition that he stayed active in a specific student group, the facility advisor who was known to the local church as being an upstanding evangelical. Dirk had agreed and would go to events, but also tried to use his time on campus to explore and better understand why he felt what he had been taught was wrong, going to other Christian groups' events and even a mixer for all religions. He ended up being president of the student group because the advisor recommended it, and Dirk doesn't know how to say no. Unfortunately, and unbeknownst to me, Moira was spiked a few weeks into her sophomore year. Luckily for her, Dirk was at the party, identified what was happening, and got her out of the party before anything worse could happen, and stayed with her until she was physically recovered. Moira was understandably traumatized, but for her own reasons didn't feel comfortable sharing it with me, or going to the school's counselors for help. But she did latch onto Dirk, and he admitted he didn't mind having this pretty girl around a lot. Since part of his routine was his evangelical stuff, Moira started going to those meetings and events, and the local church, and possibly because of her trauma, really embraced it all. This wasn't great for Dirk since he was trying to pull away, but now this girl who he liked and who he also felt like he needed to protect was getting into the evangelical stuff. He wondered if it was a sign from God that he needed to ignore his misgivings. In the spring semester, when the vid shut down the school, Dirk asked Moira if it would be possible that he could come home with her, but she said that the opposite would be better, so they went back to his hometown, where the church refused to close. So now Moira was really only going to 3 places: the house that she was staying at, Dirk's parents' house, and the church. When Dirk was told by his parents and the pastor that he should marry Moira, he proposed. Moira said yes, and he took a job in a call center run by one of the parishioners in the church. When I pointed out that the only time we talked at the wedding, Dirk tried to get me to join his church, but he has a different recollection of that conversation. Dirk says I was being cornered by his creepy uncle and that he came over to get me away from Hansy Harold and literally couldn't think of anything to talk about but that. I had brought up how Moira had gotten more religious, and Dirk claims that he was saying that his church does that to people, but not necessarily in a good way. Marriage wasn't all that Dirk or Moira thought it would be. Moira was feeling isolated, and Dirk kept suggesting talking to me more, which eventually she did. She also started to spend more time with the pastor's wife and would come home and point out that the pastor and his wife have 11 kids and that they should have a big family too. Dirk actually pushed back on this and said that he would avoid his marriage responsibilities from time to time, specifically because he didn't want to impregnate Moira. When Moira told Dirk she was pregnant, he got very depressed but tried to support his wife as best he could and was at least happy that she was happy about it. When Moira miscarried, she told him God was punishing them for spilling his seed and told Dirk to spend the night somewhere else. He spent the night at a friend's and texted Moira the next day, but she only told him that I had come in. He decided to come home after work and said I was shooting mean looks at him right away, and so he stayed away from us and the next morning left as quickly as he could. However, a few hours later Moira called crying and asked him to come home, which he did. She didn't go into detail about why I had left, but she told him she knew God would want her to forgive him if he'd get her pregnant. When I called him at work, even though he did want to talk to me, He panicked and did the opposite and basically hung up on me. He said he wanted to reach out to me after that but didn't know my number but also felt he was doing wrong by Moira. When he asked for advice, he was basically told I was a godless heathen so best I wasn't involved in their lives. Things got better between Dirk and Moira as both of them started to put in the work that a marriage needs to succeed and start listening to each other. About 2 weeks before Dirk showed up at my door their town was engulfed in scandal. The pastor was exposed as a pedo. Dirk seized on this and begged Moira to leave town with him but Moira was feeling very ashamed and didn't want to reach out to me. Dirk convinced her that they should pack up as much as possible and just come to me, as he was sure that I would take them in and help them. So this conversation was quite lengthy and when he got to the part where Moira is with him, I jumped up and started yelling about where she was. He told me she was at a coffee shop down the street, so I basically ran there and the two of us ugly cried as we reunited. We went back to my apartment and the three of us continued our conversation. There were a lot more tears and hugs and apologies all around and I told them that I would help them as best as I could. I'm not exactly swimming in money, but I bought a queen-size bed to put in Moira's old bedroom and my not-quite-boyfriend helped Dirk get an office job. Moira got a retail job and is talking about re-enrolling in college in the fall, which I think is great. They are still living with me but on Monday we looked at an apartment just down the street from me as both are adamant about being close and they will hopefully be signing a lease there very soon. I am doing my best to see Moira who she is now, an adult woman who is flawed just like all of us, not the teenage girl who was my best friend. And Dirk is a sweet kid who's trying to find his place in the world and needs to be a better advocate for himself.
People with nightmare siblings, why do you hate them? I hate my autistic brother. He is high functioning so he can talk and do most basic stuff by himself, but he hates my mom with a burning passion. Apparently my grandma kept telling him that my mom abandoned him, which couldn't be farther from the truth. I can't blame him for feeling abandoned, and I try to be as respectful as possible, but it's hard. He has anger issues and has hit several people. He has hit our grandma several times, cousins, anyone that slightly disagrees with him gets rocked in the face by him. I genuinely want what's best for him because I feel bad for him, but there are limits, and I'm reaching mine. A couple weeks ago he grabbed my mom by the neck over some napkins. I grabbed both his arms behind his back and pinned him to the ground, but I didn't do anything more than that. I know that if I hurt him I'm gonna be in trouble because he is autistic. What will the police think about me hurting someone with a condition? I'm gonna end up being the bad guy here. In the end he calmed down and started crying trying to apologize, but when I asked him why he was apologizing he said it's because he doesn't want to go to jail, so he doesn't even feel sorry, he just wants to save his own cowardly butt. Today he threatened my mom and almost stabbed her because he didn't like her cooking. He preferred grandma's cooking. As always I had to step in and try to calm him down, telling him to close his eyes, to breathe and whatnot, the little things I picked up about how to treat him. But now grandma is saying I'm at fault here because I can't scold him and that I am the reason this family is so messed up. I know damn well it's not, but it still angers me to be treated this way even though I try my best. Even my mom treats him better than me, which only makes me hate him more. I want to be more empathetic towards him but I can't. These last 2 months I've lived with them have been hell, arguing over stupid stuff over every day, and living in constant fear that my mom could get unalived by an enraged, autistic goofy. Nobody wants to do something about it, so I will. Next time he tries to hurt my mom I'll call the police. I don't care if I'm seen as the bad guy, it has to be done. Someone has to man up to him and finally send him somewhere he can be treated.
A co-worker of mine pretended to be Catholic to bleed her husband dry. I worked for a small Catholic newspaper even though I was not Catholic myself. Karen had been hired as a secretary and additional receptionist. When she came on, she was married and had a child. She was initially not Catholic, but later became Catholic. The only reason she became Catholic is because she found out that by her and her son being Catholic, she could get the church to foot the bill for her sending her son to a Catholic private school, instead of a public one. She did this because she wanted a private education for her son, but didn't want to pay for it. So she went through RUSA and had him go through RUSIC and the whole 9 yards, then told their church that they couldn't afford to send him to Catholic school and got the church to pay for it instead. So she got what she wanted. This frustrated a fellow co-worker when she found out, because she had been their sponsor and thought Karen had been sincere in her wish to be Catholic. During this time, Karen made it all but abundantly clear that she only plays Catholic when she needs to, so as to get what she wants or needs, like that money for the school, but has no intention of actually living the life of a Catholic. Now, I had no intention of living life as a Catholic either. Whenever Karen's son needed to get money for a school field trip or books, Karen would go to the parish and ask them to cover the amount. And they always did. Again, ticking off our fellow co-worker who was a member of the same parish and had sponsored them. We all knew that Karen's husband made a decent living, but apparently he either didn't know what she was really doing, or didn't care. Due to what would happen a few years later, I am guessing that he didn't know and thought that his money was paying for the school and all the amenities. Because while their son was getting all this paid for by basically everyone else, because of their poor status, Karen was getting tanned and pampered. Karen had started spending almost all her lunches either going to a tanning salon, getting $300 manicures and pedicures, getting some tattoos on her ankles and wrists, getting her hair professionally done and kept up on a weekly basis, and getting spa treatments at least once every 2 weeks. Basically, all the money she spent on her own personal upkeep would have been more than enough to cover her son's schooling at the private Catholic school. What made it all the more ridiculous is that this woman went to tan so often that at one point she went past the normal orangish leathery look and started looking gray. I kid you not. I do think my co-worker tried to tell the church, but without proof that Karen was actively trying to scam them, and with Karen proving that she was poor due to bills, and them wanting to give her the benefit of the doubt, nothing ever came of it. It, of course, then came as no surprise later, that she decided her husband no longer made enough money, was no longer worth her time, and decided to actively seek out an affair because she wanted something better solidified, before fully giving up her cash cow, as it were. A co-worker of mine pretended to be Catholic to bleed her husband dry. Karen began complaining constantly about how her husband didn't make enough money. She then started bragging that she could have any guy she wanted, and would even mention that she was starting to go onto dating sites. Of course, she would stop the cheating talk whenever her son was around. So her son would come by the office after school on a lot of days and wait for his dad to pick him up. During this time, while she would stop with the cheating talk, she would still make thinly veiled insults and derogatory comments about her husband in front of their son, who would try to ignore her, but you could see he was uncomfortable with it. When her husband would come pick the son up, she would always find something to criticize the poor man over. This woman was doing everything in her power to emotionally wreck this man. She even stated that he was always treating her nicely, and it irritated her, because it made her feel like he wasn't a real man. Because he remembers birthdays, anniversaries, gets her flowers or presents. This behavior would get worse all the time. At one point, she got mad and spent the entire day at the office ranting and raving because she tried to make him jealous over a stranger and he didn't attack the guy. Her making him jealous was to gush over the way the guy looked. Instead, her husband just seemed defeated by her comments, and walked away. Now by this point, she has really started running their finances into the ground with all her pamperings and purchases, and he has finally started to notice and get some of his shiny spine back. He starts insisting that she cut back on spending. She can't stand for this, so she decides she needs a real man who makes real money and will lavish her with anything she wants at any given time. Enter AP. She finds the perfect man on one of her dating sites. Only problem is that he is from Canada, and we are Midwest USA. So, start the long-distance fully emotional affair. She would gush about him at the office, printed out the photos of himself that he sent her, and talk about how wonderfully attentive he was, how attractive he was, and how rich and successful he was. However, I did not trust this man on any level. It took her a while to even get the first picture of him, and that first pic was almost a glorified headshot. He looked very healthy in it. She said he was just getting out of a long marriage himself, and was going through a divorce, and so he understood where she was coming from in regards to her own currently still ongoing, yet unhappy marriage. After a few months pass and many more pics of him looking fine and dandy, I come into the office one morning to see her standing by the copier in tears. Utterly despondent. The reason? He had given her some bad news. Apparently he had been trying to figure out how to tell her he had brain cancer and 6 months to live. I tried to tell her that he could be guilt-tripping her into staying, but she refused to believe me. She said he wanted to come see her soon so they could consummate their relationship before it was too late. So I just shut up about it, but refused to trust in this. I was positive that sooner or later, the other shoe would drop. She bought him tickets to come see her, paid for a hotel for him to stay in. Remember that this guy was supposed to be rich and successful. But apparently all his money was tied up in his treatments, divorce and all this other stuff, and he couldn't pay for anything. I began to see a bit of karma here. So he comes to visit, especially as he did actually match the photos he had sent. And she brought him to the office along with her son. The assistant editor to the paper was mad. She reamed Karen up one side and down the other over this. She basically told Karen that while she could not tell Karen not to have an affair, or what to do or not do in her private life, she could tell her that not only was it extremely inappropriate to bring her Dave to the office, but that as a Catholic business, that was family-orientated, it would look bad on business as a whole. What if the Archbishop walked in while Karen was flaunting her Dave around the office? Nope. As long as Karen was still married, she was not to bring any Dave to the office. The trip lasted a week or so, and another few months of her flying him out on her dime, and him needing assistance with this brand new miracle treatment that cured him of his cancer, and all hell finally broke loose. Remember when I mentioned that her husband had started asking her to limit her spending? Well, it turns out that he had also started paying closer attention to that spending. Even more so after Dave had started coming for twice monthly weekend visits. And he was not happy with what he discovered. Namely that all the money he had been giving her for their son's education was not going to the school, but that now she was spending more on online dating sites and then on bringing her Dave from Canada once or twice a month for a weekend at a time. I guess he must have wanted to wait a while to get all his ducks in a row, because he never actually confronted her about it. I do know she got a bit worried at one point that he was distancing himself from her and seemed to have become very cold, but she couldn't figure out why, because she honestly believed that he was too stupid to notice her having an affair. So one fine fall day it happened. I was in the back in my office, eating lunch while reading, when the scream issued from up front. When I say everyone came running out, I do not jest. This scream had to have been heard in India. And it wasn't frightened, or sad. It was indignant and angry. We rush out to see a gentleman in a suit leaving the building, and Karen clutching a batch of papers, red in the face and looking like she is trying to strangle a rock for blood. She had just been served divorce papers. And she was having none of it. Somehow, she managed to convince herself that she would be the one to serve them when she was ready, and she had not been ready just yet, because she was waiting for her Dave to propose to her and with her own list of demands. Among the divorce papers? Proof of her affair. Karen did not see that coming. Now, you would think that this would be the end, and that Karen would be happy to let her not worthy husband go, so she could be with her perfect Dave, but no. If that were the case, then Karen would not be merely the entitled person that she was. She was not going to go down without a fight. She was going to prove that she was the real victim in all this. Even if it meant trying to commit fraud and trying to convince me to give her forgery lessons.
Update 2. A coworker of mine pretended to be Catholic to bleed her husband dry. Karen spent the next several days letting us know how mad she was about the divorce papers being served. At one point she even started telling a coworker that she should just break up with her boyfriend and not get married, as marriage was horrible, men were horrible, she wouldn't be able to trust her husband, and would just be worthless like all the others. Well, Jane, the assistant editor, finally had it, and the next time our editor Tom was in, Jane went to him about all this. Because Karen was actively trying to undermine a coworker's engagement and it was making her very uncomfortable. So Tom called Karen into his office and basically told her that she had two choices. She could stop snapping at everyone and stop trying to convince the coworker Gina that marriage was bad, or she could just quit now. She stopped snapping so much, and stopped deriding marriage in front of Gina. Karen had decided to take all her pent-up anger and frustrations and laser focus them onto revenge. So she decided to put all her energy into making her soon-to-be ex the most miserable man on earth. Now, soon-to-be ex, not being nearly as stupid as Karen thought, did stay in the house and Karen was the one forced out. So she went to stay at a hotel. They also split custody of their son 50-50 during this time. But her being without her house, her access to his money, and her having to use her own money to buy things, all just added fuel to the fire of her wanting to get back at him. She was positive she could get full custody in the house. She decided that while tanning and constant haircuts were a continued must, she would forego the weekly pedis and twice monthly spa treatments. Instead she started looking for lawyers. Any that would explain to her that she was highly unlikely to get alimony under the circumstances, she would dismiss from consideration almost immediately. She was going to get her alimony. She did eventually settle on a lawyer. So with that done, she started gathering all information she could get. She started bringing all of this paperwork to the office, and anytime the phones weren't ringing, or she didn't have a specific job she had to do, she would instead pour over all this information. And that was when it happened. We were on the second day of deadline, and I had just finished pasting in ads to some of the pages. Now Jane had gone back to her desk, so I was back there by myself. Karen came up to me in a bit of a rush, waited for me to turn to her and shoved the two papers in my face and asked, "Hey, do these two signatures look the same?" I stepped back, completely confused, and looked at the two papers. I noticed that one was an official-looking document with soon-to-be ex's signature at the bottom, and the other was a plain piece of copy paper, where soon-to-be ex's signature had been written about 4 times. After a moment I realized it was not his signature, but attempts at his signature. I looked at Karen and asked, "Did you try to mimic his signature?" She nodded and I told her, "You failed. Anyone with any training is going to know they aren't the same. But do you think it's close enough to pass for someone who isn't trained?" At this point, I was starting to feel very uncomfortable with this line of questioning, so I told her that I did not think it would pass muster with anyone who was even slightly familiar with his signature. Forgery is not something I was willing to get involved with on any level. That was when she asked if I could teach her how to get his signature down. So I asked her what this was all about. And that is when she told me. She had been getting some of soon-to-be-ex's mail. And among them was a bank statement from a bank that he had not used for years. It turned out that he had an account there back when he was in college, that he had let go into stagnation when they did get married, because they had combined finances and opened up a joint account at another bank. Apparently at the time, he had less than $1 in the account, and figured they would just automatically close it after a set time, so he wouldn't have to worry about it. Which, for that time period, was normal for accounts under a certain amount. What neither of them knew, was that after he had stopped paying attention, the school had apparently found a payment error and refunded him a few $1,000s. Not much, but enough that when years later, after having a lawyer going over everything in search of anything she could use, Karen had found out about this long-forgotten account. And she had called the bank. Since she was still his wife legally, she gave them his name, with her address, so that she could get a statement as to what was still in the account. Her plan was to perfect his signature and send in the paperwork for them to send her a check, or transfer it into her new, single bank account. I tried to explain to her that I did not think it would work and why. 1. He would figure it out, that they would want to talk to him or see him in person, and she said she could just have Dave pose as him over the phone, as she had soon-to-be-ex's SSN and other info that she could have Dave give them, and that it wouldn't be able to be in person anyway because it was in a completely different state, half a continent away. She was positive there was no way she could get caught. But she really needed me, as an artist, to show her how to forge his signature properly. So I simply told her no. That I could not and would not help her. Now, Jane had come back by this point, as Karen had taken the no and somberly gone back up front mumbling about doing it herself and trying to figure out how to get the money. Jane looked at me and asked what that was about. And I told her. She looked at me as though my head had just flown off. She was like, "Wait, she asked you to commit a crime?" I said. Technically, she asked me to abet a crime she would be committing. Jane was not happy for several reasons. She said that this was beyond unacceptable and would talk to her. I told her that it was unnecessary, as I had already told Karen no, and that she would most likely get caught anyway, but Jane insisted that she shouldn't have even asked me in the first place. So she did talk to Karen, and while Karen didn't actually apologize, she didn't get angry at me. She did come back though to whine about how Jane had apparently overheard our conversation and yelled at her for that, saying she was not to ask people to take part in illegal activities for her divorce ever again. Jane admitted later that since Karen hated her by this point anyway, she saw no reason to cause more drama with the truth, so she told Karen she had heard the entire conversation from the hallway, taking the full brunt of Karen's anger. Karen never did ask me about forgery again though. And while I do not know whether she got that money or not, she continued on with insisting on getting what she wanted, and that was bleeding soon to be X-dry. Spoiler alert, she didn't. She did get some small amount of child support, but that was only because she got 60-40 custody I think, but no alimony. She also did not get the house, or all the other things she thought she was owed. She did eventually get engaged to Dave, who was now allowed back at the office during his visits, should he be visiting during that week, but only to pick her up or drop her off, and showed up with a large shiny engagement ring. But by this time, Karen's time at the paper was starting to run its course. She was burning bridges as it were, and when she went to leave the office one day, she did not pay attention to where she was backing up, and backed into Gina's fiancé's car, and came running and demanding that Gina and her fiancé pay for the damages to her car, or she would sue. Worth noting here that Gina's fiancé was a lawyer. It was shortly after this incident that Karen's time at the paper ended because no one was willing to put up with her entitled nonsense anymore. I told my parents they should just get a divorce. I have really dysfunctional parents. My dad cheated on my mom when she was pregnant with my sister. My mom didn't want a divorce because she didn't want us to come from a broken home. My mom used to be a family therapist. She thinks divorce has a negative effect for the children. So they decided to reconcile and stay in the marriage for the kids. That is not going well. My mom quit her job and took a low-paying teacher's job to focus more on the house. As far as I know they went to counseling and tried to work on their marriage, but I can see there is tension between them. From outside they look like a happy couple, but they just ignore each other at home. My dad didn't stop cheating. This is like a cycle. My dad gets caught cheating, he begs my mom to give him another chance, mom forgives him and he stays good for a few days before going back to his old habits. Each time I can see the life draining from my mom's eyes. I can see she is exhausted too. It hasn't been easy for me either. I dreaded coming home. I joined a summer program just to get away from home. My mom and dad tried to be civil, but my mom obviously lost all feelings for dad. She just doesn't care if he comes home late at night or not. My sister is suffering as well. She grew up around all of this. I tried to get help from my school's counselor, but it was a dead end. Last week, my mom and dad were fighting. My mom was having an affair with a teacher in her school. My dad got furious. My mom called him names. Called him a hypocrite and told him the only reason she is in this marriage is for the kids. I yelled, then just get a divorce. My mom and dad were a bit shocked because normally I do not scream. My mom called me ungrateful that she has sacrificed so much to keep this family together. I told her, how is that going on? Clearly you both have failed in it. Just effing get a divorce and leave me and my sister out of this toxic home. My dad grounded me. He canceled my trip for November as a result and also cut off my allowance. The only reason I have my laptop is for my school. My fiancé is deathly scared of leprechauns, so I dressed up as one. A few weeks ago, my fiancé and I were cooking dinner together and chatting about whatever came to mind. Somehow, the topic of fears came up and we talked about them. Almost all of hers I had already known except for one. She has had a fear of leprechauns since childhood. She doesn't fear all Irish people though, just some. I did not get to find out the reason as the topic had once again changed to another of her interests before I could ask. Earlier today, my fiancé's older sister Jane was helping my fiancé with wedding planning in our living room. A few days after our chat about fears, I decided to help her get over her fear as I had done in the past. In the past, my fiancé had a fear of spiders and I had decided to prank her. I started putting fake-looking and real-looking spiders in random places. She found this funny and entertaining, so I kept doing it. Eventually, this calmed her fear of spiders without me intending to. Today, I had a friend help me dress up as a leprechaun without looking too goofy. I entered the living room and asked her to look at me in a rather playful tone. She and Jane had turned to me and she immediately screamed. She grabbed onto Jane while crying and Jane yelled at me. I thought her reaction was dramatic, so I started to joke around with her to lighten the mood, saying things like, "Don't I look cute?" I then started Irish dancing and talking about pots of gold and rainbows. I got closer to her, but this made things way worse. She started sobbing and having a full-on panic attack. I watched in shock as Jane calmed her down. When she finally was able to get some words out, she told Jane that she wanted to go home with her. I, of course, tried to stop her from leaving by telling her it was just me, but that made no difference. Jane took her with her and drove off. I waited a while before texting her as I wanted to give her some time to calm down fully. Over text, I apologized and asked her to come back. I said that I had no ill intentions, and that her reaction was overdramatic at first. Jane replied on her phone and basically called me insensitive and an a-hole. Jane also said that she needed some time and space to calm down, so she would be staying the night with her. I apologized again and received no reply. Edit, I came to find out my fiancé was arped by a man dressed as a leprechaun at a fun fair when she was little. Not very fun or fair. What is the scariest encounter with a stranger you've ever had? As my fiancée Jane and I were driving back home from a road trip, I noticed what looked like an animal that had been hit on the side of the road. I stopped when I got close to the animal. She knew what I was going to do, so she got out of the car. As I popped the trunk to get a blunt object out of the trunk, I could see her slowly approaching the poor animal as I peeked around the back and pulled out a tire iron. As I closed the trunk and came around the side of the car, I suddenly heard her gasp and run back toward the side of the car with her hands cupped over her mouth. "James. That's not an animal. just as I was passing her and could see just how visibly shaken she was. "What are you talking about?" I asked. I slowly approached the said animal and I came to a dead stop in my steps to what I was looking at, and I was utterly speechless. I took one step forward as I leaned in and could see this thing had human-like fingers that turned into a skinny form of some kind of canine leg. It laid on its side and could see what looked like the body of a dog. The hind leg stretched out from the back as if it was dragging itself on the road, followed by a trail of its own blood. I began to examine it at a slight distance. I put my foot on it and that's when it started to move and it turned its head outward. This creature or thing had the head of a woman. The face was heavily deformed and looked as if it was in the middle of some kind of transformation. The other front leg of it had a fully grown hand of a human, and that's when it turned its focus towards me, opening its eye, which had hair growing around the eyelids but the nose and mouth of a woman. It began to cough a weak cough, and I swear it started to smile even as I started to back away. The teeth of it was also very much human-like. I noticed the long hair coming off from the back of its head and could see it started to drag itself across the road, even as it gasped for air. My wife Mandy began tugging at my arm and took me back to the driver's side door as she went around and got into the passenger side. I turned on the car and shined the lights right on it, and we sat there watching this thing drag itself into the bushes. We were so much in shock that I almost had forgotten I was in the driver's seat and had to snap myself out of it, and we drove off. For nearly 2 miles we never said a word to each other. Mandy just sobbed and couldn't believe what we seen, and I was pretty much in denial myself. What is the dumbest way you've ever broken up with someone? I love beans. I literally snack on beans and maybe go through 15 cans per week. I ordered 30 cans of beans and 25 cans of chickpeas. I thought this is a reasonable amount of beans and chickpeas to have. However, earlier this week I opened the cabinet because I wanted to make a vegetarian chili using 2 cans of beans, but all of the beans were gone. What the hell? I asked my girlfriend and she told me she buried all of the beans in the woods. At first I thought she was joking, but she explained, no, she had buried the beans in the woods. I asked her to explain and she told me she had a dream about a zombie apocalypse. She woke up and was afraid that if things get bad, we might have to worry about looters and that the beans would be in danger of being stolen. I said I thought this was completely ridiculous and unlikely that a zombie apocalypse happens and in the next 2 weeks looters come to our house to search for beans. She became angry at me and said she is protecting our beans. According to her logic, the beans are safely buried in the woods behind our apartment complex, and if we ever need some beans she will go to the stash and dig up a can or 2, but would prefer if we save them all for if things get worse. I said, why only bury the beans? Why not bury our more valuable items? She said the canned food was most valuable for long-term means, and that since we get fresh food in grocery stores, it would make sense to continue to stockpile beans. She intends to go bury more beans in the woods every week. This was too insane for me and I got very upset. I demanded to know where the beans were buried, and she refused to tell me. She said if I knew she was afraid I'd dig them up. I said damn right I would. She said I will never jeopardize the beans. The following day I tried to put my foot down, and I'm not usually a foot downer, but there are rare issues where compromise is out of the question. And I foolishly decided this was one of those issues. I demanded to know where the beans were buried and I told her if she was going to bury beans I paid for in the woods that I would move out. We fought about it and I kept insisting that she was crazy. I tried dismissing the zombie apocalypse theory, but she would not let it go, and so I called her delusional. Not a smart move as she has schizophrenia. In hindsight, I should have just let it go and created my own hidden stash of beans in the apartment, and given her time to maybe cool down about this bean zombie apocalypse scenario, but I blew it all out of proportion. But I kept demanding her to take me to the beans, or at least draw a map or something, and finally she broke up with me. Over the beans. I have lost the love of my life because I couldn't let the damn beans go. I later went on to find out she was admitted to a psych ward because she was convinced a zombie apocalypse was happening.
What's a story you've been wanting to tell, but no one has asked yet? It's about this one Halloween, a couple of years ago. My boyfriend and I were at our doorstep, all set with a big bowl of candy for the neighborhood kids. We didn't anticipate the swarm of witches, superheroes, and ghosts that would come our way, and before we knew it, our candy stash was running low. Realizing we were about to be the only house on the block to run out of treats, my boyfriend volunteered to run to the store for reinforcements. Just a few minutes after he left, he called me, barely containing his excitement, to tell me about this amazing little kid he bumped into. He was in a costume that was far from average. It was a very well-crafted train, and not just any train, but Oliver the Tank Engine. Yeah, you might not know him. Everyone assumes Thomas the Tank Engine is the only train on the rails, but not this kid. This little kid had been having a tough night because everyone thought he was Thomas. So, there I was, waiting eagerly by the door, when I hear a shy knock. I swung the door open, and there it was, the most elaborate, cardboard-crafted train costume complete with wheels and a chimney. It even had an area in the chimney spout that opened and you put the candy in. The moment I laid eyes on him, I'm all like, oh my goodness, it's Oliver. Oliver the Tank Engine. I love Oliver. He's my favorite. His face instantly transformed. It was like I'd flipped a switch and just made his entire world. The kid lost it, and so did his dad. He was so freaking happy that I knew he was Oliver and not Thomas. His dad was filming everything. He looked so happy and shocked that I knew he was Oliver. As they were walking away, I kept hearing the kid say to his dad, "She knew I was Oliver. She knew I was Oliver." I then closed the door and cried. It was so precious.